Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Mount Chapter 107 Agent Wind Shadow, Sister, go and have a rest. Nawaki felt a lump in his throat when he saw Tsunade's expression and tried hard to hold back his tears. Minato on the side said nothing. This was the most brutal battle he had ever witnessed. Tsunade just cried in Chuanfong's arms, without saying anything or looking up. Let's go and rest, brother, please watch out. Chuanfong picked up Tsunade by the waist and greeted Tsukumo who came late. Go ahead. Shuamao nodded without saying much, but he felt uncomfortable too. Tsunade naturally hugged Chuanfeng's neck and her crying became quieter. Chuanfong disappeared in front of everyone and reappeared in Tsunade's tent. He gently placed Tsunade on the bed and wiped the tears from her eyes. Rest, you are too tired. Chuanfong took Tsunade's hand off his neck. Am I useless? The fatigue on Tsunade's face was visible to the naked eye, and Katsuyu the sage had already disappeared consciously. You are the best in my eyes. No one would have thought that the third Kage would be so cruel. Chuanfong probably died from the third Kage's desperate attack, and there were many Sand Shinobi as well. I don't know how to face their families when I return to the village. I brought them out, but, when Tsunade said this, his emotions welled up and his tears couldn't stop flowing. It is normal to have casualties on the battlefield, but this time there were too many deaths. Oh, stop thinking too much. The wounded still need you. All you need to do now is rest. Chuanfong didn't have any good ideas, so he used Tsunade's concerns to force her to rest. Yes, you are right. I need to rest, I need to rest. Tsunade closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chuanfong sat on the edge of the bed and could still see her mouth moving, but no sound came out. After a long time, Tsunade finally fell asleep, curled up like a child. Silently covering Tsunade with the blanket, Chuanfong smoothed her long light yellow hair across her forehead. Finally, he leaned over and kissed her gently on the forehead, then turned and left. Tsunade's expression didn't relax even in her sleep, and only time could smooth out all this. On the other hand, no one was left at the Sand Shinobi camp. Advertisement: a huge underground cave has been built under the yellow sand not far from Sunagakure. The yellow sand all around had been consolidated by Shukaku and was covered with black spells, which were seals cast by the Sand Shinobi to isolate the induction. The defeated Sand Shinobi soldiers, led by Bunfuku, gathered here, and even all the ninjas from Sunagakure came. Now only civilians are left in Sunagakure, which is almost in name only. Master Fenfu, what should we do next? Yi Kang sat cross-legged beside Fenfu, looking listless and low in spirits. I don't participate in decision-making. After all, Fenfu was just a monk who served as a weapon of war, and he was powerless to offer advice. After saying that, he continued to close his eyes and rest. If it weren't for the third Kage, he would have died. We need to have a decision-maker now. A bunch of Sunagakure politicians have reappeared, but for now it is indeed as they said. Who do you think is suitable? Yi Kang looked at the several respected elders with burning eyes. Maybe they no longer have the strength, but they still have the voice and prestige. Luo Sha can. One of the kind-looking old men spoke first. He got along well with the third Kage. I am also willing to support Luo Sha at this time. No, he's too young now. Someone immediately raised objections. I think Yi Kang can do it. This was the only old lady who spoke up to support Yi Kang. I'm not interested in Shadow's position. Yi Kang knew very well that he couldn't win the daimyo's consent now, but as long as everyone approved, he could take the position of Kage. However, it is hard to say whether Sunagakure can escape this disaster. I recommend. Everyone started to discuss. For a moment, the entire underground cave was in turmoil. Do you have much time left? Fenfu couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted. The sound is not loud, but it is deafening. Everyone looked at each other in shock. How about this? Yi Kang will temporarily take over the position of Kage if our Sunagakure survives this disaster safely. Wait until Luosha grows up and then give him the position of Ying. What do you think? One of the most prestigious elders thought of a compromise because Yi Kang and Luo Sha had the most supporters. Advertisement: I agree with Sister Yi Kang to be the Kage. I want to avenge my teacher. Luo Sha took the initiative to offer to give in. He knew that he was still young and that he needed more time to practice rather than handle official duties. In that case, just agree to it. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Kang. Let's talk about the shadows first. Let's see if we can survive this disaster. Yi Kang reluctantly agreed and rubbed his temple. Now the burden is on her and her head hurts. What's the current situation in Konoha? Yi Kang asked the intelligence chief next to him how he escaped the disaster by not going to the battlefield. Konoha suffered heavy casualties and they're being treated at the camp. I don't think we'll be going out for a while. Even if a few people come, they may not be able to find us. The intelligence chief still ensured basic intelligence acquisition under such circumstances, and it is no wonder that he was deeply trusted by the third Kage. Will the civilians in the village be in danger? Luo Sha still hasn't grown up and asked an idiotic question. It makes no sense for Konoha's ninja to massacre civilians. The lives of the civilians are not even worthy of venting their anger. And after this defeat, the daimyo will definitely have to come forward to negotiate with the Fire Nation. This was explained by the old man who was the first to support Luo Sha. He was very patient, with a smile on his face. That's good. Luo Sha felt relieved, because they were all the teacher's people. Let's continue to inquire and wait for the results of the daimyo's negotiations. If there is any accident, nothing else can be guaranteed. I will die before you. Yi Kang made a solemn promise, and the determination in his eyes was frightening. Why do you have to go to such lengths, 4th Kazekage-sama? Yi Kang officially became the acting 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, but it was only an internal recognition. Fenfu opened his eyes and looked at Luosha. His eyes were full of hatred. Then he shook his head, thinking that ninjas were just pawns and the culprit was the greedy human heart. But things did not develop as they expected. After receiving the news that the 3rd Kazekage was killed in battle and the Sand Shinobi was defeated, the daimyo of Wind Country immediately sent people to the Fire Country to negotiate peace. This news also spread to the entire ninja world in a short period of time. Hatake Chuanfong's name once again resounded throughout the ninja world after he killed Hanzo of the Salamander. Naturally, the news that Konoha Tsunade became the Seven Tails Jinchuriki could not be concealed. How could the daimyo of the Fire Nation agree to the peace request of the Wind Nation when he had such a huge advantage? He wished he could eat up the entire Wind Kingdom. The daimyo of the Land of Wind was extremely anxious, for without the ninjas of Sunagakure, how could he resist Konoha? Chapter 108 Dai vs Han. Another 2 days passed, and Tsunade had slowly recovered. The injuries of most of the wounded in the Konoha camp have stabilized, but for some of them, it all depends on whether their will to survive is strong enough. Inside the headquarters tent, Tsunade was presiding over a meeting to discuss the next course of action. Everyone knows the losses in this battle. We need to come up with a plan today whether we should advance or retreat. As Tsunade spoke, her eyes swept over everyone present, ignoring only Chuanfong and Tsukumo. I suggest that we retreat temporarily. There are too many wounded and we need to go back for treatment. A person who looked like an honest Konoha shinobi spoke first. He also sincerely cared about his surviving comrades. The 3rd Kazekage is dead, so Sunagakure can fight anytime. Where there are retreating factions, there are also attacking factions. It is impossible for people to have exactly the same ideas. I suggest attacking. We have to seize the opportunity. The Sand Shinobi are in a worse situation than us right now. This Konoha shinobi has an afro and a very hot temper. The two men's speeches sparked the conversation among the other ninjas, and for a moment the tent was filled with noisy discussions. Some with bad tempers even look like they are about to take action. Stop, what's the point of making so much noise? I know everyone is upset, this is a war meeting. This is not the market where you go to buy vegetables. Chuanfong stood up and shouted to stop everyone's argument. The tent fell silent instantly. This was a ruthless character who could kill demigods in Kazekage. No one present dared to disrespect him, not to mention that Chuanfong had an official position as deputy commander. Okay, let's stick to the old rules. The minority obeys. Before Tsunade could finish her words, she saw someone barging in. My lords, I have urgent information. The Konoha shinobi was already a little unsteady on his feet, and his tone was hurried. He stumbled and fell to the ground, followed by 2 Konoha shinobi. It was the guard at the door of the tent. It's our spy. Yamanaka Hayato recognized him by looking at the mark on his clothes. I quickly went forward to help him up, and then I saw that his face was peeling and his lips were pale. He was about to faint. I'll do it. Tsunade stood up and walked forward, checked it out, and then put her right hand forward with green chakra glow. After a while, the Konoha shinobi recovered. Advertisement. Seeing Tsunade in front of him, he quickly knelt on one knee. Master Tsunade, Iwagakure has sent someone to the supply camp. I'm afraid they've already fought each other. What? Shuamao was suddenly startled and realized that his good friend was at the supply camp. How many of them are there? Tsunade frowned and handed the Konoha shinobi a pill that could replenish his strength. About 1,000 people. The Konoha shinobi answered Tsunade's question before swallowing the pill, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. As expected, the things Tsunade took out are all excellent medicines. Return for support. Once the supply camp is captured, there will be no point for us to stay here. And this should only be Iwagakure's vanguard. They can't possibly send just this few people. Chuanfong made the correct judgment without any hesitation. If they were surrounded by the remaining forces of Iwagakure and Sand Shinobi, most of their current manpower would be killed again. Take the wounded and set off immediately. The situation did not allow Tsunade to hold another meeting, so she issued the order without delay. Yes, Master Tsunade. The ninjas received the order and left the scene. Everyone knew what was important and what was not. I'll go first. I'm worried about Dai. Tsukumo walked up to Chuanfong and Tsunade. Okay, big brother, be careful. Tsunade nodded and agreed. She and Chuanfong were enough for the retreat. Remember to leave a mark if there is an accident. Chuanfong thought more deeply. If something unexpected happened in the supply camp, Shuamao could also go back to gather intelligence. I'm leaving. Shuamao nodded slightly, lifted the door curtain and walked out of the tent. After a few rises and falls, he disappeared. He was traveling very fast on his own. 2 hours later, Tsunade and Chuanfong led the Konoha shinobi and the wounded to the border of the Wind Kingdom. At this time, war has already broken out on the border of the Wind Kingdom. The two sides in the battle were Konoha and Iwagakure. Rock Shinobi is good at earth style and has pretty good defense. The ubiquitous ground spikes and difficult swamps also cause a lot of trouble for Konoha Shinobi. The two sides fought back and forth, and Yuhi Shinku also took to the battlefield personally. Few Rock Shinobi under the red pupils could break free from his illusion. Some died directly in the illusion, and some were killed by the passing Konoha Shinobi. The title of Konoha's greatest illusion master under Uchiha was not earned for nothing. Advertisement: it doesn't have the power to cause a landslide on the battlefield, but its lethality should not be underestimated. Yuhi Shinku, in cooperation with several Konoha Shinobi, has eliminated several Jonin of Iwagakure. I might die from Konoha. Who are you? Day's whole body was covered with green chakra, and he fought with Han. This surprised him greatly, as the punch from the sixth gate state was actually caught by the man in front of him. Iwagakure, Han. Han was also shocked at the moment. He was wearing a special steam armor, and with Boyle Style's unparalleled strength, he still couldn't gain an advantage. This might die is indeed as skilled in physical skills as the intelligence said. Let's have a duel of youth to determine who is better and who is worse. This was the dirty talk Dai heard from Chuanfong. When he used it in this scene, he felt that his youth was about to boil. Take my kick. Dai suddenly appeared in front of Han and kicked him in the face with a high kick. Don't hit someone in the face, don't you know that? Han crossed his arms to block the powerful kick, and was knocked away by the huge force. It's not over yet. Dai appeared behind Han and kicked him diagonally upward in the waist. This kick was enough to break at least one of his kidneys, and he was also knocked flying and vulnerable to a combo. Han felt a strong sense of crisis behind him, and a white tail suddenly appeared behind his butt. Tailed beast chakra coats also began to appear on his body, and Dai's kick was blocked by Kokuo's tail. This kind of chakra, are you a Jinchuriki? Dai missed his attack and retreated, only to be confronted by Iwagakure's Jinchuriki as soon as he arrived. What kind of G luck is this? Does God think that my youth was too smooth? Yes, let me reintroduce you, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. Han stood firmly on the ground and twisted his neck. His calm gaze caused some oppression to Dai. You take my kick too. A large amount of steam spurted out from Han's heels, and he kicked towards Dai at an extremely fast speed under the huge propulsion force. Konoha Vajra Force Cyclone. The two men kicked each other's feet and retreated several meters. Then he jumped on one leg in place, almost screaming. I have some skills. Han has the tailed beast on him, so he recovers first. You're not bad either. Dai stood firmly on both feet and decided not to lose his momentum on the road of youth. Chapter 109 New Injury. Dai and Han are evenly matched, as both are high-speed and high-explosive ninjas. The two looked at each other, fighting spirit in their eyes. Come again. Dai shouted loudly, exerted force with his right foot, and green chakra gushed out. The ground beneath my feet suddenly shattered and collapsed in a circular shape. With the help of this power, Dai was like a green meteor, carrying a huge airwave, rushing towards Han like a missile. Am I still afraid of you? Han's eyes remained calm and composed. The white tail behind him was waving, and the red steam armor spewed out a large amount of steam from his back. At this moment, Han's strength and speed increased to a terrifying level. Dai and Han's figures disappeared instantly, and two violent chakras collided with each other with strong winds. Before the wind died down, the two men launched a violent offensive. Due to the fast speed, the moves between the two men could not be seen clearly, and every punch and kick was full of manly romance. Only the residual images accompanied by the flying rocks and dust on the ground witnessed how fierce the battle between the two sides was. Fists hit fists, legs hit legs, and every fight created waves of air in the air. This is a collision of power, and Han is the most suitable enemy Dai has encountered so far. The 8 inner gates he wore greatly increased his speed and strength. With the 8 gate fully activated, he was able to defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja into the 3 lucky stars. Han is also a genius in Iwagakure, able to use steam to unleash powerful bursts of power, which is further enhanced when combined with Boyle Style, earning him the title of Steam Ninja. In the original work, he even kicked Naruto, who was in Nine Tails chakra mode, away. Although the two have not yet reached the peak strength described in the original work, they should not be underestimated. The continuous roar resounded throughout the entire battlefield, which was obviously not on the same level as the confrontations with other ninjas. Iwagakure's Jinchuriki are so strong. Shii Shinku was attracted by the roar and was frightened by Han's performance. He had no idea who would win between the two. He simply stopped thinking about it and dealt with the rock shinobi in front of him seriously. Victory or defeat was no longer something he could have a say in. That terrifying force was a disaster for a ninja like him who was an illusionist. With his small body, he might not be able to withstand even the second punch. After fighting for a while, neither Dai nor Han gained the upper hand, and they retreated after exchanging punches. Cool. Take this move from me, Peacock. There was an expression of excitement on Dai's face. It had been a long time since he had such a great time playing. The high-speed attacking fist came towards Han with bursts of flames. So fast. Han murmured softly, countless flames appeared in his eyes, and he was able to take a few punches at first. The further he went, the faster it got. He could only defend passively and had no power to fight back. After hitting Peacock, Dai kicked the injured Han away. Advertisement. Finally he gained the upper hand, and Dai stuck to him in a flash. So what if he's Jinchuriki? He still got beaten by my fist. Before Han landed on the ground, he saw the sole of Day's shoe enlarged in front of his eyes. Was he trying to crush his head with a kick? Ah, with a roar, even more violent chakra surged out of Han's body. The white tail behind him disappeared, and Han could just barely make out a human figure, with the conical hat on his head very dazzling. A humanoid monster with a red body and 5 tails flying behind it appeared in front of Dai. Han entered the half-tailed beast state, and his strength and recovery ability were once again enhanced. There was already some brutality in his eyes. This was probably his limit now. If he completely transformed into a tailed beast, he would probably be swallowed up by its will. Dai sensed a bad aura, but he couldn't stop. How can I be content if I don't kick it out? Go to hell. Han's voice also became hoarse, and it was not easy to maintain the half-tailed beast state. The red fist collided with Day's foot. An invisible gust of air blew far away, stirring up clouds of dust. As expected, Day's power was insufficient and he was knocked away by Han, who had transformed into a half-tailed beast. Then Han opened his mouth and a huge amount of chakra began to gather. The next moment, a huge tailed beast bomb flew towards Dai. Open the door. Dai didn't care that he had just recovered from his injuries and was afraid he would die if he didn't open 7th gate. Day Tiger. Dai Meng, with blue steam emanating from his body, threw a straight punch at tailed beast bomb. The tiger-like air cannon bit towards tailed beast bomb at super high speed. Boom! The tailed beast bomb and the Day Tiger collided, causing a violent explosion, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. The terrifying air wave swept across the entire battlefield, and the weak ninjas were blown to the ground. This time Dai still had some strength to spare, his eyes flashed red, and his middle-parted hair fluttered without wind. I underestimated you. Han's voice reached Day's ears clearly, and as he spoke, he transformed into a half-tailed beast and rushed towards Dai. He couldn't maintain this state for too long. The two seemed to be back at the same starting line. Dai said nothing. He knew he didn't have much time left. If 7th gate could no longer be maintained, he would become a martyr. Guy is still young and can't live without his father. Thinking of this, Day's eyes became more determined. It was time to use that trick. Advertisement with the rush of blue steam, Dai launched himself out at such a fast speed that there was a faint sound of him breaking through the air. The two men engaged in close combat again, and Dai exposed a flaw. Han seized the opportunity and punched with all his strength, with all 5 tails exerting force. At this moment, Dai had an inexplicable smile on his face. He flashed behind Han. What? Han knew he had fallen into a trap and tried to turn around but was a step too late. Konoha Shinobi's secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of death. Wear hands together and make tiger seal. He pulled his arms back and thrust out fiercely. The target is directly aimed at Han's chrysanthemum. This was the only reward Shuamao gave him, and he also told him not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Especially don't use it in front of Chuanfong, otherwise bad things will happen. Chuanfong was not present at this time, so Dai had no concerns. Ouch! All that was heard was a scream from Han, and he rose into the sky like a rocket. The chakra in the body began to riot, and the lower body began to become out of control. A huge pain came from behind. Damn Konoha Shinobi, Kakuo. As Jinchuriki's symbiote, 5 Tails was also in excruciating pain at this moment. Let me take control of your will, and I will avenge you. Kakuo noticed that Han's will was beginning to blur, and he tried to persuade him. Don't even think about it. With his final moment of clarity, Han sternly refused. Breaking away from his half-tailed beast form, his figure slammed heavily to the ground. Dai was no longer able to maintain 7th gate at this point, and as his eyes cleared, he fell to the ground. The two of them ended up in a lose-lose situation. Finish the job, save the life. Yuhi Shinku yelled and rushed towards Dai, and of course the Konoha Jonin rushed towards Han behind him. Likewise, Rock Shinobi also sent people to kill Dai. After fighting off several Rock Shinobi, Yuhi Shinku came to Dai. The slightest touch causes unbearable pain when worn. I'll keep you company. Yuhi Shinku did not take him away by force, but joined a few Konoha Shinobi who arrived later to protect him on the spot. Chapter 110 Meeting. Retreat. Han gave the order after watching the Rock Shinobi beside him fight off the Konoha Shinobi. Yes, Lord Han. Rock Shinobi didn't dare to delay, as it would be troublesome if the tailed beast went berserk. A flare exploded in the air, and Rock Shinobi retreated while fighting. This attack ended in failure. Don't chase me. Shiri Zhenhong Shin hangs up supplies and gathers the team. Can you go? Shiri Zhenhong didn't dare to touch Dai again, as his ferocious expression just now was still vivid in her mind. Although 8 inner gates is powerful, it is not something that ordinary people can practice. It is difficult for those without great perseverance to persevere. Rest a little longer. Dai lay on the ground and took a deep breath. He didn't know how long he would lie there this time. Clean up the battlefield. Shiri Zhenhong did not leave, but ordered his men to work. There are still many wounded people who need treatment. It was a long time before Dai felt the pain in his body eased, which showed that he had a strong ability to adapt. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it would be painful. Carry me away. Dai's voice was a little weak, and the Konoha Shinobi around him lifted him onto a stretcher. After returning to the camp, Yuhi Shinku arranged for medical personnel to treat Dai. Fortunately this time he wasn't poisoned and wasn't unconscious, and there was someone who could handle it even though Tsunade wasn't around. However, Dai, who had just recovered, was lying in bed and became an injured person again. He has only been alive for less than 2 days. God have pity on him. At night, Shuamao also rushed to the outskirts of the camp alone. After a careful investigation, it was found that this place still belongs to Konoha's territory. Shuamao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and after being interrogated, he swaggered into the camp. After receiving the news, Yuhi Shinku came out to greet them. Sakumo-kun, you came here alone first? Well, there are a lot of wounded in the back. Sakumo still felt a little sad when he mentioned the wounded. The strongest wind shadow. Yuhi Shinku sighed and didn't continue talking, as news from the front line had already arrived. How's it going here? Sakumo arrived late and thought that Rock Shinobi had not launched an attack. We've already had one fight, and Dai is injured again. The sunset is truly red. What? Take me to see it. Advertisement. Sakumo's expression became tense. He still remembered clearly the last time Dai was unconscious. It's nothing serious, I've already been treated. Yuhi Shinku brought Sakumo to the ward where Dai was. This careless guy was already fast asleep, snoring loudly. Sakumo couldn't help laughing as he saw him wrapped up like a mummy. This looks to be more serious than the last injury. Should we wake him up? Yuhi Shinku was in a state of evil humor, and the snoring sound she made was truly amazing. It's like an electric drill hitting the wall, the sound goes straight through the eardrums. Forget it, let him rest. Seeing that Dai was not seriously injured, Shuamao was relieved and he would take care of the rest. Okay, let's go out and talk. Yuhi Shinku brought Sakumo to her room, and her ears finally became quiet. The things inside were arranged neatly, which matched his serious expression. Tea. As the warehouse manager, Yuhi Shinku would not be so pedantic as to mistreat herself. I made a pot of good tea for Sakumo, but it was not as good as Hatake's tea. Good. Shuo-mao sat down at the low table, cross-legged, and took a sip. Well, it's a little hot. Who is leading the Iwagakure team? Putting down the teacup, Sakumo asked for information about his opponent. He was the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. He was also badly injured by Dai. Shii Zhenhong watched Han being carried away. Onoki is very generous. Sakumo's pupils shrank when he heard that. He didn't expect Iwagakure to directly send out a nuclear weapon like Jinchuriki. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Luckily, Dai blocked the tailed beast bomb. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us this time. Yuhi Shinku never thought that her small body could withstand the tailed beast bomb. But if it really comes to that, he will probably choose to lead by example. This is his inner persistence. Dai is great, leave the rest to me. Now, he was the only one who had never fought a Jinchuriki, and Sakumo always felt that something was missing. Iwagakure's interference will make the future of the war very troublesome. Yuhi Shinku took a sip of the tea, which was not so hot now. Maybe we'll have to retreat. Sakumo was not blindly confident. They did not have enough troops and could not stop Iwagakure on their own. Furthermore, Sunagakure's crisis is now over, and after receiving the news of the war between Konoha and Iwagakure, they might make a comeback. Sunagakure, who has a perfect Jinchuriki, still poses a certain threat to Konoha. As it stands, Konoha's war prospects are in a mess. Advertisement, let's talk about it when Tsunade arrives. I have already asked someone to arrange a ward. Also, the wounded need to be sent back to the village. Yuhi Shinku had already arranged everything in advance and did things in a very methodical manner. As they chatted, both of them began to look worried. People died and the results were lost. This war was fought in a cowardly way. In the end, both of them just drank tea without saying anything, each feeling heavy in their own way. In comparison, Iwagakure's vanguard was not in a much better situation as it failed to achieve any success and its coach was seriously injured. The Rock Shinobi, under Han's command, entered the border of the Bird Country and set up camp. The Bird Country, which does not have strong power, can only swallow its anger at Iwagakure's actions. Han was lying on the bed on the inside of the Earth House, having re-suppressed Kakugo who was trying to control himself. Master Han, what should we do next? There is also a Rock Shinobi in the room, who is also a good player that Han brought with him this time. Let's see how soon the third-generation adults will arrive. Konoha's frontline troops have not yet returned for reinforcement. I need to rest for a few days. Even with the power of the tailed beast to help him recover, Han now doesn't dare to lie down. The slightest movement still causes excruciating pain. I really don't know which B**************** D came up with such a shameless move. It is so shameless to give it such a long name, and it is also a secret and profound thing. Bah, so shameless. The message has been sent back, so we just wait? The Rock Shinobi was not so sure and was afraid of being blamed by the third Tsuchikage. Even though Onoki is not tall, it still hurts a lot when he hits your head when he flies. What else can you do if you don't wait? How about you go meet my Dai? Han understood the meaning behind his words and became a little excited. Hiss, if you are not careful, the wound will be affected. Master Han, are you okay? You go down. Han waved his hand and drove the guy out. It was so shameful. Might make me and you irreconcilable. A few days later, Chuanfong and Tsunade also brought their team to the supply camp. All the Konoha shinobi have gathered, and the team led by the third Tsuchikage is about to reach the border of the Land of Birds. At this time, the news that Konoha and Rock Shinobi were fighting in the Wind Kingdom was also known to Sunagakure. The Sand Shinobi emerges from its underground cave and sees the sunlight again. While Ye Kang was happy, he did not forget to establish contact with the daimyo again. The change in the war situation also made the daimyo of the Wind Country ecstatic, and he provided Sunagakure with a lot of financial support and supplies. The war between the three major countries is about to begin, and Konoha seems to have become the target of public criticism. Chapter 111 Evacuation. Hayato, have you gathered the latest intelligence? Tsunade sat in the main seat, her face still looking tired. I was on the operating table right after arriving at the camp. It would be strange if I wasn't tired. However, Tsunade had no complaints as he successfully saved the lives of several Konoha shinobi. Sunagakure has not made any moves yet, but it seems to have received strong support from that miser of the Wind Country daimyo. The Iwagakure people are at the border of Bird Country, and the third Tsuchikage will be here soon. Hayato remained professional as always, explaining the movements of the two great powers in a simple and clear manner. We should retreat. Chuanfong proposed the retreat suggestion without any taboo, and his expression was serious, which showed that he was not joking. We lost so many people. Do you want to stay here too? Chuanfong interrupted the Konoha shinobi forcefully. Looking at Chuanfeng's eyes, he didn't dare to say anything more. I know you are unwilling to accept this, and neither am I. Iwagakure is coming at us aggressively. Are we strong enough to defeat them with just the number of people we have? Sunagakure has regrouped and they have the perfect Jinchuriki. If we are caught in a pincer attack here, how many of us can make it back? Use your pig brains and think carefully. Chuanfong looked around at the expressions of every Konoha shinobi, not caring about stealing Tsunade's limelight. Konoha shinobi know who has the bigger fist. Besides, the only thing that was missing from him and Tsunade was a wedding, and everyone knew it. There are many injured people, and we have to consider them as well. Shuamao was afraid that Chuanfeng's words were too harsh, so he added a sentence to smooth things over. He and Chuanfeng agreed that this war could not be fought in this way. Going there knowing that there is a tiger is not what a wise person does. Are they really going to withdraw like this? The Afro Ninja was still feeling depressed and couldn't help but express it. Don't worry, the teacher won't sit idly by. We are just retreating temporarily, it doesn't mean we have lost. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Tsunade offered some words of comfort. She was reluctant to retreat, after all, so many people had died. But if we don't retreat and continue fighting, how many of the remaining people can survive? We have to leave quickly. Iwagakure won't let us go easily. We can't go any faster with the wounded. Yamanaka Hayato is already seriously analyzing the retreat. Advertisement, there is logic in what Hayato said. Arrange for the evacuation of the wounded immediately. We'll be the last. Tsunade didn't give it much thought, it was her responsibility. Yes, Master Tsunade. Shiri Genhong still addressed him respectfully in public, then stood up and left. Always keep an eye on the movements of Rock Shinobi in Bird Country. The third Tsuchikage is difficult to deal with. Chuanfeng said this to Hayato. The oldest and strongest figure in the original work is the old man Onoki. He is a direct disciple of the first Tsuchikage and the second Tsuchikage, and like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is a Kage-level powerhouse who fought his way to fame in one battle. Not only Grandmaster Earth-style ninjutsu, but also the bloodline elimination, dust release, that surpasses the bloodline limit. Known as Onoki of the two heavenly scales, he is also one of the few ninjas among the 5 great nations who can fly. Don't worry, there's someone watching you all the time. Hayato Yamanaka is quite sensitive, and the third Tsuchikage has the highest intelligence danger level. That's it, go down and prepare. We will also evacuate after the wounded leave. Tsunade made the final decision. Soon all the ninjas in the room left, leaving only a few people including Chuanfeng. Any news from the village? Tsunade only knew that the message had been sent back, but there had been no response so far. Not yet. Yamanaka Hayato was not surprised at all, because any decision in the village had to be made in a meeting and discussed. He would have thought it unusual if the news came so quickly. Others go out to fight, while we stay at home to hold meetings. 666 If you think about it from another perspective, Konoha is indeed strong. Even if the Hokage didn't appear in the original work, they would still have won the second and third battles. Let's go back to the Fire Nation first. If nothing unexpected happens, the Rain Country will become our battlefield again. Chuanfeng didn't expect the third Hokage to fight in person, he just hoped that he wouldn't be a drag like Danzo. Sometimes he couldn't even imagine if he hadn't killed Danzo, whether the war would have turned out differently. It's the only way. Sakumo had no better idea and could only retreat back to the Fire Country and wait for reinforcements from the village. Otherwise, the few remaining people would not be enough to fight. I hope the teacher can send support soon. Tsunade knew that this battle would not end easily, reinforcements were coming too slowly, and even the Fire Nation was at risk of being attacked. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen also took her concerns into consideration. At this moment, a meeting was taking place in the operations conference room of the Konoha Hokage building. The hardworking third Hokage stood on the stage, pipe in hand, eyes sparkling. I believe everyone knows the battle report from the front line. Hitaki Chuanfong and Tsunade managed to kill the third Kage, but his dying counterattack caused heavy damage to our Konoha. Now Iwagakure has also intervened, and that guy Onoki has personally led his men to the front line. Not only do Tsunade and her team need support right now, but the Fire Nation's borders also need our protection. At this point Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and took a puff of his pipe. He exhaled a long puff of smoke and then continued. After discussions between me, the two consultants, and the senior executives, we have decided to send the Uchiha clan and elites from various clans to provide support. In this battle, we must not only defend the Land of Fire, but also show the power of Konoha. Do you have any comments? As soon as he finished speaking, the ninjas in the audience began to talk. Uchiha Fugaku stood in the crowd, complaining in his heart. Senior management? A meeting that even my uncle didn't attend is called a senior management meeting? Now that you are short of people, you think of me, Uchiha. Although he has no feelings towards the third Hokage, he still has to protect his village. He had no objection to this support operation, but he just felt unhappy. Why can't I, Uchiha, enter the core of Konoha? Why can't I have the rights that I deserve? Ahem, Midokado Homura coughed twice and walked out at Sarutobi Hiruzen's signal. Everyone be quiet, if you have any opinions, just speak up. If you have no objection, then this matter is settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to make it seem like he had the final say, so Midokado Homura's voice was extremely appropriate. The audience fell silent for a moment. What other opinions can there be? No one with a discerning eye would be the first to speak out. I'm afraid that only Danzo would dare to oppose Uchiha's battle if he were still alive. He knew the secret of those eyes too well. As long as the fight didn't reach his doorstep, he would not agree to let Uchiha go out and open his eyes. In his opinion, the stronger the Uchiha, the more of a stumbling block they would pose to Konoha's unity and harmony. Since everyone has no objection, let's disperse. Go as soon as possible, time is urgent. Sarutobi Hiruzen made the final decision and left gracefully, and Konoha's support was confirmed. This is probably one of the benefits of Danzo's death. Meeting efficiency has improved a lot. This speed also exceeded Hayato Yamanaka's expectations. Chapter 112 Uchiha joins the battle land of the Uchiha tribe. Fugaku came out of the operations meeting room and went to the meeting hall. The clan leader has called a meeting of clan elites, and he has learned the news of supporting the expedition. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. He had volunteered before, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had always refused to agree. His vision of making the Uchiha famous during World War II was also shattered by reality. Uchiha's current medical staff works at Konoha First People's Hospital and has a great attitude towards patients. This has alleviated the bad reputation of the security forces among the public. If he could make a name for himself on the battlefield this time, once Tsunade really succeeded to the throne, he would have a great hope of truly becoming one of Konoha's high-ranking officials. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, he no longer had the luxury of entering the core of the village. If people are afraid to even go to the battlefield, what else can they talk about? It's just an unrealistic dream. When Tsunade comes to power, he will have a certain say in Konoha, and then the status of the Uchiha clan will not be as embarrassing as it is now. If they spend a few more years training Fugaku to take over his position, the Uchiha clan can rest easy for decades to come. He was determined to win this battle, so he not only needed support but also sent out the most elite members of his tribe. The most important thing for him is to make Tsunade and Hitaki Chuanfong see his sincerity. At least when it comes to the hospital, Uchiha and Tsunade's cooperation is quite pleasant. As promised, Tsunade trained a group of Uchiha people to become medical personnel, and the final results achieved were satisfactory to him. Because he could no longer see any other way out for Uchiha, he was willing to continue to believe in the promises that Tsunade and Hitaki Chuanfong had made. This is also a huge gamble, risking the lives of the Uchiha people for an unpredictable future. Fugaku walked into the meeting room without notifying anyone, nodded slightly to his uncle, and found a seat in the first row to sit down. No one would look down on him because of his young age. His strength and status made him qualified to sit in the first row. Now that everyone is here, I'll start. The Uchiha clan leader specifically waited for Fugaku to return, which was also a preferential treatment for the heir. For this support mission, I have decided to lead the team myself. If you feel unhappy, just speak out. I don't want anything unpleasant to happen on the battlefield. He had thought deeply about what he said, as not every member of the tribe had such a long-term vision as he did. There are many people who are dissatisfied now, and he has seen unhappy expressions on the faces of many tribesmen. Chief, I don't accept it. Why weren't we allowed to go when we wanted to? Now that we are short of manpower, why don't you send us to provide support? Advertisement, am I, Uchiha, just cannon fodder in the eyes of him, the third Hokage and the village higher-ups? This Uchiha has a scar at the corner of his eye, making him look very ferocious. As he spoke excitedly, the veins on his neck were clearly visible. Are you done? Next one. There was no change in the expression on the patriarch's face, which was all expected. Since the death of Uchiha Kagami, there have been no factions within the clan, which is completely incomparable to Uchiha Fugaku in the original work. Fugaku may be a good father, but he is definitely not a good leader. He has ambitions but no opinions of his own. He listened to whoever made the right decision among the factions, but in the end, he was persuaded by his son and lost the lives of the entire Uchiha. This is something that cannot be whitewashed. Compared with his uncle, he is far inferior. Chief, we can provide support, but why do you want to go into battle yourself? That's totally unnecessary. This tribesman was also concerned about the safety of his leader. After all, their opponents were the Fengtu in two countries, and no one could guarantee that they would be safe. I have my own reasons. The patriarch's lips curled up slightly. These words were still very heartwarming. These are the people's support and prestige he has diligently accumulated since he became the patriarch. Patriarch, can Tsunade and Hatake Chuanfong really be trusted? Their current strength is already, although he didn't continue, everyone present knew what he meant. If the strength of the two parties is too different, they can no longer be called partners. At most, they're just capable assistants. Fugaku's face was also somewhat uncertain, but it was not because of hatred towards Chuanfong. Under the guidance of his uncle, he has put aside that little conflict, but the gap in strength makes him feel daunted. That makes sense. Anything else? The patriarch did not reject the opinion of this tribe member and continued to listen to the voices within the tribe. After a full hour of speaking, the Uchiha finally finished. What you said is all correct. Everyone is here for the Uchiha clan. I know you hold grudges, but this is our chance as the Uchiha. Advertisement. The clan leader then spoke for a full 2 hours, answering all the questions raised by the clan members one by one. After listening to this in the audience, Fugaku finally realized how big his uncle's vision was and how ruthlessly he gambled. He still has a lot to learn, but he feels safe with his uncle by his side. Any questions? The patriarch's mouth was dry as he spoke, so he picked up the tea and drank it all in one gulp. Master Patriarch, no more. The Uchiha people were all convinced and even accepted the promise made by the chief. If the Uchiha clan enters Konoha's upper echelons, then their children will no longer be ostracized. The villagers wouldn't look at him with resentment, and Uchiha was also a hero of Konoha. The embarrassing situation in the village will be completely broken, and the Uchiha clan can get their due rights. Instead of just hiding in the security force, he actually did some offensive work. Very well, for the Uchiha clan. The clan leader took the lead in shouting slogans, and all the clan members responded. His voice traveled far away, and he had the potential to be a gold medal lecturer. Fugaku just didn't learn it. If he had these two skills, would he still be talked out of his own son? He was the most excited one among those off the court, cheering for his uncle wholeheartedly. It's a pity that Chuanfong missed the chance to see such a wonderful scene. Otherwise he would definitely add something. Understand the applause. This is what a gold medal lecturer should look like. If Fugaku had these two skills, he should make Shisui and Itachi applaud him every day. What is the will of fire? What is the double agent? Do you want to listen to what you were talking about? We, the Uchiha clan, are inseparable. Go to hell with you, old man. You're trying to trick us. Don't you know that our clan leader is the head of a pyramid scheme? Pa. Our clan leader is so reliable and great. There is no way the two of us would betray each other. If the brainwashing effect is not very good, there will not be such annoying things as the night of genocide. Everyone go down and get ready. I emphasize this again. I don't want to see any conflict with the ninjas of our village on the battlefield. Otherwise, don't blame me for being indiscriminate and ruthless. The clan leader's last words were very serious. He was ready to place all his hopes on Tsunade. Chapter 113. Pursued. 2 days later, ninja troops gathered at the gate of Konoha again. There is no commander this time, and Tsunade will be in charge of the front line. Uchiha was the only clan whose clan leader went on the expedition, while the other Konoha clans only sent their elite clan members. The various clans are clearly divided, with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans having the largest populations. The Uchiha clan leader personally led the team. He really invested a lot of money. Although the Hyuga clan also sent out many elite soldiers, the clan leader had no intention of joining the war. Their status in Konoha is much stronger than that of the Uchiha. The so-called Konoha high-level officials also have a place for their clan leader. Okay, mind your own business. The leader of Hyuga glanced over at Uchiha, wondering what he was thinking. The Hyuga clan's position in Konoha has already been consolidated, so naturally there is no need for them to fight so hard. On the battlefield, their white eyes are the best radar, which is why they are always active in the war. Although the clan rules of the branch house restrict the development of the family, this is probably also an important reason why the Hyuga clan is not too guarded against by those in power. As one of the 3 major dojutsu along with Sharingan, the Hyuga clan is in a much better situation than the Uchiha. Uncle, there are quite a few people from the Hyuga clan this time. Fugaku stood beside the clan leader and spoke quietly. What's the use of having more people? Strength speaks louder than words on the battlefield. The Uchiha chieftain didn't even glance at the Hyuga clan, his entire body exuding a strong sense of self-confidence. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan have been fighting openly and secretly for a long time. Hyuga relied on his high status in the village to make things difficult for the Uchiha clan. He even scoffed at the traditions of their branch house. It is difficult to produce a master from such a Hyuga. Uncle, do we have to follow Hatake Chuanfeng's instructions when we go there? Fugaku changed the subject. The Hyuga clan was not his concern for the time being. In the original novel, he had no time to worry about it, as the internal conflicts had already exhausted him. You're right. Don't be petty. He is no longer the same as before. There was something behind the words of the Uchiha clan leader. Chuanfong's current record meant that he would have a great say in Konoha. Coupled with his relationship with Tsunade, the importance of this person is self-evident. I know. I'll try my best. Fugaku's eyes were determined, yet a little confused. Advertisement. I have practiced very hard, but I still haven't found a way to take Sharingan further. You are very talented. You will definitely reach that level in time. Don't rush it. The Uchiha chieftain showed his kind side and patted Fugaku on the shoulder, a rare gesture. As the clan leader, he had naturally seen the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan's Nanga shrine, but he did not understand much of the description of the opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. While the Sharingan requires strong emotions to activate, the Mangekyo requires even stronger stimulation. He couldn't understand this stronger stimulation. How strong of a stimulation would be considered enough? If Chuanfong were here, he might tell him directly. It's probably exciting enough if you go. After all, as Fugaku's only relative, the uncle has always played the role of the father. Fugaku nodded without saying anything else, determined in his heart that he would never let his uncle down. The rest of the family members were chatting among themselves, but the civilian ninjas were much more obedient and few of them whispered to each other. The one wearing goggles is from the Aburame clan, and the one with the big dog is from the Inuzuka clan. This time, Konoha had sent out all its elite troops, and no one gave the order to set off. The Uchiha and Hyuga advanced first, and the other families followed suit. Finally, there are the largest number of ordinary ninjas, who consciously follow behind these family ninjas. Class is something that is difficult to transcend in any world. Konoha's support force officially set off. The wounded soldiers from Konoha in the Land of Wind also went ahead, and the front team had probably already entered the territory of the Land of Rain. Chuanfong and his team set off with the last batch of wounded soldiers. Shuamao had been accompanying Dai for more than a day. I'm afraid Onoki has reached the border of the Land of Birds. We have to be more careful. Chuanfong didn't look very happy. At the current speed, if Onoki wanted to catch up, the two sides would definitely have to fight. And this is exactly the thing he least wants to encounter now. There is no way. There are too many wounded. I can't leave them behind. Tsunade said this because someone suggested abandoning some of the wounded to speed up the evacuation. But she refused without hesitation. You did nothing wrong. Chuanfong didn't think that person's suggestion was wrong, nor did he think that Tsunade did anything wrong. It's just a different choice between people. One is considering the overall situation, and the other is unwilling to abandon his comrades. Advertisement. What's wrong with that? Alas, we can only fight against the enemy with our own army and cover the water with earth. Tsunade told Chomei to report at any time if she sensed the aura of a tailed beast, which could also serve as an alarm. Rock Shinobi may not come. Chuanfong saw that Tsunade was feeling a little down again, so he comforted her and even smiled a little. It's very likely that he will come. Tsunade was unwilling to deceive himself. Since Iwagakure chose to attack, it was basically impossible for him to miss this good opportunity. I'm here. Chuanfong couldn't say anything to comfort her at this time, so he quietly held Tsunade's hand in his. Even if the sky falls, he will hold it up. Thinking of Onoki, the old man who could fly, Chuanfong was a little scared. If he could use dust release, he would die. Although in the original work, Onoki's dust release could not hit anyone, Chuanfong did not dare to bet on his accuracy. Once hit, it will separate into atoms and turn into ashes. Who wouldn't be scared? At this time, Onoki was meeting with Han, and this time he did not bring Lao Zi out. It's better to let that stubborn guy stay at home. The two of them have different personalities and it would be a torture to have him around during battles. Han's injuries had almost healed by now, and he sat on the bed with no expression of pain. Might use the forbidden technique, and both of you will be injured? There was some disbelief in Onoki's words. This is Jinchuriki, not a kitten or a puppy. How could a Konoha ninja whose name had never been heard of before the war be beaten and lie in bed for so many days without moving? Yes, third generation lord. Han lowered his head in embarrassment, feeling a little embarrassed. Not only did he fail to capture Konoha's supply camp, but he almost caused the tailed beast to go berserk. His performance was truly terrible. Konoha is really full of talented people. Onoki's brows furrowed, and he became more determined to bite off a piece of Konoha's flesh. If there is no restriction on this, won't Konoha be shitting on its own head? Where are the people from Konoha? Onoki asked, and someone nearby answered. We have evacuated the wounded to the rain country. It's too late to leave now. Set off. Onoki made a quick decision, and his small body flew into the air and was out of the door of the earthen house in the blink of an eye. Han also stood up and followed him out. With the third generation leading the team, he was confident that he could defeat Konoha's team. Chapter 114 Chuanfong vs Onoki. Here I come. Tsunade suddenly stopped, and Chomei felt the breath of Five Tails Kakuo. And it was getting closer, which meant that the Iwagakure ninjas were approaching quickly. Which direction? Right ahead. Tsunade quickly answered Chuanfeng's question according to Chomei's induction. Someone, follow me. Chuanfong gave the order directly, and Tsunade and a group of ninjas rushed to the right front. This is to buy time for the wounded. Otherwise, when Rock Shinobi catches up, these wounded people may not survive. Can you see it? Tsunade looked at the Hyuga clan ninja behind him with his eyes open. Yes. About 9 kilometers, no more than 100 people. The Hyuga clan ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately not many people came. He had already made plans to destroy his own eyes before dying in battle. Keep watching. Chuanfeng's expression remained serious. The small number of people showed that they came in a hurry, but they were all elites. Yes, Master Chuanfeng. Veins bulged around the eyes of the Hyuga ninja, and he stared at the direction where the rock shinobi was coming. The Konoha shinobi were all ready to fight, and each of them was full of murderous intent. Those who can survive the war are all Konoha's elite ninjas, there are no weak ones. Chuanfeng is on full alert, and rock shinobi is also ready. Han also felt Chomei's presence, and it was getting closer. Third generation sir, the Konoha shinobi is coming. It's good that you came, it saves me from having to look for them. Onoki was flying in the air, and he was quite appreciative of Konoha's behavior. Because they did not abandon the wounded and leave alone. The difference in numbers between the two sides was not too big, and after a while, the other side's figures were visible. A gust of wind blew and yellow sand filled the sky. The battle between Konoha and Iwagakure is about to begin. Chuanfeng stood at the front of the team, with Tsunade half a body length away from him. Only 100 meters away on the other side, Onoki was flying in front of Rock Shinobi. Princess Katsuyu, I didn't expect you and Konoha would be capable of plunder. Onoki made a sarcastic remark, implying that she had stolen the 7 tails from Takigakure village. Short old man, that was given to them by my grandfather, so what if I take it back? Advertisement Tsunade's momentum is not inferior at all. Sharp-tongued. Onoki was furious. With his status in the land of Earth, who would dare to mock his height? Let's see the truth in our hands. Chuanfeng is just talking nonsense. You can't avoid the fight by just talking nonsense. Just what I want. Dust release. Original world separation technique. After Onoki made a seal, he spread his hands and a translucent barrier appeared in his hands. Quickly escape. Chuanfeng knew how powerful he was, so he shouted and pulled Tsunade out instantly. The barrier in Onoki's hand formed a cone and blasted towards everyone. The dust release technique has a long pre-swing and the flying speed is not very fast. The Konoha ninjas all dodged it after Chuanfeng reminded them. Then a huge explosion blew a huge hole in the yellow sand. Superior. Chuanfeng instantly turned on Sage Mode and rushed towards Onoki with lightning flashing all over his body. Tsunade and Han faced off, and the battle between the Jinchuriki broke away from the main group. Both of them were afraid of hurting their own people, after all, Tailed Beast Bomb has no eyes. Konoha Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are fighting each other. Swordsmanship, Fire and Thunder God. Chuanfeng started with his ultimate move, and third Tsuchikage had no time to deal with it slowly. Watching Chuanfeng attacking him like a flaming thunder dragon. Onoki's expression remained unchanged, he had seen all kinds of ninjas. Earth style, rock arms. Suddenly, a huge rock arm stretched out from the yellow sand and completely covered the Onoki. That won't stop me. Chuanfeng cut the rock arm into pieces in an instant and was already in front of Onoki. In the next second his sword could penetrate Onoki's neck. Earth style, weighted rock technique. Onoki fell to the ground like a huge weight, creating a deep pit in the yellow sand. Is this possible? Chuanfeng was a little stunned, and he brushed past Onoki without causing him any harm. As expected of a Kage-level warrior who emerged from the battle, his application and understanding of his own skills have reached the pinnacle. Earth style, Yan Quan technique. Onoki has a ferocious look, but with his big nose, he actually looks a bit funny. His right hand turned into a solid rock fist, increasing its hardness and weight, and he delivered a powerful blow to Chuanfeng. In a hurry, Chuanfeng slashed forward with his sword. Advertisement the rock in Onoki's hand shattered, and Chuanfeng was also knocked back by the force of the punch. Taking advantage of this time, Onoki flew into the air again, trying to create some distance between himself and Chuanfeng. No matter how fast he is, if he can't fly, he can only stare at himself in a daze. So you want to get rid of me? Chuanfeng saw through Onoki's intention, squatted slightly with his right leg, and the lightning under his feet became more dazzling. One flash of thunder, 9 consecutive strikes. He exerted force with his right leg, and the yellow sand on the ground turned black. Chuanfeng's figure flashed back and forth in the air, and in the blink of an eye he was close to Onoki. Dust release. Limit separation technique. Onoki's face was filled with horror, he didn't expect Chuanfeng to be able to perform combos in the air with his speed. He used the fastest seal-making speed in his life to unfold a huge translucent barrier in his hand. Any object that approached the limit stripping technique would be reduced to atomic state. Old man. Chuanfeng's face suddenly changed. The moment he saw the barrier, he knew something was wrong. He quickly turned around and wiped out the edge of the barrier. After landing, he found that a piece of flesh on his right arm was missing. What a troublesome ability. Cursing softly, showing no sign of pain at all, Chuanfeng summoned Katsuyu Sage. Under the dual effects of his own healing ability and Katsuyu Sage, his right arm quickly returned to normal. Earth-style gangly technique. At this moment, Onoki used hand seals to summon a giant rock monster, and he controlled the giant rock monster in midair to attack Chuanfeng. The rock monster took a few steps to Chuanfeng's side and opened his big hand to grab Chuanfeng. Onoki had a serious look on his face, staring closely at Chuanfeng's movements. As long as he was caught, he would immediately use Dust Escape to kill Chuanfeng. The old man has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Chuanfong dodged the rock monster's huge hand in an instant and came behind him. Swordsmanship, Hymn of Death. The lightning chakra on the blade became more condensed, and Chuanfong chopped the rock monster on the forehead with the sword. It was not as powerful as imagined, it was unable to move after only cutting halfway. In the original work, this technique was combined with Gaara's, Karula's shield, to block Madara's Yasukani no Magatama, which shows that its defensive power is extraordinary. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. When Onoki saw that Chuanfeng's sword was stuck, he naturally would not miss this great opportunity. With open hands, he fired a cylindrical dust release. The barrier was so large that it could easily swallow Chuanfong. After all, the rock monster is not a living being, and it can still move freely even if it is hit on the head. The huge hands were about to slap Chuanfong. If they really hit him, Chuanfong would end up no better than a fly. I'll give you the sword. Chuanfong wisely let go and walked out immediately. It's just a sword. I'll go back and ask my friend to make one for me, but I still feel so sad. Sage Art, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Don't think I can't do anything to you in heaven. Chapter 115 Han's rescue. Onoki's dust release hit the rock monster accurately. The rock giant turned into nothingness in the translucent barrier, and Chuanfeng's sword was naturally not spared. In an instant, only a few rock debris that were not affected by the dust release fell to the ground. Chuanfeng's 9 Heavens Divine Thunder also fell from the sky, and Onoki's dust release had just been released, leaving him no time to dodge. His face changed drastically as he watched the lightning as thick as his arm about to strike his head. He only had time to cover his body with a thick layer of rock and wrap himself up tightly. He used the weighted rock technique again and quickly fell to the ground. The speed was even faster than before. Unfortunately, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than lightning. It was struck by lightning before it fell halfway. Ah, a scream was heard, and no expression could be seen on the rock-covered face, but Chuanfong felt that it would definitely be exciting. Old man, fly another one for me to see, Thunderfist. Chuanfong exerted force with his feet. The yellow sand on the ground turned charred black, and he disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. Pay for my sword. The punch hit Onoki hard. The charred rocks on Onoki's body that were struck by lightning shattered with a sound. The whole person was knocked away, and there was flashing lightning on his body. After landing, he rolled several times before revealing his figure. His clothes were tattered and his face was charred. Cough, as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Onoki half knelt on the ground, Chuanfeng's lightning chakra surging in his body, and for a moment he couldn't even stand up. Don't be fooled by the old man's short stature. The defensive power he has gained through practicing Earth style is truly extraordinary. He is not dead yet. You're very resistant. Seeing that he hadn't killed Onoki yet, Chuanfong dodged and stuck to him again. Even if we can't kill this old guy, at least we can cripple him. Third generation adults. When Han saw Onoki's miserable condition, he was stunned for a moment and became extremely anxious. He didn't expect that the third generation adults were no match for Hatake Chuanfong. The intelligence only said that he was incredibly strong in swordsmanship, but who knew that his lightning style was also so awesome. Han, who had already transformed into a half-tailed beast, had no time to care about Tsunade's existence. He opened his mouth and fired a huge-tailed beast bomb at Chuanfong. Tried to save Onoki's life. HMPH, you still have the mind to care about others. Advertisement. Tsunade snorted coldly. She was naturally not worried about how much threat the tailed beast bomb would pose to Chuanfong. The battle between the two was originally evenly matched, but now Han's rescue of Onoki reveals a huge flaw. With the blessing of 7 tails, a more powerful tailed beast chakra emerged from Tsunade's body, and his whole body was glowing bright red. It flapped its wings, leaving only a red afterimage, and instantly appeared behind Han. Death Kick. Ever since Tsunade kicked Shukaku, she seemed to have fallen in love with this way of attack, and she kicked Han directly in the lower part of his body with a fierce kick. Ouch! Han, who had just unleashed the tailed beast bomb, screamed. As soon as old wounds heal, new ones arise. Han and Kakuo rose into the air like a rocket. Are all the ninjas in Konoha so despicable? You are still a woman, don't you feel guilty for doing this? Kakuo endured the pain and cursed wildly inside Han's body. In just a few days, my anus has been hit twice. I really don't like this. All I encountered after following Han was some unspeakable pain. At this time, Chuanfong also saw the incoming tailed beast bomb. I can only temporarily give up this great opportunity to kill Onoki. There were no weapons in hand, and behind him was the area where ninjas from both sides were fighting. It would not be difficult for him to dodge, but what about the Konoha shinobi behind him? Chuanfong made a decision in a moment. Even if he was unarmed, what could the tailed beast bomb do to him? He turned around in time, his footsteps tapping lightly on the ground, seemingly without using any effort. Boom! The ground within dozens of meters around his toes shook violently. A shocking huge pit suddenly appeared in front of Onoki, and he stumbled and fell into the pit. Having a mouth full of sand, one can feel extremely miserable. The airwaves caused by high-speed movement stir up sand and dust. Chuanfeng's figure flashed, and he faced the tailed beast bomb head-on with lightning. The ninjas from both sides behind him left their positions in panic. God knows if he can block this tailed beast bomb. Even the ninjas of Konoha didn't dare to gamble, as they had never witnessed Chuanfong's powerful blow to the tailed beast bomb. Naturally, he didn't have the blind confidence that Tsunade had in Chuanfong. Sage Art, Thunder-style collapse fist. Chuanfong gathered a large amount of chakra in his right hand, and he raised his fist. His figure seemed so small in front of the tailed beast bomb. Are you crazy? It will kill people? Advertisement? Katsuyu Sage screamed over his shoulder. She had never seen anyone catch a tailed beast bomb with a fist before. Believe me, Chuanfeng's words were full of strong confidence, even though his defense was not as good as the third rankage. But he doesn't think he is inferior in terms of attack power. I can't die, don't joke with your life, if it gets blown up. Before Katsuyu Sage could finish his words, Chuanfeng's fist had already hit the tailed beast bomb. The powerful and violent thunder attribute chakra and tailed beast bomb collided. Boom, a huge roar was heard, and the airwaves from the center of the explosion surrounded the surrounding area with sand and dust. The weaker ninjas staggered and were unable to stand steadily. For a moment, no one could see the figure in their sight. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and Chuanfeng's figure appeared in everyone's sight. The ninjas on both sides did not continue to fight desperately at this time, and looked at Chuanfong with disbelief in their eyes. The man stood there, unharmed. Hurry up, hurry up. Tsunade is looking at me. Chuanfong turned his back to everyone and whispered to the Katsuyu Sage on his shoulder. Where's your heroic spirit just now? Katsuyu the Immortal was mocking, but he was still doing practical work. The chakra in the body is poured into Chuanfeng's body for free. The power is indeed enough to blow up the tailed beast bomb with one punch. It's a pity that the defense is still a little lacking, if Chuanfong comes head on. Everyone can see the wounds on his front and his torn clothes. Even her smooth hair had become a mess. Lord Chuanfong is invincible. I don't know which Konoha shinobi was flattering me, but he roared and rushed towards the rock shinobi on the opposite side. The chaotic fight between the ninjas of both sides started again after the danger of tailed beast bomb was resolved. Chuanfong recovered soon and all the wounds on his body were healed. The healing ability under Sage Mode is indeed powerful. However, after consuming a large amount of Senjutsu chakra, Sage Mode could no longer be maintained and Chuanfong returned to normal. Fortunately, Onoki fell into a big pit, otherwise his old waist would not be able to withstand the explosion so close to him. At this time, it regained its normal mobility and left the pit immediately without flying into the sky again. I was scared by being struck by lightning and felt very afraid. Tsunade didn't pay any attention to the situation here. At this moment, she had already caught up with Han who was about to land in the air. This is the perfect opportunity to kick the shit out of someone when they're down. Chapter 116 Rampage. Han's will was already a little fuzzy at this point, and Chomei's chakra was constantly destroying his body. Compared to Day's 1,000 years of death, his internal injuries this time were more serious. Han, leave it to me. I'm here to avenge you. Seeing an opportunity, Kakuo endured the pain and seduced again. I don't want to stay in this body anymore. This time, as long as I can control my body, I will devour him no matter what. No, you can. Han still had this last bit of obsession in his heart, but it was of no avail. Haha, maybe. Kakuo laughed wildly and broke Han's last line of defense. Han's half-tailed beast mode adds another variable, and the chakra in his body is no longer under control. Ah, Han shouted unconsciously, and his body began to visibly swell. The tailed beast chakra then began to rage, and the temperature in the air began to rise. A moment later, a white beast with 5 horns appeared in front of Tsunade. The complete form of the tailed beast, Kakuo is already out. Haha, I finally got out. Woman, I won't let you go. Kakuo spoke in human language, his huge mouth opened almost to his throat. His eyes were fixed on Tsunade rushing towards him, and his butt was still aching. Woo woo, Kakuo's eyes revealed a cruel look and he landed quickly. The hind hooves exerted force, leaving 2 deep marks on the spot. High-temperature steam emanated from his body, and his speed increased, rushing towards Tsunade with the sound of a train. Be careful, Kakuo is very powerful. Chomei saw Kakuo lower his head slightly, with the horns on his head pointed at Tsunade, and he provided information from within. I know. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, she wanted to see how strong was. The chakra on the wings shone brightly, and the speed increased again. Not retreating or shying away, she wanted to experience Kakuo's power for herself. Heavenly feet hurt. Tsunade's right foot slammed hard into the empty space in the middle of Kakuo's 5-pointer. Ouch, Kakuo screamed, feeling dizzy from the kick. With a flick of his head, blood splattered everywhere and Tsunade was thrown far away. Bang! Advertisement. Tsunade fell heavily to the ground, with a fist-sized bloody hole on her right leg. It's stronger than before. Ignoring the wound on his leg, Tsunade stood up. The wound was already healing slowly. Ninja art. Meiotic regeneration has done what it was supposed to do. I've told you, but you didn't listen. Is this all right now? FK. Where's your wound? Chomei, who didn't have much experience, made a fuss inside Tsunade. The previous battles against Shukaku were all minor injuries, and Tsunade was too disdainful to use ninja art, meiotic regeneration. It's strange to see something new. Tsunade didn't have time to deal with this chatterbox. Kakuo was now awake, shaking his head, his eyes clear again. Hateful. Tsunade knew what Kakuo was planning when he saw a large amount of chakra begin to gather as he opened his mouth. It's just a tailed beast bomb, who can't be bullied? Chome fulfilled the duties of a power bank very well, providing a massive amount of chakra without saying a word. Tsunade completes the transformation into half-tailed beast form. Two tailed beast bombs collided in midair. The huge explosion startled the ninjas on both sides. It's really a blessing. Even when fighting desperately, you have to be careful of the tailed beast bomb's attack. Having already experienced this once, the ninjas from both sides recovered after a moment. Ignoring the explosion of the tailed beast bomb, they continued to fight. Onoki had already noticed this big commotion, but he was being stared at by Chuanfong and was unable to rescue Han for the time being. Instead, he placed his hopes on Tsunade, hoping that she could subdue Five Tails, so that Han would still have a chance of survival. As for whether he could still rescue Han from Tsunade, that was not something he was considering for the time being. He couldn't accept the consequence of losing a Jinchuriki. Are you still alive? Chuanfong twisted his neck. Although he lost his sage mode, his condition was not greatly affected. It's just that the image isn't very pretty, but it's still better than Onoki. This old man can now ask for more rice just by taking a bowl out. You're not dead either. Onoki verbally did not want to be ridiculed by Chuanfong, but his expression was hard to see on his dark face. I'll take you away right now. Chuanfong raised his hand and a tiny piece of chinban appeared. One by one, the 1,000 poles flew towards Onoki with a sound of breaking through the air. He could have easily blocked this with a wall of earth, but Onoki dodged it. Obviously he had information about this. Earth style, Yellow Spring Swamp, advertisement. After Onoki performed hand seals, the ground beneath Chuanfeng's feet turned into liquid, forming a huge swamp, and his calves were swallowed up in an instant. Earth style, clay falling from the sky. When Onoki saw that Chuanfeng's legs were imprisoned by him, he couldn't help but feel proud and cast the spell again. A space hole opened above Chuanfeng's head, and a large amount of clay fell from it and poured towards him. As long as he is trapped by the clay, Onoki can burn Chuanfeng into mud by just following up with a fire style. Who do you look down on? Chuanfeng didn't even bother to struggle, and instantly disappeared into the swamp after activating Flying Thunder God. When he reappeared, he was already at the place where Onoki had just stood. Take my punch. Without stopping, Chuanfeng rushed directly towards Onoki. Earth-style super heavy rock technique. Onoki did not choose to dodge. Chuanfeng was much faster than him. His right hand once again turned into a hard rock fist, and with the help of the super heavy rock technique, it was incredibly powerful. The two men's fists collided, and the rock fist shattered again. However, Chuanfeng felt a huge recoil force, but his body was not knocked away. There was a sweet taste in the mouth, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of the mouth. Already injured. Do you feel that your body has become heavier? Onoki was not angry because his rock fist was broken. Lightning style restrains earth style, which was within his expectations. The real purpose is to increase Chuanfeng's weight and reduce his speed. This way he could get away and go to support Han. Onoki glanced in Kokuo's direction as he spoke. The two complete-tailed beasts fought fiercely. Kakuo couldn't hit Chome, who was flying in the air, so he could only keep firing tailed beast bombs. The battlefield environment over there is simply too harsh. That's a good calculation. Chuanfeng felt the mobility of his limbs. They could move, but their speed was definitely greatly affected. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and the injury had recovered. I don't have time to bother with you. Onoki felt that Kokuo's tailed beast chakra was becoming more and more violent. If it continued like this, Han would surely die. Even if he is rescued now, his lifespan has been greatly affected, but at least being able to live is a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Onoki took off into the air and headed towards Kokuo's place. People become more sophisticated as they age. Chuanfeng tried to run. It wasn't very slow, but compared to his usual speed, it was a snail's pace. Looking at Onoki's figure in the air, I really want to chop him down again. You don't have enough senjutsu chakra, don't even think about it. The Katsuyu immortal seemed to know what Chuanfeng was thinking. Forget it, I'll go check on Tsunade. Chuanfeng casts Flying Thunder God and then gets on Chome's back. Chapter 117 Mystic Scroll. Chome was flying well, but suddenly she felt under pressure. My whole body fell towards the ground, and I finally regained my balance and flew up again. He was almost hit by Kokuo's tailed beast bomb. How did you get so heavy? Chome opened her mouth and Tsunade's voice came through. This is a huge difference from the weight that was on me before. I was tricked by that old guy third Tsuchikage. The chakra of this technique is very strange. I can't expel it for now. Chuanfeng tried to unlock the weighted rock technique but failed. He could only wait for the strange chakra in his body to slowly dissipate. I don't have time to help you right now. Kakuo is going crazy. Unable to avenge the ALR **** and unable to find someone to vent his anger on, Kakuo would go crazy. Onoki is coming. Chuanfeng looked at the short old man with a red nose floating over and reminded Tsunade. Suddenly it occurred to me that I could fly now. Fly over and FK him. FK you. Tsunade retorted to him in annoyance, and Kokuo's tailed beast bomb flew past Chome's wings. If Onoki hadn't run fast, this tailed beast bomb would have been a reward for him. Think about how to deal with Kakuo. Tsunade knew that if Kakuo wasn't dealt with now, it would be bad for everyone present. Especially the ordinary ninjas on both sides, they would be wiped out in just a few tailed beast bombs. I'll try to think of a way. Chuanfong had no good ideas for a moment. His sage mode couldn't be maintained long enough, and the most effective ninjutsu to suppress the tailed beasts could no longer be used. Not to mention that his current speed was restricted by Onoki's ninjutsu, which really gave him a headache. Onoki was looking at Kakuo in the air. The larger tailed beasts were very suitable for him to use dust release. But Kakuo is a Han now, and no one will survive after using dust release. After thinking for a moment, Onoki came up with a bold idea. Hatake Chuanfong. What is it? Chuanfong looked at Onoki with a bad expression. This old guy actually plotted against him. Let's talk about it. Onoki was also unwilling to accept this. After all, he almost died at the hands of Chuanfong. Han's current state can be said to be caused by himself. What to talk about? Chuanfong already had some guesses, but these guesses were a bit unbelievable and he didn't dare to confirm them. We'll deal with Kakuo together, and I'll take Han. Let you return safely to the Fire Nation. Advertisement. How about this condition? Onoki caught Tsunade's psychology. Chomei was already somewhat tempted, but with the two countries at war, she did not dare to easily believe Onoki's words. After we get rid of you, we can still return to the Fire Nation safely. Chuanfong refused outright. How could it be possible that he could be bribed with just such a small benefit? If you say that, I'll turn around and leave. I won't save Han. I will take your surname if you, the people of Konoha, can successfully reach the Land of Fire. Onoki's attitude is very tough. If the situation is really hopeless, he can only retreat with Rock Shinobi. Then he will focus all his efforts on attacking Konoha's retreating troops. Even if we can't kill them all, at least we can save all the wounded. Oh, you're old now, you shouldn't get angry so easily. Chuanfong saw that Onoki didn't seem to be joking, so his attitude softened. Onoki was determined to leave, and in his current state he really couldn't stay. It's not like this matter can't be discussed, but why should I believe you? Chomei and Onoki were still dodging the tailed beast bomb, only Chuanfong was the most leisurely. Do you think I'll have time to chase you guys after I return with Jinchuriki? What Onoki said was true. Even if you bring a runaway Jinchuriki back, not everyone can suppress him. In order to help Han return to normal, the Sealing Squad and Onoki must suppress it personally. You know the value of Jinchuriki. If you Iwagakure is short of a Jinchuriki. So what if all our retreating troops died? Seeing that there was room for a turnaround, Chuanfong started to act tough again. In fact, it's just 3 words. Want benefits. Your own sword is precious, and even if you have a large family and wealth, you will still feel sorry for it. How can I support Tsunade, this big fat sheep, if I am not frugal? This guy really pretends to be so serious. Chomei is communicating with Tsunade's consciousness. Shut your mouth. Tsunade was already annoyed by Kokuo's mindless attacks. What do you want? Onoki's heart bleeds as he looks at Kakuo. The longer it drags on, the greater the damage to Han. As for me, my requirements are not high. I want your Earth-style secret technique. Chuanfong asked for a huge sum of money, saying that money is just a worldly possession. He was attracted by the light and heavy rock technique of 3rd Tsuchikage. One can fly, and the other can increase one's own strength if used properly. They are all good auxiliary skills. Advertisement. As for dust release, that thing is his lifeblood. If he tells it out, Chuanfong is afraid that Onoki will just turn around and leave. Don't even think about it. Onoki flatly refused, saying that no one in the entire Iwagakure knew his secret technique. 2 ninjutsu for 1 Jinchuriki, you're not at a loss anyway. And I'm afraid your technique isn't that easy to learn. Chuanfong saw that Onoki had no intention of leaving, so he continued to lobby. People without talent simply can't learn. Onoki is very confident. He has confidence in his own skills. Even if you learn it, it is difficult to apply it to his level. Then why are you worried? You got a good deal by trading 2 jutsu that no one else can learn for the Jinchuriki. Chuanfong followed Onoki's words and climbed up. Look at Kokuo's condition, how long can he last? What Onoki was most worried about was the safety of the Jinchuriki. Kokuo's eyes were already bloodshot. Never mind, here you go. Onoki took out 2 scrolls and threw them to Chuanfong. Chuanfong took it, not afraid that he would do anything to him. Without his help, Onoki, who didn't dare to use dust release, had basically no chance of dealing with the tailed beast in his current ghost state. Happy. Although he has not learned these 2 ninjutsu, Chuanfong has seen enough ninjutsu. There is nothing wrong with the ninjutsu formula on the scroll, it should be true. If Onoki still had a fake ninjutsu scroll with him in such a hurry, he would have admitted defeat. Then let's do it. I'll restrain Kokuo's movements. Onoki and Chomei still kept a long distance, as they had to be on guard against others. As a man who has experienced many battles, he naturally would not forget this. Untie. Onoki made a seal with one hand, and Chuanfong felt the strange chakra in his body disappear. His body had regained its lightness, and it was a bit troublesome to fight Kakuo in that state just now. He had no interest in thanking her, as this was what Onoki was supposed to do. The 2 sides temporarily reached an agreement, and Chuanfong obtained the 2 secret techniques of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Earth Style, Yellow Spring Swamp. Onoki used the ninjutsu that he had just used against Chuanfong. A large area of swamp appeared under Kokuo's feet, and without the flying thunder god, his 4 legs were quickly swallowed up. Remember to hold back. Onoki specifically warned Chuanfong and Tsunade, fearing that they might kill Kakuo with one blow. Then his scroll was given away for nothing. If such a situation really happens, he will choose to escape at the first moment. Because Chuanfong and Tsunade's next target would be him, Onoki had not relaxed his vigilance until now. To Han, he had done his best. Advertisement Chapter 118 Friendly Cooperation. Kakuo, whose movements were restricted, seemed even more manic. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and now half of his body was swallowed up by the swamp. A larger-tailed beast bomb condensed in his mouth, and the amount of chakra emanating from it was frightening. This tailed beast bomb takes longer to condense, is larger in size, and is naturally more powerful. The tailed beast bomb was aimed directly at Onoki. Although his mind was affected by anger, he still clearly found the culprit who restricted his actions. Hurry up! When Onoki saw the huge tailed beast bomb coming out of Kokuo's mouth, he used dust release without thinking. At this moment, Chuanfong and Tsunade seemed to be just watching the fun, and they didn't want to do anything even after receiving the benefits. It was flying slowly in the air, showing no sign of attacking Kakuo. Do you think we should kill him? Chuanfong communicated quietly with Tsunade, with a meaningful smile on his face, but without any guilt. There is no rule that you have to work if you receive bribes. Onoki is the 3rd Tsuchikage, a serious enemy. Or he was the top leader of Iwagakure, and the tempting idea of getting rid of him had always been lingering in Chuanfeng's mind. Dust release. Original world separation technique. After Onoki formed a hand seal, his dust release collided with the tailed beast bomb, causing a violent explosion. The ninjas on both sides of the battlefield were already used to it and didn't even bother to observe. Onoki now gave Chome a puzzled look and took a few steps back without making a sound. He was ready to evacuate at any time, and Chuanfeng's smile seemed to have other intentions. Come on, this old man is as cunning as a monkey. Look at his position. Tsunade flew towards Kakuo with Chuanfong, and she saw Onoki's movements clearly. As long as I fight Chuanfong, he will definitely run faster than a rabbit. Then Konoha's evacuation team will suffer a devastating blow from Iwagakure. He's really a tough guy. He's still on guard against us even at this time. Chuanfong immediately dismissed the idea. It wasn't a big deal to have friendly cooperation, but he couldn't stop feeling regretful. Yes. Chome roared, suddenly increased his speed, and used the huge horns on his head to hit Kokuo's head. Kakuo discovered Chome's intention and fired another tailed beast bomb. Chome was agile and flapped her wings to avoid it. Hoo-hoo, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, Chome dived down. Advertisement Chuanfong was wrapped in lightning and jumped off him. However, he still had some energy left to prevent Onoki from taking the opportunity to kill Jinchuriki without caring about his safety. Fortunately, Onoki was only interested in saving Han and did not stab him in the back. He stood in midair with a solemn expression, without making any movement, hoping very much that Kakuo could be knocked down. Bang! Chome's giant horn hit Kokuo's head, and Chuanfong followed up with a heavy kick to his side. Ouch! Kakuo screamed in pain. He was restricted by the swamp and couldn't use the force to escape from the heavy blows. As soon as his head dropped, he passed out. If Chuanfong and Tsunade hadn't held back, this combined attack would have been enough to send Kakuo back to nature and start growing again. Done. Chuanfong spoke in a light tone. It was so easy to deal with the immobilized tailed beasts. Tap your toes on Kokuo's back and then back on Chome's back. Hash plus hash equals. Onoki was delighted when he saw this, and he formed seals with his hands, and the swamp returned to normal. Immediately lower the altitude and fly towards Kakuo. Onoki is coming. Seeing Onoki flying over, Chuanfong gave a warning. With a hint of defensiveness in it, Tsunade stops transforming into a complete tailed beast and returns to human form. Chuanfong also landed on the ground and stood beside Tsunade. I'll give him a hand. 4-symbol seal. Tsunade said as he walked to Kakuo, formed a seal and placed one hand on Kokuo's body, then injected a large amount of chakra into him. Instantly, Kokuo's body began to shrink, gradually revealing the unconscious Han. Onoki will thank you. Chuanfong saw Tsunade's intention and joked with a smile, saying that this spendthrift woman still had some brains. Haha, let's cooperate, this is what I should do. Tsunade withdrew her hand, looked back and smiled, and this scene was engraved in Chuanfeng's heart. It is so beautiful that it cannot be described in words. What did you do? Soon, Onoki landed across from the two of them, separated by Han. He saw the 4-symbol sealing spell on Han's abdomen at a glance and became furious instantly. He was aware of Tsunade's little actions. This way, Kakuo won't come out to cause trouble. Advertisement Tsunade still had a smile on her face, not taking Onoki's anger seriously. If there is a chance to face Han again in the future and the seal of the 4 symbols is released, there is a high possibility that Kakuo will go berserk. Unless Iwagakure has the ability to remove the 4-symbol seal, it means that Tsunade holds the key to controlling the tailed beast's rampage. How could Onoki not be angry at such a small action? This is a free service from us, so you don't have to be polite. Take him away quickly. If anyone dies, don't blame us if you delay any longer. Chuanfong looked at Onoki with an indifferent expression, waved his hand and told him to evacuate quickly with his men. He was already very happy in his heart. The Uzumaki clan's seal was the best in the ninja world, and the possibility of Iwagakure breaking it was almost zero. Onoki looked at Chuanfong hatefully for a few times and said nothing more. He could only swallow this loss, walked up to the man, and put his hand on the arm of this 2-meter tall and strong man. I didn't see him exert any effort, but he carried Han into the air. His light and heavy rock technique was very useful. Chuanfong praised his own cleverness and was already thinking about who would be suitable to learn these 2 Earth-style secrets. There are so many disciples that it's hard to be partial to one of them. After thinking for a long time, I decided to let them all practice it. If they can't learn it, they can't blame others. He is aware of his own talents. He has a relatively good talent in lightning style, but there is a high probability that he will not be able to perform well in Earth style. Besides, isn't it uncomfortable to ride Tsunade? Phew, that's riding Chome. Chuanfong and Tsunade watched Onoki fly away. The fight on the battlefield was paused as the leaders of both sides joined forces to fight the tailed beasts. They are in a clear confrontation. Just a few $100s a month, why are you fighting for your life? Don't you see that the leaders don't fight? Withdraw. Onoki didn't stop, and at a command, Rock Shinobi retreated backwards. After reaching a certain distance from the Konoha Shinobi, he turned around and quickly followed Onoki's figure in the air. Rock Shinobi, led by Onoki, went to the land of birds, and the pursuit came to an end. Go back. Tsunade saw that many Konoha Shinobi had Katsuyu split bodies hanging on them, and the casualties were very small. She was still very satisfied with the result. Not only did he repel Iwagakure's pursuers, but he also got a handle on them. In a sense, it also strengthened Konoha's strength in disguise. Let's go. Chuanfong watched Tsunade's eyes scanning his naked chest, which was really not a good look. He tore off his combat uniform, leaving only the back, and led the team forward with confidence. It was the first time that Tsunade saw Chuanfong in such a miserable state, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud behind him. Chapter 119 Return to the team. What's so funny? Hurry up and leave. Chuanfong knew that Tsunade was laughing at him, so he glanced back at her and fixed his hair. Haha, that's not funny at all. If Chuanfong in a combat uniform with only his back exposed is 100% funny, then the one trying to lift his hair to save his image is 10,000% funny. Tsunade laughed without restraint. You guys are laughing too. Hurry up and leave. Chuanfong touched the back of his head awkwardly, using the Konoha Shinobi behind him as a punching bag. Yes, Master Chuanfong. The Konoha Shinobi suppressed his laughter and followed Chuanfong and Tsunade to chase after the retreating troops. Do you think Onoki will be mad when he goes back? Chuanfong changed the topic and chatted with Tsunade, and put on a combat uniform contributed by his subordinates. With so many people, they could bring everything. That guy brought 10 sets of combat uniforms in a storage scroll. He's simply a patient with advanced misophobia, but since he brought his own kitchen utensils, he has no right to complain about others, otherwise he would still be shirtless. I don't know if he's mad enough to die, but I know Jinchuriki won't get better anytime soon. Tsunade also checked Han's injuries when she put the 4-symbol seal on him. Even with the top medical ninjas, it would take a long time for him to recover. Haha, even if he gets better, he can't use the power of the tailed beast. Chuanfong knows the power of the 4-symbol seal, but he doesn't know how to break it. If he only relies on the chakra leaked by the tailed beasts, the Jinchuriki's strength will be reduced by half. Next time we meet, I'll make him pay. Tsunade's words were full of confidence, and she would be able to easily control Han if she met him again. But there is another 4-tails Jinchuriki in Iwagakure. You still have to be careful. Chuanfong knew that 4-tails Jinchuriki's strength was probably even higher than Han's. Lao Zi himself possesses the ability of lava style, not relying on Sun Wukong to obtain it. Once he borrows the power of the tailed beast, he can activate lava style chakra mode. In this mode, Lao Zi's attack power and defense will be greatly improved, making him much more difficult to deal with than Han. I know. I'll be careful. Tsunade agreed obediently, which was totally unlike her style. Seeing how obedient she was, Chuanfeng's appetite was aroused. I can't wait to get to the Fire Nation so that I can have the chance to have S*X with her. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last had an intimate moment with Tsunade, and I really miss that kind of exhilarating and exciting S*X. What are you thinking about? Tsunade saw that Chuanfong didn't speak for a long time and just stared at her. But there was a familiar light in his eyes, his face turned red, and he punched Chuanfong. This B***************** D is really hopeless. Advertisement. The defenseless Chuanfong was knocked out by Tsunade's punch, and the Konoha Shinobi behind him were stunned. What is going on? Then everyone looked up at the sky, and some almost hit the trees. Why did you hit me? Chuanfong got up from the ground, caught up with Tsunade and asked harshly. HMPH, you have some idea in your mind. Tsunade didn't buy it at all and was getting tired of it. What's the point? You hit me for no reason. Chuanfong continued to be stubborn and stuck out his neck to prove his innocence. Tsunade didn't continue his words. She looked at him deeply, turned her head and continued walking. I forgive you, please wait for me. a certain shameless person immediately changed his face to a smile and chased after him happily. This time Chuanfong kept a certain safe distance from her. After all, being hit by Tsunade still hurts a lot. It took a little longer than the trip to catch up with the retreating Konoha troops at the border of the Rain Country. He is running for his life, otherwise the speed would not be so fast. Chuanfong saw the two kids, each carrying a wounded person, hurrying along at full speed. The two Konoha shinobi on their backs were almost dragging their feet on the ground. The two little ones bore weight that they shouldn't have to bear at their age. Teacher, master's wife, sister, brother-in-law. Seeing two familiar people appear beside them, the two little ones had happy expressions on their faces. This means that the pursuers have been dealt with by them. The team is safe for the time being. I said my sister and brother-in-law can handle it. Nawaki smiled brightly and offered a flattery, expressing his great trust in the two. Yes, I don't know who almost cried. Minato spoke in a rather ambiguous tone. You're no better than me. Nawaki's face instantly darkened. This little buddy is really not a good person. If you run any faster your pants will fall off. It's none of your business. Chuanfong was very upset. It seemed that these two children grew up a little uncomfortably. What are you arguing about? Each of them gave a slap in the face, which scared the injured people behind the two little ones. Haha, advertisement. Tsunade laughed beside her. She was happy that her brother and Minato had such a good relationship. I got two Earth-style secrets this time. They're pretty powerful. When you get to the Fire Nation, you two should try to see if you can learn it. Chuanfong just followed the two little ones, and the speed of the whole team slowed down. Running so hard is also a huge burden for the injured. The wounded man on his back was carefully placed on the stretcher, and the two little ones were freed. What secret technique is that, brother-in-law? Nawaki was very talented in both Earth-style and Water-style, but Tobirama did not leave any powerful Earth-style ninjutsu. I was also very excited to hear that Chuanfong had achieved such a great Earth-style. In his opinion, the secret technique that Chuanfong said was very powerful must at least be at the level of Flying Thunder God. One of them learned to fly. Chuanfong mentioned one effect of the light and heavy rock technique, which made Nawaki very happy. Is this true? Is it that amazing? Nawaki asked two questions in a row, looking at Chuanfong expectantly without blinking. If I could fly, it would be great to think about it, combined with my grandfather's water style. Really, but it's hard to learn. Prepare yourself mentally. Tsunade answered her brother's question. She still hoped that Nawaki could succeed. Okay, I will try my best. Nawaki encouraged himself and decided to learn no matter how difficult it was. Teacher, am I suitable for these two secret techniques? Minato didn't ask aloud until Nawaki finished speaking. This is the unique secret technique of the third Tsuchikage. As long as you can learn it, it's suitable for you. Chuanfong felt that with Minato's combat intelligence, if he learned these two secret techniques, it would definitely produce unexpected results. How could someone who has mastered Flying Thunder God not understand the effects of increasing and decreasing gravity? Yes, teacher. Minato understood what Chuanfong meant, which was that it depends on talent. If you don't learn, everything you say is false. Don't you want to practice yourself? Tsunade thinks that these two spells have a good auxiliary effect, and Chuanfong himself can also use them. Ahem, I'll try. Chuanfong didn't dare to brag, he knew himself too well. Are you not interested? I remember you have the earth attribute. Tsunade can also use these two secret techniques. Light and heavy rock can increase speed, and heavy rock can increase strength. Combined with her physical skills, the effect is even more prominent. Chapter 120. Onoki's headache. My sister is an idiot at escape techniques. Who told you to speak? Tsunade raised his hand and punched, and Nawaki immediately suffered the consequences for his quick words. Add another big bag on the head. Chuanfong didn't even know this news. Haha, you said you don't bother to use escape techniques. Chuanfong pointed at Tsunade and laughed out loud, then got a big bump on his head. This tells us a truth. When you don't have the absolute throne, don't easily make fun of people you can't afford to defend. Master's wife is still powerful even without the escape technique. Minato's emotional intelligence is really high. Just one sentence made Tsunade very happy. Minato is still obedient. She patted Minato's head with a smile on her face. Two unlucky guys nearby were covering their heads and whispering to each other. You're the only one who dares to ask for something this violent. It's too late for me to stop. What are you two talking about? The sound of Tsunade's gnashing teeth came from behind. The two men felt a chill down their spines, and when they turned around they saw the creepy look in her eyes. Minato, go with master's wife. These two are no good. Tsunade flexed his fists and walked ahead with Minato. Minato turned around and looked at Chuanfong a few times, then seemed to have figured out some key points. He followed Tsunade without hesitation. Gone. This little ungrateful B************** D eats my food and drinks my drinks. Chuanfong felt sad as he watched Minato leave. How could he have raised such an ungrateful person? No wonder Minato, you're on your own, brother-in-law. Nawaki seemed to have his IQ cleared by Tsunade, and instantly felt that he still had to cling to his sister's thighs. This brother-in-law is really a bit embarrassing. It's all thanks to that damn Minato for having good vision. I was blinded by greed at first, so I leaned on Chuanfong. This was simply the worst decision I've ever made. After all, blood is thicker than water. I believe it is not too late to turn back now that I have lost my way. Sister, wait for me. Nawaki yelled, chasing after Tsunade. Chuanfong looked at Nawaki, who was leaving with a confused look on his face. Have I been abandoned? The depressed Chuanfong followed the three people from a distance, watching the adult and two children in front of him chatting and laughing happily. Chuanfong, are you okay? The sudden appearance of Shuamao scared Chuanfong. He must be his brother. Brother. Advertisement. Looking at Shuamao's concerned eyes, Chuanfong was deeply moved. There is true love in the world, and the eldest brother is the best. I heard that Iwagakure was catching up, so I rushed here immediately. Shuamao led the team out too early, otherwise they would have arrived long ago. It's okay, it's been settled. That's good. I'll go check on Tsunade. Shuamao directly interrupted Chuanfeng's next words, just to show off his achievements. He really didn't want to listen, so he might as well go and see if his sister-in-law was hurt. Brother, big brother. Chuanfeng watched Shuamao disappear beside him, feeling like crying but without tears. Now I'm done for. I'm so unpopular. Tsunade, I just hope you guys come back safely. Tsukumo reappeared and was already beside Minato. I'm sorry to have worried you, brother. Everything is going well. Tsunade recounted the battle with Rock Shinobi, and Tsukumo nodded as he listened. The two little ones' eyes were shining. The teacher, brother-in-law, defeated another shadow. It was so amazing. We can't trust everything Onoki says, we should still be prepared. Get to the Fire Nation as soon as possible. After listening to it, Shuamao gave his own opinion. The crisis was temporarily resolved, but one still had to be more careful. It's better to be safe than sorry, that's what Big Brother said. Tsunade agreed. This attitude was several times better than that towards Chuanfeng. He really treated Tsukumo as an elder. Then I'm leaving. Tsukumo touched Minato's head, gave Nawaki a smile, and left. I didn't say more than 3 words to Chuanfeng throughout the whole process. Konoha's team quickly marched from the Rain Country to the Fire Country, and Onoki also brought Rock Shinobi back to the Bird Country camp. Call the Ceiling Squad, Medical Ninja. The voice came out before the wooden golem on the ground. The small boy carries the big boy, and the picture looks a little strange. But no Rock Shinobi dared to laugh out loud. Onoki landed in front of the largest earthen house, carrying the unconscious man as if he were weightless. He walked straight into the house, and at this time the Ceiling Team and Medical Ninja also arrived outside. You guys check it out first, I'll be back soon. Onoki looked very miserable now, and he was embarrassed to stay in contact with his subordinates for a long time without taking care of himself. Yes, 3rd generation master. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement and waited for Onoki to leave before entering the house. It goes without saying that something went wrong with Jinchuriki, otherwise there wouldn't be such a big fuss. This is the 4-symbol seal of the Whirlpool country. The squad leader of the Sealing class exclaimed in shock. Their sealing skills could not even come close to that of the Whirlpool country. Advertisement that was a country that was destroyed because its sealing technique was too strong. What do you have to compare it with? Han-sama should have completely transformed into a tailed beast and had his will corrupted by Kakugo. His lifespan was greatly affected. The internal injuries are also serious. With that, the medical ninja pulled down Han's pants and turned him over. Although I found an injury on my buttocks, I didn't expect it to be so serious. Hiss, he took a deep breath and imagined how painful it would be if the same injury happened to him. Don't hesitate, get treatment immediately. I want Han to live and live well. Do you understand? Onoki now put on new clothes and washed his face. You can see that his face is still pale and he is lacking energy when speaking. Understood. The medical ninja immediately began to treat Han's injuries, and at this time, one of them with better eyesight came over to Onoki. Mr. 3rd generation, I see that you look a little unwell. I will help you take care of yourself. There is no shortage of people who know how to flatter people, and this medical ninja from Iwagakure is also very skillful in speaking. He didn't mention helping Onoki heal his injuries, giving the 3rd generation adults enough face. After all, the village leader led his troops in pursuit and returned injured, which would not sound good if it got out. Then please help me take a look. Onoki took a deep look at the ninja. It seemed that there were still many talented people among the medical ninjas. After treating Onoki's injuries, he immediately joined the army of people treating Han. This work attitude made Onoki very satisfied. It took a long time before Han's internal and external injuries were healed, and he was wrapped like a mummy. How about it? Onoki took the pills to treat his injuries and asked aloud. Mr. 3rd generation, Han's condition has stabilized, but he won't wake up for a while. I need to slowly recuperate from now on. After the medical ninja reported the situation, Onoki felt relieved. There's really no way to deal with the loss of lifespan. It was Onoki who tried his best to keep him alive. You guys go down. After the medical team withdrew, the sealing team was still at a loss. Can you solve this seal? Onoki knew the importance of the seal to the Jinchuriki. 3rd generation lord, we need time to study. The captain of the sealing squad didn't dare to say directly that there was no solution and could only resort to the tactic of procrastination. Then hurry up. Onoki stretched out his right hand and gently stroked his forehead. He had already guessed that the seal under Tsunade would be difficult to deal with. 3rd generation master, we will go down first. Seeing Onoki waving his hand impatiently, the captain quickly left with his subordinates. The only people left in the room were Onoki, who was in deep thought, and Han, who was unconscious. Chapter 121. Rest. A few days later, the last group of Konoha troops also arrived at the border town of the Land of Fire. We're finally here. The moment he walked into the town, Chuanfong stretched out his body with a look of satisfaction on his face. Although we didn't encounter any pursuers along the way, it was still very annoying because it kept raining in the rain country. Now I can finally have a good rest. Let's take care of the wounded first, then we'll go eat. Tsunade glanced at Chuanfong, who had no image at all, with a look of disgust on his face, and was too lazy to say anything to him. The next plan was decided casually, and Chuanfong naturally didn't dare to object. The two little ones followed behind obediently without saying a word, they just ate. Yes, Master Tsunade. Chuanfong mischievously bowed to Tsunade respectfully, almost with the word, respect, written on his face. If someone shows kindness to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Tsunade was very alert and guessed that Chuanfong had something to hide. He ran away before she stretched out her foot to reach him. Minato and Nawaki also looked at him with disgust. Isn't he afraid that this ugly face will lead the children astray? After communicating with the reception personnel who arrived in the town earlier than them, the team went to the hotel to rest. The wounded were also arranged together so that they could receive treatment at any time. After a while, the team disappeared from their sight and Chuanfong returned to Tsunade. Let's go and have dinner. He naturally took Tsunade's hand and walked towards the barbecue restaurant they had met last time. Tsunade also let him hold her hand, and the two of them were as harmonious as a young couple. I miss Kushina. When Minato saw the loving teacher and his wife, he couldn't help but think of his own little chili. Do you believe I can beat you up? Nawaki has gradually felt the world's hostility towards single people. He's already accepted eating his sister's dog food, but now Minato wants to stuff it into his mouth. How can he tolerate this? You don't understand anything. Minato gave Nawaki a disdainful look that hurt more than the words could have. Nawaki felt like his self-esteem was being thrown to the ground and trampled on. I'll find a red-haired girl later, what are you so proud of? After saying that, he kicked Minato's butt. He would not feel relieved if he didn't kick him. I won't argue with you. Minato didn't fight back, but patted his butt and walked ahead by himself. That look made Nawaki so angry that his teeth itched. Ah, helpless and furious, Nawaki could only yell to vent his frustration. In addition to learning new ninjutsu, he also set himself a goal, to find a way out of being single. What are you yelling about? Hurry up. Tsunade was attracted by her brother's voice and turned around to see him acting crazy. Here I come, sis. Nawaki immediately behaved and followed the others with a smile. Advertisement. It was still the familiar barbecue restaurant, and the boss's lines hadn't changed. Delicious barbecue. If it's not delicious, I won't charge you. Tsunade looked at the barbecue restaurant, turned her head, and gave Chuanfong a meaningful look. The hand that was holding him exerted force, and Chuanfong, who had not resisted, looked changed. I have no bad intentions, I just eat meat. Chuanfong hurriedly explained that after all, he did have ulterior motives last time and had planned it all along. Afterwards, he was severely beaten up by Tsunade. It would be better this way. Tsunade looked at Chuanfong with suspicion, then let go of his hand and entered the store first. Alas, Nawaki sighed, shook his head, and looked at Chuanfong, feeling really angry at him for not fighting back. No wonder Minato changed his mind and threw himself into his sister's arms. What do you mean, little brat? Chuanfong felt unhappy when he saw Nawaki's look. How dare you laugh at me? He reached out and hit Nawaki, making him a little dazed. Nawaki felt that no matter how many times he changed sides, he would always be at the bottom and would always be the one to get beaten. I walked past Chuanfong, touching my head. I still need to learn my lesson. If you keep fighting like this, you will become a fool sooner or later. Ahem, Minato coughed twice, his face distorted, and he walked into the store trying hard to hold back his smile. This kid is looking very mean now, top quality meat. In order to clear himself of suspicion, Chuanfong didn't even order any drinks this time. Okay. The boss still remembers Tsunade very well, after all, she is beautiful and has such a domineering figure. In response to Chuanfeng's request, he started grilling the meat skillfully. Chuanfong came into the store and sat down next to Tsunade. The tea had already been poured. The two little ones sat opposite them, and Nawaki lowered his head, thinking about the next plan in life. Minato let his mind wander, probably thinking about his chili pepper. Soon, plates of barbecue were served on the table. No wine. Tsunade looked at Chuanfong with some confusion, wondering how long it had been since he last drank. You finally get to drink but you still act so noble? Yes, boss, did you forget to go? Chuanfong winked at his boss frantically. This guy is also a smart guy, he reacted immediately. Oh, sorry, I forgot. The boss hurried back and brought the wine. That's more like it. Advertisement. Tsunade smiled as she watched the wine coming up. It would be such a bummer to eat meat without wine. Drink less, don't let anyone carry you away. Nawaki couldn't stop eating the meat, and looked at Chuanfong with a fierce look. Pa, I slapped myself lightly, my mouth is so damn disobedient. Eat your meat, you're the only one who talks too much. Tsunade glared at him unhappily. What a good brother he is, except that he has a big mouth. Nawaki brother, I said we can't talk, so just shut up, okay? Minato leaned closer to Nawaki, mainly because he was afraid of being implicated. He felt very comfortable in his current state. Nawaki stuffed 2 pieces of meat into his mouth without even glancing at Minato. Do you need me to tell you if I can control it? Drink. After pouring the wine, Tsunade couldn't wait to toast with Chuanfong. After drinking it, I wiped my mouth and it was full of haki. Happy. For a moment, Chuanfong felt that Tsunade was more manly than himself. Sister, we still have to maintain our image, we are not at home. Nawaki's mouth probably has thoughts and impulses of its own. Chuanfong gave him a look that said, you are very brave. After he said it, he immediately regretted it. Why did he have a mouth? Nawaki closed his eyes and prepared himself for his sister's thundering blow. But there was no sound of wind for a long time, so I opened my eyes. His jaw dropped instantly, and Minato was stunned. Tsunade looked shy, sat up straight, and drank slowly with Chuanfong. Be as ladylike as you want, everything is possible in front of love. Minato imagined Chili's shy look and laughed out loud. Are you possessed? Nawaki leaned over and bumped into him. Don't you think the master's wife is very attractive like this? Minato stopped smiling foolishly and started to flatter the boss seriously. Tsunade was obviously enjoying it and became even more pretentious. Every frown and smile seemed to hook Chuanfeng's soul. He was overwhelmed. Which mountain did this goblin come from? Charm. It disgusts me. Nawaki, if you want to die, just tell me. Tsunade was so irritated by this that she no longer cared about pretending. Nawaki's long-awaited fist finally fell. Chapter 122 Hot Spring. Children won't learn their lessons unless they are beaten. Nawaki finally kept his mouth shut and didn't say another word. He never stopped eating, and his belly was round when he went out. He was the one who ate the most. He decided that he would rather die of starvation than be beaten to death for saying the wrong thing. Burp, brother-in-law, where are we going? Nawaki knew that it would be better to ask Chuanfong for help when it came to spending money. In his eyes, Tsunade was not generous except when it came to gambling. Let's go to the hot spring. Chuanfeng's face was red from drinking and he felt a little dizzy. He couldn't remember the last time something pleasant happened like this. This time the situation was reversed. Tsunade was in good condition, carrying Chuanfong and moving forward. Which hot spring are you going to take me to? If Chuanfong hadn't been leaning against Tsunade, she wouldn't have been able to reach her ear. The hand holding Chuanfeng's waist has been exerted with strength, and the blushing scene from last time reappears in his mind. Hiss, just take a bath. Chuanfong took a deep breath and swore that he had no evil intentions this time, as there was still a long night. Really? Chuanfong nodded repeatedly, and seemed much more sober now. Tsunade then loosened her hand that was pinching the soft flesh on his waist, and the 4 of them came to the luxurious bathhouse again. As soon as he entered the door, a beautiful girl came up to greet him enthusiastically. As for whether this happened last time, Tsunade had no recollection. How many of you are here to take a bath or stay in a hotel? The pretty girl looked at the forehead protectors on the men and knew that they were ninjas from Konoha, so she dared not neglect them. Enthusiastic attitude and full of smiles. Are there any rooms with 2 hot springs in a yard? Tsunade doesn't need to save money for Chuanfong, so he can just do whatever makes him feel comfortable. Minato and Nawaki had no objections, and this was not the first or second time that they were frank with each other. We are all brothers, there is nothing to hide. Yes, I'll arrange the nearest one for you. The waiter quickly took the few people to the outside of the hot spring room as requested. The entrance to the residence was not far away. Okay, you can go down now. After Tsunade finished speaking, the clerk bowed and left. Chuanfong was almost asleep at this time and didn't say a word the whole time. What are you two looking at? Go in and take a shower. Tsunade saw Nawaki and Minato still looking at him and waved them off. Children should not be too curious about adults' affairs. Okay, sister, teacher's wife. Advertisement. The 2 little ones immediately entered a hot spring without looking back, fearing that they would be beaten if they were late. Hey, we're here, wake up. Tsunade helped Chuanfong into the hot spring. The mist inside was not very thick, so the water temperature should be good. We're here. Chuanfong raised his head with great effort, looked at Tsunade, and then looked at the hot spring. Then I'll go down and take a bath first. As he said this, he struggled to break free from Tsunade's control and staggered into the hot spring. You don't even take off your clothes, what are you soaking in? Tsunade grabbed Chuanfong and said, if he continued like this, how would she wash herself? Oh, haha, I almost forgot. Chuanfong laughed and took off his clothes. In no time, he stripped off all his clothes and appeared in Tsunade's sight, smooth and shiny. Shame on you. Tsunade covered her eyes with her hands, leaving 2 slits, and kicked in the air. Plop, gurgle gurgle. Chuanfong nearly choked to death when he entered the water, but now he was much more lucid and at least he knew to crawl to the edge of the pool and lean against it. He closed his eyes and spit out water from his mouth. It seemed that he drank a lot. Tsunade, who was not drunk too much, was not as brave as last time. He hesitated for a long time before taking off his clothes. She picked up the bathrobe beside her, put it on, slowly walked into the hot spring, and sat down next to Chuanfong. It's a bit strange to see him so quiet. Tsunade stared at Chuanfeng's handsome profile and reached out her hand to gently poke him on the face. Stop it, let me sleep for a while. Chuanfeng pursed his lips, he really wanted to sleep now. It's really comfortable to soak in the pool, hee. Tsunade had a wicked smile on his face, he was usually the one being bullied, today he was going to get his revenge with interest. Chuanfeng, Chuanfeng. I called out twice, but he didn't respond. Tsunade started to do bad things secretly. They were an old married couple, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. With the help of alcohol, she felt a little inexplicably excited. The other hand, flashing with chakra light, stroked Chuanfeng's forehead gently, helping him relieve some of the effects of the alcohol. Chuanfeng felt a chill in his head, the feeling became stronger and stronger, and he reacted naturally. This is how you should be. Advertisement, Tsunade muttered under her breath. Seeing that Chuanfeng had no intention of waking up soon, she became even less cautious and her bathrobe slowly slipped off. Chuanfeng, wake up, now comes your favorite part. Tsunade leaned in to whisper in his ear again, and her words seemed to have magic. Chuanfeng's heavy eyelids began to tremble, and he was about to wake up. You'll get a bargain today. Tsunade stood up and gave Chuanfeng a look who hadn't opened his eyes yet, looking very charming. Hiss, Chuanfeng felt the warmth in a trance and suddenly opened his eyes. This is not a dream, this is really happening. At this time, Tsunade also realized that he was fully awake, and opened her arms to hug him and hug his neck. I thought you were going to fall asleep. If you're like that, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Chuanfeng hugged Tsunade with his backhand, and his whole body instantly became energetic. He doesn't look drunk at all. Tsunade is his best hangover remedy. With the two people as the center, the water surface of the hot spring pool was fluctuating violently. After a moment, Chuanfeng turned from passive to active. This scene seemed familiar. He didn't dare to say anything more to let Tsunade light up her wings. Today was already a pleasant surprise. The scene of being beaten last time is still vivid in my mind. Life is long and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chuanfeng works hard, and Tsunade seems to have guessed what this pervert is thinking. His eyes rolled. Suddenly, her body was covered with strange black curse marks. Baihao technique. This was the first time Chuanfeng had seen such a complete Baihao technique. The curse mark on her fair skin was particularly eye-catching, adding a strange charm to Tsunade. Chuanfeng's hand slowly moved across Tsunade's back. These curse marks seemed to be the most beautiful tattoos in the world. I love you. Chuanfeng leaned forward, and the most simple and unpretentious love words were only these 3 words. Tsunade's love for Chuanfeng is no less, she is willing to lay down her life for this man. I love you too. Both of them were very involved, and the wings on Tsunade's back quietly bloomed. The crimson light brings not only a visual impact, but also the deep love between the two people. It was a long time before the hot spring returned to peace. Tsunade lay on her side in Chuanfeng's arms, as lazy as a cat. Chapter 123. Practice the next morning. After waking up, Chuanfeng and Tsunade took the 2 little ones out for breakfast. If you don't stay up late at night, you will naturally get up early. We arrived at the noodle shop on the corner. The owner was very impressed by Chuanfeng because of the 10 oysters he had given us last time. After everyone had finished ordering, he asked Chuanfeng in a mean voice. My lord, do you want more oysters? Fresh ones? Chuanfeng looked at his shifty look and knew that he was remembered. Ahem, no thanks. How could this little action escape Tsunade's eyes? She almost laughed out loud when she saw the embarrassed Chuanfeng. Come and sit down, come and sit down. Chuanfeng found an empty seat and asked a few people to sit down to ease his embarrassment. Raw wormwood. Tsunade was still unwilling to let Chuanfeng go and gave him a nice nickname. Can I still eat properly? Chuanfeng put on a stern face, trying to let Tsunade see his anger. Need oysters yourself? Haha, okay, let's eat. Tsunade laughed very immorally, without considering Chuanfeng's feelings at all. The 2 kids thought the 2 were solving riddles and were completely confused. They will understand this kind of thing when they grow up. Maybe Minato will be earlier, but who can tell? After all, Nawaki still has brother Jiraiya to answer his questions. 4 bowls of noodles were served, and this time the Chuanfeng noodles, which did not have any extra ingredients, were about the same size as theirs. Teacher, can we learn Flying Thunder God today? Brother-in-law, can I learn the Earth-style secret technique today? 2 pairs of expectant eyes stared at Chuanfeng. Sure. Chuanfeng ate his noodles and agreed immediately, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Someone came to report the news the same day the meeting ended, so they had already received news that the village had sent people to provide support. There are still a few days left to stay, okay. After getting a satisfactory answer, the 2 kids started to eat with great relish. Eat slowly, you don't need this little time. Tsunade smiled and instructed the 2 little ones, with a doting look in her eyes. Soon the 4 of them finished their meal, paid the bill, left the noodle shop and returned to the yard. Chuanfeng and Tsunade sat down in the pavilion, and the 2 little ones were already diligently making tea and serving snacks. They are all guys who will not do anything without profit. Chuanfeng laughed and complained that these 2 people were not so diligent when they were at home. The main reason is that it is not the turn of Hitake's disciples to do these tasks. Even the 3 little Nagato kids live the life of rich young masters and young ladies at home. Advertisement naturally, servants will do the miscellaneous work. I wonder who you learned this from? Tsunade glanced at Chuanfong, hinting at something. If the upper beam is not straight, what can the lower beams expect? It has nothing to do with me. Chuanfong immediately retorted that he was not that kind of person. I didn't say it had anything to do with you. Tsunade was amused by Chuanfeng's confession. As for this person, sometimes it is not a good thing to have too clear an understanding of oneself. Chuanfong was speechless. At this time, Minato came over with some fruits, and Nawaki also brought some brewed tea. After putting it on the table, he didn't say anything, but stood aside and continued to look at Chuanfong with expectant eyes. You too. Chuanfong smiled and shook his head, they're all very cunning. This is the scroll of the Flying Thunder God. This is the scroll of the Earth-style mysticism. Chuanfong gave the two scrolls to the two little ones respectively. After getting it, the two couldn't wait to open it and study it. After watching it, I also plan to listen to Chuanfeng's explanation. Look at me. Go practice on your own. Chuanfong is a very good elder. He allows them to express themselves freely and is unwilling to limit their abilities. In fact, he just doesn't know how to teach. Can we practice now? X2. The two little ones looked incredulous. What else? Go practice now, don't force me to kick you. Chuanfong felt a little embarrassed after being questioned, so he lifted his legs in vain, and the two little ones immediately ran out of the pavilion. You are a great teacher and have really opened my eyes. Tsunade picked up a grape and put it in her mouth, expressing her extreme contempt for Chuanfeng's teaching behavior. It only seems like that when teaching swordsmanship. If you can do it, go ahead. Chuanfong took a sip of tea and said something that pushed Tsunade against the wall. It's the same thing, so let's not blame each other. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Shall we start now? The two kids huddled together and whispered to each other, thinking that it would be okay for them to just pick up the scroll and practice. But these two scrolls are secret techniques, how can they be that simple? Try it first and see if it works. Minato knew he couldn't rely on anyone else, so he had to do it himself. This was all trained by the Rasengan, and now it has made great progress. Advertisement he will study it whenever he has time, and he believes that it won't be long before this technique is named by Minato himself. What are you two doing? The practice of youth never stops. Tsukumo pushed Dai in a wheelchair, he hadn't fully recovered his mobility yet. Practice Flying Thunder God, Earth-style secret technique. The two kids greeted Shuamao and told him the truth. Study hard. Tsukumo gave Dai verbal encouragement and pushed him into the pavilion. You don't even want to teach? Shuamao was always talking about things that were not relevant to the topic, and everything he said was things that Chuanfong didn't like to hear. Brother, go tell Minato about the Flying Thunder God. Chuanfong himself used a back door, so his experience is really not as good as Shuamao's. Okay, I admire you too. Tsukumo put his best friend down and instantly moved to Minato's side. You'll be fine in a few days. Tsunade took the time to check Dai again, and he was found to be fine and just needed to rest for a few days. Well, I know my own body. Dai's bright smile is always so contagious. The three of them chatted for a while, and Tsukumo came back. I have said everything that needs to be said, now it all depends on his own talent. Tsukumo didn't mention the word hard work. Flying Thunder God is not something you can learn just by working hard. He knew this very well, as he had suffered a lot during his cultivation. I believe he can do it. Chuanfeng's eyes were full of confidence. Who would believe that Minato can learn Flying Thunder God? It's just a matter of time. Nawaki's two earth styles are a bit difficult. The secret technique of no seal requires too much understanding. Tsukumo also looked at the scrolls of light and heavy rock technique and heavy rock technique. I can't help it. I gave him the chance. Whether he learns or not is his fate. Chuanfong poured tea for his elder brother with some helplessness in his tone. It is an undeniable fact that Hokage is a world where bloodline and talent are more important than hard work. They can. Dai looked at the two little ones who were already practicing, and his eyes lit up. He is the representative of the hardworking Hokage, and few people can understand the hardships he has gone through. That would be best. Tsunade smiled and continued, she was quite open-minded about it, there was no other reason for this lesson, it was harmless. She doesn't have much of anything at her place, except for a lot of forbidden technique items, so there's always something suitable for the two little ones. Chapter 124. Gifted. This time, the third generation has sent all the elites from each family. Shuamao sat down and talked seriously about the situation of the reinforcements. It's a pity that Orochimaru and Jiraiya haven't come back yet. Tsunade continued to eat her grapes, missing her two fellow disciples. After all, they have been together since childhood. They sometimes fight and quarrel a little, but their relationship has always been good. They have their own choices. Once they learn the magic, they will naturally come back. Chuanfong knew that both of them were probably a little tired of war, and it was far from a matter of life and death for Konoha. Hopefully they will all be successful. Dai was still watching the two little ones practicing hard. Maybe he was more emotional after being hurt, and he instantly remembered when he was this age. Every corner of Konoha village is covered with the sweat of his training. His emotions surged and Dai's eyes were filled with tears. Chuanfong and the other two didn't know whether he was talking about Orochimaru and Jiraiya or the two little ones. When they arrive, you will be in charge of the overall command. You better be careful. Tsukumo's 2 sentences were also a reminder to Tsunade. There are bound to be more dangerous missions during combat. Once a ninja from any family feels that they are being used as cannon fodder, it may lead to a disaster. Teacher, this is a difficult question for me. Tsunade was alert and stroked her forehead. Balancing the power of various families is something she has to face. Don't worry too much. As long as we don't deliberately target anyone, I believe everyone knows what's going on. Chuanfong didn't take this matter to heart, as there were only a few of these families that could fight. He has already made up his mind to be the bad guy. As one is the good cop and the other is the bad cop, as long as they cooperate well, it may be a good opportunity to help her establish her prestige. Don't think of them as that simple. Shuamao felt that Chuanfong was too optimistic. He had seen too many intrigues and deceptions within families. It was because he was not good at these things that he ended up committing suicide in the original book. Brother, outside of the Fire Nation, whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. Chuanfong raised his right hand and clenched his fist, the meaning of which was self-evident. If anyone dares to bump into his hands, it will probably not end well. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let it be. Tsunade thought about it and felt that what Chuanfong said was right. Whoever dares to explode outside the Fire Nation will be in trouble. Don't forget your goal. Shumao shook his head helplessly, not having any good ideas. I just hope it doesn't go too far and affect Tsunade's image, as that would be a big obstacle for her to take the position of Hokage. Advertisement, don't worry, I'll carry it. As soon as Chuanfong finished speaking, he saw Shuamao's face darken. You really don't care about your family's well-being for the sake of your wife. All I can say is that the eldest brother has a narrow mindset. If Tsunade takes the position of Hokage, then maybe everyone in Konoha will have to be named Hatake in the future. Brother, I can handle it myself. Tsunade probably noticed something and thought Tsukumo was unhappy. Who knew he was just jealous that his brother had never enjoyed such treatment? Just listen to Chuanfong. He has always had many ideas since he was a child. Tsukumo put on a smiling face, but his brother already belonged to someone else, and he felt empty inside. Oh my god, I just saw Minato flash away. Dai exclaimed. He hadn't realized that what he just heard was only accessible to core personnel. His status in Konoha will definitely not be low in the future. It is probably his non-confrontational character that has led to his persistence and abilities. What? Before Chuanfong could say anything, Shuo had already lost his composure. It took him so long to practice Flying Thunder God, and Minato, a little brat, could do it so quickly? Looking up, Minato was also following suit. He learned the Flying Thunder God technique smoothly, and then he left a mark on the big tree in the yard. This is a summary of what I learned from watching Chuanfong and Shuomao's learning process. Simple and easy to use. He was standing about 10 meters away from the tree with his eyes closed, sensing the power of time and space. His figure twisted slightly, but he still stayed in the same place. It's really AF ******* G meeting. Seeing is believing. Shuamao cursed directly, saying that comparing yourself with others is the thief of anger. You are worthy of being my disciple. Chuanfong grinned happily, shamelessly taking all the credit for himself. Is it related to you for half a tail of silver? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. She just couldn't stand someone's ugly face. Why doesn't it matter? Didn't I discover his talent? Chuanfong would never admit it. Anyway, no one knew that he learned about Minato's talent from the original work. Tsunade was speechless when she heard him say that, after all, a shameless person is invincible. Let's just wait and see what Minato does next. Nawaki hadn't noticed these things at this time. He was concentrating on holding the sword, and occasionally glanced at the scroll placed beside him. Minato is an amazing kid. Dai said this, perhaps with a hint of envy in his eyes. He wanted to learn these things but was powerless. I'll go and take a look. Advertisement Tsukumo was more concerned than Chuanfong, and he was next to Minato in an instant. Uncle. Tsukumo came over and Minato opened his eyes. You can do it, kid. I feel like something is missing. Minato has already begun to sense the power of time and space, and is wondering why he is still unable to move through space. I'm here now. Your teacher doesn't even know how he learned it, he's just an idiot. Tsukumo rubbed Minato's head, and Chuanfong felt inexplicably happy when he belittled him. I am the one who has to teach the disciples you accept. I was like that too, you. Minato listened carefully, trying to absorb the experience and knowledge that Tsukumo imparted. Got it? Try it again. Shuamao gave a thorough explanation and shared all his experience. Good. Minato nodded and closed his eyes again. The next moment his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared beside the big tree. Teacher, I learned it. Minato yelled out immediately and jumped twice in excitement. At this moment, the image of the teacher was all in his mind. Ignorant wolf. Shuamao's hair almost stood up in anger. Lousy taught you for a long time, why don't you thank me first? Are you polite, little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* has a conscience. Good, I knew you could do it, keep working hard. Chuanfeng's words came through and he resumed his calm attitude. Minato learned faster than him. Flying Thunder God seemed to be tailor-made for him. Yes, sir. After Minato responded to Chuanfeng, he calmed down and remembered the important person he had just ignored. He quickly ran over to Tsukumo and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. Okay, I'll practice more in the future. Ask me if you don't understand. Tsukumo wasn't angry with Minato, as his resentment was directed at his younger brother. After saying that, he returned to the pavilion and sat down, snorted coldly and gave Chuanfong a sidelong glance. Chuanfong was totally confused, wondering how he had offended his dear elder brother. Chapter 125 Lost. Who are you showing your disdain to? Chuanfong didn't tolerate Shuamao and confronted him directly. This has really stirred up a hornet's nest. The two of them are just an eyesore when they are together and have nothing to do. Who are you talking to? Little b******************. Shuamao has now fully summed up his experience over the past decade and no longer duels at every turn. The most important thing is that he didn't feel that his waist was stronger than the third cage. Dai was also attracted by the sudden disgrace of the two people and watched the show with a smile. If he wasn't physically disabled, he would definitely grab a handful of melon seeds. Talk to whoever speaks up. Chuanfong stuck out his neck like a little gangster who had gotten angry. Does it make you itchy if I don't punish you? Shuamao stood up directly and looked at Chuanfong menacingly. You can choose not to take action, but you can't lose your momentum. That's enough for you too. Tsunade covered her face in pain, wondering how she could have turned out like this. Once again, I envy Naishui's wife who takes care of the kids at home. I'll let you go today for Tsunade's sake. Shuamao also took the opportunity to back off, sat down and took a sip of tea. If a fight really breaks out, it would be embarrassing. After all, I have never enjoyed the treatment of being let off. Huh, do you think I was scared? Chuanfong is ruthless when he is in a powerful position, like a mad dog biting at meat. Speak nicely. Tsunade raised her hand and punched, already having a picture in her mind. My own children and Kakashi are of the same character. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beams will be crooked. When I get back I'm going to discuss with my sister-in-law how to deal with these two guys. It's so damn embarrassing. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here. After a while, Nawaki realized that Minato had successfully practiced Flying Thunder God. He didn't go over to celebrate because he had also reached a critical moment. Neither of the third Tsuchikage's two secret techniques require hand seals. The main thing is to master the gravity of objects, starting with inanimate objects and then slowly applying it to living objects. The experimental subject used by Nawaki was his own sword. He could vaguely feel the existence of gravity, and the sword in his hand began to tremble slightly. Weighted rock technique. Nawaki roared. A large amount of chakra was input into his body. Advertisement. The sword in his hand suddenly pushed his body forward, and half of the sword blade was inserted directly into the ground. His eyes lit up and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. I am still very talented, sister, brother-in-law, I succeeded. Nawaki's call caught Chuanfeng's attention. He didn't expect Nawaki to be so talented in Earth style. Activate Flying Thunder God and go directly to Nawaki. Tsunade also stood up and ran over, leaving Tsukumo pushing Dai slowly over to watch the fun. It's really like the new generation is replacing the old one. Today's kids are so scary. Brother-in-law, pull it out and take a look. Nawaki loosened the hilt of the sword and proudly asked Chuanfong to pull the sword out of the ground. Chuanfong said nothing. He stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the sword, exerting a little force to feel it. Then he pulled it out easily and danced a sword flower casually. Yes, this sword is at least several hundred times heavier. So he has mastered it. After hearing what Chuanfong said, Tsunade was sure that this was the weighted rock technique that Nawaki had learned. Yes, what about the light and heavy rock technique? Chuanfong handed the sword back to Nawaki, and the sword returned to its normal weight in his hand. Only then did Shuamao push Dai closer. Isn't it possible to fly? Let me experience it. Tsukumo knew that both of these secret techniques could be used on others, so Nawaki using them on him naturally would help him gain the ability to fly. I want to try it, too. Dai bared his teeth, seemingly ignoring the fact that his body had not yet recovered. I don't have the ability to use the light and heavy rock technique on living things yet. Nawaki threw the sword into the sky, but the sword slowly fell down like a goose feather. He also knows light and heavy rock. These two techniques are similar, but have completely different effects. Haha, that's already great. Tsunade patted Nawaki's head to express his inner joy. You and Minato are both great, you lived up to my expectations. Chuanfong is very pleased now. Seeing the two little ones getting stronger day by day, he feels a kind of pleasure of playing a development game. Nawaki-san, shall we switch? After practicing Flying Thunder God a few times, Minato also came over and thought about the Earth-style secret technique. He had just learned such a powerful ninjutsu as Flying Thunder God, and his confidence was overflowing. Good. Nawaki exchanged scrolls with Minato without saying a word. Both of them were quite greedy. Don't you want to take a break? Advertisement. The two little ones have just learned a new ninjutsu, so their consumption is actually not small. Chuanfong also gave a kind reminder. No need, brother-in-law, teacher. The two kids looked excited, as if they would definitely be able to learn with the scroll in hand. Let's watch you two perform. After Chuanfong finished speaking, everyone watched the two little ones practice with great interest, with no intention of returning to the pavilion to rest. The two little ones are still quite smart, so they get together to exchange their cultivation experiences with each other. Only after everyone understands, they begin to practice. They were originally full of confidence, but as time went by, they became more and more disappointed. The Flying Thunder God technique did not stump Nawaki, but with his power of time and space, he was not able to sense it at all. In the end, sweating profusely and feeling depressed, he declared that this practice had failed. On the other hand, Minato also imitated Nawaki holding the sword, with a constipated expression on his face, and he was unable to sense the existence of gravity at all. In the end, he became depressed and gave up on practicing. It's obvious that the two's talents are not shining in this area. The six of them walked slowly towards the pavilion, and Chuanfong was still comforting the two little ones. It's great to be able to learn just one, each has its own characteristics. As long as you use it well, you will be no worse than anyone else. Chuanfong automatically filters out those who cheat, which normally is already the top level. With these two unique skills, the two children's strength has been greatly improved. I guess ordinary Jonin are no match for him. Under Chuanfeng's guidance, Minato reached the level of Jonin 1 year earlier than in the original work. Moreover, before the development of Rasengan, Minato's current Flying Thunder God combined with swordsmanship also has considerable lethality. Nawaki's progress is even more obvious. It is no exaggeration to say that he has been reborn. He is no longer the battlefield rookie who could be killed by the explosive talisman in the original book. Yes, don't lose heart. Nawaki, you still have my second grandfather's water style. Minato, you also have a special move that you haven't developed yet. There's no need to be discouraged if you haven't learned the same ninjutsu. Tsunade treated them both equally and comforted them both. Even though I am an idiot at jutsu, can't I still beat up the tailed beast? Shuamao and Dai just watched silently without saying anything. These two kids are already very good, at least better than when they were this age. I understand. The two little ones forced a smile, but they still felt disappointed in their hearts. Okay, spend the next few days getting familiar with the new ninjutsu you learned. We will soon be on the battlefield again. Chuanfong finally concluded, and today's practice came to an end. Chapter 126 Reinforcements arrive. A few more days passed, and Konoha's reinforcements arrived one after another on the same day. The Uchiha seemed to be competing with the Hyuga clan, and both teams were the first to arrive. Received a warm welcome from Tsunade. Chuanfong was stunned for a moment when he saw the Uchiha chief. He didn't expect him to be so brave. Every clan leader stayed safely in the village, and he was the first one to go to the battlefield. Fugaku followed him and looked at Chuanfong with a strange look in his eyes. I've arranged a place to rest. I'll have someone take you there. I'll send someone to notify you during the combat meeting. Tsunade politely asked the two tribes to go and rest. Before leaving, the Uchiha chief smiled kindly at Chuanfong. The two sides now have a relatively good foundation for cooperation. Chuanfong thought about it carefully and understood the significance of him going to the battlefield in person. The old fox is still cruel. Tsunade was unable to react for a moment after hearing what Chuanfong said. Who are you talking about? No one, just wait. Chuanfong smiled mysteriously and spoke with a double meaning. Tsunade thought he was talking about the support troops behind. It should be soon. Shuamao didn't come. He is not a leader and is too lazy to join in the fun. It wasn't until the afternoon that all the Konoha shinobi arrived. Tsunade arranged everything for everyone and left with Chuanfong. The support team has arrived, and now it's time to discuss the battle plan. We need to decide how to fight next and who to fight. Iwagakure and Sunagakure are definitely ready, and now it depends on which of the three parties will make the first move. In the evening, Chuanfong and Tsunade had dinner and sat in the yard. The two little ones left consciously after being served tea and dessert. It is a wise choice whether to stay in the room or go out shopping. Do you think Sunagakure will unite with Iwagakure? Tsunade asked what she was worried about. Once the two villages unite, Konoha will be under great pressure. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though the third Kage is dead, the number of ninjas in Sunagakure cannot be underestimated. Probably not. Sunagakure doesn't dare to plot against the tiger. One is that from what I remember, in the original book, both sides fought separately in World War II, and the other is that Sunagakure now does not have the capital to unite with Iwagakure. Unless he is willing to be a younger brother, but the face of a big country does not allow them to do that. The biggest possibility is to fight against the two countries separately. Although they were both fighting 1 against 2, the gap between them was huge. Advertisement, I hope your speculation is correct. Us. Tsunade only managed to utter 2 words of his next sentence when he was interrupted by a notification from outside. Master Tsunade, the Uchiha clan leader is here to visit. A Konoha shinobi came in to report. Let him in. Tsunade frowned, wondering what the Uchiha chief wanted from him. Chuanfeng's mouth corner slightly raised, just as he expected. This old fox is indeed a gambler. A moment later the Uchiha chief appeared in his regular clothes, smiling. With Fugaku following behind, the two of them came into the courtyard. Tsunade adult, Chuanfong adult. X2 Neither Chuanfong nor Tsunade put on any posturing, the respect was mutual. I've just made some tea. Come and sit down. The two stood up and politely invited the Uchiha chief and Fugaku to sit down. The tea is good. The Uchiha chief sat down and took a sip, not saying anything right away. Fugaku seemed a little restless, still lacking some experience. No wonder the Uchiha chief always wants to keep him by his side. Some things cannot be learned just by talking, you have to take him to experience them personally. It's just like in the original story, Fugaku took young Itachi to the battlefield. This is the most expensive tea here, if it doesn't taste good, I'll make trouble for them. Chuanfong handled it with ease, and the two sat together and talked again like old friends. There is no sign at all that they were still shouting and killing each other the last time they met. Haha, Master Chuanfong is joking. You are a magnanimous person. How could you be so petty as to be petty with a small merchant? The Uchiha chief laughed and seemed to be having a pleasant chat with Chuanfong. Only they themselves know what they're thinking. Tsunade and Fugaku were not smart enough in front of these two people. They were completely out of sync and didn't know how to start talking for a while. He could only drink his tea silently, looking at Chuanfong and then at the Uchiha clan leader. Thank you for leading the team to support us this time. Chuanfong gradually turned the topic back to business. There was no need to keep laughing as the atmosphere between the two sides was already very harmonious. It's all for the village, this is what I should do. But Master Chuanfong and Master Tsunade are now very famous. Which country doesn't know your record now? The Uchiha chief flattered him lightly. Advertisement Fugaku was stunned, he had never seen his arrogant uncle behave like this before. No way, I risked my life to get this. Chuanfong answered on behalf of Tsunade. Some things cannot be accomplished just by trying hard. Lord Chuanfong should know this. The old fox spoke without making any mistakes, and Chuanfong knew the implied meaning. No one's blood will be shed in vain. I, Hatake Chuanfong, will do what I say. Chuanfong made a promise again. As soon as these words were spoken, the Uchiha chief's face lit up with joy. He came here today just to say this. Of course I believe in Master Chuanfong. My Uchiha medical staff now have a good reputation. That's all your own hard work. Chuanfong smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. The initiative of the negotiations was in his hands from beginning to end. The Uchiha chieftain was very humble, and although the content of the conversation was a bit obscure, it made him feel comfortable. Thank you for the compliment. In the next battle, my Uchiha clan will be at your disposal. The words of the Uchiha chief carried great weight, as he was entrusting the lives of all the tribesmen going to the battlefield this time into the hands of Chuanfong and Tsunade. This is serious, just do your best. Chuanfong was very satisfied with the attitude of the Uchiha clan leader. After this battle, he would definitely not treat the Uchiha clan unfairly. I'm serious. The Uchiha chieftain held up his teacup and stared at Chuanfong, his ambition and conviction clearly visible. It's been a pleasure working with you. Chuanfong picked up the teacup and clinked it with his, and the negotiation ended. Then I won't bother you anymore, I'll take my leave now. The Uchiha chief finished his tea, stood up, nodded slightly, and left with Fugaku without looking back. Slow down. Chuanfong and Tsunade also stood up and escorted the two out of the yard. Under the moonlight, the Uchiha chief's steps were brisk and his mood was equally cheerful. Now that he has decided to bet, he won't hesitate at all. What kind of charades are you two playing? Tsunade waited until the Uchiha leader and Fugaku were out of sight before asking. She said nothing throughout the conversation. Haha, he's here to seek refuge with you. The Uchiha clan is next in line to be the sharpest blade in your hands. Chuanfong put his arm around Tsunade's shoulders without hesitation, and the two of them walked towards the room intimately. When you are happy, you naturally do happy things. Chapter 127. Restaurant meeting. The sudden rain stopped, and Chuanfong and Tsunade fell asleep in each other's arms contentedly. At noon the next day, the radiant Tsunade called together the heads of each family to discuss matters. It is mainly a test of the attitudes of each family. Only when you have a clear idea can you arrange the next things. A restaurant in the town was booked by Konoha, and the owner immediately took his people away after getting the money. The whole day today is dedicated to Konoha, and it is also the most sumptuous meal before going to the battlefield. The restaurant has 5 floors in total and is well known in the town. The decoration is magnificent, and only Konoha shinobi can be seen coming in and out of the door. The Konoha shinobi on the 1st to 4th floors have already sat down to dine, and the service staff are all Konoha shinobi. It is no exaggeration to say that even the dog in this restaurant is a member of Konoha. At the entrance of the 5th floor, the 2 kids were standing guard attentively. Only those on the list will be let in by them, and the rest of the people will not be able to get through them even if they try to force their way in. Fortunately we ate earlier. The people on the list have arrived, and Nawaki approaches Minato to communicate. It's okay to skip a meal. Minato said this with an understatement, he was simply the boss's favorite employee. You eat more than me, and you say that? Nawaki glared at him unhappily. The way this kid was talking was really annoying. Then I said this only because I was full. Minato laughed, it's not like he didn't eat anything. While the two friends were chatting and laughing, the banquet on the 5th floor officially began. Tsunade and Chuanfong sat at the main table, which was filled with leaders from the big families. Tsukumo and Dai sat next to the two. The atmosphere at the dinner table was not so serious, and the participants from various families were also quite relaxed. Thank you all for your help. Since it is not convenient to drink alcohol today, I will offer a glass of tea to everyone present. Tsunade stood up first and gave a brief opening speech. You're welcome, Master Tsunade. Everyone present was a smart guy, and they all stood up and held their teacups. This is a recognition of Tsunade's position as commander, and a respect for her strength. Now all Konoha shinobi know that she is the perfect Jinchuriki, and her strength is incomparable to the past. Everyone sit down, we can eat and talk. Chuanfong did not steal Tsunade's limelight, but watched her control the overall situation. If there are any omissions, Chief Uchiha will take the responsibility first, and he will take action later if things don't work. Tsunade waved for everyone to sit down, and took a few bites of the food before continuing. Let me briefly describe the current situation. Advertisement. You can bring forward any ideas you have. We can discuss it together then. I had discussed this process with Chuanfong in bed last night. Everyone put down their chopsticks and listened to Tsunade's introduction seriously. The support troops have only arrived one day, so many details are not yet known. The order my teacher gave me this time is to take advantage of the Wind Country's weakness and defeat it in one fell swoop. But currently we are still at risk of being invaded by the Rock Shinobi village. What we are going to face next is the power of 2 ninja villages. How do you think we can break the impasse? Tsunade briefly explained the true situation. This battle must be fought, the order has been given from above. Dealing with 2 ninja villages is not as easy as imagined. Konoha does not have much advantage in high-end combat power, and the number of ninjas is less than that of the 2 ninja villages combined. Although reinforcements have arrived, they still face a considerable challenge. The leader of the clan was rather reserved, deep in thought by himself. The main reason is that there have been conflicts, just like the Uchiha chief and the Hyuga leader looked at each other and had no intention of talking at all. The other small families did not have so many twists and turns, and the scene was very lively for a while. Discussions broke out one after another. Tsunade had no intention of interrupting and continued to observe the scene. We have something to talk about. After a while, a fat man spoke up, interrupting the discussion. Everyone looked over, and he showed no intention of standing up. Instead, he pushed a tall and thin ninja with a pineapple hairdo next to him. Go ahead. What a hassle. The tall and thin ninja scratched his head and stood up helplessly. Jonan Nara Shoda, greetings to all the adults. After a polite greeting, he spoke slowly. Although we don't know the other party's actions yet, it is highly likely that Sunagakure will not unite with Iwagakure. Our next battlefield should be in the Rain Country bordering the 3 countries. I don't recommend a large-scale advance without clear intelligence. First send out a small team to gain a foothold, and then make arrangements based on the actual situation. After saying this, he nodded slightly, turned around and sat down. How do you know they won't unite? Some people questioned that not everyone is smart. Advertisement, I only said it's a high probability, so we need to send someone to investigate the situation first. Shoda had no intention of explaining, as that would be too much trouble for him. That's right, I agree with your point of view. Chuanfong stood up for Shoda at the right time. The Nara clan is still smart enough. What do you think? Tsunade continued following Chuanfeng's words. I, Uchiha, have no objection. The Uchiha chief was the first to respond. My Hyuga clan has no objection either. The leader of the Hyuga clan had no intention of opposing the Uchiha, and the struggle within the village only stayed within the village. Once they leave the village, they want to win more than anyone else, as if they are born perfectionists. The 2 big clans set the tone, and no one with a stupid brain came out to object. In that case, who among you is willing to lead the charge to the Rain Country? Tsunade calmly threw out the task to see how each race would react. This proposal was the same as what Chuanfong had said to her, and now things were going smoothly. The Uchiha chieftain did not take the lead again. He knew that everything was excessive, and he was very smart. This team needs both combat power and intelligence capabilities. My suggestion is that all families cooperate with each other, rather than any one family fighting alone. Shoda spoke again, his analysis impossible to refute. That's right, I think you all have no objection. Chuanfong took over Shoda's words again and glanced at the people present. Even if they had no objection, few dared to look him in the eye. The name Hatake Chuanfong was now very intimidating. He was the main force in killing Hanzo in front and Kazekage in the back. The air slowly grew quieter, and the Uchiha chief could only perform the supporting role once again. I, Uchiha, have no objection and will follow the orders of Master Tsunade. The leader of the Hyuga clan looked as if he had seen a ghost. When did the Uchiha and Senju clans become so good? Before, I always thought that Uchiha paid Tsunade to train medical personnel. After all, everyone in Konoha knows that the big fat sheep loves money. Now it seems not that simple, maybe there is something else going on. However, this is not the time to think about these things, and he will not object to any proposal that is beneficial to the current war. My Hyuga clan obeys orders. Then there was another round of agreement, and Tsunade was very satisfied with the current situation. There were no troublemakers who bothered her. Then I'll tell you once I've decided on the list. Tsunade ended the meeting with a smile, while Chuanfeng's mouth was already full of greasy food. Chapter 128. Rain Country gathering. After a pleasant lunch, the personnel for the expedition were determined. Sakumo set out on the journey with a vanguard consisting of members of each family. Chuanfong and Tsunade accompanied them all the way. At the entrance of the town, there is no more human habitation ahead of the Fire Nation. Brother, have a safe trip. Tsunade spoke up to offer her blessing, and Tsukumo would always be the first to take on any dangerous mission. Don't worry, big brother can run away even if he can't win. Chuanfong didn't look worried at all, as Tsukumo, who knew Flying Thunder God, was indeed as he said. After he finished speaking, Tsunade glared at him. This guy's words were really unlucky. No need to see me off. I'm leaving now. Shuomao treats Chuanfong as heir. This younger brother is like a dog that can't spit out ivory. Wait for your good news. Tsunade said, and Tsukumo nodded at her before leading the team to the rain country. Let's go back. Chuanfong watched Tsukumo's figure disappear from his sight and called Tsunade to leave. Okay, let's prepare early. Tsunade turned and walked in front. They would march in full force once Tsukumo gained a foothold in the rain country. The bottom line is that we must not allow the war to start within the borders of the Fire Nation. Tsukumo led his troops on a rapid march into the land of rain. The Rain Kingdom was devastated by the Civil War and is now a country where people can come and go as they please. If it weren't for its special geographical location, it would have been swallowed up by other countries long ago. The rain was still falling, and Shuomao slowed down his pace in the deep forest. Sense chakra fluctuations ahead. Tsukumo-sama, he is from Rock Shinobi Village. A Hyuga tribe member has already seen the situation ahead, even though this rock shinobi is hiding very well. Alive. Tsukumo whispered in order to continue moving forward, and several Konoha shinobi quietly left the team. A moment later 3 rock shinobi were brought in front of Tsukumo. Have your troops entered the rain country? Tsukumo looked at the rock shinobi with a cold look in his eyes, his voice devoid of any emotion. Humph, don't even think about getting any information from us. These 3 rock shinobi are still tough nut to crack, and Tsukumo is too lazy to waste any more time on them after hearing this. Hayato, I leave it to you. Yamanaka Hayato also followed Tsukumo this time in order to obtain more detailed information. Yes, Master Tsukumo. Advertisement. Hayato walked out from behind Tsukumo and walked to the shadows with a few rock shinobi. Then there was a loud scream, but Tsukumo's expression remained unchanged. After a long time, the screams became weaker and weaker until they disappeared. Hayato came back from the shadows alone, with a happy look on his face, as he had obtained the intelligence. Tsukumo-sama, Iwagakure has not yet arrived in the land of rain. Onoki has returned to the village from the land of birds to rest and has only sent out spies for now. Sunagakure has set up camp at the border of the Wind Country. It's no wonder that Hayato was so happy after interrogating a village's worth of ninjas and getting information from both families. This is just the ones we caught. There are definitely more that have not been discovered. I don't think our whereabouts will be hidden for long. Find a good place to camp and notify Tsunade to come as soon as possible. Shuomao thought clearly about the current situation. As long as he arrived before the 2 villages of Yansha, he would have a certain advantage. Yes, Master Tsukumo. Hayato nodded and waved to call an intelligence officer over. After whispering a few words, the man quickly left. Set off. After this little episode, Tsukumo led everyone on their way forward. 2 days later, we found a suitable location where we could attack or defend. Tsukumo settled down and waited for Tsunade to arrive. Damn, it rains 300 days a year in this place, right? Chuanfong walked in the rain wearing a raincoat, feeling a little helpless. My sister P********* you off, why are you blaming the rain? Nawaki said quietly beside him. Just now, Chuanfong was humiliated and got punched by Tsunade, and he has no place to vent his anger. You've been talking a lot lately. Chuanfong looked at Nawaki with a fierce look, which made him a little scared. Sister, my brother-in-law bullied me. Nawaki has also learned his lesson and will curry favor with others whenever he has problems. Come here and don't be mad at him. Tsunade walked in front to let Nawaki pass, and gave Chuanfong a look to let him experience it himself. This is all you are capable of, and you still have the nerve to bully a child? Teacher, you really went a little too far, Minato said, a flying thunder god, and came to Nawaki, and Chuanfong didn't have time to trouble him. You little b********************, d, you're making me so mad. As the saying goes, good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. Chuanfong also understood how Shuomao felt because he was angry with him. The Konoha army was currently on their way to meet up with Tsukumo. Not even a single spy was found along the way, and no one dared to touch their tiger's whiskers. Master Chuanfeng's disciples are very interesting. Advertisement. The Uchiha chief followed behind Chuanfong and made a comment with a smile. Little kid, you're spoiled. Chuanfong said this with a smile on his face, not looking angry at all. The weather in this rainy country is really uncomfortable. The Uchiha clan's Grandmaster fire style would inevitably be affected in such an environment. Ninjas like Nawaki will have their water style enhanced. We won't have to get wet in the rain when we get to the campsite. I hope it's a sunny day when the fight starts. Chuanfong also knew the concerns of the Uchiha clan leader. Sometimes, the slightest mistake could mean the end of life. I hope so. The Uchiha leader did not speak again after he finished speaking. Iwagakure has also received news that Konoha's large army has entered the rain country. Onoki, along with Lao Zi and his troops, rushed to the land of rain without stopping. Han can barely use his tailed beast coat now, and his strength has been greatly affected, so he is left in the village to look after the house. Third generation lord, why do you have to start a war? Iwagakure, can stay out of this. Lao Zi wore purple clothes and a breastplate, his hair was tied into a small ponytail at the back, and he had a big beard. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked a question that gave third Tsuchikage a headache. No wonder Onoki didn't like taking him on the expedition, there was nothing he could do this time. You are a ninja, just follow orders, understand? Onoki's lazy explanation was not convincing to a man as stubborn as he was. Do you know how many people will die in a war? These are all your people? Our village is doing pretty well now. Lao Zi still insisted on his opinion. In his eyes, war was the most vicious thing. Becoming a Jinchuriki is also about not letting the village be threatened, and not going to the battlefield as a tool of war. Okay, stop talking and do your own thing. Onoki didn't want to say anything more to him and flew higher. Lao Zi looked up at his figure with dissatisfaction. No wonder he left Iwagakure and became a wandering monk in the original work. Master Z, the third-generation masters are also helpless. A rock shinobi stepped forward and tried to mediate. What do you mean he has no choice? He is just too ambitious. Is Iwagakure not doing well now? Lao Zi got furious when he heard this, and his stubbornness was speechless. You are right. The rock shinobi helplessly covered his forehead and stepped back, never to meddle in other people's business again. The main reason is that he can't afford to offend Lao Zi, the stubborn guy. Chapter 129. Child Marriage Rain Country, Konoha Camp. After a long journey, Tsunade and his party finally met up with Tsukumo. The sky began to clear up, but the sun was not very warm. Water can be seen everywhere on the ground. Shuamao arranged the camp very well so that the large troops could move in as soon as they arrived without having to set up tents themselves. Suddenly the whole camp became lively. The leader of each family tries his best to restrain his members and avoid conflicts with others. Because Chuanfong has mentioned this matter many times in the past few days. Everyone was angry but dared not speak out, as they were terrified to face this god of death. The largest earthen house in the center of the camp is the meeting hall specially built by Shuamao. As more people participate in the meeting, the room will naturally have to be larger. Tsunade didn't start a meeting right after arriving, as everyone needed to rest first. Besides, although there is no definite information yet, Konoha already has the initiative, so he can feel relatively at ease for the time being. Several friends came to Shuamao's tent together, as it was relatively quiet there. Most people had no relationship with him, let alone visit him. Brother, your conditions are not very good. Chuanfong sat down first. Shuamao had already asked someone to prepare food. Just one sentence made Shuamao's eyes twitch. This is the front line, do you think it's a town or home? It's good for you to have something to eat. Tsunade punched him lightly and sat down next to him. Chuanfong is the kind of person who will die if he doesn't do something weird one day. Everyone, take a seat. You're welcome. Chuanfong asked everyone to sit down, the eldest brother's territory was his territory. Brother Tsukumo. Dai even pretended to say hello, then sat down and picked up the elbow. Everyone should be able to understand that physical ninjas can eat a little. It's finally healed, don't lie down again. Tsukumo saw that Debbie was happy to see her brother and smiled widely. He is still suitable for dealing with simple people. Once everyone sat down, the topic naturally turned to war. Iwagakure should make some moves. Just waiting for the exact news. Tsukumo asked Hayato to keep an eye on the movements in the direction of Iwagakure. Calculating the time, it should be almost time. I heard that Sunagakure has been at the border of the Wind Country and didn't dare to come? Chuanfong smiled. Sunagakure was quite self-aware. Yeah, probably because he was scared after being beaten. Advertisement. There's no other way to come now. Their names aren't supporting them for nothing. Tsukumo laughed as well. The death of the shadow of a village in battle would be an unbearable blow to any village. Shukaku still needs attention. Tsunade has fought Shukaku before, and there aren't many people around him who can handle him. Leave it to me. Dai had fought against Five Tails Jinchuriki before, so he was full of confidence. Fenfuku is the perfect Jinchuriki, his strength is even above Five Tails. Chuanfong spoke the truth quietly and glanced at Dai. His current strength was still insufficient to deal with Shukaku. Then I'll go with Brother Tsukumo. Although Dai is simple, he is not a fool. If he cannot win the fight, he will call for help. No problem, youth is no longer passionate. Tsukumo joked that he was also looking forward to fighting the tailed beasts. How is that possible? We need brothers on the road of youth, right? Dai swallowed the elbow in his mouth and smiled innocently, his mouth full of White Fang and his eyes shining. Haha, Dai, you've also learned bad things. Yui Shinku spoke only at this moment. He had no intention of taking any action in the high-end battle against the tailed beasts. There are illusions that can be used against tailed beasts, but he can't reach that level. I've only heard that Uchiha Madara can control 9 tails with just one look. He's a top-notch figure in illusion. Unfortunately, without those eyes, he has no hope in this life. It's called improvisation. After Dai finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Then leave Iwagakure to us. Chuanfong casually took on Rock Shinobi as his opponent, and Onoki was just a defeated opponent by him. I guess Onoki won't be bringing Five Tails Jinchuriki out. Tsunade guessed Onoki's plan. A Jinchuriki who might go berserk at any time was obviously not suitable to appear on the battlefield. Four Tails Sun Wukong, his combat power is higher than Five Tails. Chuanfong naturally knew how powerful Lao Zi was, but he didn't think that Tsunade could handle him now. In the original work, Tsunade would not be a match for Lao Zi at this time. I will take this seriously. Chomei always says whoever he catches is better than him. I really. Tsunade just heard Chomei's chatter again. This guy does have a good temper, but he's a little too weak. Haha, if not, you can teach him a few moves. Even Tsukumo was amused. Tsunade had complained about Seven Tails' talkative nature many times. Tsunade would only rush into the seal and beat him up if she was really annoyed. At most I can have peace for half a day. Advertisement. I didn't think much about it at the time. Chuanfong scratched his head in embarrassment, but those wings were indeed quite impressive. It should be sealed inside you. Tsunade rolled his eyes at him. Could it be that this guy had already had that idea? It's terrifying when you think about it. No wonder he wanted to get himself drunk. It must have been a premeditated plan. After imagining it, Tsunade blushed, and Chuanfong took note of this unfounded fight. If you don't eat it now, Dai will finish it. Shuamao watched Dai wolfing down his food and quickly invited everyone to eat. A simple person is just eating, what can you say? Dai, go slower and save some meat. Chuanfong glanced at the table and thought, wow, you only know how to eat meat, right? I have just recovered from a serious injury, please forgive me. Dai didn't look embarrassed at all, and his honest smile was the best cover. I'm convinced. I'll go get some more meat. Shuamao got up and went out, and his good friend could only pamper him. After Tsukumo came back with the meat, everyone had a good meal. Chatting about some family matters, the atmosphere suddenly became much warmer. Chuanfong also took the opportunity to mention that he wanted Hong and Kakashi to have a baby marriage. Shii Shinku did not refuse, but he was also a man who doted on his wife, so he said he would go back and ask for her opinion. Shuamao immediately realized where he was inferior to Chuanfong. Damn, Kakashi won't leave yet, and his uncle has already arranged a wife for him. Judging from the appearance of Hong's mother, Hong must be a great beauty. How could Kakashi not like him? Everyone was laughing and cheering. The child marriage was just about to go through the last step. Chuanfong is afraid that his childhood sweethearts cannot resist the attraction at first sight. If Asuma, with that big beard, really makes Hong unable to extricate herself from him, Kakashi will be so sad. This is an extra layer of insurance. Does my son have one? Dai knew how difficult it was to find a wife, so now he could only envy her. Chuanfong thought about the blue beast of Konoha, the man who almost kicked out the end. When he was a little acorn, he had the strongest CP feeling with Kakashi in the entire Hokage, but he was not popular with women. Don't worry, I will teach him. Chuanfong seemed to have made up his mind. It would be difficult for Guy to find a wife given his appearance and personality. This is a long and arduous task. Thank you, Mr. Chuanfong. Dai's eyes were filled with tears. This was his great benefactor. Tsunade looked at Chuanfong deeply, as if he was quite capable. I gave myself up for no apparent reason. Chapter 130 Attack. After eating, they chatted for a while. The sky gradually darkened and the clouds gradually dispersed. There were only a few days of relaxing days left. In order to give the Konoha shinobi a better chance of winning, Tsunade also began to make large quantities of poison. As a medical ninja, she can detoxify and is naturally familiar with poisons. This was something she was too disdainful to tinker with, but now she had no choice but to do it. After all, the number of shinobi in Konoha is much different from that of the two villages combined, so using poison is a last resort. On this day, Tsunade received information that Iwagakure had entered the territory of the Rain Country. She was preparing poison, but she put down the medicine in her hand and immediately ordered her men to prepare for the expedition. Everyone assemble. Tsunade gave the order and sent out ninjas to deliver the message, and the Konoha camp exploded instantly. The neatly dressed ninjas gathered at the camp gate. A moment later, Tsunade and Chuanfong arrived together. Looking at the large army that had already gathered, Tsunade didn't say anything nonsense. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The large army was split into two, with Tsukumo and Dai leading a group to stay behind to guard against Sunagakure. Chuanfong and Tsunade took the lead and headed straight for the location of Rock Shinobi. Quickly traveling through the dense forest, the humidity in the air is still very high. Soon everyone was soaked, but the team's progress did not change at all. Quietly and quickly. I didn't know how far away from the camp we were, but all I could see were towering trees reaching into the sky. Master Tsunade, there are Rock Shinobi spies ahead. The Hyuga clan's radar is still powerful, kill him. Without waiting for Tsunade to respond, Chuanfong uttered two words expressionlessly. He doesn't need to do this little thing himself. Before Minato and Nawaki could say anything, someone else got the upper hand. I'll go. Fugaku took the initiative to take on this task and disappeared behind Chuanfong in a flash. After a few leaps in the woods, he disappeared. Chuanfong looked at his receding figure. This kid has made great progress in strength. Maybe I can dodge my kick. The team did not stop because of this, and the news of their attack could not be concealed. It's impossible that Rock Shinobi only has so few spies observing their movements. Only if they are fast enough can they catch Rock Shinobi off guard. Fugaku returned a moment later, the kunai in his hand still dripping with blood. Advertisement. He casually shook off the bloodstain and put it back into his ninja tool bag. Solved. There wasn't a trace of pride in his tone. If he couldn't even deal with these spies, how could she even think of catching up with the man in front of her? Good job. Chuanfong responded casually. If he couldn't handle this matter well, then he really had no qualifications to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. The spy who went back to report the news from Rock Shinobi wished he had more legs, because Konoha moved too fast. At this time, Onoki was setting up camp with Rock Shinobi. They were tired after the long journey and now they needed to rest. We chose a hill with relatively high terrain, which has a good view and will not be affected by the accumulation of Mizukage. With the skills cast by a large number of Grandmaster Earth-style ninjas, earthen houses were built one after another. The speed of building a house is probably only slightly slower than Yamato. Onoki went into a big house to rest first, and Lao Zi was arranged by him to sit far away. He was even afraid that Lao Zi would come to him at night to discuss life. It was so annoying. Lao Zi himself was also happy and relaxed, and when he saw Onoki he couldn't help but question him. The two of them really don't get along. Before Onoki could close his eyes and get some sleep, Rock Shinobi came to report. Third generation sir, Konoha's troops are coming our way. Damn, it's so fast. Who leads the team? Onoki jumped out of bed with a serious expression. Konoha's speed was beyond his expectations. Hatake Chuanfong and Tsunade. The Rock Shinobi answered with certainty. Damn it, these two guys again. Gather and prepare for battle. After saying this, Onoki flew out of the room and headed in the direction of Lao Zi. He was afraid that if he didn't go, Lao Zi wouldn't take action. This Tsuchikage really had no dignity. Onoki pushed the door open and left. His words came out before he even showed up. Old Purple, the Konoha Shinobi is here, follow me to fight. When I entered Lao Zi's room, I saw him meditating. New. Lao Zi opened his eyes, looked at Onoki, and agreed in a stiff tone. He got out of bed reluctantly. Let's go. Onoki doesn't plan to have more communication with Lao Zi. Once on the battlefield, Lao Zi will not hesitate to work hard whether for Rock Shinobi or his own safety. Lao Zi followed Onoki out of the house without saying a word. Before the troops had fully assembled, another Rock Shinobi came to report that the Konoha Shinobi were not far away. Advertisement, is it just in front? Chuanfong asked the radar beside him. It can be seen already. Their camp is not complete yet. Veins bulged around the radar's eye, allowing it to see the situation at the Rock Shinobi camp clearly. Attack! Tsunade roared, and seven tails appeared quietly behind him. The violent-tailed beast chakra caused the surrounding ninjas to retreat several meters away. He instantly entered half-tailed beast mode, and a huge-tailed beast bomb slowly took shape in his mouth. Following the guidance of the radar, the tailed beast bomb suddenly attacked the Rock Shinobi camp. All trees along the tailed beast bomb path were destroyed, leaving a straight path leading to the Rock Shinobi camp. Superior. Chuanfong, sword in hand, leads the way. He asked the town's best blacksmith to make this, but its craftsmanship was far inferior to Lao Tai's. That is to say, just use it for now. The Konoha Shinobi behind him spread out and surrounded the highland hills in a fan shape. Dust release, original world separation technique. Onoki immediately noticed the tailed beast bomb approaching from afar and slowly enlarging in front of his eyes. He flew into the air, quickly formed a seal, spread out his hands, and hit the target accurately with a dust escape. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and an astonishing wave of air spread out among the ninjas from the two villages. The surrounding trees were turned into debris in the explosion, and a circular deep pit appeared in front of everyone. Here we go, come on! Onoki's expression hardened, and Rock Shinobi rushed out of the camp. Lao Zi was now standing beside Onoki and was no longer silent. The figures of Chuanfong and Tsunade have appeared in his eyes. The seven tails have been killed. This is Lao Zi's confidence in his own strength, and also the voice of Sun Wukong. Don't be careless. Onoki has suffered losses. Even though Tsunade is not very strong, Chuanfong really gives him a headache. I want to see how powerful Hatake Chuanfong is. When the war broke out, Lao Zi seemed to have become a different person, and the fighting spirit in his eyes could not be concealed. Konoha Shinobi came from all directions and fought with Rock Shinobi in front of Onoki's eyes. At this critical moment of life and death, both sides burst out with extremely amazing fighting power and bloodiness. However, the weapons of Konoha Shinobi were all tempered with poison prepared by Tsunade, and they had the upper hand in their first fight with Rock Shinobi. The sword blade pierced through the chest, and even without the poison, there would be no survival. With his body cut by the kunai and a splash of blood, Rock Shinobi instantly lost his fighting ability and became a lamb to be slaughtered. Tsunade's poison is ruthless. Chapter 131 2 on 2. No matter how strong one's blood is, it cannot withstand such wear and tear. When his companions fall, Rock Shinobi always feels that he will be the next one. After a short fight, Rock Shinobi changed his fighting style and distanced himself from Konoha Shinobi. The two sides started a ninjutsu confrontation, and only the Rock Shinobi who was good at physical skills was still fighting in close combat with the Konoha Shinobi. Chuanfong moved forward steadily, although he had no intention of attacking. But wherever he passed, the Rock Shinobi retreated. No Rock Shinobi dared to attack him. Madara's reputation for brutality is evident. The closer Chuanfong got to Onoki, the faster he moved. Lightning flashed on his body, and he had already entered combat mode. Tsunade, who had returned to normal, followed closely behind. The two men's targets were very clear, Onoki and Laozi. I'll go first. Laozi bowed his head and greeted Onoki, then rushed towards Chuanfong. Lava-style scorching river rock technique. After forming a seal, Laozi spit out multiple magma balls from his mouth and attacked Chuanfong and Tsunade. As he ran, a red tail appeared behind him. Only then did Onoki slowly rise into the air, his eyes fixed on Chuanfeng's movements. Once there is a flaw, he will attack without hesitation. Good to come. The magma ball, which is bigger than a human, looks very impressive, with the magma still flowing and flames rising. Before the ball arrived, Chuanfong felt the heat wave on his face. A flash of lightning, 6 consecutive strikes. Chuanfong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, bent his knees slightly, and suddenly accelerated, leaving a trail of lightning on the spot. The magma ball was pierced by the lightning and was instantly cut into 2 halves and fell to the ground. After sinking deep into the ground, the flames above had not yet been extinguished, and the magma flowed down and ignited the surrounding ground. What a fast speed! Laozi felt that his eyes could not capture Chuanfeng's figure, so he instinctively raised his right fist and punched forward. Dang! With a crisp sound, Chuanfeng's sword and Laozi's fist collided fiercely. The makeshift sword had already broken, and Laozi's fist, which was wrapped in lava, attacked Chuanfeng's face with scorching heat. This broken sword. Chuanfeng showed no fear at all and even had time to complain about the quality of the sword. Chuanfeng casually threw away the half-broken sword and did a cross-legged move, while Laozi's fist whizzed past his face. He stood on one leg, raised his right foot and kicked Laozi on the chin. It was as if all of this had been rehearsed in advance, and it was so smooth in Tsunade's eyes. Laozi groaned and flew backwards, death kick. Advertisement Tsunade had no reason to miss this good opportunity. She flapped her wings and flew over at a very fast speed, kicking Laozi in midair. The bright red chakra on the toes is frightening. Onoki's expression changed drastically. He had seen this trick before. Don't even think about it. Earth-style, rock arms. Boom boom. A huge rock arm tore through the earth and broke out. The partition is between Tsunade and Laozi. Tsunade kicked one of the fingers and broke it, sending rocks flying everywhere. After failing to hit the target with her first strike, she quickly retreated. Laozi escaped the danger and fell heavily to the ground. Thanks. He wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, showing his 2 big teeth, and Laozi's speech was somewhat lisp. I shook my head and the strong feeling of dizziness gradually improved. Laozi climbed up and looked at Chuanfeng and Tsunade through the fingers of the rock arm. These 2 people are really difficult to deal with. Laozi has put away his contempt. Come back, don't fight hard. Onoki lowered his altitude, and Laozi was too reckless, and was almost killed in the first fight. If Tsunade's kick had hit, Laozi wouldn't necessarily be much better than Han. By then, I would be left alone and would have no choice but to run back in shame. You're pretty quick. Chuanfeng looked at Daeki in midair with a slightly sarcastic tone. What's there to be proud of? Onoki joined Laozi and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Laozi immediately felt his punches and kicks become heavier. This was the 3rd Tsuchikage's weighted rock technique. Onoki, if you withdraw your troops now, I can forgive you for what happened. Chuanfeng smiled faintly and didn't take the 2 people in front of him seriously at all. You're dreaming. Onoki refused without even thinking about it. Laozi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but held it back. Then don't blame me for being rude. I forgot to tell you that someone has learned your secret technique. Chuanfeng did not forget to add fuel to the fire. After saying this, Onoki's face became even uglier. This was a secret technique taught to him by the 2nd Tsuchikage, and he never expected that someone in Konoha could learn it so easily. How long has it been? If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense? Advertisement. Although Laozi was not on good terms with Onoki, he also knew the reason behind it. After saying this, powerful chakra burst out from Laozi's body. A large area of lava instantly appeared on the ground, and his whole body was gradually covered by high-temperature lava. Lava-style chakra mode. This is Laozi's strongest combat state except for the complete tailed beast transformation, which he cannot control at present. In this mode, everything that Laozi touches will melt, and the lava-style armor enhances his lethality and defense. With the support of Onoki's heavy rock technique, Laozi's combat effectiveness will probably rise to another level. Feeling the powerful aura from Laozi, Chuanfeng concentrated his mind. Nice power. Sage mode is quietly turned on, and Tsunade also has 3 buffs added. You are very arrogant. A needle in the sea. Laozi jumped up, his right fist completely covered by magma. Propelled by the terrifying explosive force, it arrived in front of Chuanfeng with a strong wind sound. Sorry, you're so slow. Chuanfeng's voice sounded faintly, and his figure flashed to avoid Laozi's thundering attack. The missed punch hit the ground hard, and the moisture on the ground evaporated instantly. The dry ground exploded with a loud bang, forming a huge deep pit with Laozi as the center. Careful. Onoki was about to rush to help, but was entangled by Tsunade. He can fly, and coincidentally, so can Tsunade. Onoki, with his weak arms and legs, really doesn't dare to compete with Tsunade in physical skills. He could only try to keep some distance, and his 2 consecutive dust release attacks missed. Fortunately, he also managed to escape from Tsunade's attack range. Heavenly Feet hurt. How could he not know Tsunade's special move, Chuanfong? It was too late for Lao Zi to react. He had no time to dodge and could only take it. Watching Chuanfeng's feet growing bigger and bigger in his eyes, the violent aura of thunder attribute had already made him hold his breath. Lava-style granite. I saw circles of magma quickly forming around Lao Zi's body, and a huge magma wall rose up from under his feet. Accompanied by a sizzling sound, thick white mist rose from the walls. Chuanfong stepped heavily on the lava wall. Bang! The barrier shattered in front of Lao Zi's stunned eyes, and Chuanfong stepped on Lao Zi's head with the remaining force. Old Purple. Onoki cried out in fear, fearing that another of his Jinchuriki would be broken. Then he is the sinner of Iwagakure. Do you still have time to care about others? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tsunade moved forward closely, and her red figure turned into a gorgeous streak in the air. Chapter 132 Sun Wukong. Technique. After being caught up by Tsunade, Onoki had to fight, and his right fist was instantly covered by rock. He was well aware of the horror of strange power, and also added the super-weighted rock technique to his right fist. Ah! Tsunade roared, and their fists met. An invisible wave of air spread out with the two of them as the center. Then Tsunade and Onoki both flew backwards, and their strength was surprisingly equal. Neither of them could maintain their balance in the air. Tsunade fell to the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The ground was shaking, and an ordinary person would have fallen to death immediately. Onoki turned the ground where he fell into a swamp in advance, and was caught by the swamp after he fell, so he was not seriously injured. I underestimated you. Tsunade got up as if nothing had happened and wiped the corner of her mouth. She was not much worse than immune to death's cockroach. Princess Katsuyu, your ability to recover is truly enviable. Onoki floated slowly in the air, and he didn't dare to pay attention to Lao Zi anymore. I can only pray for him silently in my heart. Tsunade's strength has frightened him. She is growing too fast. According to the information at the Rain Country battlefield at that time, Tsunade and his 3 fellow disciples were no match for Hanzo of the Salamander, but now one person can hurt him. Come again. The wings behind Tsunade flapped and rushed towards Onoki again. Move forward without rules to prevent Onoki's dust release attack. No matter what, she would not give Onoki the chance to rescue Lao Zi. As long as Chuanfong gets rid of Lao Zi, Onoki will be dead. The defense is good. Chuanfong stepped on Lao Zi's head, but did not achieve any substantial effect. Most of the force was absorbed by the lava wall, and Lao Zi's lava-style armor barely blocked his attack. The price is to spit out 2 more teeth from your mouth. After Chuanfong dodged a kick from Lao Zi, he quietly walked away and gently patted the flames on his legs. The hideous burns had begun to heal, and they were no longer serious injuries to him. Lao Zi climbed up, already aware of the difference in strength between the two. No wonder Onoki was defeated by this man. With Chuanfeng's strength, he is not sure he can win even if he fully transforms into a tailed beast. What's more, he is still unable to master the full-tailed beast transformation. Taking a look at Onoki fighting with Tsunade, Lao Zi's heart moved. You are strong, but I won't give up just like that. Lao Zi roared in a low voice, and a large amount of chakra gathered in his hands, and he slammed the ground. Advertisement. Lava-style Wagwoshin. In Chuanfeng's eyes, the ground touched by Lao Zi's hands turned into a pool of black and red magma, spreading at an extremely fast speed. The ground beneath his feet was instantly assimilated into golden and red magma. The boiling magma was rolling and was about to engulf Chuanfeng's feet. A piece of fiery red magma emerged from the ground in an instant. If I could fly, would this move not be able to hit me? Chuanfeng still has time to think about all these things. Lao Zi looked at Chuanfeng without moving, and a look of joy appeared on his face. I thought Chuanfeng was frightened by his move. He ran towards Onoki without looking back at Chuanfeng. A moment later, a loud, boom boom, sound came from behind Lao Zi, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, can you still be resurrected after being burned to ashes? The black and red magma gushed out, and the magma sea erupted like a volcano. A huge amount of magma rushed into the sky, like the most gorgeous fireworks. Get out of the way. The explosion of this technique had a very large range, and the ninjas affected screamed in fear and fled desperately. Some ninjas who didn't have time to escape were immediately enveloped by the falling lava and were burned to charcoal without even being able to scream. Lao Zi no longer cared about distinguishing between friend and foe. All he wanted now was to meet up with Onoki as soon as possible. You can run away? Chuanfeng's voice sounded in Lao Zi's ears, but it was not loud. But it was like a bolt from the blue to Lao Zi. When did he come? Lao Zi immediately rolled to the side, trying to avoid Chuanfeng's attack. Thunder-style collapse fist. His movements seemed meaningless under the mark of the flying thunder god. Chuanfeng appeared beside him again in an instant and hit Lao Zi with a simple straight punch. Lao Zi flew out and hit a rock shinobi, who died instantly. The force was not much relieved, and Lao Zi rolled several meters after landing. There were Konoha shinobi all around, and the brave ones were slowly approaching with swords in hand. The sight of Lao Zi wrapped in lava frightened them. But killing the Jinchuriki would also be a great achievement. Lao Zi felt that his whole body was paralyzed, the lightning attribute chakra was constantly destroying his internal organs, and his consciousness gradually became unclear. Sun Wukong also raised his head and roared in pain inside his body. You may not be able to break his defense, let me do it. Chuanfong appears in front of the Konoha Shinobi, startling them. Yes, Master Chuanfong. No one suspected that he was here to steal the credit, because with his record, he didn't need any more credit. Advertisement. Die with 4 tails. Chuanfong showed a sinister smile and was about to crush Lao Zi's head with his foot. Let's see how you defend yourself, now I will take over his body. The unconscious Lao Zi actually grabbed Chuanfeng's feet. His arms had been deformed under Chuanfeng's feet, but the strength involved should not be underestimated. Chuanfeng felt a burning pain coming from the soles of his feet and subconsciously leaned over and punched him. Lao Zi's body changed again, and his entire body began to slowly swell. He exerted force with his arms and threw Chuanfeng out. In the blink of an eye, Lao Zi had turned into a huge red gorilla. I want you dead. Sun Wukong pounded his chest angrily, and the 4 tails behind him flew up and down. So it's you who came out. So what? Chuanfeng's first sentence was understated, but the second sentence was full of murderous intent. Haven't you fought enough tailed beasts? Ah, Sun Wukong roared and rushed towards Chuanfeng with steaming lava. Wherever they passed, they left huge eroded footprints on the ground. Being big means being powerful. Chuanfeng smiled disdainfully, bent down and picked up a sword from the ground that belonged to someone unknown. There is also dried bloodline on it. It's still the old man's craftsmanship that makes people feel at ease. Chuanfeng sighed, and the blade of the sword was covered with lightning. Swordsmanship, fire and thunder god. Under the impact of a large amount of chakra, the sword that was picked up casually could no longer withstand it. Chuanfeng's body burst into electric light, extremely fierce, and instantly turned into a flaming thunder dragon and bit towards Sun Wukong. Boom! Sun Wukong's punch missed and he fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't catch up with Chuanfeng's speed. The ground shattered and a large amount of magma erupted from it, and a group of ninjas moved away again. It's better for them not to get involved when gods fight. Ouch! Then Sun Wukong screamed and a huge wound appeared on the left side of his waist. There were faint flashes of lightning above, and everything was charred black. He covered his waist with one hand, half knelt on the ground, and pounded the ground frantically with the other hand. In an instant, the ground in front of him turned into a deep pit, filled with magma. Gurgle gurgle, Chuanfeng used a move called, Bai, and appeared behind Sun Wukong. The sword in his hand had turned into powder. Chapter 133 Tsunade Crisis. Chuanfeng severely injured Sun Wukong with one strike, shocking everyone. No one could have imagined that a behemoth like 4 tails could be brought down with just one sword in his hand. The Konoha Shinobi who had only heard of Chuanfeng's achievements were now even more excited. Even the 3rd Hokage may not be able to achieve such combat power. With such a person around, are you still afraid of losing? The Rock Shinobi witnessed this scene and was completely at a loss as the fully formed Jinchuriki could not distinguish between friend and foe. It is not right to save him, and it is not right not to save him. Suddenly, the Konoha Shinobi became even more motivated to fight, and the Rock Shinobi was already showing signs of being defeated. Don't go too far. Onoki defeated Tsunade with one move, his eyes revealing the cold murderous intent without any concealment. This girl isn't as strong as Hatake Chuanfong, but she's very tough. She showed no sign of being exhausted even now, and the injuries he left on her had no effect at all. The next moment, the chakra in Onoki's body began to flow wildly, and his robes moved without wind. He quickly formed a seal and spat out a large amount of dirt from his mouth to attack Tsunade. Earth-style gangly technique. A large amount of soil quickly condensed in midair, and a huge rock monster swung its fist towards Tsunade. The huge fist was bigger than Tsunade herself, and it hit her with a whirring sound. Tsunade dodged nimbly, and Onoki's mouth corners slightly raised. His target was not Tsunade. The rock monster punched into the air and suddenly fell to the ground, leaving 2 huge footprints on the ground, and ran towards Chuanfeng. Boom! The ground shook violently with every step he took, and the Konoha Shinobi on the path screamed and fled. Those who failed to dodge in time were trampled into pulp by the rock monster. Tsuchikage-sama has finally made his move. The rock shinobi on the battlefield saw this as Onoki's support, and indeed helped them disrupt the formation of the Konoha Shinobi. They get a little respite. Earth style, earth flows the river. Earth style, rock collapse. Earth style, earth dragon spear. Rock Shinobi used the appearance of the rock monster to launch a powerful attack on the Konoha Shinobi. The Konoha Shinobi who fled to avoid the rock monster suffered heavy casualties from the rock shinobi's ninjutsu. You deserve to die. Tsunade was furious when she saw this tragic scene. Onoki's expression now calmed down, and there was no sign of any fluctuation, but he was filled with murderous intent in his heart. He looked at Tsunade flying over, then flew up into the air, increasing his altitude again. Advertisement whoosh. Tsunade clung to him like a thorn in his flesh. The scarlet figure was as fast as lightning and it was impossible to catch sight of it. With wings, her speed and agility are unmatched by Onoki. However, Onoki's face showed a hint of coldness and he clasped his hands in front of his chest. Buzz. Chakra flowed wildly, and when he spread his hands, a translucent barrier appeared between his palms, and finally turned into a square cube. Dust release. Limit separation technique. He also used this tactic against Chuanfong, using defense as offense. The cube expanded in front of him, with Onoki hiding behind it. Tsunade's eyes began to turn into one of fear. Don't rush forward, retreat. Chomei sensed the danger of the cube and roared out from within Tsunade. Shut up. Tsunade shouted, stopping less than a meter in front of the cube. The figure turned and was about to leave. She didn't want to experience the power of dust escape. Even she couldn't imagine any possibility of recovery after her entire body was broken into molecules. Where to escape? At such a close distance, Onoki was confident that he could hit the target. The cube in his hand shot out fiercely, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Tsunade. Onoki gave a sinister smile. No one could survive if hit by dust release. Dust escape moved forward relentlessly, and nothing could stop it. It only slowly dissipated after it landed, creating a huge cubic pit. This time he's dead. Onoki breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Son Goku. His pupils shrank suddenly, Chuanfong disappeared, and only Sun Wukong was wailing in the same place. The rock giant, having lost its target, has joined the battlefield. He turned his head and looked around, and saw two figures in the distance. Are you okay? Chuanfong held Tsunade in his arms, half squatting on the ground, and successfully rescued Tsunade at the critical moment with 2 consecutive flying thunder gods. Phew, I thought I'd never see you again. Tsunade's fear of dust release had not yet dissipated, and she also thought she was going to die. Chomei even closed her eyes inside her, losing even the courage to struggle to death. The ones who just survived the disaster started to chirp, but it didn't affect Tsunade at all. Don't worry, I'm here. Advertisement of fierce attack was launched with Tsunade at the forefront. The huge rock skull was directly blown up, and large chunks of rock fell from the sky. Although he missed the opportunity to kill Son Goku, Tsunade's position in his heart is obviously more important. Go ahead. I saw him raise his fists high and smash them hard on the ground. Follow Master Tsunade. Chuanfong touched Tsunade's hair lovingly and put her on the ground. Lava style, Johei Great Eruption, the tailed beasts can be killed at any time, there is only one Tsunade. Sun Wukong roared and punched his chest, a large amount of chakra gathered in his fists. Tsunade-sama is here. After dealing with the opponent in front of them, the two touched their heads in tacit understanding. Minato and Nawaki saw the miserable state of Rock Shinobi and realized how much strength Tsunade used when hitting them. It stirred up clouds of dust and created a deep pit on the ground. With 3 buffs, she is definitely a big boss to ordinary ninjas. Now he just wants to vent. I was afraid that if I walked too slowly I would end up dying a tragic death. He turned his head and looked coldly at Onoki in the air. I don't know which Konoha Shinobi shouted first. Tsunade watched as the Rock Shinobi rampaged across the battlefield and the Rock Shinobi began to counterattack. The situation has reversed and the Konoha Shinobi has fallen into a disadvantage. Tsunade dodged and flew out, and her red figure appeared behind the rock monster with a strong sound of wind. I'll go deal with the rock monster first. There was no way that a seriously injured tailed beast would cooperate with Onoki, so Chuanfong let Tsunade act without worry. Tsunade didn't stop there, and rushed into the Rock Shinobi camp, punching and kicking everyone in his path, killing them without causing any harm. Otherwise, their brains would be no better than watermelons. The Rock Shinobi began to disintegrate, retreating before Tsunade even reached them. Faced with a behemoth like the rock monster, most people don't even have the strength to fight back. Onoki saw it all and was worried, but Chuanfong was watching his every move, making it impossible for him to rescue him. Bang! Tsunade's powerful blow hit the rock monster's back of the head. The Konoha Shinobi all showed surprise on their faces, now they were saved. The tyranny in his eyes was unmistakable, and Sun Wukong's mind slowly began to be occupied by anger. Sun Wukong had stopped roaring at this time and his injuries were gradually recovering. Chapter 134. Let's have a negotiation? Run away. Chuanfong and Onoki actually exclaimed at the same time. The ninjas on the battlefield felt a great threat at the same time, and Sun Wukong would not perform any monkey tricks for them. Then there is only one possibility, to kill them. The Konoha Shinobi and Rock Shinobi all abandoned their opponents and fled in all directions. Tsunade also reacted and instantly left Son Goku's attack range. In a flash, a huge crack appeared on the ground in front of Sun Wukong, which quickly spread towards the battlefield. The water in the ground was evaporated, and the cracks in the dry earth were like ferocious beasts ready to devour their prey. A large amount of steam rose from the cracks, covering the battlefield. Accompanied by the pungent smell of sulfur, the ninjas could no longer see the scene in front of them clearly. Screams rang out one after another. There were always unlucky people who didn't have time to escape and fell into the wide cracks in the ground and were completely melted by the magma. As Sun Wukong's chakra poured into the ground in large quantities, the magma boiled and surged even more, and after a short while of accumulation. Bang! Like a volcano suddenly erupting, the entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by the volcanic impact. There was no distinction between friend and foe, except for himself. Everyone present was the target of his anger. Sun Wukong launched this attack in anger, with such a wide range and great power that it was shocking. In the face of the power of the tailed beasts, ordinary ninjas have no chance of resistance. If it weren't for Chuanfong and Onoki's warning, the casualties would have been even more severe. Seeing that Sun Wukong was still expanding the scope of the volcanic impact, Chuanfong disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he had already kicked Sun Wukong in the waist, and the huge force penetrated his whole body. The Thunder Attribute Chakra also exploded on Sun Wukong's body. Bang! Sun Wukong fell to the ground and was kicked dozens of meters away by Chuanfong. It's Master Chuanfong. The steam cleared and many Konoha shinobi saw this scene. He actually kicked the tailed beast away with just one kick. He's too strong. Some Konoha shinobi showed expressions of horror and disbelief. It would be understandable if he used a sword, but Chuanfong, who kicked the tailed beast away with just physical skills, was on a new level in their minds. Although he didn't kill Son Goku with one kick, this was a tailed beast, and their attacks couldn't even break his defense. Master Chuanfong has fought more than one tailed beast. What's 4 tails? Even if there is another Chuanfong, Master Feng can handle it. Advertisement. Several Konoha Jonin who followed Chuanfong all the way here looked disdainful, thinking that these people were unsophisticated people who had never seen the world. They would have found it strange if Chuanfong hadn't kicked Sun Wukong away. On the other hand, Rock Shinobi did not have such a good attitude. They were still frightened after surviving a disaster. The powerful fighting ability displayed by Chuanfong caused their morale to collapse again. What are you afraid of? Master Tsuchikage is still here. A Rock Shinobi who seemed to be the leader frowned and shouted coldly. Hearing this, Rock Shinobi looked at Onoki flying in the air, then he regained his spirits and nodded to each other. As if to cheer themselves up, in their hearts, Onoki was a mountain that they could only look up to. If it was Master Tsuchikage who gave this kick, it would probably have the same effect. That's right, there's no reason why Hatake Chuanfong can do it but Tsuchikage-sama can't. Thinking of this, their expressions became even more determined. Unexpectedly, Onoki himself was unsure at the moment and was still thinking about how to save Lao Zi's life from Chuanfong and Tsunade. There are only 2 Jinchuriki in Iwagakure, and one is already half wasted. If Lao Zi died here again, he really didn't know how much significance it would have even if he won this war. Kill him. Tsunade passed by Chuanfong, leaving behind a red afterimage. The powerful recovery ability of the tailed beast was fully demonstrated at this time, and Son Goku had stood up again. He looked disdainful at Tsunade, whose head was not even as big as his. Do you think you can use yourself as a punching bag just because you are a human being? Son Goku's right fist was covered in lava, and he punched Tsunade. Die for me. With a roar, the lava on his right fist became more solid, emitting scorching heat. FKU. Chuanfeng's voice was like the devil's whisper, exploding in Sun Wukong's ears. How dare you? Onoki suddenly accelerated, and with the combined attack of these 2 people, there was a high probability that Sun Wukong would be crippled. Earth style, super earth flow wall. Onoki flew down and slammed his hands on the ground. The Rock Shinobi had never seen him so flustered, and they all became nervous. Onoki poured a large amount of chakra into the ground, and a huge earthen wall appeared in front of Tsunade. He separated Sun Wukong and Tsunade in an instant, and he was powerless to stop Chuanfeng's attack. Is Master Tsuchikage asking for peace? With her fist as the center, dense cracks continued to spread on the wall. Advertisement. No one wanted them to fight anymore, and they just became a clearly divided crowd of spectators. Boom. A Rock Shinobi pondered for a long time before asking this question weakly. By then, Tsuchikage might have to be left behind by both adults. However, Onoki achieved his goal. Onoki was furious, but he didn't have the leverage he had last time, and his harsh tone made him look even more helpless. Chuanfong was so angry that he laughed at Onoki's words. When had he ever been polite? Not to mention there are a bunch of Konoha shinobi whose weapons are poisoned. It's too late to discuss it now. Another scream was heard, and Sun Wukong's huge body flew out from behind the wall. Ouch, Princess Katsuyu, don't blame me for being rude. The Konoha shinobi are also eyeing the Rock Shinobi at this time. Once the tailed beast dies, they will launch another attack. Tsunade flatly refused. At first Chuanfong asked him to back off, but this old man didn't have that attitude. Tsunade is still very cautious towards outsiders. Another visionary Rock Shinobi voiced his opinion, the nervousness on his face evident. Once the tailed beast dies, Master Tsuchikage might be able to escape, so what will they do? His whole head was tilted, and Chuanfeng's punch hit him right on the head. Tsunade punched the earth flow wall, making a loud bang. How is that possible? This is just a delaying tactic by Master Tsuchikage. The Jinchuriki of our village is the key. At this time, Onoki no longer cared about his face and asked for peace. After thinking about these key points, the atmosphere among Rock Shinobi became increasingly quiet. At this time, the ninjas from the 2 villages looked at each other. The dust rolled and moved like a long dragon. After I defeat Sun Wukong, I'll show you what 2 against 1 means. Hatake Chuanfong and Tsunade alone can destroy them. What if the tailed beast is killed? Both sides looked at the battle situation of the 3 one-tailed beasts in front of them at the same time, which would determine their next actions in life and death. Should we fight or not? A rather knowledgeable Rock Shinobi whispered in response. He was unwilling to believe that Master Tsuchikage would be the one to ask for peace. A moment later, the entire wall of earth flow shattered and collapsed. A negotiation? Chapter 135. Escape. After Chuanfong finished speaking, he didn't intend to give Sun Wukong any more chance to catch his breath. The recovery ability of the tailed beasts should not be underestimated. The immortal chakra has also begun to run out of steam, and I don't think it will last much longer. At that time, the difficulty of killing Sun Wukong will increase again. Sage Art, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Several lightning bolts as thick as arms fell from the sky and hit Sun Wukong accurately, causing him to groan twice. The part that was hit turned black, and he fell to the ground, unconscious, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. That's enough. No one knew where Onoki got the explosive power from, and he only left a shadow in front of the ninjas, and when he appeared again, he was next to Sun Wukong. He wants to protect the village's Jinchuriki. You chose this yourself. Chuanfong showed a mocking smile on his face. Onoki, who couldn't even beat himself, wanted to beat two people. Why waste time talking to him? Go ahead. Son Goku killed so many Konoha shinobi that Tsunade wanted to eat their flesh and blood alive. He flew towards Onoki in a flash. Chuanfong was one step faster and appeared next to Sun Wukong the next second, with no intention of fighting with Onoki. Rock Shinobi felt distressed watching this, that such a small Tsuchikage was being besieged by two adults. Their fists were clenched tightly. If Master Tsuchikage couldn't defeat them, they would have to run away immediately. The Konoha shinobi's eyes sparkled. In their opinion, it was a done deal. The current Tsuchikage must either resign or die. Onoki put his hands on Son Goku and fully applied the super heavy rock technique to him. In an instant, Sun Wukong's weight increased dramatically, and he visibly sank to the ground. It didn't stop until half of its body was covered by the ground. Chuanfeng's attack hitting Sun Wukong felt like hitting an immovable mountain. Not only did it fail to impress Sun Wukong, but he was bounced several meters away by his own recoil force. Sun Wukong's injuries worsened again, and a clear fist mark appeared where he was hit. Onoki breathed a sigh of relief. At least he managed to save Sun Wukong and he did not dissipate. Earth style, Earth and Stone Dragon. Onoki relaxed, and after forming a seal, a giant dragon formed from mud opened its bloody mouth and pounced on the attacking Tsunade. In front of the dragon, Tsunade seemed as small as an ant. It looks good, but it's not useful. Tsunade didn't dodge or evade, and punched the Earth Dragon head-on. The violent Crimson Chakra instantly pierced through the Earth Dragon, but it only served to delay Tsunade for a few seconds. Tsuchikage-sama is mighty. Rock Shinobi couldn't help but cheer as he watched Onoki hold out for a whole round against two opponents at once. Maybe it's not that bad after all. Advertisement. The Konoha Shinobi saw clearly that Lord Chuanfong did not attack Onoki at all just now. Onoki was feeling mixed emotions now, wondering how difficult it would be for him to deal with two people alone. Not to mention that he now has to protect the unconscious Sun Wukong. I don't believe immune to death you today. Chuanfong appeared next to Sun Wukong again, and Tsunade also flapped his wings to attack. Onoki could only let Sun Wukong continue to hold on while thinking about how to escape. He no longer had the will to fight. As the saying goes, as long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He will remember today's humiliation deep in his heart, but of course this is all a story for the future. He doesn't know how to solve the current difficulty. Technique. Onoki's right arm is wrapped in rock, with the super-weighted rock technique attached. The two fists collided fiercely, and invisible airwaves spread outward and blew the ninja's hair. Onoki and Tsunade retreated a few meters away. Onoki already felt that his old waist could not bear the burden. I'm afraid that when I get older, I won't be able to use this trick often. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Onoki's accumulated injuries were already serious. Tsunade didn't even bother to care about the blood at the corner of his mouth. He stood firm and pounced again. Like a tireless beast, the wild wood grew bigger. How can we fight this? Tsuchikage-sama is injured. Rock Shinobi could see clearly that there was still some blood on the corner of Onoki's mouth. That's normal. Rock Shinobi has slowly accepted reality, and being able to hold off Hatake Chuanfong and Tsunade is already very impressive. Come again. Onoki's head was buzzing as he looked at Tsunade's figure. I'm going to take a few more punches to my waist. Tsunade's punch hit Onoki's body directly, and Onoki turned into mud and scattered in her eyes. The violent chakra hitting the stand made Tsunade furious. Onoki emerged from the ground beside Chuanfong and punched Chuanfong in the back. Chuanfong, who was about to continue beating Sun Wukong, didn't know whether he was dead or not. All he could see was that Sun Wukong's injuries were slowly getting worse, and it was possible that his next punch would turn Sun Wukong into ashes. It transformed into the purest energy and returned to heaven and earth, and then after a long time, it reappeared somewhere in the ninja world. Feeling the fist wind coming from behind, Chuanfong dodged instinctively. The last time I was restrained by the heavy rock technique, I still remember it vividly. Onoki guessed Chuanfeng's move, and he didn't use much force in this attack. Seeing Chuanfong retreating, he grabbed Sun Wukong's hand and flew into the air. He swore that he had never soared so straight in his life. Advertisement. Rock Shinobi retreat. Onoki's figure was getting deeper and higher, and even if Chuanfong used Flying Thunder God to go up, he didn't know how to get down. Tsunade, on the other hand, kept her head down and flapped her wings as she tried to catch up. Stop chasing me. Chuanfong was afraid that Onoki had a backup plan, and he didn't want Tsunade to be in danger again. Rock Shinobi was still a little confused when he heard Onoki shouting to retreat. It's so sudden, so you don't want to fight now? When he saw Onoki flying higher and farther away, he suddenly woke up. The Rock Shinobi ran away, and the Konoha Shinobi saw this, and how could they give up this good opportunity? A chase between the two sides began. Why won't you let me chase you? Tsunade obeyed Chuanfong's words and landed beside him. The battle was over and she returned to normal. Chuanfong's sage mode also expired, and the lightning attribute chakra on his body also dissipated. He reached out and wiped the bloodline from the corner of Tsunade's mouth, then spoke slowly. Even if Jinchuriki doesn't die, he won't be much better, but how confident are you that you can kill Onoki if you catch up with him? That rhetorical question left Tsunade speechless. Indeed, even if she caught up with him, she had no chance of killing Onoki. That's useless work. But I'm really angry. Tsunade stomped her feet to vent her dissatisfaction, and the ground cracked instantly. Chuanfong's figure shook. We won this time, let's see who else Onoki brings next time. With both Jinchuriki unable to fight, Iwagakure is running low on high-end combat power. In the following war, Konoha already has a great advantage. Okay, I understand. Tsunade sorted out the clues and realized that everything was as Chuanfong said, so this battle was a victory. Tell them to stop chasing. Chuanfong looked at the Konoha Shinobi who were almost out of sight chasing the Rock Shinobi, and spoke to Tsunade. Good. Tsunade took out a flare and released it into the sky, causing the Konoha Shinobi to stop in their tracks. This is the signal to withdraw troops, clean up the battlefield and retreat. Tsunade looked at the returning Konoha Shinobi and gave the order. Killing the enemy was far less important to her than saving the Konoha Shinobi. No matter how hard we chase them, we will only kill a few more Rock Shinobi. This is still the land of the Rain Country. Chapter 136 Sand Shinobi. The fighting here was fierce, but the situation in the Konoha camp was not peaceful either. Not long after the fight with Rock Shinobi, Sunagakure got the news and attacked the Konoha camp under the leadership of Yakura. He attempted to destroy Konoha's remaining forces, otherwise when Konoha was free, Sunagakure was afraid that he would not be able to hold on. Now with Rock Shinobi in the front, they can still fight. Tsukumo and Dai led the Konoha Shinobi to fight at the first opportunity. As soon as we left the camp, we saw a huge raccoon cat walking slowly in the forest in the distance. It was Shukaku. As Shukaku moves forward, trees collapse and the Rock Shinobi behind him becomes increasingly visible. Tsukumo stared intently and it seemed that there was someone standing on Shukaku's shoulder. Before he could call the Hyuga clan to come and take a look, he found Shukaku opening his huge mouth and a large amount of chakra gathered in his mouth. Its tailed beast bomb, flash. Tsukumo's face changed drastically and he shouted loudly. The Konoha Shinobi began to flee in all directions upon hearing this. The tailed beast bomb was irresistible to them. Let me do it. Dai had experience with the tailed beast bomb once before, so he took the initiative to stand in front of Tsukumo. What the hell are you doing? You still want to lie down? Tsukumo put his hand on his shoulder unhappily and pulled Dai behind him. Dai had boasted in front of him many times about using the Day Tiger to blow up the tailed beast bomb. There's no reason why they can do it but I can't, right? Well, be careful then. Dai thought about it carefully and realized that if he lay down again, it would be the third time. Thinking about the days when he was unable to move around easily, he felt a little tired, so he gave this opportunity to his good friend. Rest assured. Tsukumo drew the short sword from his back, and his entire aura began to change. If he was still hiding his edge a second ago, now it is fully exposed. His eyes became determined, and the white light on the short sword was dazzling. The fierce aura all over his body frightened Dai a little. It was the first time he saw Shumao so serious. The chakra in Shukaku's mouth had already taken shape. He retracted his neck and the tailed beast bomb flew towards the Konoha camp. All obstacles on the straight path were destroyed with ease. Injury door, open. Tsukumo roared as a large amount of violent chakra erupted from his body, and green light swirled around him. Tsukumo-sama, are you going to take on the tailed beast bomb? Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of Konoha Shinobi. That's unlikely. A Konoha Shinobi couldn't believe it, it was the first time he saw a tailed beast. He had no knowledge at all. He only knew that Shukaku was so big that he could kill him with one slap. How is that impossible? You have never seen how strong Lord Tsukumo is. Advertisement. This was the ninja who had participated in the night raid on the Sand Shinobi camp with Tsukumo. The affirmation in his words was probably even stronger than that of Tsukumo himself. Whoosh! In an instant, Shuo Mao disappeared from the spot, leaving only 2 deep footprints on the ground to prove that someone had stayed there. Swordsmanship, extreme shadow. Shuo Mao turned directly into a green blade, instantly cutting through the open area in front of him and entering the forest. Wherever it passed, all the trees were cut in two. In the eyes of everyone, the green blade light and the tailed beast bomb connected. Adult Tsukumo. Some Konoha Shinobi even cried out in surprise. In full view of everyone, the tailed beast bomb was pierced by the green blade light and separated into 2 parts. Boom! Then a huge explosion was heard. Thick smoke and dust rolled in, and for a moment it was impossible to see Shuomao's situation clearly. When the smoke cleared, a green figure stood there. How is this possible? The Sand Shinobi all looked incredulous, because that was the tailed beast bomb. But that is the fact, and they will have to face this evil spirit next. Superior. Tsukumo's voice was full of energy, reaching the ears of the Konoha shinobi from far away. Yes. The Konoha shinobi looked excited. Master Tsukumo did it, and cut the tailed beast bomb with one sword. What a great power this is. Tsukumo's figure flashed, and he took the lead and charged into the sand shinobi's camp. It turned into a cold light, like a crescent moon. Wherever he went, the bodies of countless sand shinobi suddenly froze, and then bloodlines appeared on their bodies, and they split into two and fell to the ground with a bang. Haha, it's fun. Jingmun, open. Dai laughed wildly, and a green whirlwind suddenly plunged into the sand shinobi camp. Countless sand shinobi were blown away with one strike. Damn it, stop them. There was a hint of annoyance in Yi Kang's eyes, and he jumped off Shukaku's shoulder. Dai Heshuamao moved among the crowd like a tiger out of a cage. If nothing is done to stop them, the sand shinobi will soon be defeated. Shukaku's large-scale destructive attacks cannot be used, and now the Konoha shinobi have been mixed with the sand shinobi. Once used, even one's own people will suffer fatal injuries. Advertisement Tsukumo and Dai's goal was not to massacre on the battlefield, but to open up the battle line. Once they reduce the number of sand shinobi to a certain level here, Shukaku will inevitably use large-scale attacks to massacre the Konoha shinobi. Only by dealing with Shukaku can we win this war. As for Yi Kang and Luo Sha, they really didn't take them seriously. If circumstances had allowed, these two would have died last time. The two of them rushed all the way and soon defeated the sand shinobi team and arrived at the far side of the battlefield. Although it is said to be far away, it is not that far away. You can still see the battlefield where the Konoha shinobi and the sand shinobi are fighting. But this position will not easily affect the battlefield. When Shukaku saw this scene, he didn't hesitate at all. He exerted force with his legs and jumped a few steps to come in front of the two people. Yi Kang also came to help with several shadow guards. She was a little worried about Shukaku being alone, as he was Sunagakure's most important fighting force at the moment. If Shukaku is lost, she won't know what she can use to fight Konoha. Luo Sha did not get involved, and he still needs time to grow. A fight of that level was not something he could get involved in at the moment. Surrounded by several Konoha shinobi, he still managed to handle it with ease. I heard you became the Kage? Tsukumo looked at Yi Kang not far away, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Can someone of this level be the Wind Shadow? Thanks to you, Konoha. Yi Kang's face changed and he spoke with gritted teeth. Although he was angry in his heart, he did not dare to act rashly. She knew Tsukumo's strength very well, having fought against him many times. If she hadn't had help, she would have died several times. It is commendable that you still have the courage to face it now. You are welcome. The goal of dividing the battlefield has been achieved, and Shuamao took the first step. His target was Shukaku. He no longer had any interest in Yi Kang and was almost tired of fighting him. Your opponent is me. Dai's figure flashed and blocked Yi Kang, who wanted to provide support. Green monster. Yi Kang narrowed his eyes and did not dare to underestimate Daishi either. What do you know? This is the color of youth, take my kick. Dai's style is to rush forward recklessly, and he won't engage in verbal battles with Yi Kang. Tsukumo fought Shukaku, and Dai, Yi Kang and the Shadow Guards started fighting in the blink of an eye. Tsukumo slashed Shukaku's neck with a knife, bringing out a ball of sand. He narrowly dodged Shukaku's big hand, but the attack had little effect on Shukaku. Chapter 137. Fighting Dai's Leaf Hurricane was blocked by the earth flow wall created by several Shadow Guards. Yi Kang took the opportunity to attack using Scorch style. Feeling the blood in his body stirring, Dai dodged. This woman's attack is very strange. Fortunately, Tsukumo told me about Yi Kang's abilities before coming here. The attack failed, and Yi Kang quickly retreated to the formation. She didn't think she was a match for Dai in a one-on-one fight. This guy is incredibly strong, a pure physical ninja. I really don't know how he trained himself to be like this. Looking at Dai Quanbai's eyes and the green light surging all over his body, Yi Kang had a headache. No easier to deal with than Tsukumo, to the peacock. Since Yi Kang doesn't attack, Dai will continue. The next moment, fist shadows with flames poured out like a waterfall, accompanied by Dai's hoarse roar. I'm da da da. Looking at the hundreds of fists coming towards him, Yi Kang's expression became solemn. You can feel the powerful force and scorching heat from every fist shadow. It seems to be not much worse than my own Scorch style. It was obvious that there was no way to dodge as Dai was moving too fast, so Yi Kang could only choose to take it. Oh. Several people held hands together and pressed them against the back of a Shadow Guard. This is a newly promoted Shadow Guard who relies on his bloodline limit, Sand Escape. Sand Escape, Sand Barrier. After he formed seals with his hands, a large amount of sand surged up from the ground, forming 2 layers of huge shield-like defense in front of him. With the chakra support of several people behind him, he not only injected chakra into the sand used as a shield to improve defense, but also tried to select sand with high mineral hardness. The huge shields protected the men tightly, and Dai could no longer see their figures. Bang bang bang. The sound of fists and shields colliding was eye-catching, and the ninjas on the battlefield also noticed what was happening here. From a distance, the sky was full of flashing fire rain, like a meteor shower, spectacular and terrifying. Countless fist shadows stirred up waves on the sand shield. The terrifying high temperature even made the sand begin to become a little crystal clear. There are actually signs of vitrification. Break through one layer of shield, and the next layer blocks Day's attack. The people behind the sand shield looked nervous and their hearts trembled with every vibration. Crack, a sudden crisp sound was heard, and Dai and Yi Kang looked at each other. The sand shield had turned into glass and scattered all over the ground, and was finally blocked from reaching the peacock. Nice defense. Advertisement Dai didn't expect that his attack on peacock was completely blocked. That's nothing. Yi Kang took a deep breath, not wanting to be at a disadvantage verbally. Scorch style, oversteamed to death. Her figure flashed and she rushed towards Dai. Sand styles, sand shigur. The shadow guard used sand escape again. A large amount of sand fell from the sky onto Dai's head. Dai disappeared without making any move. This trick didn't work on him. Just as he was about to fight back against the attacking Yi Kang, he found that his feet were tightly grasped by sand hands that suddenly appeared from the ground. This is also a dual-purpose ninjutsu. The shadow guard raised the corner of his mouth slightly and controlled it. He continued to input chakra, strengthening the hardness and strength of the sand hand to prevent Dai from breaking free. Lord Kazekage, take this opportunity. Ah, Yi Kang roared, and with a fireball spinning around him, he was about to pounce in front of Dai. This time she wanted to evaporate all the water in Dai's body and turn him into a mummy. Then we can cooperate with Shukaku to defeat Tsukumo, and this battle will be a success. A beautiful scene had already emerged in Yi Kang's mind, but things did not go as he wished. Is that all you have? Dai tested the power of the sand hand under his feet and found it was indeed enormous. But if you want to control him, you are underestimating the passion of youth. Leaf-strong whirlwind, Dai's feet condensed a large amount of chakra and spun violently. The hand of sand broke with a sound, and there was a sound of air explosion when it kicked in the air. Dai then disappeared in front of Yi Kang. He was not stupid and would not go head-on with Yi Kang, who had the scorch style. He felt that a 1-for-1 trade was a huge loss, so he thought it should be at least 1-for-4. The next moment, the green figure had arrived in front of the shadow guard who was still maintaining the hand of sand. The shadow guard had no time to react and was kicked in the abdomen by Dai. Blood spurted out of his mouth and he flew dozens of meters away. After he fell to the ground, he struggled to get up and was about to die. Then someone came over and fed him a pill, which saved his life, but he also lost his ability to fight. Without the effective defense of sand release, Yi Kang and his companions were suppressed and beaten by Dai. There is no chance to breathe. If it goes on like this, Dai will definitely win. Tsukumo and Shukaku also fought several rounds. He is agile and ruthless, only because Shukaku's defense and recovery are extremely good. Advertisement. This is why the stalemate happened. If someone else had come to fight him, he would have been beheaded by him long ago. I'm going to kill you. Ah, he dodged Shukaku's air training bullet, and the place where he was blown to pieces, leaving a huge deep pit. Come if you can. Swordsmanship, breaking through the air. He turned around and fired a blank shot at Tsukumo. While roaring, he stretched out his hand, trying to grab Tsukumo. Shukaku looked up and fired a tailed beast bomb at Tsukumo in the distance. Sand began to flow out of his shoulder and connected to the broken arm on the ground. There is no hope of stealing the back door, as you wish. Instead, he hit his shoulders and caused dust to fly everywhere. Flying Thunder God is activated, and Tsukumo appears at Shukaku's shoulder. Shukaku couldn't help but roar. None of the Konoha shinobi he had fought were soft persimmons. But Shukaku was now so alert, with its tail pointed down, that it didn't even need to attack. The tailed beasts are nothing more than that. You are really alert. He had already marked Shukaku, but he just hadn't found a good opportunity. Tsukumo's mouth corners curled up slightly. He stepped hard on Shukaku's shoulder and disappeared from Shukaku's eyes again. It returned to its original state in a short while. Tsukumo is still frightened to this day. Shukaku could no longer maintain the surge of the wave, and slapped his other hand to his shoulder. Shukaku started to go crazy and slapped the ground with his hands, and a wave of sand rushed towards Tsukumo. The original intention was to cut the neck, but it was not easy to exert force at that position, and Shukaku's defense at the neck was getting stronger and stronger. Are all Konoha's ninjas so difficult? Ouch. This is also the reason why Tsukumo wanted to divide the battlefield. He could dodge it, but it's hard to say about Konoha's ninjas. Shukaku screamed in pain as his entire arm was cut off by Tsukumo. Tsukumo sighed. Shukaku was once bitten by a snake and became afraid of ropes for 10 years. Now I have adapted to Shukaku's attack method, which is nothing more than controlling sand to attack. The short blade in Tsukumo's hand flashed a dazzling green light and cut fiercely from Shukaku's shoulder. He still remembered what Tsunade had told him about Shukaku's weakness. The third Kage's last blow took away so many lives. Ah, damn rat, if you dare, don't hide. It was Tsukumo's first time fighting a tailed beast, and he was a little cautious at first. Tsukumo dodged Shukaku's giant hand and turned behind Shukaku. Chapter 138. Anticlimax. Again. There is no battlefield behind Tsukumo, so there is no need to worry about the tailed beast bomb harming the Konoha shinobi. He dodged it with a flash of his body. He must be crazy to keep attacking the tailed beast bomb. This is no joke. Boom. The tailed beast bomb exploded violently where Tsukumo disappeared, and all the ninjas on the battlefield were frightened. A huge explosion swept over, and the surrounding trees suffered severe damage again. It's the tailed beast bomb again. Lord Tsukumo is not hurt, right? A Konoha shinobi dealt with the sand shinobi next to him and asked the radar next to him. No, Tsukumo-sama dodged it. Radar's eyes are just so useful, and the silver hair that Tsukumo left with was beautiful. It's a pity that he already has a child, and this is still a female radar. What are you thinking about, you nympho? The Konoha shinobi sensed something was wrong and patted the female radar on the head. I just worship. Live well. The Konoha shinobi rolled her eyes. The little girl just loved to fantasize. But I also think that Lady Tsunade is pretty. Do you think I am a fangirl of her? The two men rushed towards the nearby sand shinobi. Those beautiful things seemed particularly ridiculous on the battlefield. Dai has already dealt with another shadow guard, and Yi Kang is now thinking of trading one for one. When Dai came over, she rushed forward without caring about her own safety. She would take it with her even if she died, and she was confident in the power of her scorched style. However, Dai did not intend to do such a loss-making business as he had a wife and children waiting for him at home. What's the point of fighting to the death with a little girl? But at this time I was also very troubled. How could I meet such a fearless guy? He could only rely on his own speed advantage to keep passing Yi Kang and look for opportunities to deal with the shadow guards. Dai will wait until Yi Kang is the only one left and then slowly wear her down. He will be more confident in his physical strength. That is the confidence gained from decades of consistent training. In terms of strength, he may not be as good as others. But in terms of physical strength, he is second to none in Konoha. Are you a man? Yi Kang was already getting anxious, seeing that Dai almost kicked another shadow guard. It's a soul-searching question to Dai. My son has it. Dai appeared in the distance, scratched his head naively, and smiled brightly. Advertisement. Yi Kang was speechless for a moment. What kind of people are these? Scorched style, over steam to kill. She is truly a ninja with one unique trick that can conquer the world, and this trick is terrifying to most ninjas. But now he is helpless against Dai and can only waste his own chakra in vain. Why are you doing this? Dai dodged it as usual and was a little speechless when he saw the fireball hovering around Yi Kang. How could there be such an unreasonable bloodline limit? Unless he opened the 7th gate for a long-range attack, he really had no good ideas for the time being. But thinking about having to lie down again to open 7th gate, he didn't want to try it. On the other side, Tsukumo was also getting better and better. While dodging, he would always appear in places that Shukaku could not expect. It's either a knife here or a knife there. The Flying Thunder God is elusive and cannot effectively restrict Tsukumo's range of activities, and Shukaku has no way to stop him. He was like a target. Although his injuries were not fatal, he was still extremely cowardly. When has Shukaku ever suffered such an injustice? If you can beat me to death. Swordsmanship, Thunder Dragon. However, Tsukumo remained calm enough, which was the most basic quality for him to be an excellent assassin. As Shukaku becomes more and more irritable, his flaws appear more and more. Using the amazing speed afforded by the 4th gate, Tsukumo used the short blade as his head and transformed himself into a green chakra thunder dragon. His target was Shukaku's tail. He wanted to try whether he could penetrate the defense of Shukaku's tail and hit his weak point. You lowly Konoha shinobi, I will never make that mistake again. Shukaku suddenly spat out a large amount of sand from his mouth, and in an instant he erected a barrier in front of him. There are also portraits with their own faces above the wall. Shukaku shield. Tsukumo's move was doomed to fail the moment he turned around from Shukaku. Bang! The green thunder dragon slammed into Shukaku's shield hard, making a harsh collision sound. Dust flew everywhere, and Tsukumo's short blade penetrated more than half of the wall before getting stuck and not going any further. Haha, wait for death. Shukaku laughed loudly, and the sand spread along the short blade toward Tsukumo's body. After trying twice to pull it out without success, Tsukumo decisively gave up on the short blade. A knife and money are just external things. The ancestral sword is broken, so why would he still care about it? As soon as Tsukumo let go, he disappeared from the spot, and Shukaku's eyes froze. This trick again. Suddenly sensing the chakra fluctuation on his shoulder, Shukaku slapped him without thinking. Advertisement. Tsukumo put Flying Thunder God on his shoulder again. Tsukumo immediately guessed what the smoke bomb meant. The colors are dazzling and the time is long. The battle with Shukaku also changed. Tsukumo kept dodging and no longer had any intention of attacking. Yi Kang did not hide it. It had come to this point and there was no point in hiding it. It is no longer suitable to continue fighting now. Fenfu knows it very well. Yi Kang's face changed immediately. Are you annoying? After imagining the scene after Chuanfong and Tsunade arrived, Yi Kang immediately decided to retreat. That will really kill the cat. By the time they come back, all the sand shinobi will die here. This is the scout in the front reporting that the team that attacked rock shinobi in Konoha is coming back. As long as he can be delayed, sand shinobi will be doomed. As he watched the sand absorb the short blade, Tsukumo's face showed a painful expression. Master Fenfu, prepare to retreat. Shukaku squatted down and jumped up. After all, he is mainly skilled in swordsmanship, and most of his strength lies in the knife. Tsukumo came to Shukaku's shoulder and kicked him in the face. Shukaku soon discovered this and a look of joy appeared on his face. He felt that he could wear this little thing out. Just when Shukaku thought the situation was starting to improve, a red smoke bomb exploded above the deep forest in the distance. Shukaku looked at Tsukumo hatefully for a few times, then ran towards Yi Kang's position. Die, stop them. The Sunagakure raid ended in such an anticlimactic way, leaving behind countless ninja corpses on the field. She led the Shadow Guard towards Shukaku. Without the blade, Tsukumo no longer had much interest in attacking Shukaku. A small amount of sand was splashed, and Shukaku impatiently drove Tsukumo away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Kang and Yingwei. Shukaku slapped nothing and had to admit that he really had no way to deal with Tsukumo. No matter how much resentment Shukaku has, he doesn't want to face Tsunade and Chuanfong again. Escape quickly towards the Wind Kingdom. Now I can deal with ordinary ninjas with bare hands, but it would be too difficult to deal with Shukaku. Want to run? Sand Shinobi began to fight and retreat, and another Shukaku shield blocked Day's attack. He slapped his belly hard and fired a training bullet to attack the edge of the battlefield, breaking the tense state of the ninjas on both sides. Otherwise they are brothers. This expression is exactly the same as when Chuanfeng's sword was destroyed by Onoki. Chapter 139 Stalemate. When Tsunade and Chuanfong returned with the Konoha shinobi, Tsukumo and Dai had already returned to the camp to rest. The injured ninjas were gathered together, and Tsunade was busy as soon as he returned. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the busiest person after every war. The two little ones followed Tsunade's butt and helped him, and Chuanfong also summoned Katsuyu the sage to do his part. It was late at night when Tsunade dragged his tired body back to the room. This was much more tiring than her fight with Onoki. Saving lives is a meticulous job that consumes too much of her energy. Tsunade walked to the bed with a tired look on her face and lay down, without any desire to communicate with Chuanfong. How about I give you a massage? Chuanfong sat down beside the bed, his eyes filled with heartache. A proper massage, not the kind you get in a hot spring. He swore. Tsunade opened her eyes alertly. Would it be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* fierce look, which made Chuanfong feel very embarrassed. That's not what I meant. Chuanfong feels that his character has gone astray, and he doesn't know if he can save it. He really means it. Tsunade rolled her eyes, revealing her distrust. I said, what kind of thoughts are you having? Chuanfong didn't waste any more words and just turned Tsunade over. His hand, which was gleaming with faint chakra light, was pressed on her back. He doesn't know advanced medical ninjutsu, but he can still do things like using chakra to stimulate acupuncture points. Tsunade had been planning to let this big pig know why the flowers were so red. Suddenly feeling a refreshing sensation on her back, she let out a pout and closed her eyes. It seems that I really misunderstood him, but so what? Tsunade-sama, is this strength okay? Chuanfong looked at Tsunade closing her eyes comfortably, smiled, and asked in a mean way. You didn't eat? Tsunade opened her soft lips and spoke with such cold words. What? Chuanfong then increased his strength, but he didn't expect Tsunade to still be struggling. How about this? Tsunade made a mosquito-like nasal sound. Sleep peacefully. Advertisement. Chuanfong continued massaging with the same strength, and soon he heard Tsunade's steady breathing. Apparently fallen asleep. Chuanfong stopped and covered Tsunade with a blanket, then quietly went out. Squeak. The door closed and Tsunade's lips curled up into a nice smile. After going out, Chuanfong was still not sleepy, so he went to Shuamao's room. As for whether his elder brother slept or not, that was not his concern. As soon as I entered the room, I found Dai was there, chatting with Shuamao. How come you have time to come here? Tsukumo was a little surprised to see Chuanfong. Shouldn't his younger brother be accompanying Tsunade? Chuanfong Jun. Dai and Chuanfong greeted each other. Why am I not free? Are you still my eldest brother when you say this? Chuanfong walked over and sat cross-legged, then nodded to Dai. It doesn't matter if I'm not a big brother. Shuamao poured a cup of tea for Chuanfong and didn't let him go at all. Having such an unlucky brother, it's just a matter of how it goes. You hurt my heart when you say that. Our blood is thicker than water. Stop it, don't say it. Shuamao stretched out his hand to interrupt Chuanfeng's speech. His ears were almost calloused. Ha ha. Dai laughed out loud as he watched the two brothers having fun. I'm thinking about giving Guy another younger brother. Now that our family is well off, we can afford to raise him. How did it feel to fight Shukaku today? Chuanfong drank a sip of tea and started talking about serious matters. I'm not close to being lethal. Tsukumo freely admits his shortcomings, and as he is still young, he still has a lot of room for improvement. At least the 8 inner gates can open the 3rd gate, and then they won't be helpless against Shukaku. It is a complete form after all. Dai and Han have fought, and 7th gate could only fight with the half-tailed beast Han, and both of them were injured. He has some say in the strength of the perfect-tailed beasts. Didn't you try to attack his weak spot? Chuanfong remembered that it was Tsunade who told Tsukumo about Shukaku's weakness herself. Of course not. Shukaku is on high alert. Speaking of this, Tsukumo couldn't help but get angry. Shukaku had never raised his tail. Well, then Shukaku has learned his lesson. After all, the tailed beasts do have intelligence, so Shukaku is like this. and Chuanfong can understand it. Advertisement anyway, this weakness is of no significance to him, and he can still survive on Shukaku without targeting it. We can be considered to have won both battles, but the casualties are indeed a headache. Dai also participated in the counting of battle losses today, and the number shocked him. If it weren't for Tsunade, this number would have risen even more. Even if the Konoha shinobi were equipped with Tsunade's poison, the difference in numbers could not be completely made up. After 2 major battles, the numerical disadvantage has become more obvious. There is no other way. After all, we are facing 2 ninja villages. Chuanfong sighed, if not for the fact that Konoha had enough masters. But facing 2 ninja villages, the losses would be more than just this. None of the leaders of those families had a relaxed brow today. Tsukumo looked more carefully and saw that all the clans in Konoha had suffered heavy losses. The tribesmen were even closer than their comrades in arms, so how could they possibly laugh? We'll see what to do next tomorrow. Chuanfong shook his head. He didn't have a clear idea of how to deal with the next situation. I hope to hear constructive opinions at tomorrow's meeting. Time passed quickly, and the next day Tsunade got out of bed briskly. After having breakfast with Chuanfong and others, we inspected the condition of the wounded. Then he called everyone together to start a combat meeting. The meeting hall specially built by Shuamao was finally put into use. Soon everyone arrived and Tsunade briefly summarized the recent battle situation. Now that Iwagakure has been defeated, Sunagakure will also return to defend the Kingdom of Wind. How do we fight next? After that, he threw the question to the participants present. Chuanfong had no intention of speaking. He looked at Naruto, wanting to see if he had any good ideas. Can we focus our firepower to take down the Wind Kingdom first? This is a member of the Inuzuka clan. There is something impulsive in his words. His beloved dog died in the war. It's not easy to operate. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, one in the north and one in the west. If we go west, the Rock Shinobi will definitely take the opportunity to enter our Fire Kingdom. Naruto shook his head when he heard this. He knew the status of dogs in the Inuzuka clan. But it was obvious that his opinion had no feasibility at all. So what do you say we should do? The people of the Inuzuka clan became a little anxious, pointing their fingers and raising their voices a lot. Everyone can understand that he is eager for revenge, but his attitude is a bit bad. If shouting doesn't solve the problem, let's communicate properly. Chuanfong still gave face to his sister-in-law, otherwise he would not be so easy to talk to. The man was immediately silenced by Chuanfang's words. Chapter 140 Rock Shinobi Raid Force. Naruto frowned. Even though he won both battles, he really couldn't think of any good ideas for the current situation. No matter which direction we attack, we have to divide our forces, but the number of Konoha shinobi cannot withstand such a toss. Breaking into the Wind Kingdom was no match for defending the camp, and now the location of Rock Shinobi was unclear. No one knows what tricks that old fox Onoki will play. We have won both battles by staying the same in the face of change. We shouldn't be the ones panicking. The Uchiha chieftain only then spoke slowly, and the old fox's words made people suddenly enlightened. Chuanfong realized that he was a little too impatient. If we talk about worry, Onoki should be more worried. Your opinion is good. Naruto came out from the bull's horns and looked at the Uchiha chief with some fluctuations in his eyes. I am still young, and not calm enough compared to this old fox. This is not a bad idea. Hayato, keep an eye on the intelligence of the 2 villages and remember to report to me every day. Tsunade's words were a tacit approval of the Uchiha chief's strategy, as this period of time was just enough time for the injured ninja to recover. Yes, Master Tsunade. Yamanaka Hayato agreed. He just changed from reporting occasionally to reporting every day, which was not a big difference. Do you have any other comments? Seeing that Tsunade had no intention of continuing to speak, Chuanfong took over the conversation. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and everyone had their own opinions. Chuanfong was not in a hurry and waited until they finished talking before continuing to ask questions. There were all kinds of suggestions, but none of them were reliable and were rejected one by Chuanfong. He also analyzed it to convince these people. Finally, the meeting ended and most people agreed to take a break for now. We will respond after the 2 villages make some moves. Only a small number of people still insist on opposing the idea. However, they didn't dare to complain as they were ignored by Tsunade and Chuanfong. What followed was a long wait. The wounded Konoha shinobi gradually recovered, and the seriously injured were sent back to the village for further treatment. The atmosphere in the entire camp began to become less tense, as if it had entered peacetime again. Chuanfong teaches Minato and Nawaki every day, and the 2 little ones' strength improves after every battle. It turns out that blood and fire are the best places for training. These are valuable experiences that can never be learned in the village. Tsunade wasted no time in training the 8 inner gates with Tsukumo. There is still a lot of room for improvement for both of them, and Dai is working hard together. But the good times did not last long, as intelligence personnel soon discovered the raiding force sent by Iwagakure. Advertisement: a battle broke out between them in the central part of Rain Country, and the explosion style of the Rock Shinobi demolition team really caused the Konoha shinobi to suffer a lot. This information was passed back to the camp, and everyone knew that Onoki had made a move. What is Onoki's plan? Tsunade frowned, looking at the information on the table. The assault force is mainly composed of demolition teams, and they can also travel underground for a short period of time, which is very tricky. This is inside Tsukumo's house, and Chuanfong is sitting next to Tsunade. It should be heading for our supplies. I just didn't expect to be discovered by the Hyuga tribe. Chuanfong pointed at the map and saw that the front end of the assault force's advance was a point on Konoha's supply route. We need to get rid of this unit. We can't have the time to keep an eye on them every day. Also, our supplies will be arriving soon. Tsukumo clenched his fists. If the supply was lost, there would be no way to fight this battle. Leave it to Minato and Nawaki. Chuanfong thought about it and felt that if they were attracted away, it would be more trouble than gain. Now the two little ones are strong enough to lead a team to carry out some tasks, so this time can be regarded as an experience for them. Can they do it? Tsunade is not confident about Nawaki, as he is too careless. Minato is here. Chuanfong guessed what Tsunade was thinking, and he would not feel at ease if Nawaki was really alone. It's time for them to do something. Tsukumo also recognized the strength of the two little ones, and the eaglet would eventually fly alone. With the current strength of the two little ones, they would probably suffer losses if the average Kage-level player was careless. Chuanfong flashed and came back with two people in his hands. Minato and Nawaki were confused at this time. How come I was brought here when I was sleeping so well? I have a mission for you. Chuanfong let go of the collars of the two men, and the two little ones finally stood firmly on the ground. Ah, what mission? X2 The two of them probably spent too much time together, so they spoke in very similar ways. Iwagakure has sent out a raiding party. You are to lead them to deal with it. Do you dare to answer it? Tsunade stared at the two little ones with a burning gaze. Dare. I've long wanted to carry out the mission myself. Needless to say, the one who talks the most is Nawaki. Advertisement, be alert. The two men smiled at each other. They were also friends who had risked their lives for each other. After the two kids walked out of the room, the three of them chatted for a long time before dispersing. One of these two people is Master Chuanfeng's disciple, and the other is Master Tsunade's younger brother. He didn't make any movement, but when he casually stepped on the ground, it seemed to become more solid. The rock shinobi underground felt the pressure in the soil increasing, as if he was being crushed into a pulp. No one looked down on them because of their age. Minato's words were effective. Well, together we can't fail. Be careful out there, I'll have the Hyuga clan assist you. This is our first time leading a team, we can't let the teacher down. It is already close to the land of fire, and it seems that the target of this army is undoubtedly Konoha's supplies. The radar is prepared to report the number of people in distance. Chuanfong didn't intend to take care of them, so he waved his hand and asked the two little ones to retreat. Minato and Nawaki walked side by side, weaving through the woods. 500 meters to the right, about 15 meters underground, 3 people. I had to grit my teeth and rush directly to the ground. Prominent status and strong strength. The two little ones responded obediently, with excitement on their faces. Okay, go back by yourself and leave tomorrow. In less than a day, the Konoha team arrived at the eastern part of the Rain country. The group of 42 people remained on high alert, and their speed of advancement was greatly affected. However, it was soon discovered that even hiding underground could not escape detection. Okay, brother-in-law, teacher. The two boys set out with a team of 40 people, which was about the same number as the Rock Shinobi raiding force. There are few people and they advance very quickly. Minato made a covert gesture, Nawaki nodded, and sped up suddenly, coming to the direction indicated by the radar. The next day, Nawaki also has a clear understanding of himself and accepts Minato's leadership. Minato was the first to slow down, and the radar began scanning. Don't worry, I'll listen to you. Chuanfong directly arranged for a radar, as it would be difficult to find the rats underground without a radar. The ninjas behind him spread out, keeping a certain distance and began to expand the search range. The accuracy of the intelligence can only be determined slowly, at least no updated intelligence has been received so far. After a while, Minato gestured. According to the intelligence provided by the front, the Rock Shinobi raiding force is now active in the eastern part of the Rain country. Chapter 141 War of Attrition. 3 figures emerged from the ground, kunai flashing with cold light and heading straight for Nawaki's vital points. Nawaki tapped his toes and easily dodged the attacks of several people. Minato had been waiting for a long time. He flashed and pierced 3 with one sword. The 3 rock shinobi fell to the ground clutching their throats, dying without even seeing what Minato looked like. Good. Nawaki gave Minato a thumbs up, which he learned from Dai. It was resolved so quickly. The clean and neat cooperation between the two shocked the Konoha shinobi who saw this scene. According to intelligence, this rock shinobi force is at least Chunin strength. As expected of someone who was taught by Master Chuanfong. This is a die-hard fan of Chuanfong. It is not an exaggeration to say that the power he uses to beat the tailed beasts is that of a god in his mind. The 2 little ones are still young, but they are already so strong. It must be because Chuanfong taught them well. They are all geniuses. The Konoha shinobi was filled with envy. Enemy attack. The shouts of Konoha shinobi could be heard in the distance. As soon as we dealt with 3 of them, someone else could no longer hide. Minato flew over, just in time to see a Konoha shinobi being punched in the chest by a rock shinobi. All I heard was a loud bang. There was an explosion where the fist hit, and the Konoha shinobi was blown away, his body torn into pieces. Seeing that he was about to attack the next Konoha shinobi, Minato threw a few kunai to stop him. Is this explosion style? Minato had heard from Chuanfong that he had never witnessed this ability himself. I think so. It's very similar to what my brother-in-law said. Nawaki wasn't so sure either. Oh, whatever he wants to do, just kill him. You can explode at close range, so I will hit you from a distance. Nawaki formed seals with his hands, retracted his neck, and spit out a high-speed flying water needle from his mouth. Go straight to the vital point of explosion-style rock shinobi. Minato stepped forward with his sword and fought the ninja head-on. An explosion sounded, and he retreated directly using the flying thunder god. In just this one strike, the explosion-style ninja was pierced through the throat by Nawaki's rain needles and was dead beyond death. Apart from his weird explosive ability, he doesn't seem to be that strong. No wonder there are so many people who know the explosion style. Advertisement: just as one person was killed here, another explosion was heard on the other side. Minato glanced at the sword and saw that there was already a chip on it, so it looked like the explosion was quite powerful. The material of this sword is quite good. Walk. Nawaki said and headed towards the explosion. The two little ones are like firefighters, wandering in the deep forest. Under the leadership of the two, the Konoha shinobi cooperated with each other, and the rock shinobi's assault force was quickly reduced in number. Minato made a point of noting down the number, having already killed 23. There shouldn't be many of them left. After fighting for such a long time, those who have not been found yet have either gone far away or have other special hidden abilities. This mission isn't difficult. Nawaki didn't feel there was a tough opponent. It's not that the mission is easy, but we have seen too many strong people. Minato then told the truth, compared to the people they had met. This rock shinobi unit doesn't even have anyone worth mentioning, but this is not the case for ordinary Konoha shinobi. That's true. Before they knew it, Nawaki and Minato's abilities had become extremely outstanding among the Jonin. Unless they encounter an extremely difficult bloodline limit, they can easily win by working together. If Luo Sha fights the two again, it is still unknown who will win. The three of them are improving at a very fast speed, and it is only a matter of time before they reach Kage-level. A few days later, the Konoha team searched the area several times and eliminated more than a dozen rock shinobi. There were no further discoveries afterwards, and this mission was considered a relatively successful conclusion. The remaining few rock shinobi can no longer pose any threat to Konoha's supply routes. The two kids then led the team back to complete the task. There were 42 people in total who came out, and 35 were left when they returned. If it was just an ordinary Jonin leading the team, it is hard to say how many of this troop would be able to come back. As soon as they came back, the two kids felt that the atmosphere in the camp had changed. A tense mood spread in the camp, and they came to Tsunade to report the mission process and results. Good job. After listening to it, Tsunade gave a slightly perfunctory compliment, which was something that had never happened before. Sister, master's wife. What's wrong? The two kids guessed that something unfavorable to the current situation had happened. Sunagakure also sent out raiding forces, and we suffered casualties on both sides. Onoki has deployed more than one unit, and our people have been attacked again. The situation is very unfavorable to us right now. Advertisement: Tsunade briefly explained the situation, which could be considered as a confession. Minato thought about it carefully and knew why Tsunade was so troubled. The teacher led the team out. It was a little strange not to see Chuanfong around, as the two of them were usually inseparable. Yeah, I just went out for a short while. There are rock shinobi troops sneaking in nearby. Tsunade confirmed Minato's suspicion. Sister, let's go first. Nawaki pulled Minato and walked out the door. Minato didn't know what he was planning. I have a plan. As soon as they went out, Nawaki whispered to Minato mysteriously. What's the plan? What Minato revealed in his eyes was not excitement but doubt. What good plan could this guy have? If someone comes to our door, can't we fight back? Nawaki's idea is very normal, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Who doesn't have a raiding party? This question did make Minato think of something. It was indeed feasible, but it still needed further improvement. The two of them hurriedly ran to the room to study and try to relieve the worries of the master's wife, sister. Chuanfong led his men to the location where they fought with rock shinobi. When we arrived at the place, rock shinobi had already escaped and there was no trace of him. In the end, they had to take the wounded back, which made Chuanfong very angry. Sunagakure followed suit, but was not as bold as rock shinobi. As long as a Konoha team is discovered within the territory of the Rain Country, they will pounce on them. At this point, Konoha began to become very passive, and this small-scale battle was precisely their biggest disadvantage. There are not enough people, which is an irreparable flaw, and Konoha does not have the ability to create white Zetsu. Chuanfong and Shuo Mao successfully annihilated several enemy teams with the help of Flying Thunder God. But later on, they often encountered Onoki and Furufuku, and under the protection of these two people, the losses of the two villages of Iwasa were not great. In the end, Konoha, which was forced into a corner, launched several large-scale attacks. But the other party simply does not respond to the challenge. If you come, I will leave, and if you leave, I will fight again. Chuanfong seemed to feel Hanzo of the Salamander's helplessness, because that was how he dealt with the demigod of the ninja world. The two villages of Yansha seemed to have colluded with each other and decided not to fight Konoha head-on, but to slowly consume Konoha's strength in this way of cannibalization. Make the most of both sides' numerical advantage to the ultimate level. As time went by, Konoha's casualties became increasingly severe, and it had begun to shrink its range of activities. But this can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause, and cannot change the current downward trend. Chapter 142 Surprise Attack Mission Late at night, in the meeting hall of Konoha Camp. The meeting had just ended and there were only a few people left in the hall. Tsunade sat there in silence, her brows furrowed. There have been constant meetings during this period, but there has been no good way to break the deadlock. Each family suffered heavy casualties, and the meeting was not a pleasant process. If they weren't so intimidating, they would have probably started quarreling long ago. Tsukumo was pacing up and down the hall, looking very annoyed. Brother, please don't leave. Chuanfong looked at Shuamao, his mind went blank, and any clues he had just come up with were interrupted. I'm anxious. Tsukumo stopped and sat down next to Dai before continuing to speak. The elite teams of each family are indeed quite strong. But casualties are inevitable, we can't afford it if it goes on for too long. This was also the biggest point of contention at the meeting, as the gap in numbers was always the biggest problem. I think the raid plan is worth a try. The current situation can't be any worse. As long as we are still here, neither village will dare to launch a large-scale attack. After listening to the conversation between the two brothers, Tsunade brought up a suggestion from the previous meeting. Sure. Who are you going to send? Chuanfong was actually also considering the feasibility of this plan, but his flash of inspiration was interrupted by Shuamao swaying back and forth. Teacher, brother-in-law, we are willing to go. Chuanfong had just finished speaking when Minato and Nawaki pushed the door open and walked in. The two had been waiting outside for a long time. Only after hearing the words, raid plan, did they make up their minds to come in. After a long period of discussion and research, the two came up with a careful plan. Oh, do you know what you are going to do? Chuanfong looked at the two little ones approaching, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. Of course we do. Nawaki brother, you go ahead. Minato said to Nawaki with a smile, and watched the confident Nawaki walk to the battle map. Minato and I have already made a plan to enter the land of earth from the land of grass. Then find the rock shinobi's supply lines and destroy them. Then there will be a lot less pressure on rock shinobi's side. They sent so many troops that they couldn't sustain it without a large amount of supplies. Nawaki marked detailed routes on the map, all of which were narrow paths that avoided the main roads. And since we chose the land of grass, the chances of being discovered are greatly reduced, but the journey is much longer. Advertisement, how long have you been preparing? Chuanfong could see that this was not something the two of them came up with on the spur of the moment. Not only had the two little ones become stronger. We also have our own ideas about combat. Since I came back from the last mission until now. Nawaki touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. This was Nawaki-san's idea. I just helped out. Minato was indeed not talking nonsense. This plan was proposed by Nawaki and the two of them perfected it together. For this purpose, he often went to Hayato Yamanaka, who then made a detailed plan of the terrain and route of the land of grass. Yes, I think it's feasible. Shuamao took a few glances at the map, and from his professional point of view, there was nothing wrong with the route. Next is the question of strength, which is the hard standard. Are you two okay? What Tsunade said subconsciously was a bit discouraging. In her eyes, her brother is still a child, and Minato is even younger than Nawaki. He had only led a team on one mission before, and this mission deep behind enemy lines was much more difficult and dangerous than the last one. Sister, why do you look down on others? Nawaki complained to Tsunade with a little dissatisfaction, saying that he is already very strong now. The light and heavy rock technique can already be used on living organisms, and flying is just around the corner. No, I'm just worried about you, Tsunade finally reacted and explained with a wry smile. Master, my ninjutsu is almost complete, I'll let you see it then. Minato was flexing his muscles in a roundabout way, he had a feeling that the new ninjutsu would suit him well. It's a bit like the teacher came up with it specifically for him, no wonder the teacher let him develop it himself. Is it the teacher's own fault? Minato immediately denied it, saying that the teacher wanted him to become familiar with the technique. Only in this way can one display his greatest strength. The self-touched Minato perfectly made up for Chuanfeng's laziness. The first Hokage in history to poo himself. Oh, then you have to work hard. There is still room for development in this technique. Chuanfeng's eyes lit up, he could pick up the ready-made one. After hearing this, Minato became more certain of his guess. The teacher even predicted the subsequent upgraded versions of this technique. How is it possible that I can't develop it myself? Yes, sir. Minato was extremely pious as he was touched by himself. Go ahead, but be careful. Advertisement Tsunade finally decided that she couldn't keep Nawaki tied to her forever. Thank you, sister. Nawaki was so excited when he heard Tsunade agreed that he ran over and kissed Tsunade on the face. You're so old, and you're still like this. Tsunade pushed Nawaki away with a disdainful smile, he was still that little brother who clung to her. Chuanfong had no intention of being jealous of Nawaki, they were siblings. My youthful blood is boiling, I wish you a safe journey in advance. It was only then that Dai spoke. These things are not what he is good at, just ask him to fight. That's settled then, I'll arrange for you to set off tomorrow. Since there were no outsiders present, Chuanfong directly set the rules. The Hyuga clan should have 2 more. Minato asked for help without hesitation. This radar thing is really useful. He had a deep understanding of the last mission. Don't worry, we will arrange the best personnel for you. Tsunade looked at the 2 little ones with a smile. The new generation of Konoha was beginning to emerge. In the eyes of the older generation, she herself is still a member of the new generation. Let's go and eat something. After confirming a feasible plan, Chuanfong stood up and walked out of the meeting hall. Everyone's mood was relieved to a certain extent. I'll go call Uncle Zhenhong. Minato cleverly ran out to find the warehouse manager. Wait for me. Nawaki ran out too. These 2 children. Shuamao shook his head and smiled, thinking back to when he and Chuanfong were kids. Usually, it is myself who is the one saying, wait, and all of a sudden I can't laugh anymore. Brother Shumao, why do you look unhappy? Dai has been tactless for a long time and brought up topics that shouldn't be mentioned around Tsukumo. None of your business? Shuamao said something to Dai with a dark face and left quickly. Dai was left standing there confused and bewildered. Did he say the wrong thing again? Soon, several people gathered in Tsukumo's house, and Yuhi Shinku brought a lot of meat and fresh fruits. This is not something that ordinary ninjas can enjoy on the front lines. Even the leaders of each tribe have to see Yuhi Shinku's mood. Because of their recent troubles, they haven't had dinner together for a long time. The moon was high outside and there was laughter and joy inside the house. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone dispersed. Chapter 143. Departure from the land. The next morning, Tsunade held a brief meeting. It was then announced that the 2 kids would lead a team to launch a surprise attack on the Earth Kingdom's supply route. Some people raised objections, thinking that although the 2 little ones were capable, they were not yet capable of such an important and dangerous mission. Chuanfong overcame all objections and with the strong support of the Uchiha clan leader, it was finally confirmed. For this reason, Fugaku also joined the 2 little ones' team. Be careful on the road, safety first. Chuanfong is not that stubborn. Mission is never his top priority, and even if he fails, it is not the end of the world for him. Nothing is more important than life. I understand, teacher, brother-in-law. The 2 little ones nodded obediently. You just follow my orders. The Uchiha chieftain was also giving some instructions to Fugaku. He clearly saw the status of Minato and Nawaki in Chuanfeng's heart. I understand, uncle. Fugaku didn't show any disgust at all, mainly because he recognized the strength of the 2 little ones. That's good, complete the mission and return safely. The Uchiha chief patted Fugaku on the shoulder. His nephew was much more mature now. Let's go, the sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. Tsunade watched Fugaku return to the team and gave the order to set off. Wait for our good news. Nawaki said this and turned away. Their team brings together elites from all ethnic groups, and they are top-notch in both combat power and intelligence. Let's go back. Chuanfong watched the team disappear into the distance and patted Tsunade on the shoulder. I'm still a little worried. Tsunade turned around, a look of deep worry on her face. Don't worry, they are not children anymore. Anyway, Chuanfong has never seen the flying thunder god who kills 1 kid with 1 sword and the water style who kills a lot of kids with 1 spit. I'm leaving now, I'm just adding to my troubles. Tsunade said with a wry smile, and followed Chuanfong back to the camp. Even if the surprise attack mission was completed, she still had a lot of things to deal with, not to mention that the team had just set out. The love between young people can only last for a short time. Konoha shinobi are still fighting against the raiding forces from rock and sand villages in the rain country. Advertisement. The situation did not improve with the departure of the 2 little ones. Chuanfong and Tsunade began to count the days in the hope of receiving good news. In the past few days, he fought with Onoki and Fubuku several times. They didn't want to fight head-on, which gave Chuanfong a headache. However, these things could not disturb the 2 little ones. They only had the mission in their minds. Starting from the camp and heading north, we have now entered the territory of the Grass Kingdom. In the vast prairie, they still chose the narrow path. There was no one along the way, only the footsteps of the troops advancing. At this moment, the 2 little ones were filled with emotion. The last time they came here was when Chuanfong brought them here on their way back from catching 7 tails. This was only their 2nd time here. Back then he was just a kid following his elders to gain experience, but now he is leading a team to carry out missions. Time flies, and the 2 little ones are in different moods. Time flies by so fast. Nawaki was inspired and still vaguely remembered the scene when he first met Chuanfong. I was still wondering where this arrogant guy came from, as he wanted to give me instructions right away. Yes, we are starting to become independent. Minato looked ahead, not stopping his pace. Everyone was still trying their best to hurry on. It was after seeing 7 Tails tailed beast bomb that he had a breakthrough in developing new ninjutsu. Now it is almost developed. Nawaki can jump far with just a tap of his toes, and he did not forget to practice light and heavy rock techniques on the way. For this mission, we can only win and not lose. Nawaki said this firmly and Minato turned his head so that they stared at each other. They nodded to each other and decided to hand in a satisfactory answer this time. It is a farewell to the past self and the beginning of a new journey. Have you thought about what to do after entering the land of Earth? Fugaku has now become familiar with the 2 little ones, and he has put away Uchiha's inherent arrogance. This kind of relationship between the 2 little ones is what he longs for. His uncle had placed too many expectations on him, and he had been living under tremendous pressure. Now he felt somewhat relieved. Of course. The two kids said in unison, how can they have the nerve to come out to carry out the mission if they can't even arrange such a small matter? That's fine. A smile appeared on Fugaku's serious face, and he made no move to ask further. Nawaki never felt much hatred towards Uchiha, and was also very nice to Fugaku. As I said, respect is mutual. Now Uchiha is in the same boat with Tsunade, and they are all family members. Their first priority upon entering the land of Earth was to find out Iwagakure's supply route in a short period of time. Advertisement to this end, the two kids decided on 3 plans and had to rely on themselves without any source of intelligence. Fugaku, I'll need your help when the time comes. Minato doesn't call everyone brother, at least his relationship with Fugaku is not to that extent now. In the original novel, Kushina is best friends with Fugaku's wife, and they should have a good relationship. This will make getting along more harmonious. Of course I obey orders. Fugaku kept his uncle's instructions in mind, and from what he observed over the past few days. Although Minato is much younger than him, he is quite smart. As for Nawaki, he can only say, hee. It's all for the mission, no need to say that. Nawaki didn't realize that his IQ was looked down upon, and he was laughing like a fool. Hope everything goes well for us. Fugaku did not come out alone, he brought many of his tribesmen with him. He also needs to be responsible for them. The Hyuga clan's radar took a few glances but didn't interrupt as they still had their own tasks to complete. Although this route is secretive, we still remain vigilant and occasionally open our eyes to observe. Tsunade did arrange excellent ninjas for the 2 little ones, which also shows the importance he attaches to this mission. Led by 2 small groups, the entire army was on the road except for rest time. Finally, after a few days, we arrived at the border of the land of Earth. Minato didn't rush in rashly, as Iwagakure might have been prepared during the war. The team stopped after making a gesture to stop hunting. How's the situation ahead? This is where radar comes into play. There are people, but they are just ordinary people. The radar confirmed it several times before giving a positive reply. Avoid, sneak in. Nawaki didn't say anything, Minato was in charge the whole time. All the people split up into small groups, passed by the sight of ordinary people, and quietly entered the territory of the land of Earth. When everyone gathered on a high mountain in the land of Earth, the surprise attack plan was officially launched. Now, tell me what the plan is. Fugaku asked leisurely about the next arrangements. It will be easy if we have someone to help us. Come with us to the town to get some information. The rest of you should stay here to rest and wait for our news. This is the first option for the 2 little ones. Fugaku nodded, and the 3 of them left. They used the transformation technique to change their bodies before entering the border town of the land of Earth. 5 Mount Chapter 144 Obtaining intelligence in front of a bustling barbecue restaurant in a small town. I'm hungry, let's go eat. A pleasant female voice came. It was the sexy girl that Nawaki transformed into. This was the humiliating outcome of losing the rock-paper-scissors game. Baby, let's have some barbecue then. Minato transformed into a middle-aged greasy man with a big belly, and Nawaki was like his mistress. As he said this he slapped Nawaki's butt and laughed wantonly. Boss, serve the meat. A man who looked like a follower greeted the owner of the barbecue restaurant. It was Fugaku. He got goosebumps from the 2 people's actions. Are they so dedicated at such a young age? Besides, where did these 2 learn their personalities? They're totally off the mark. Okay, please come in. The owner of the barbecue restaurant glanced at Nawaki and thought that he could not enjoy such a woman. Then he received a big eye roll from Nawaki. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you can covet my looks and figure? Minato hugged Nawaki and walked into the store, finding a place where there were many customers and sat down. The 3 of them had a clear goal, which was to see if there were any rock shinobi in the town. While listening to the guests' gossip, he also has to maintain the personas of the boss, his mistress, and his follower. It's very hard. After the barbecue was served, the 3 of them started to eat. They hadn't eaten well for several days. Suddenly I heard a customer mention that a ninja in the casino won a lot of money. It immediately aroused the interest of the 3 people. I pricked up my ears and listened carefully. The customer said he would go again later. If you follow the ninja and place your bet, you might win more. As for whether someone cheats or not, what does it have to do with him? After exchanging glances, the 3 of them decided on their next move. Stop paying attention to other people's conversations and focus on eating. Minato ate a lot of Nawaki tofu while eating meat, which attracted many guests' attention. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Nawaki acted arrogantly, just like a spoiled brat, and no one suspected it. Fugaku was so annoyed that it was simply too much to watch. He didn't want to go on missions with these 2 conspicuous guys anymore. I've never felt so uneasy in my life. After waiting for a long time for the guests at that table to leave, the 3 of them slowly paid the bill and left. Baby, I'll take you to play a couple of rounds and watch me kill everyone. Minato's exaggerated tone attracted a lot of attention again. He followed the guests in front of him to the gambling house as if no one was around. Soon, the guests were seen entering a luxuriously decorated gambling house. Minato snatched the wallet from Nawaki's hand, which was Nawaki's lifeblood. Fugaku was more conscious and took the initiative to hand over his property. Don't let me lose all your money. Nawaki said this through gritted teeth, the pain on his face clearly visible. These are the shadows that Tsunade brought to him. He never thought that he could win money in the gambling house. Tsunade always goes out with nothing. Go back and ask the teacher for reimbursement. Minato whispered back, and the three finally walked into the gambling house. Nawaki was relatively familiar with the gambling house and took Minato around. Advertisement soon I saw a gambling table crowded with people. The three of them felt that the rock shinobi was at this table. Without much effort, the three of them squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the gambling table. A ninja wearing an Iwagakure forehead protector was smoking and collecting money. I have won a lot. This gentleman is very lucky today. I'm here to share in the joy, too. Minato took out all the large denominations he had. He looks so wealthy that if you don't know him, you would think he has a lot of money in his pocket. Now whenever he swings his pocket, it makes a sound. Rock Shinobi glanced at Minato and said nothing, placing his own bets. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of local boss. We just press it ourselves. Nawaki's coquettish voice gave Minato a lot of face. Haha, that's what my baby said. Minato also started to place bets. He had never played before, so it was all based on luck. Fugaku secretly looked at the rock shinobi from behind the two of them. Judging from his attire, he was at least a chunin. Since he was able to come out and have fun during the war, Fugaku guessed that he was most likely a jonin and a high-ranking one. I don't know if it's Minato's luck or rock shinobi's luck has run out. Anyway, Minato won the first game. You're awesome. Nawaki, this is joy from the bottom of his heart. This damn gambling house can really make money. This is no small matter. Minato took out a few and stuffed them into Nawaki's clothes, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But Nawaki quickly put it away, at least to save some money. I bet big. This is a small bet. Rock Shinobi stayed in the gambling house until night before he decided to leave. The money in front of him was already filling up a briefcase. In the last hand, Rock Shinobi won again and put the money in his pocket. Let's go. I've won enough today. Then he left with the bag. The crowd immediately made way for him and no one dared to block his way. Haha, I'm in a good mood, I'll give you this as a reward. Rock Shinobi pulled money out of his pocket and scattered it all over the floor. Get ready to go. Minato greeted the two quietly and left the gambling table while the crowd was scrambling to grab their money. Instead, the three of them left the gambling house before Rock Shinobi and then found a secluded corner to keep an eye on him. Alive. Minato warned, fearing that the two people around him would kill Rock Shinobi directly. As for the option of not being able to do it, this option really didn't appear in Minato's mind. Got it. X2 Rock Shinobi left the gambling house without any precautions and walked out of the town. He really did sneak out to play, and no one dared to report him. Advertisement Minato and the other two followed Rock Shinobi out of town from a distance. Once they left the town, the three of them turned back to their original forms. Nawaki felt relieved and never wanted to be a woman again. But he didn't know that in the future there would be a boy in Konoha with a personality similar to his, who liked to transform into a beautiful woman, and the kind without clothes. Minato never imagined that the boy was his son. Any further, and we'll take action. Fugaku looked around the situation and saw that there was no one outside the town at night. Okay. Minato and Nawaki nodded, and the three continued to follow. Rock Shinobi was walking and probably had to pee urgently, so he walked to the side of the road and started shikajutsu. Good opportunity. All three of them are people who know how to seize opportunities. As soon as he finished speaking, three figures rushed over, and Rock Shinobi, a real jonin, didn't even put up a fight before a sword was placed on his neck. There was one on each side, and a kunai on his stomach. At this moment, he wanted to cry but had no tears, and he hadn't even pulled up his pants. Pull up your pants and follow us. Minato glanced at him with disdain. This Rock Shinobi didn't have very strong capital. Are you from Konoha? Rock Shinobi quickly reacted as he pulled up his pants. You'll know if it's true or not. Nawaki was too lazy to talk to him and knocked Rock Shinobi unconscious with a single slash of his hand. Fugaku then carried Rock Shinobi onto his shoulders. The three of them worked together smoothly. Minato also took away the box of money, which was a windfall. Go back and interrogate. Minato gave the order, and the three of them headed to the mountain where they had gathered. When Rock Shinobi woke up again, he was tied up. He couldn't feel any chakra in his body, and he had already guessed his fate. But he didn't even have a chance to commit suicide. He didn't see any of the three people holding him hostage. All he saw were either cataracts or conjunctivitis. Soon he was caught in an illusion, and all the questions he should and shouldn't say were asked. After he lost his usefulness, he was killed directly, and the Konoha shinobi was kind enough to use Earth style to cover him up. It's not humanitarianism, it's just fear of being discovered. My lord, I already know. This man is of high status. The rock shinobi leader who is escorting the supplies is his brother-in-law. Uchiha, who was the presiding judge just now, came over to report the situation and handed over a detailed supply route map. Minato hadn't expected the progress to be so smooth, and the remaining two plans were no longer necessary. The three of them looked at the map carefully, trying to find a suitable attack position. If we get too close to the rock shinobi of the rain country, we'll be discovered. We'll have to go deeper inside. Minato frowned. The task was indeed quite difficult. It's the only way. Fugaku thought for a moment and agreed with Minato's statement. Okay, I'll listen to you. Nawaki was happy to just follow along without having to think. Have a good rest tonight. Please enjoy yourself after the mission is over. Minato made a big promise to everyone. Anyway, the box of money would be wasted if not used. Chapter 145. Behind enemy lines. The next day, it was daybreak. Minato led everyone to the northwest, deep into the interior of the land of Earth. After enduring hardships and sleeping in the open air along the way, we finally arrived near the supply route after a few days. There is an endless plain in front of you. The view is so broad that you can see the end at a glance. It is really difficult to find a hiding place. We can only attack by force. Minato didn't expect that there wouldn't even be a small hill to be found here. It seemed that Rock Shinobi's choice of supply route was not a random decision. We need to fight quickly and resolve the issue quickly. Fugaku expressed his opinion that if time dragged on, Rock Shinobi might get other support. After all, this is within the territory of the land of Earth, and they have no backup. I'll keep an eye on it. Wait for my news. After Shang finished speaking, he quickly made a seal and slowly sank into the ground. That's a good idea. Minato waited for Nawaki to disappear and walked up to it and stepped on it twice. The ground was very hard. Step on your sister. Nawaki's voice coming from underground was a little weird. I'm just trying to see if it's easy to be exposed. Minato explained with a wry smile, scratching his head. He really meant well. Get out of here now and wait for my signal. Nawaki angrily drove them away. So many people were easily exposed. Okay, then be careful. Withdraw. Minato led the way and left, and for a moment it was as if no one had ever been here. Only Nawaki remained vigilant underground, waiting for the arrival of Rock Shinobi's supply troops. In order to ensure sufficient physical strength, Nawaki put several Bingliang pills in his mouth. There is no concept of the passage of time underground, and Nawaki has no idea how much time has passed. He felt himself becoming more and more restless, trying hard to endure the dead silence in the darkness and the endless loneliness. He regretted not bringing Minato down with him. At least he had company. It's really hard for him to be alone now. Finally, one day Nawaki heard the sound of heavy wheels on the ground, and it was probably the Rock Shinobi coming. He was excited, but he did not lose his composure and planned to investigate first. It quietly floated to the ground, revealing half of its head. Before he could take a closer look, he was kicked in the forehead. Ouch, something tripped me. A Rock Shinobi stumbled and flew out. Advertisement, enemy attack. The Rock Shinobi behind him shouted, Nawaki's forehead protector's identity has been exposed, and no one knows if there is anyone else underground. Instantly, a large number of attacks came towards Nawaki. The Rock Shinobi have gathered around. Nawaki knew something was wrong, so he immediately broke out of the ground, bit his finger, made a seal, and pressed down on the ground. Bang! The formation exclusive to the summoning beast spread out on the ground, and a cloud of smoke rose. Hiss! The huge black body stood upright with its upper body, its huge head spitting out snake blood, and its snake pupils flashing a fierce light. A huge snake appeared in Rock Shinobi's eyes. The kunai and attacks directed at Nawaki were blocked by the giant snake's tail sweep. Dust flew up, and all the Rock Shinobi around were swept away. Nawaki adults. This snake was quite polite, perhaps Orochimaru had greeted it. Black snake, let's go. Nawaki said no nonsense and pointed forward. The black snake twisted its body and moved forward quickly, charging towards the Rock Shinobi in front. What a big snake. Careful, quickly escape. The Rock Shinobi had already been frightened by the giant snake in front of them, and now they were running away in panic as they watched it rush towards them. Taking this opportunity, Nawaki took out a flare and released it into the sky. The red smoke lingered in the sky for a long time. Looking at the Rock Shinobi coming over from behind again, Nawaki stood on the black snake's head and looked at them coldly. Since you want to die, you can't blame me. He formed seals with his hands, and a large amount of chakra condensed in his mouth. Then he suddenly spat out a large amount of water at the Rock Shinobi who were surrounding him. Water style. Who will repair the dam? As the water spit out by Nawaki touched the ground, it directly created waves one after another. The Rock Shinobi was directly swept away by the waves, and in the blink of an eye, a small oval-shaped lake appeared, trapping a large number of Rock Shinobi. Soon some Rock Shinobi who were not strong enough floated up and drowned. Nawaki is now able to use water style on a large scale in a waterless environment. With some strength, no wonder one person dared to attack us. The leader like Rock Shinobi has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and thinks that Nawaki is just a brave and skilled kid. With so many people here, I will eventually wear him out. Broken his water style. Earth style restrains water style. The Rock Shinobi leader glanced at Nawaki on the snakehead. Konoha is really full of talents. Advertisement, Earth style, Earth wall. Rock Shinobi uses the chakra gathered in his hands to flow into the earth, and uses the dragon veins, flowing in the earth to raise the earth. The lake was instantly divided into several sections, losing its integrity and flowing everywhere. Among them, Rock Shinobi was also rescued. He lay on the ground and spit out water frantically. For a while, he had no fighting power. The black snake had already rushed into the Rock Shinobi camp, opening its huge mouth and swallowing the Rock Shinobi directly. This is exactly the same as all the snakes. Nawaki used the weighted rock technique on the black snake, which reduced its speed but greatly increased its lethality. Either by hitting or sweeping, Rock Shinobi was either killed or injured by the black snake's attacks. Trapped him. The Rock Shinobi leader was a little anxious now. he didn't expect that the snake had such powerful strength. Earth style, earthquake core. Several rock shinobi rushed over and surrounded the black, then formed seals and clapped their hands on the ground. The land around the black snake's area rose suddenly, trapping it in the middle. Roar! The black snake was furious and slammed its body against the wall frantically, but his strength was not enough to break it. And Jing, you can't trap us with just this little ability. Nawaki first comforted the black snake, even though he couldn't see what was happening outside while standing on its head and huge rocks were falling from above. But there was no panic on his face, and Earth style was also his forte. Want to restrain him? No way. Earth style, earth wave. As Nawaki performed hand seals, a river of huge rocks emerged from the ground beneath the black snake, pushing them out of the deep pit. The huge rocks above his head were also smashed into pieces by Nawaki one by one. We are here, Nawaki ni. As soon as he came out, he saw Minato suddenly appear next to him. Kill them. Nawaki looked at the Konoha shinobi approaching from a distance, with Fugaku leading the way. 3 Tomo Sharingan has been revealed. Summoning. After a puff of smoke, a huge Katsuyu appeared next to the giant snake. The sizes are comparable, and this is just a small clone. Katsuyu Sage, please help me. Minato jumped from the giant snake's head onto Katsuyu Sage's head, and he and Nawaki attacked Rock Shinobi. Katsuyu Sage was silent, probably because he wasn't very familiar with Minato. After all, it could be said that Minato's signing of the contract with her was completely an accident. She glanced at the battle situation and spat out a corrosive liquid from her mouth. The parts of Rock Shinobi that were sprayed with the liquid began to dissolve, and screams continued. Chapter 146 Mission completed. What kind of monsters are these? The Rock Shinobi leader exclaimed in surprise that 2 such large summoning beasts appeared at once. What kind of suffering is this in the world? Is it impossible for people to survive? My lord, what shall we do? At this time, some Rock Shinobi had already thought about retreating. This Konoha team is incredibly strong. Putting these 2 little brats aside, both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are here. They're the 2 most famous bloodline limit families in Konoha. What to do? What do you want to do? I'd rather die here. The Rock Shinobi leader demanded sharply. He had never thought of escaping in the first place. He was well aware of the importance of supplies, and he couldn't imagine what would happen if he lost the supplies. To put it more seriously, it was because of him that the strategic deployment of the Earth Kingdom failed. If you die in battle you can be a martyr, but if you carry this crime there's no point in living. Yes, sir. Rock Shinobi, his subordinate, lowered his head, gritted his teeth and could only follow the leader to charge. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Fugaku rushed to a place not far from Rock Shinobi, formed a seal, gathered chakra behind his throat, and spit out a large amount of fire like seawater forward. Of course, his range and power were far inferior to that of Madara, and he only burned dozens of Rock Shinobi in front of him. However, such a powerful ninjutsu is already intimidating, and Fugaku's strength is improving very quickly. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist close combat also caused Rock Shinobi a lot of trouble. Once the acupoints are blocked, one becomes an ordinary person and can be slaughtered at will. Led by Minato and his 2 companions, Rock Shinobi was quickly defeated. The Rock Shinobi leader was quite capable after all, dodging the attacks of the Black Snake and the sticky teeth of Katsuyu the Hermit. Looking at the 2 huge monsters rushing towards him, he was ready to die. Earth style, earth-splitting palm. After forming a seal, he gathered the chakra in his palm, roared, bent down, and struck the ground hard with one hand. Crack! The ground began to shake violently, and starting from in front of him, a huge crack appeared in the earth that spread forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Katsuyu the Hermit and the Black Snake were covered in the range. In a moment of carelessness, the Black Snake and Katsuyu the Immortal fell down. That is to say, his body is big enough, otherwise he would be covered by a huge rock like Obito in the original work. Quickly retreat. Minato exclaimed. He didn't expect the range of this jutsu to be so wide, and the Konoha shinobi behind him was also affected. Without even thinking, he leapt off the head of Katsuyu Sage and rushed towards the Rock Shinobi leader with a sharp blade in hand. Advertisement. Water style, water blade slash. Nawaki came from behind but was the first to arrive. He used the light and heavy rock technique and was actually a little faster than Minato. The blade was wrapped in water waves and stabbed the Rock Shinobi leader from high to low. Earth style, earth wall. The Rock Shinobi leader had no time to dodge before a tall, thick earth wall rose up in front of him. Boom! Nawaki thrust his sword down, and water waves exploded on the earth wall. The earth wall shattered instantly. Attribute restraint is not so useful in the face of absolute strength. Nawaki, who was powerless, landed not far in front of the Rock Shinobi leader. Minato also came close, and with a flash of cold light, the sharp sword pierced through his chest. The fear in the Rock Shinobi leader's eyes was obvious, and he slowly fell backwards with his eyes wide open. He never thought that his earth style would be broken by water style. I think this trick of mine is pretty good. Nawaki was a little too proud of himself. He said that water style destroyed earth style and he would be proud of it no matter where he talked about it. Great, great. Minato was very cooperative, but his words were a little perfunctory. The 2 did not stop and continued to kill the Rock Shinobi group. The master is dead, let's escape. Witnessing the sacrifice of his leader, Rock Shinobi's mental state was close to collapse. There is absolutely no morale left. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The entire battle was over in less than 10 minutes. All the supplies were burned, and not a single rock shinobi was left alive. As Minato and the others retreated, all that was left was the mess after the battle and the corpses and bloodlines all over the ground. This battle was a great victory. As long as we return to the camp safely, this mission will be successfully completed. Minato led everyone and rushed directly to the land of grass without stopping for a moment. After completing the mission, even hiding one's figure has become a bit perfunctory. What is needed now is speed rather than stealth. It took less than half the time to get here, and they finally entered the Kingdom of Grass. At this time, Onoki also received news that the supplies were destroyed in the Rain Country. What? All dead? What do you guys do for food? Do you sleep watching the Konoha camp every day? In a hidden underground cave, Onoki was furious. He had not expected the Konoha shinobi to be so bold and to evade the rock shinobi spies and penetrate deep into the land of Earth. Advertisement. Although there were no witnesses, he guessed without hesitation that it was Konoha who did it. What's more, Konoha standard weapons were found on the battlefield. Third generation lord, there is no point in talking about this now. Our supplies are running out quickly and we won't be able to hold out for more than a few days. There is unrest in the Rain Country right now. Even if we rob, we won't be able to steal anything. The intelligence chief spoke out boldly, with cold sweat already breaking out on his forehead. Onoki, who was injured in the fight with Chuanfong a few days ago, is in a very bad mood. Then retreat. Why are you still fighting? Onoki was not blinded by anger. It would not be wise to continue fighting with Konoha without supplies. They could only return to the land of Earth to rest and wait for the next batch of supplies. He has made up his mind to send heavy troops to guard the next batch of supplies. Lao Zi has almost recovered, so, we recall the troops? The intelligence chief didn't know whether Onoki's words were spoken in anger. Go ahead and stop bothering me. Onoki had calmed down by now, regained his composure, and waved his men out. The cannibalization plan was originally being executed smoothly, but now I don't know what other variables will be added. Onoki just wanted to be quiet at this moment. As the rock shinobi forces withdrew, the sand shinobi also sensed something was wrong. The Konoha forces they faced increased in number and frequency. Casualties also skyrocketed, and it was then that we realized that something might have gone wrong on rock shinobi's side. You mean the rock shinobi might have retreated? At the border camp of the Wind Country, Yi Kang was discussing with the head of intelligence. There was still a look of disbelief on her face. It has been going pretty smoothly during this period, except that it has been hard to share the blessings. He would go out to get beaten every few days, and Shukaku had received all the beatings he would ever receive in his life. Yes, although no specific intelligence has been received yet, there has been no trace of rock shinobi troops found in the Rain Country. That would be terrible. Yi Kang instantly realized that a disaster was about to happen and put his right hand on his temple. Let's retreat as well and be prepared to face Konoha's attack. Konoha needs some time to breathe. If they stop now, they will suffer the greatest losses during this period. The intelligence chief analyzed the situation very clearly. That's the only way. Go down and make the arrangements. Yekura sighed, worrying about Sunagakure's future. If her death could stop the war, she would be willing to commit suicide immediately. Chapter 147. Uzumaki Masaki. The Sand Shinobi have also retreated now. Minato and the others did a great job this time. In Konoha's meeting hall, only Chuanfong and Tsunade were left. At this time, Chuanfong did not hide his admiration for Minato and the others. His mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. We can finally take a breath. Tsunade also had a smile on his face. The chain reaction caused by Minato and his team's actions broke the deadlock in Konoha. Onoki will definitely make a comeback. We still need to think about the next step. Chuanfong was happy, but he did not let down his guard. If the supplies were gone, he would just go back and replenish them. They themselves have done this more than once. Well, it will be difficult to destroy Iwagakure's supply chain in the future. It's okay to do this once, but if you do it again you're insulting Onoki's intelligence. Tsunade is not that kind of fool. She is already very qualified as a commander. There is still time. Let's rest first. Everyone is tired during this period. In a few days our heroes will be back. Chuanfong had already imagined the two little ones' proud expressions and couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this time, Minato and Nawaki were walking in the land of grass. There was no need to conceal their identities on the return trip, and it would be meaningless even if the ninja from the land of grass sold this information to Iwagakure. They no longer took the small paths, but walked on the main road, where they could occasionally have a good meal in the town. It's just that the economic strength of the land of grass is indeed average, and the lives of ordinary people cannot be compared with that of Konoha. The food was much cheaper than in Konoha, and that box of windfall made everyone eat very happily. We passed by a small town that day and everyone went in out of habit. There was no pressing pressure now, and Minato would not stop everyone. Only Nawaki didn't want to go, and he said he had to go back in hand in the task. In fact, everyone's return journey was very fast, and having a meal didn't affect the time at all. Seeing the box of money slowly becoming smaller, Nawaki felt distressed. This child's family was not short of money, but he was still used to living in poverty. All his pocket money was confiscated by Tsunade and lost, so it's not entirely his fault for this character. Nawaki brother, let's just have one last meal, okay? Minato brought Nawaki into town like he was bringing a child. Okay, this is the last time. Nawaki took it seriously and sounded very dissatisfied. Minato nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Following the smell of barbecue, I came to the store and saw that there were quite a lot of people inside. Advertisement: there was a table of grass ninjas who looked at them for a few seconds and then stopped looking. Weak countries have no say. If they dare to act arrogantly in peacetime, they will be in a state of arrogance now, but we are in the midst of a war. It probably wouldn't take much effort for Konoha to defeat the Kusagakure village. This is also one of the reasons why Minato and his friends dared to show up in the town of Grass Country in a swaggering manner. The most important thing is strong confidence in your own strength. Is there anyone in this Grass Country who can keep them here? Minato led everyone into the yakiniku restaurant, which was instantly full. It was the first time for the barbecue restaurant owner to see so many ninjas from other countries, and he approached them tremblingly to ask, "My lords, what do you need to eat? Just put the meat on it." Minato replied, and the boss went off to get ready. With so many people, he would have to bake for a long time. If these people were going to dine and freeload, he would have to grit his teeth and accept it. After all, life was the most important thing. In the eyes of ordinary people, Chunin are synonymous with danger, especially ninjas from other countries. After a while, the Kusanagi probably felt the atmosphere was depressing and left before the meat was served. Minato and the others who were chatting enthusiastically didn't pay attention. By the time they noticed the surroundings, the entire barbecue restaurant had been booked by them. It's really unwelcome. Minato smiled and shook his head. This wasn't the first time this had happened. It's normal during the war. Fugaku understood it very well. They looked too difficult to mess with. Eat quickly and leave after eating. Nawaki stuffed the meat into his mouth while feeling distressed. He ate the fastest. Seeing Nawaki like this, Minato was too tired to complain. I didn't notice Nawaki was so stingy when we were in the village. Is it because he doesn't have to pay the bill? It seems that it was a wrong decision to give him the money. After everyone finished eating, Nawaki paid the bill very politely and even bargained with the boss. This scared the boss, and he immediately said he would not charge any money. Nawaki yelled, "Am I that kind of person?" before paying the full amount and leaving. He would not bully an ordinary civilian. Just as everyone was preparing to leave the town, Nawaki heard a girl crying not far away. It was accompanied by the man's curses. Nawaki looked over curiously and saw a fierce-looking grass ninja holding a girl's long hair. Advertisement: "Well, I'm a ninja from Konoha, my name is Nawaki. Mito-sama is your grandmother?" The girl hesitated to speak, fearing that her identity would bring about something bad. "Thanks. Let me go. My name is Uzumaki Masaki." Nawaki focuses on authenticity and asks about identity first. Before Nawaki could continue to comfort him, Minato and the others surrounded him. The grass ninja who had been kicked away earlier came over with the help of several of his companions. The girl screamed, revealing her identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan. The girl raised her head and glanced at Nawaki. Her facial features were very pretty and her delicate look made people want to protect her. Nawaki dispelled Minato's doubts with just one sentence. Kushina would surely be happy to have another member of the clan. "Don't be afraid, my grandmother's name is Uzumaki Mito." He muttered, "I heard that biting you can heal my wounds, but I don't know if it's true or not." Nawaki disappeared right after he finished speaking, and the grass ninja was kicked away. "It is very likely that they are the members of my grandmother's clan who are now stranded outside." Nawaki immediately dropped his smile and looked at these Kusa ninjas as if they were dead people. Looking at such a large group of Konoha shinobi, Masaki was a little scared and hid behind Nawaki. "I want to take her away now, what do you think?" The girl could only struggle weakly, and her small fists had no killing power at all on the Kusanagi. "Are you from the Uzumaki clan? What's the point of bullying a woman?" Minato also took a step forward with everyone. "This is?" The girl had wiped away her tears and her voice was no longer tearful. The red-haired girl also managed to break free from the Kusanagi's restraints. Nawaki smiled brightly after confirming the girl's identity. Originally Nawaki didn't intend to intervene, but the girl's red hair forced him to do so. Minato's impression was that Nawaki was not the type to cause trouble. "It's a nice name." Nawaki took the initiative to reveal Mito's name. The princess of the Whirlpool country is quite famous. This was because Nawaki was holding back, otherwise it would have been possible that he would have kicked him to death. Why are you meddling in other people's business? She is from our grass country. She is from the Uzumaki clan." Chapter 148 Return. You guys. The Kusagakure ninja was frightened now and began to stutter when speaking. Maybe he didn't even know what to say next. "You what? Get lost right now, I can pretend nothing happened." Nawaki yanked out his sword, and in an instant, the tip of the sword was firmly against the Kusagakure's throat. Feeling the chilling murderous intent of the young man opposite, cold sweat ran down the Kusanagi's forehead. But now no companion dared to speak for him. Several people didn't even dare to say anything harsh, and just carried him away without stopping. "Haha, idiot." Fugaku sneered disdainfully and glanced at Masaki behind Nawaki. "She is really a pretty girl, comparable to Makoto." Can I call you Masaki?" Nawaki turned to look at Masaki and scratched his head a little sheepishly. I felt a little embarrassed, but when I thought about what my brother-in-law said, it was just a small matter. Okay, I'll call you Nawaki then. Misaki heaved a sigh of relief when she saw all the Kusa ninjas disappear around the corner. Will you come with us? Nawaki hesitated for a while, but finally asked directly. He didn't like beating around the bush. Where are you going? Misaki blinked, she had her own thoughts. Misaki, go with them. At this time, an old lady came out of the store with a crutch, and it was obvious that she was familiar with Misaki. I can't protect you. If you don't leave, those ninjas won't let you go. Grandma Shingzi, what will you do if I leave? Misaki stepped forward and supported the old lady, without any sign of blame. I drifted here from the land of whirlpools, and I am very grateful to be adopted by Grandma Anzi. Don't worry about me. I'm an old man and they won't do anything to me. The old lady kindly tidied up Misaki's messy long hair. But I can't bear to leave you. It seems that the old lady is usually very nice to Misaki, and now she is hugging the old lady and crying. Although she has no relatives, she has already regarded this old lady as her real relative. What is missing is just that dispensable blood relationship. Sir, Misaki is still young, so I'll be in your care from now on. The old lady was quite perceptive, and she said this to Nawaki. She had seen how Nawaki had stood up for Misaki just now. Don't worry, my grandmother and Misaki are from the same clan. I will definitely not treat her unfairly. Advertisement. Nawaki agreed readily, and Minato stood aside with a slight smile on his face. It's also interesting to see my friends getting embarrassed. Yeah, that's good. The old lady pulled Misaki away and wiped her tears. Misaki, please follow this master. Just come and see me again when you have the chance. When the old lady said this, tears started flowing from her eyes. If she could protect Misaki, how could she bear to let her go with a stranger? She also didn't know whether she would be able to live to see Misaki again after she left. It's a pity that she can't leave. No matter how bad this place is, it is her root. Grandma Shingzi, I'll listen to you. Misaki looked at the old lady deeply for a few times, then slowly walked behind Nawaki without saying anything else. Grandma Shingzi, let's go then. Nawaki didn't know what to say, so he just said goodbye and left. Let's go, let's go. The old lady watched the red-haired girl follow the team away, and only when she disappeared from her sight did she slowly walk back to the house with her crutches. His hunched back makes people feel sad, he is really a lonely man. After leaving the town, Nawaki remembered that bringing Misaki along would slow down the team's speed. I opened my mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. Minato and he had the same idea. When brothers are in trouble, little son will do his utmost to help. Uzumaki Misaki, we can't go any faster with you. Do you think this will work? Find someone to carry you? That way you won't be tired, and our speed won't be affected either. Minato came over and took the initiative to talk to Misaki, his tone was gentle, completely negotiating. Misaki looked around the team and didn't see a single woman. This time, Minato and his team were the singles team. Nawaki saw the look Minato was giving him and swallowed the words back. I almost blurted out. This is inappropriate, we still have a mission and can't delay it for too long. Minato added fuel to the fire when he saw Misaki's conflicted look. Then Nawaki, can you carry me? Misaki chose Nawaki as Minato had thought. Fugaku found it a bit funny watching the two of them perform a duet. I just folded my arms and watched the situation unfold, just like watching a show. Sure. Nawaki agreed hastily, causing Minato to sigh. Advertisement brother, you are too impatient. Seeing Nawaki squatting in front of her, Misaki blushed and climbed up nervously. Once Nawaki stood up, Minato gave the order to set off. There was no room for Misaki to regret. Being brothers can only go so far. Are we going to Konoha? Misaki lay on Nawaki's back, having never felt such a fast speed before. We can't go to Konoha right now. Go to the land of rain first, and then I'll arrange for someone to take you to Konoha. Nawaki had already made up his mind to send Misaki to her grandmother even if he had to ask his sister for help. His hands were very polite, just supporting Misaki's thighs. With the help of the light and heavy rock technique, he didn't feel tired at all. The Rain Kingdom is at war. Misaki also heard from the townspeople about the war in the Rain Country. We are at war, but don't worry, my sister and brother-in-law are very powerful. Nawaki didn't have the nerve to brag about himself and bring up Chuanfong and Tsunade. No one in the entire ninja world would refute that they are powerful. Since you say it's amazing, then it must be amazing. In Misaki's eyes, Nawaki is already a great master. That's not. Nawaki was going to brag about it, but then he thought, Misaki probably didn't even know who Hanzo of the Salamander, Third Cage and other people were. He swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Is that little blonde-haired guy your brother? Misaki was a little curious when he heard Minato call him Nawaki brother. She is 2 years older than Nawaki, so there is no problem for her to call Minato brother. To be precise, he is my brother-in-law's disciple, but we have our own opinions. Nawaki thought for a while before answering Misaki's question seriously. Is that so? Then he is a generation lower than you. Misaki laughed softly into Nawaki's ear. We don't count this. Nawaki explained it in a naive way. Perhaps hearing the two talking about him, Minato looked back. Nawaki has learned this skill from his teacher quite well. Minato smiled widely as he watched the two of them chatting back and forth. He still remembers vividly the scene where he was tricked by his teacher into confessing his love to Kushina. This Uzumaki Misaki and Kushina have completely different personalities. But he still likes Kushina more. Chapter 149. Are you going to pick up a wife? Minato and the others did not stop on the rest of the journey. After leaving the land of grass, they headed towards the Konoha camp. They are back. Chuanfong had already sensed the flying thunder god mark on the two little ones in Shuomao's house. The serious expression just now suddenly turned into a smile. It's good to be back. Let's go and welcome the hero. Tsunade said as she stood up and straightened her pleated hem. Okay, let's go. Shuomao also stood up. The two kids deserved this treatment, regardless of their status. This is an honor they have earned themselves. The tail is about to lift up to the sky. Chuanfong joked and followed him out the door. Dai and Shi Zhenhong also followed with a smile, forming a luxurious welcoming team. Minato and the others didn't know the situation here, and when they were about to reach the camp, Nawaki put Misaki down. Let's just walk over there. It's not far. Nawaki was afraid that Chuanfong and Tsunade would see this and it would be bad. I can do anything. Misaki stood beside Nawaki coquettishly, very well behaved. Okay, let's go. Minato guessed Nawaki's thoughts completely, and when he saw that he was about to explain something else, he interrupted him directly. So what if he saw it? Isn't the teacher more shameless than you? Let's go, then. Nawaki scratched his head in embarrassment, and everyone slowed down their pace toward the camp. From a distance, they saw someone welcoming them at the camp gate. It's Master Tsunade and the others. Radar had already seen the faces of several people, and he was feeling a little excited. This is also a great honor for them. It must be my brother-in-law who sensed that we are back. Nawaki's brain was still working well at this moment, and his happiness was beyond words. Which one is your brother-in-law? Misaki stretched her head to look forward, but unfortunately her eyesight was not enough. She had not awakened the Uzumaki clan's Kagura mind's eye, and could only vaguely see 5 people standing there. Along the way, I heard Nawaki praising Chuanfong over and over again, saying how powerful he was, how wealthy he was, and how he was like a younger brother to me. Having successfully aroused her curiosity, Nawaki did not describe Tsunade in detail, only mentioning him in a few sentences. The one standing next to the woman. Although Nawaki couldn't see clearly, it didn't stop him from understanding Chuanfong. The brother-in-law must be standing by his sister. There is no doubt about this. I can't see clearly. Misaki tried hard to open her eyes wide, but still couldn't see anything. She looked a little anxious and adorable. Advertisement, haha, actually I can't see it either. Nawaki burst into laughter at the sight of this lovely girl. Then you are talking nonsense. Misaki pouted and lightly hit Nawaki's shoulder. You'll see it when you get there. Nawaki laughed foolishly and dodged for a moment, but was still hit by Misaki. Soon everyone arrived at the camp gate. Welcome back our hero. Tsunade took a step forward from Chuanfong and spoke first. Sister, master's wife, Tsunade adult. Everyone greeted Tsunade, the excitement in their faces was obvious. This mission was completed beautifully. I will make a note of it for you all. Tsunade made a promise on the spot that this would not only be a financial reward but would also help with promotion. Thank you, Master Tsunade. At this time, Chuanfong had already noticed the red-haired girl behind Nawaki, who was looking at him and others nervously. With both hands tightly grasping the corner of Nawaki's clothes. Is this guy going on a mission or picking up a wife? Chuanfong began to have doubts. Okay, you guys go back, you've worked hard this time. Tsunade had said all the good things, so Chuanfong told them to disband. When everyone had finished walking, Misaki caught everyone's attention because she was still standing behind Nawaki. Nawaki, what is this? Tsunade gave Nawaki a questioning look. She was not as patient as Chuanfong. Since there were only 2 little ones left, she asked directly. Ah, sister. Let me introduce you to it. Nawaki hurriedly pulled Misaki in front of him, and at this moment, his language system began to become a little disordered. He gave Minato a look for help. Minato crossed his arms and looked up at the sky. He pretended not to see Nawaki and waited to see what would happen next. This was not the person he saved. Nawaki saw that Minato didn't care about the matter and could only continue talking. What brothers are all liars? Her name is Uzumaki Misaki. We rescued her in the land of grass. Oh, from the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade looked at Misaki's hair color, which was the same as her grandmother's, and was already half convinced. FK. Is this Karen's mom? Chuanfong looked calm and said nothing. Advertisement. His heart was already filled with waves. He was certain that they were the Uzumaki clan from the land of grass. I won't cause you any trouble. Misaki lowered her head and spoke timidly, clasping her hands together and wiggling her fingers. Although Tsunade looks beautiful, she doesn't look like a gentle woman at all. The other few people are even more difficult to describe. The cold-faced Shuomao, the green-skinned monster Dai, and the serious-faced Zhenhong. Even Chuanfong, who was always praised by Nawaki, was examining her. Misaki couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. She didn't want to be alone outside anymore. She was terrified of those days that were too painful to recall. Sister, let's just keep her. I've made up my mind. Sending her to her grandmother will give Kushina another playmate. Nawaki looked at Tsunade's face nervously, afraid that his sister would say something that he would find difficult to accept. Did I say anything? Tsunade frowned. Was she such a hard-hearted person? Okay, I'll make the decision. I'll stay. Chuanfong knew that this was a harmless girl, and maybe she was a good candidate. Being bitten to death in the land of grass is also a tragedy. Karen is a ninja who excels in both medical and perception, and most of her genes are inherited from her mother. Then there is no reason why Misaki has poor qualifications. Thank you, brother-in-law. Nawaki's face lit up with joy and he almost jumped up. All the good people let you do it. Go back. Tsunade rolled his eyes at Chuanfong and planned to go back to the house to ask Nawaki about it. Just carry out the mission. Why did you bring back a girl? Let's go. Nawaki had already put his mind at ease, and in a relaxed tone he asked Misaki to join him in the camp. Misaki followed Nawaki into the camp, not bothering to look around, not knowing what situation she would face next. After all, I still don't feel safe. Don't worry, my brother-in-law's words are very effective. Nawaki boldly held Misaki's hand, very much in the shameless style of Chuanfong. I trust you. Misaki forced a smile. She was considerate and didn't want to make Nawaki worry. The hand held by Nawaki struggled slightly but gave up, and just remained held by Nawaki. Instead, I felt calmer. Minato kept making tisk tisk sounds behind him. I still underestimated him. This is more than just good. At least he has learned the 7th level of skills from his teacher. He was not worried at all. Misaki was just an ordinary person with the title of Uzumaki. Minato has already quietly tried to probe him many times on the road, and Nawaki is just too concerned. Now that the teacher has agreed, this matter is a done deal. Advertisement Chapter 150. At a loss the group all squeezed into Tsunade's room, and there was barely enough space to sit. The onlookers didn't show any intention of leaving. Shi Zhenhong took out some melon seeds from somewhere and gave each person a handful. It's just a matter of writing. I want to listen to 8 trigrams, on his face. This bad behavior was totally inconsistent with his serious expression. Tsunade looked at these people helplessly and shook his head. Tell me, what happened? Misaki sat cross-legged next to Nawaki, feeling like she was being judged. That's it. Nawaki had already let go of Misaki's hand, trying to clear his thoughts at this moment. The Kusanagi covet her physical healing abilities and want to take her away by force. I knew she was from the Uzumaki clan and I stepped forward to rescue her. If you can help as many people as you can, that's good enough. Grandma will definitely be happy. Nawaki said that at the end he brought Mito out to support him, just to give himself some psychological comfort. No more. Chuanfong had just cracked a few melon seeds when Nawaki finished speaking. No more. Nawaki didn't know what his brother-in-law meant. Things weren't that complicated. Tisk, disperse, disperse. A bunch of unscrupulous adults left in an instant, it was meaningless. It's a waste of their high expectations, the bloody hero saving the beauty is too cliché. Nawaki's forehead was full of black lines. There were only 4 people left in the room, even Minato left. Uzumaki Misaki, right? Chuanfong noticed Misaki's nervousness and uneasiness and smiled warmly. Yes, Master Chuanfong. Misaki politely used the honorific title, glanced at Chuanfong and then lowered her head. Would you like to come to our Konoha village? Are you going to see Master Mito? Chuanfong got to the point, and Misaki mustered up the courage to look up at his eyes. Yes, I'll send you to my house. My grandmother will probably like you. Tsunade interjected, saying that this girl had a quiet personality and should be the type that her grandmother liked. After saying that, she looked at Nawaki again. This silly boy is really lucky. He can even pick up a beautiful woman when he goes out on a mission. Grandma will definitely like you. She's such a nice person. It won't be worse than Grandma Shingzi. Nawaki followed up on Tsunade's words and praised Mito to Misaki. It is true as he said, Mito only shows his strong side towards Hashirama. But that was Hashirama's own fault, so he can't blame others. I do. Advertisement Misaki agreed immediately. She was already satisfied to have a place to settle down. Okay, I'll send someone to take you back tomorrow. Tsunade finally decided that there was no point in leaving Misaki, a normal person, in the camp. Thank you, Master Tsunade. Misaki remained polite. Don't be so polite, you can call me sister, elder sister. Misaki timidly called her, sister, be good, go out and let Nawaki find you a place to rest for the night. Tsunade reached out and helped Misaki up, chakra moving around inside her body. Misaki felt a warm current flowing through her body, and she became more energetic. Don't worry, sister. Let's go. Nawaki stood up and led Misaki out of the house. How about it? Chuanfong saw Tsunade's little movements clearly. I haven't practiced before, but my physique is good. I'll see if I can train him into a medical ninja later. Tsunade knows a lot about the Uzumaki clan. Nagato is a good example, only Kushina is an exception. She only likes to beat people and not save them. If Misaki is trained, she will have an extra assistant in her future research. I'm optimistic about her. Chuanfeng's very affirmative tone made Tsunade roll her eyes at him again. Does he really think medical ninjas are cabbages? The next day, Tsunade gave Misaki a letter. Just give this letter to my grandmother when you get home. Tsunade also considered that this incident happened suddenly, so for the sake of safety, he explained the whole story in the letter. Okay, sister. Masaki obediently took the letter and kept it close to her body. Nawaki, goodbye. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Nawaki, she followed the Konoha shinobi away. It's gone. What are you looking at? Tsunade hit Nawaki on the head with a huge punch. What a useless guy. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Nawaki cried out in pain, holding his head. Look at how worthless you are. Chuanfong enjoyed watching the fun and started to mock from the side. How are you better than me? Advertisement. Nawaki's face was full of indignation. Doesn't her brother-in-law sometimes look at her sister in the same way? What right does he have to say anything about her? You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Chuanfong was furious and Nawaki got hit hard again. Let's go. After the fight, Chuanfong dragged Tsunade away, leaving only Nawaki there. Haha, you just don't learn your lesson. I've told you before that the mouth can cause trouble, but you just won't listen. At this moment Minato appeared out of nowhere. Go away, don't bother me. Nawaki was furious. What had he done to offend anyone? Slapping his head and walking away from Minato, this is just fake brotherhood. Hey, Nawaki ni. Minato followed him in a cheeky manner. The friendship between young people is so interesting. After this period of rest and recuperation, the Konoha camp has regained its vitality. The lightly injured have recovered, and the seriously injured have been sent back to Konoha. Now the camp's combat power has reached its current peak. We don't know when the Onoki will come back again. We must set a charter today. Otherwise we will be in the same predicament again. Tsunade had a serious look on his face in the meeting hall, and now the two little ones are also attending the meeting openly. Instead of standing guard like before, this is the confidence brought by the record. Everyone in the audience had a sad face. This meeting had been held many times. However, Tsunade's attitude was particularly tough today, and it seemed that he was determined not to give up until he came up with a feasible plan. Hayato, you go ahead and talk first. Chuanfong has also been thinking hard about this matter recently and cannot waste this hard-earned breathing opportunity. Onoki is resting at the border of the land of Earth while awaiting supplies. Sunagakure has stationed a large number of troops at the border of the Wind Country and set up many traps. I guess he is ready for a bloody battle with us. Hayato's intelligence was still reliable, and he explained the current situation clearly in just a few words. How about we ask the third-generation adults for help again? A Konoha shinobi who really had no idea what to do spoke tentatively. We can't send any more reinforcements, we also have to ensure the safety of the village itself. Tsunade shook her head. If there were any reinforcements she would have mentioned it to the teacher a long time ago. Damn Uchiha, if they hadn't come out to mess things up. We have already conquered the Wind Kingdom. This is a veteran who has survived the battle against Third Kage. But there was a horrible scar on his originally handsome face. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and we are simply not well prepared. Chuanfong has no habit of shifting the blame onto others. What sense is there in war? Chapter 151. Good news. What's the point of saying this? Let's all think of a solution. Time is running out. Tsunade was concerned about the war, and her emotions were not very stable, so her tone was naturally a bit impolite. Yes, Master Tsunade. The Konoha shinobi was just grumbling, and he kept his head down and said nothing. Chuanfong rubbed his temple and suddenly thought of Orochimaru. It would be great if he was there. Even if you don't have any ideas, at least you can have someone to talk to. I don't know how his progress in fairy arts is now. I only heard Nawaki mention it a few times, so I'm not very clear. Chuanfong felt that since Orochimaru had not yet studied living corpse reincarnation and did not have those adverse side effects, it should not be a big problem considering his qualifications. Just as Chuanfong was absent from the meeting, the hall was filled with noisy discussions, and a Konoha intelligence officer rushed in a panic. Even the guard at the door didn't stop him. Is there some urgent intelligence information? Night Owl, why are you so rude? Why don't you apologize to the adults? Hayato recognized the ninja at a glance. He was one of his subordinates. Scolding him at this time is also a way to protect him. My lords, I am sorry for being rude, but I have important information. The land of Earth may have been invaded. Onoki is already heading back. Night Owl finished telling the news in one breath while panting. Really? Tsunade stood up excitedly, staring at Night Owl intently. Everyone's attention was drawn to this news. Gurgle. Yi Shao swallowed his saliva. Although he had seen big scenes before, he was still very nervous at this moment. Is there anyone here whose status is not higher than his? It's probably true. Someone has already gone to the heart of the land of Earth. Onoki and his men left in a hurry. I guess they raided Cloud Shinobi village by water. Yi Shao was afraid that his answer would displease others, so he spoke timidly. I don't want a possibility. I don't want an 8 out of 10 chance. I want accurate information, whether the land of Earth has been invaded. Is it Cloud Shinobi village who did this? Do you understand? Can you do it? Advertisement. Chuanfong blurted out a series of words, and Yi Shao was frightened. He really didn't dare to offend this person. I understand, it can be done. Night Owl quickly responded seriously. The news is good, let's go down. Chuanfong changed his tone and gave a red date after hitting someone with a stick. He was very good at this. Yes, Master Chuanfong. Night Owl breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Is this news true? Is it just a trick by Onoki? A more conservative Konoha shinobi questioned, a little bit unbelievable that the problem just now was solved so easily. Whether it's true or not, we just have to wait for the news. At least Onoki really retreated. Is there any need to doubt the ability of our intelligence department? Yamanaka Hayato was a little unhappy with his remarks. He believed that his men would not break into the conference hall with false information. That's not what I meant. The Konoha shinobi quickly waved his hands to explain that Konoha's intelligence department was no pushover either. Okay, let's end the meeting here today. Tsunade was in no mood to continue listening to their chatter, so she left the conference hall first after she finished speaking. Go back, I'll let you know when I have more information. Chuanfong helped Tsunade clean up the mess and went out to catch up with Tsunade. How credible do you think it is? Tsunade didn't look back, but she knew from the footsteps that it was Chuanfong who caught up with her. It's almost certain. The third Raikage is a belligerent fellow. Chuanfong had no doubt at all about the possibility of this ruthless man who could fight against 10,000 enemies at once to attack rock shinobi from the water. That's great news. Tsunade said with a smile on her face. This news made her feel relieved. Haha, yeah. They both laughed, but Onoki was already furious. Damn these warmongering lunatics. Onoki Fei, who was heading northeast, was at the front of the team, cursing as he went. Third generation lord, the front line is in crisis. Raikage I led the way and has already breached our second line of defense. Onoki forced himself to calm down and asked about the battle situation as soon as he arrived. Onoki spoke in a deep voice, not disguising the murderous intent in his tone at all. Advertisement. Both of them changed their names after becoming Raikage's partners. You are going too far. Follow me to fight tomorrow. It is really the law of karma, no one can escape it. Now that Onoki has arrived, he is relieved. Although the two of them don't get along, he has to admit that this old man is stronger than him. Onoki roared madly, but the speed of the entire team did not increase much. They had already exhausted all their strength. Cloud Shinobi Village's surprise attack by water really caught the land of Earth off guard. And the dried bloodline proves the cruelty of the battlefield. After 3 days of forced march, Onoki finally arrived at the battlefield with his troops at night. As soon as he finished speaking, he was seen surrounded by lightning, jumping down from the mountain and heading straight for the rock shinobi camp. This new information put him on the brink of an emotional breakdown. It is Eight Tails Jinchuriki Bulubi, who is also Killer Bee's master. Onoki was suspended in the air, his face solemn, his eyes staring straight ahead. The third Raikage shrugged off Onoki's words, saying that the person who could kill him hadn't been born yet. Use Blitzkrieg to break through rock shinobi's 2 lines of defense in a short period of time. Then let's see if you have the ability. The speed was as fast as blue lightning. Even before the person arrived, the fierce and imposing aura had already made rock shinobi tremble. Fortunately, Lao Zi and Han provided timely support, otherwise the third line of defense would have been broken. The battlefield was already full of potholes and traces of ninjutsu were everywhere. On a high mountain opposite, the third Raikage stood facing the wind, with a large number of cloud shinobi behind him ready to attack. Lao Zi had just recovered from his injuries not long ago and he was facing Raikage. He was also a miserable man. Cloud Shinobi Village's attack is fierce, and we are having a hard time holding back. He had a few more injuries on his body, all from fighting the Raikage. The Cloud Shinobi behind him also rushed forward, and the one closest to him was already covered in red chakra. At this moment, he also experienced the feeling of being taken advantage of. When he was fighting Konoha, he probably didn't expect that there would be such a day. Faster, faster. Now that you're here, don't leave. After saying this, Onoki turned around and walked out of the room, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. How is it going? He could only hope that the front line could hold out a little longer. Third Raikage is ridiculously strong. He is a ninja who prides himself on his strongest spear and strongest shield. The next day, Onoki took rock shinobi to the battlefield. Everyone thought he was going to make some strategic arrangements. The intelligence chief was talking about something irrelevant. Onoki, who was already angry, didn't like hearing such news. Chapter 152 Yanyan Battle, Don't Be So Arrogant. Onoki was not stupid enough to fight the Raikage in physical skills. After forming seals with his hands, he spat out a lot of soil from his mouth and turned into a giant rock monster in the air. Earth-style gangly technique. Boom! The rock monster landed with a deafening bang, creating 2 large holes on the spot. It then stood up and swung its huge fist at the Raikage. Hell Thrust, 4-book penetration. Raikage concentrated a large amount of lightning onto 4 fingers and rushed towards the rock monster without dodging. The powerful penetrating force directly smashed the entire arm of the rock monster into pieces. Lao Zi's fighting style is still simple and crude. He instantly turns on lava-style chakra mode and is covered in lava. He raised his fist as big as a casserole, jumped high, and punched the Raikage in the head. How dare you show off such tricks in front of me? The Raikage sneered, and countless lightning flashed from his right hand. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and the collision of 2 terrifying forces caused a violent explosion. Lava splashed everywhere, lightning raged, and the surrounding ninjas who were unable to dodge were affected by the ripples of the explosion. Lao Zi was knocked flying backwards, while Raikage was not even scratched. The strongest shield is so terrifying that it is several levels higher than Chuanfeng's defense. Let me do it, you are no match for him. Onoki appeared behind Murasaki and held him up. His fighting style was too disadvantageous against the Raikage. There are only a handful of people who can compete with the Raikage in physical skills, and Lao Zi is definitely not one of them. Good. Lao Zi was not pretentious. He just couldn't beat the opponent. It wasn't the first time he was beaten. He was careless today because Onoki was here. He wouldn't have dared to fight the Raikage like this a few days ago. Over there, Han also started fighting with Bulubi, and Han, who had recovered some strength, was always suppressed. No ninja dared to stay within the Jinchuriki's fighting range. Lao Zi finally had some free time, so he rushed towards the ordinary Cloud Shinobi. Soon they were surrounded by a large number of Cloud Shinobi. These Cloud Shinobi were fearless and really gave them a headache. He is simply using his life to hold Lao Zi back. So many years have passed, and you haven't grown any hair yet. I wonder if you have grown any skills? The Raikage looked at Onoki not far away, a mocking look on his face. The two of them are old acquaintances, having both fought in World War I. You'll know if you try it. Onoki suppressed his inner anger. The way this big fool spoke was really infuriating. Don't let me kill you easily. Advertisement. The Raikage grinned, a finger on his right hand flashing a dazzling light. The strongest spear, one that penetrates your hand. Although he expressed some disdain for Onoki, the Raikage did not really look down on him. The blue lightning stabbed at Onoki at an extremely fast speed. Earth style, super earth flow wall. Onoki's eyes narrowed, and he formed seals with his hands and quickly pressed them to the ground. Boom! A wall instantly rose from the ground, blocking the Raikage. The lightning collided with the city wall in an instant. Bang! The city wall was unexpectedly penetrated directly, and the Raikage continued to move forward without slowing down, heading straight for Onoki. What a terrible destructive power! Onoki sighed and leapt off the ground, dodging the Raikage's fatal blow. Dust release, original world separation technique. A translucent barrier shot out from Onoki's hand, and all the hair on the Raikage's body stood up. A huge sense of crisis emerged in my heart. Even his lightning-style armor couldn't stand up to it. The figure left the spot in a flash, and Dust Escape attacked the place where he was just now. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, leaving a huge hole several dozen meters deep on the spot. Even though the Raikage dodged his dust release, Onoki did not show any disappointment. It would be unexpected if the Raikage was really destroyed by his dust release. The two of them, one high and one low, faced off again. The battlefield was in a mess, with ninjas dying every minute and every second. It's quite powerful. Raikage glanced at the deep pit and said something sarcastic slowly. You run pretty fast too, Onoki retorted, and the two fought again. The battle ended at dark with no winner yet decided. The Cloud Shinobi who died at the hands of Lao Zi were all around him, and he was the undisputed MVP of this battle. The two armies called a truce, and Onoki and I retreated with their exhausted ninjas. Third generation sir, we have captured several spies from Konoha. Regardless of their own safety, Konoha's intelligence personnel finally witnessed this great battle. Unfortunately, only a few people escaped from the Kingdom of Earth, and the rest were captured. Advertisement, any valuable information? Onoki couldn't help but start to have a headache. If Konoha got involved again, the land of Earth would be in great danger. Thinking of Chuanfong and Tsunade, he couldn't help but want to curse. When will the younger generation of Konoha be able to stand on equal footing with them? They all came to check on the war situation in our country. There is no valuable intelligence. The intelligence chief has interrogated and found out that these Konoha shinobi have died in the line of duty. We have to be on guard. Onoki rubbed his big nose. Call Lao Zi. After a long while, Onoki finally gave the next instruction. Yes, third generation master. Someone responded and left, and a moment later Lao Zi appeared in front of Onoki. You take people to the border to prevent Konoha from invading. The situation we are facing now is very dire, you have to do your best. This time, Onoki also explained it briefly to Lao Zi. Got it. I'll leave right away. In order to protect his home, Lao Zi readily agreed. When Onoki didn't say anything else, he turned and left. The battle between Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi continued. After another batch of support arrived from the village, Lao Zi took some people away. Onoki's move weakened the force on the battlefield, but it was also a helpless move. He even felt that sending Lao Zi over was not enough. Lao Zi is no match for Chuanfong alone, not to mention the other Konoha masters. It's just that Cloud Shinobi's situation made it impossible for him to send any more experts over. We can only hope that Konoha will not ignore the Wind Kingdom and choose to launch a large-scale attack on the Earth Kingdom. The Konoha intelligence officer who escaped from the land of Earth reported what he saw on the battlefield as soon as he returned to the camp. Tsunade called a meeting after receiving the news. It has now been confirmed that the Cloud Shinobi village raid entered the territory of the land of Earth. That means Onoki doesn't have time to bother us anymore. Next we can attack the Wind Kingdom with all our strength. Do you have any suggestions on choosing a day to set off for the Kingdom of Wind? Tsunade announced her decision, and things finally started to turn out well. It won't be easy for Onoki to defeat Cloud Shinobi village, even if it's on his territory. No problem, but I think Onoki could be taught a lesson. The Uchiha clan suffered many casualties in the battle with Rock Shinobi, and now they have this good opportunity. He also wanted to vent his anger. Who wouldn't do something like taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Chapter 153 Masaki arrives. You mean? Tsunade frowned, somewhat confused by this action. I feel there is no need to divide the troops. Lord Tsunade, I think sending a team into the land of Earth will only have benefits and no harm. Naruto has his own considerations. Looking at the overall situation, he thinks this is a necessary thing to do. Tell me more about it. Chuanfong also became interested. It felt really good not to have to use his brain. The Uchiha chief also looked at Shoto with a smile on his face. First, we can know their movements at any time, and we won't be as passive as last time. Secondly, we suffered heavy losses due to Rock Shinobi, so joining in the fun this time can be considered as an explanation to our fallen brothers. After saying this, a smile appeared on Shoto's face, and this point of view was recognized by everyone. Yes, that makes sense. Who of you wants to go? Tsunade didn't plan to let Chuanfong and others go, as fighting the Wind Kingdom was the top priority. I, Uchiha, am willing to take a trip to the land of Earth. The Uchiha chief took the initiative to take on this task, which was what he had planned when he mentioned it. The Wind Kingdom is already in a crushing position, so it doesn't matter whether he is there or not. It is easier to make contributions by going to the land of Earth now. Revenge is only one factor. Okay, I'll take the trouble to go there. If nothing else, just disperse. Let's all go down and get ready. The meeting went smoothly this time, and Tsunade was very gentle. Yes, Master Tsunade. The Konoha shinobi were in a good mood now, with smiles on their faces, and they walked out of the hall in 2s and 3s. Let's go too. Chuanfong stood up and asked everyone to leave, with Tsunade walking beside him. Behind them were 2 smaller ones, and Tsukumo and Dai disappeared once they went out the door. I wonder if Masaki has arrived home yet. I don't think my grandmother would dislike her. Nawaki now mentioned his little sister again, and he wanted to speak out what he was worried about. You're so young and you have so much to worry about. You can go back after the battle. Tsunade looked back at this disappointing younger brother. It seemed that he would have no status in the family in the future. It's quite miserable when you think about it. I was bullied by myself when I was a child, and now I'm bullied by my wife when I grow up. I wonder if Kushina has grown taller. Minato couldn't help but think of his own little pepper, and how he and Nawaki made a pair of funny people. It will be easier to beat you when you're taller? Chuanfong said this out of the blue, which shocked Minato and made him speechless. Haha, Kushina is not that kind of person. Advertisement. Tsunade laughed, but said something against her will. Brother-in-law, what you said makes sense. Masaki is much gentler than Kushina. Nawaki couldn't help but feel proud. Kushina had even beaten him. It's just that he didn't want to argue with girls. In fact, he was really no match for them at that time. It's also quite shabby, so what if you're gentle? Do you think you won't get beaten? Minato said something to Nawaki in a sarcastic tone. That's my pleasure too. Nawaki had a worthless smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to being beaten by Masaki. It's hopeless. Let's go. Chuanfong shook his head and pulled Tsunade away from the 2 arguing kids. Why are there so many love-brained people around me? Masaki has entered Konoha with Konoha's wounded troops. A ninja instructed by Tsunade led her to the Senju clan's mansion. Looking at the prosperous and clean streets of Konoha and the smiles on the faces of the villagers, Masaki felt relaxed. Our Konoha environment is still good. This ninja was about 40 years old, and Masaki was about the same age as his daughter. What's more, it was Tsunade-sama who specifically instructed her to do so, and with a gentle smile on her face, she took the initiative to talk to Masaki. It's quite good. Masaki nodded and continued to look around. This place was much better than the small town in the land of grass. After crossing a few streets, we arrived at the Senju clan's mansion. Although Masaki was mentally prepared, the princess of the Whirlpool country would never live in a small place. But the scale still shocked her. She was just a commoner in the land of whirlpools and had never seen such a large mansion. We're here. I'll go knock on the door. The Konoha shinobi stepped forward and knocked on the door, which opened after a while. A red-haired girl opened the door and poked her head out. The moment she saw Masaki, her pupils suddenly dilated. This was the 3rd person she had met in Konoha with the same hair color as her. Ms. Kushina, this is the person that Master Tsunade asked us to bring back. The Konoha shinobi pointed at Masaki and Kushina and introduced them. Sister Tsunade. Kushina looked at the Konoha shinobi with a hint of doubt. Yes, you guys can talk about the rest, my mission is completed. The Konoha shinobi said before waving to Masaki and walking away. Your hair is the same color as mine. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. What's your name? Kushina ran out from behind the door and stepped forward to grab Masaki's hand. Advertisement, my name is Masaki, Uzumaki Masaki. Masaki was so shocked by Kushina's action that she didn't even finish her first name, and then added her last name. I knew you were from the same tribe as me. Kushina looked at Masaki and became happier and happier. I have a letter that Sister Tsunade asked me to give to her grandmother. Is she home? Masaki took the letter out from her bosom and asked Kushina carefully. Yes, I'll take you there. Kushina grabbed Masaki's hand and ran through the door. Slow down, I can't run fast. Masaki, an ordinary person, was dragged by Kushina and it was very difficult for her to run. I'm sorry. Kushina stuck out her tongue and slowed down. Soon, Kushina brought Masaki to Mito's bedroom door. Grandma Mito, can I come in? Kushina knocked politely, she still had respect for Mito. Come in. Mito's voice came from inside, and she could already feel the presence of two people. Squeak. Kushina opened the door and led Misaki inside. Grandma Mito, this is a member of the tribe that Sister Tsunade sent back. Her name is Uzumaki Misaki. As soon as she entered the door, she ran to Mito, her happiness beyond words. Misaki was shocked when she saw Mito. Is this a grandmother? How can she be so young and beautiful? Mito looked at Misaki with a smile in her eyes. She hadn't seen many of her tribesmen since the fall of the Whirlpool country. Master Mito, this is the letter that Sister Tsunade asked me to give you. Misaki bravely stepped forward and handed over the letter. Mito took it and opened it, and after reading it, he understood the whole story. Nawaki, the silly boy, was lucky. He put down the letter and looked at Misaki carefully. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, and he looked back and forth between her and Kushina intentionally or unintentionally. Good boy. Call me grandma from now on. Live here and make it your own home. Mito reached out and touched Misaki's head. The red hair was just as beautiful as his own. We will be good friends from now on. Kushina also stepped forward and grabbed Misaki's arm. Thank you, Grandma Mito. Tears welled up in Misaki's eyes, and she even spoke with a tearful tone. Chapter 154. Attacking the Kingdom of Wind, set off. In front of the Konoha camp, Tsunade waved his hand and led the army straight to the Kingdom of Wind. The warehouse manager, Yuhi Shinku, still stayed behind to guard the house. This time there was basically no risk and it was a very easy job. Do you need any more preparation? Tsunade tilted her head and asked Chuanfong beside her. Ready. Push him aside. Chuanfong looked at Tsukumo and Dai behind him and Haki's response. Good. Tsunade responded solemnly. Without Iwagakure's interference, it would be easy to deal with the Wind Kingdom. Meanwhile, Sunagakure also received news that the Land of Earth was being invaded by Cloud Shinobi Village, and Konoha was coming in force. Konoha's troops are on the way, what should we do? Yi Kang sat in the first seat, his face expressionless, he had already prepared himself. This moment was expected. Just do your best. Fenfu didn't even open his eyes, he didn't have any hope in this battle. At worst, I can just return the life with my own, which would be considered as repaying the third cage for saving my life. Fight with them. Luo Sha stiffened his neck with a violent look on his face. Yes, fight them. The Sand Shinobi were unexpectedly united at this time. Is there any news from the daimyo? Yi Kang did not respond to the crowd's shouts, but turned to ask the intelligence chief. The daimyo told us to hold on as long as we can. They are already contacting the Fire Nation. This was the only way out Yi Kang could think of, and if she could surrender, she was willing to accept it. There was no way they could stop Konoha's all-out attack, it was just a matter of time. However, this requires Sunagakure to risk his life to buy time. Prepare for battle. Yi Kang sighed. It was easy for the daimyo to say it, but in the end it was still difficult for these people who worked so hard. A few days later, the Konoha troops arrived at the border of the Wind Country. Without any warning, the attack was launched directly. The yellow sand rolled and the sun in the sky was very scorching. Entering the Kingdom of Wind from the Kingdom of Rain is like changing into a different world. The Konoha Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi once again engaged in a fierce battle within the borders of the Kingdom of Wind. Under the leadership of four masters including Chuanfong, Sunagakure's previous arrangements did not play the expected role. Heavy troops and traps seem insignificant in the face of absolute strength. Advertisement Chuanfong completely suppressed Shukaku by himself, and he had no choice but to hold his head and take the beating. Judging from the scars all over his body, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. Chuanfeng's strength is even more terrifying than Tsunade. Tsunade freed her hands and rushed into the Sand Shinobi, killing 7 of them in and out. No one could stop her progress. The scarlet figure was piercing back and forth in the field, and Yi Kang felt heartbroken as he watched. He used a scorch style to mutilate the Konoha Shinobi in front of him, and tried to get away to intercept. But Dai stopped him. I didn't fight enough last time. With a shining white fang in his hand, the terrifying pressure brought by the green chakra whirlwind made Yi Kang take a few steps back. Seeing this, several shadow guards rushed forward to help, but Yi Kang alone was no match for this green-skinned monster. Tsukumo was holding a long sword that came from nowhere, with white chakra light shining on it. Every time he drew the sword, blood would be drawn. Many Jonin died at his hands. They were all killed in one blow, no one escaped. In just half a day, the Wind Kingdom's defense line completely collapsed. Seeing that they were no match for their opponent, Yi Kang and his men worked together to repel Dai and gave the signal to retreat. Bunfu, who had been prepared to die in battle, immediately perked up. His willingness to die did not mean Shukaku was willing to grow again. After withstanding Chuanfeng's attack, Shukaku fled in panic, leaving behind most of his tail. Sand Shinobi fought and retreated, and managed to escape after paying a huge price. Konoha won a great victory in this battle, and Yi Kang only hoped that the daimyo's side could be faster. If things go on for too long, even surrender might become a luxury. She and the daimyo are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. After occupying the front line, the Konoha Shinobi began to rest. The Sand Shinobi houses are built quite well, which will be a bargain for the Konoha Shinobi. They won't be able to jump around much longer, In a sandhouse, Chuanfong was sitting cross-legged in front of a low table. He didn't look tired at all, and it didn't take much effort for him to defeat Shukaku. It's just a matter of time. Even if there are so many people lining up for us to kill, it will take time, right? Shuamao chimed in, his face calm. Okay, stop singing the same tune. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the two of them in annoyance. What kind of breeds of cows are they? I think they're right. Dai followed behind and joined in the fun. Okay, you guys chat, I'll go down and take a look. There was no point in talking to them, and without wine or food, Tsunade was too lazy to chat with them. It would be better to go and see the wounded, so he stood up and prepared to go out. Sit for a while. Advertisement Chuanfong still wanted to keep them. What was there to talk about between three grown men? I'm very busy. Tsunade pretended to be polite and Chuanfong followed her out immediately. Only Sakumo was left in the room, shaking his head and sighing, while Dai also had a smile on his face. I was not as good as Chuanfong when I was pursuing my wife, otherwise Guy would have been born a few years earlier. On the battlefield in the Land of Wind, Konoha achieved great results, and Chief Uchiha led his troops into the Land of Earth. Uncle, where are we going? The route is different this time, and it can't be considered a revisit to the old place for Fugaku. Tell me about it. The Uchiha chieftain looked at Fugaku and didn't tell him his plan, intending to test him. We definitely can't go to the front line. With so few people, we're just courting death. As long as we can create some noise and attract some rock shinobi. We have completed the mission. Fugaku quickly expressed his opinion, obviously having thought about it more than once. Yes, there has been progress. The Uchiha chief had a smile on his face and praised Fugaku before continuing to speak. If Rock Shinobi splits up and comes here, Cloud Shinobi will face less pressure. On the other hand, Rock Shinobi will suffer greater losses. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We are using Cloud Shinobi's strength. The old fox had his calculations working very well. This way of acting was less risky and could also cause Rock Shinobi to suffer greater losses as much as possible. I just don't know if Onoki has sent anyone to defend it. Fugaku knew that an intelligence officer had been captured, so the possibility that Onoki sent someone was relatively high. That old fox will definitely send someone here. But it's unlikely that any expert will come to face the third Raikage. The Uchiha chief's analysis was indeed correct, but he underestimated how much importance Onoki attached to Chuanfong. That makes sense. Fugaku nodded, trusting his uncle's wisdom. Tell everyone to keep an eye on their whereabouts and report any rock shinobi you find. The Uchiha chief ordered Fugaku to pass on the message that this time the team would mostly be made up of Uchiha people, with him as the leader. Yes. Fugaku pulled away, telling everyone to be careful and alert. But how could a team of so many people be completely concealed? Their whereabouts were exposed unknowingly. Lao Zi even began to plan to hunt them down, so that the Konoha shinobi would pay for the suffering they suffered at the hands of Chuanfong. The Uchiha chieftain didn't know yet that his team would be facing off against the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 155. Lao Zi's Fury. Where are they? Lao Zi took rock shinobi to hide on a high mountain. After many days of observation, they speculated that this was the only way for the Konoha troops to pass. They actually planned to enter the heart of the Land of Earth and cause destruction. How could Lao Zi tolerate this? Master Z, there are still about 100 kilometers to go. A rock shinobi nearby answered respectfully. Beat them hard later, and let the people of Konoha know that we are not the Land of Earth that they can come to whenever they want. Lao Zi's voice was low, and the faint aura of the tailed beast emanating from his body made his subordinates shudder. Yes, Master Z. All the rock shinobi responded in unison and said no more. Quietly waiting behind Old Purple for the arrival of the Konoha shinobi. Uncle, I have a bad feeling. We should bring some Hyuga people this time. The further he went into the heart of the Land of Earth, the more it felt like a thorn was stuck in Fugaku's heart. Do I have to ask them to send someone? They want to go to the Kingdom of the Wind, but I won't let them. Our Sharingan is no worse than theirs. The Uchiha chief's tone turned stiff, not because he didn't want to. It was the other person's attitude that made him unhappy. Would he not complete the mission without the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Alas, it is better to be careful. Fugaku added a final sentence, glanced at his uncle's expression and stopped talking. He took Fugaku's interruption to heart. There are many plains in the Land of Earth. Although we chose a road that is rarely traveled, the endless view does not make us feel safe at all. As the troops moved forward quickly, they got closer and closer to Lao Zi's position. The Uchiha chieftain saw the tall mountain appearing before him and gestured to stop. This position is too easy to be ambushed. If there are rock shinobi ambushing on the high mountains, they will suffer heavy losses instantly if they pass by. I'll go and take a look. Fugaku guessed his uncle's concerns and volunteered. Go ahead, be careful, the Uchiha chief nodded. Bang! Fugaku is also smart, and a shadow clone appears after the smoke. Go and have a look. Why don't you go? Shadow clone has his own consciousness and immediately asked a question in return. Veins on Fugaku's forehead were throbbing. The Uchiha leader gave a look and shadow clone obeyed. Advertisement, just go. Why are you so fierce? He muttered while running. The Konoha troops waited in place, watching Fugaku's shadow clone move farther and farther away until it disappeared. Master Z, do you want to fight or not? Rock Shinobi was in a difficult position to make a decision at this point, and it looked like the ambush was going to fail. So what if we are discovered? Kill. Lao Zi didn't think much about it, as there was no one he was afraid of in this team. After saying that, Lao Zi rushed down the mountain first, followed closely by Rock Shinobi. Sure enough, there is someone. Bang! Fugaku's shadow clone was beaten to death by Lao Zi before he could even utter the word ambush. No, it's Four Tails Jinchuriki. When Shadow Clone's memory was transmitted back, Fugaku's expression changed drastically. He recognized Lao Zi and remembered his astonishing destructive power clearly. It was definitely not something they could handle. Onoki even sent out Jinchuriki to guard Konoha against the Cloud Shinobi. What? Withdraw. The Uchiha chief was no longer calm at this point, and he roared and tried to retreat. But Lao Zi would never give him this opportunity. Earth-style, Iron Prison. After Lao Zi formed a seal, he slapped the ground with one hand, and a large amount of chakra was input into the ground. The earth began to shake. The ground beneath the Konoha Shinobi's feet suddenly sank into a huge circular hole, which was surrounded by a circle formed by countless iron walls. Smoke and dust rose up, and when the vision cleared up again, the Konoha Shinobi found that he had been trapped in an iron wall. If you can't fly at this altitude, it will be difficult to get out. What should I do? We are surrounded. The Konoha Shinobi began to panic, as everyone knew the power of the tailed beasts. Now he is trapped in a jar. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. The Uchiha chief immediately used the powerful fire style against the iron wall, trying to burn through it. After forming the seal, a large amount of chakra is gathered in the body, and after highly compressing it, a huge fire dragon is spit out from the mouth. Under his control, the flame dragon rushed straight towards the iron wall. Boom! After hitting the iron wall, there was a loud noise, and molten iron slowly flowed down the iron wall. But it was still not powerful enough, and the iron wall was not burned through. The Uchiha chief's eyes narrowed, and when he was about to fire a few more fire styles, he felt another violent vibration coming from the ground. Advertisement: it was Rock Shinobi that raised the ground level outside, and then another Rock Shinobi jumped in from outside. Bang! Lao Zi was the first to land, with a scarlet tail behind him that was very conspicuous. He dodged it easily by changing his body shape, and the lava ball passed through them and hit the iron wall, shattering with a loud bang. Then his body changed noticeably, with four tails flying behind him. I want you dead. Fugaku, Part 1. After forming a seal, a large amount of dense lava raindrops will be spit out from the mouth. Now let's see how they can dodge. It is a rare achievement to capture these two pairs of eyes. You were just talking nonsense. Bang! Old Shizu, who has transformed into a half-tailed beast, successfully escapes the Sharingan illusion of the Uchiha chief. Without any pause, Lao Zi formed a seal and spit out dozens of magma balls from his mouth towards the Uchiha chief. Lava style, lava rain. Lao Zi roared, a violent aura emerged from him, and his whole body was wrapped in more intense crimson chakra. The Uchiha clan? I'll take your Sharingan? Lao Zi sneered. How could he not know one of Konoha's most famous eye techniques? Lava-style scorching river rock technique. Fugaku, who was beside him, was also included. The lava wrapped around his right fist directly dispersed Fugaku's great fire extinguishing. Lao Zi looked at the Rock Shinobi who was killed by him and had no idea what had happened. The effect of fire style against lava style is greatly reduced, and the situation is clearly unfavorable to Uchiha. Lao Zi saw that the Uchiha clan leader and Fugaku were about to rush to him. Master Z, what's wrong with you? The Uchiha chief shouted, looking suddenly at Lao Zi, and activated the illusion. Looking at the magma ball bigger than a human coming towards him with the sound of wind, 2-3 Magatama appeared quietly. Fire style, extinguish the fire. Lao Zi used the lava style to directly penetrate the Rock Shinobi next to him, and the ninja who was touched by the lava raindrops had his clothes burned. The Uchiha clan leader and Fugaku saw right through the trajectory of the magma ball. Damn it! Sun Wukong finally lost his patience and took the initiative to provide Lao Zi with a large amount of chakra. With the help of Sharingan, Lao Zi's eyes instantly became dull. Sweat was already dripping down the Uchiha chief's forehead, and it was difficult for him to control old Z. Fugaku opened his mouth and a huge sea of fire appeared. The Rock Shinobi scattered one after another, and only Lao Zi stayed there and danced. Chapter 156 The Mangekyo Sharingan. Then Lao Zi stomped his feet hard on the ground, leaving 2 footprints burned by lava. The next second, he was in front of the Uchiha chief. So fast. The Uchiha chieftain looked solemn, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan spun wildly. He didn't dare to fight against the half-tailed beast Lao Zi head-on, so he could only dodge. Uncle! Fugaku yelled and attacked Lao Zi. The Konoha Shinobi and Rock Shinobi in the field are already fighting to a standstill. In terms of quality, the Konoha army composed of a large number of Uchiha people is higher. Due to the division of troops, Onoki did not have enough elites to send to Lao Yu. Konoha Shinobi Kakuma still has the upper hand, and with the help of Sharingan, Rock Shinobi is in great pain. Not only is it difficult to hit the enemy, but it is also easy to fall into an illusion if you are not careful. Lao Zi's fists could never hit the Uchiha leader, and he gradually became impatient. Fugaku's occasional sneak attacks also made him hard to defend against. But he didn't notice that the Uchiha chief's eyes were becoming increasingly tired. The power of the Sharingan is indeed great, but it also requires a lot of chakra to maintain. Under Lao Zi's high-frequency attacks, the chakra in the body of the Uchiha chief was consumed crazily. This is just avoiding the attack. For the time being, there is not even any good way to attack. He sees through lava style but can't learn it. What a troublesome ability. Lao Zi missed his target again and stopped. The face was shrouded in red chakra, so the expression on his face could not be seen at all. Only a muffled voice could be heard. He took a quick look at the battle situation on the field and found that Rock Shinobi suffered more casualties than Konoha. I don't have time to waste with you anymore. Bang. With one punch, he knocked away Fugaku, who was attacking from the side. The tailed beast coat on Lao Zi's body began to disappear, and his body was gradually covered by lava. Lava-style chakra mode, flame assault. Old Z, covered in lava, rushed towards the Uchiha chief at an extremely fast speed. The Uchiha chief found that although Lao Zi's speed had increased, it was still within his range, but it was more difficult. He dodged Lao Zi's first punch, and the hot lava fist brushed past his sleeve. This was the first time he was hit. His sleeves were instantly ignited and he didn't even have time to extinguish them. There was a hint of sneer on Lao Zi's lips, and the second attack was about to begin. This time the speed was even faster, and the Uchiha chieftain narrowly avoided it. The right cheek had been burned, leaving a horrible red mark. Why is it getting faster and faster? The Uchiha chief already felt something was wrong and he was almost at his limit. Advertisement. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Even holding it back is so difficult. I really don't know how Madara-sama controls 9 tails. What kind of power is that? Uncle, hurry up. Fugaku's eyes widened as he watched Lao Zi's third attack. In his eyes, Lao Zi's attack had already turned into an afterimage, and the speed had increased to a terrifying level. He dodged and tried to help his uncle block the punch. Don't come over here. The Uchiha chief roared. He couldn't dodge Lao Zi's third punch. The remaining chakra gathered in his arms and crossed them in front. Snap. The clear sound of bones breaking was heard, and the Uchiha chief was knocked out by Lao Zi's punch. His body bent like a shrimp and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Bang! His body hit the iron wall and bounced off and fell to the ground. I lay on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. Are you going to bury him? Lao Zi looked at Fugaku, who was rushing towards him, and found that there was even a trace of bloodline in the corner of his eyes. Die. Fugaku had already lost his mind at this point, tears flowing down mixed with bloodline. A punch hit Lao Zi's head. You don't know your own limits. Lao Zi didn't dodge or evade, but just punched forward with the same simple punch. Bang! Fugaku flew out in response. After competing with the tailed beasts in strength, this result is expected. Fugaku struggled to get up from the ground, his right fist already burned and bloody. He seemed to feel no pain, and stood up and ran towards his uncle. Uncle! Fugaku squatted down and helped his uncle up. Feeling his weak breathing, he burst into tears instantly. Go! Go quickly! The Uchiha chieftain's voice came out in an anxious tone. Lava style, Wagwoshin. Lao Zi didn't care how sad they were and clapped his hands on the ground. The ground was instantly filled with magma, extending towards Fugaku and the other person at an extremely fast speed. Go to hell. The Uchiha chief rolled his eyes and took a look at the golden and red magma spreading over. Walk, advertisement. He used up his last bit of strength and actually pushed Fugaku out. The tip of the Magatama slowly lengthens as it rotates, and eventually connects end to end. Sun Wukong also felt the pain and roared loudly inside the seal. The 3 sons, father and son, all know Amaterasu, which can be considered a family ninjutsu. Purple adult. A large amount of chakra poured into Fugaku's left eye, and the next moment Lao Zi was surrounded by a large amount of black flames. In Fugaku's scarlet pupils, the original 3 Tomo Sharingan became a boomerang shape with 3 more Tomo around it. Fugaku was devastated as he watched his uncle being reduced to ashes in the lava eruption. The magma spread to the position of the Uchiha chief and exploded, and the golden and red magma engulfed him like a volcanic eruption. Lao Zi was burned by the black flames and was in excruciating pain. What kind of flame was this? Even the lava-style armor on his body couldn't block it. Uncle. A rock shinobi tried to help Lao Zi put out the fire but was burned to ashes. After the severe pain passed, he felt a chill in his eyes and suddenly opened his eyes. Blood mixed with tears slid down his cheeks. A pair of strange pupils appeared in his eyes. Boom. Mangekyo Sharingan. A large amount of blood flowed from Fugaku's left eye, and he felt extremely dizzy. He staggered, closed his eyes, fell to the ground, and fainted completely. In the end, it was a Grandmaster who sealed the rock shinobi and sealed the black flame. Lao Zi was already unconscious on the ground. The man let her go because he thought she was too weak. Later, she was captured by another man and began her tragic fate of living in a human body. Young Patriarch. The fierce light in his eyes made Lao Zi shudder. Both Rock Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi noticed the battle situation here. Sun Wukong cried out in surprise inside Lao Zi's body, but it was not the same as what he remembered. The scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin wildly, and the 3 Magatama gradually deformed. What and what? Amaterasu. His vision began to spin and a sharp pain came from his mind, causing Fugaku to close his eyes. That's. The Uchiha clan quickly ran over, picked up the unconscious Fugaku and started to escape. Fugaku got the power he had been pursuing for a long time at this moment, but this result was not what he wanted. After taking a deep look at the still churning magma, the next moment these strange eyes looked at Lao Zi. Lao Zi interrupted Sun Wukong's mumbling impatiently. As Lao Zi fell to the ground, the black flames burned more and more vigorously with the help of chakra. Chapter 157. Wind Country surrenders. What? The Uchiha leader died in battle? Black flame. When Chuanfong heard this, he stood up in shock. This news caught him off guard. Apparently, the death of the Uchiha clan leader prompted Fugaku to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. The black flame should be Amaterasu. It is indeed an enviable ability. When he first awakens, he can inflict heavy damage to Jinchuriki with one move, but he is prone to blindness, which is considered his biggest flaw. Unless one fuses Hashirama cells or transplants another pair of Mangekyo to successfully evolve into Eternal Mangekyo, there is no way to avoid the eventual blindness. Originally, the surrender of the Wind Kingdom was good news, but now I am in no mood to be happy. Tsunade and he were ready to evacuate the Wind Kingdom and await negotiations. Where are you from, Uchiha Fugaku? Tsunade frowned and asked for more details. Uchiha Fugaku is seriously injured and unconscious. He has been sent back to Konoha. Four Tails Jinchuriki's injuries are unknown. The Konoha shinobi reported the battle situation and lowered his head, not daring to look at the expressions of the others. This is really not a good job, it's terrifying. I understand, you can go down now. After a moment, Chuanfong sighed and asked the ninja to retreat. Yes, Master Chuanfong. He didn't even wait for Tsunade to say anything and just withdrew. There's not even a corpse left. What a pity. Shuamao sighed at the side. He admired the fact that the clan leader was willing to fight in person. Unexpectedly, he ended up with no body left. He's a hero. Dai didn't think too much about it. In his heart, such people were heroes. In comparison, the third Hokage and the clan leaders in Konoha are clearly superior. It has come to this point. There is nothing we can do. I hope Fugaku can make it through this. Chuanfong sat down slowly. Although he had conflicts with the Uchiha chief at first, they had a pleasant cooperation later on. I feel a little sad at this moment. Chuanfong is still quite sentimental towards his friends. Hurry up and finish the matter and return to the village. This incident may trigger a series of reactions. Tsunade already had a sensitive political sense, and she had a hunch that someone in the village would make a fuss about this matter. The still young Fugaku might not be able to handle it, but Uchiha is now her reliable ally. Well, we'll go back after the negotiations are over. Advertisement. Chuanfong nodded. Uchiha was now leaderless, and they would definitely not miss this great opportunity. When Fugaku was rushed back to Konoha, he was immediately sent to Konoha First People's Hospital by his clan members. There are family members working here and they have no second choice. Upon examination, it was found that the chakra was consumed too much and the injury was not serious. Burns and internal injuries were easily healed. No one knew why Fugaku hadn't woken up yet. He was lying on the hospital bed receiving intravenous nutrient solution, with someone always by his side. The Uchiha chieftain died in battle, so Fugaku naturally took over as the junior chief. When he wakes up, he will take the position of clan leader and lead Uchiha to continue to fulfill his uncle's vision. This is also something that all the clans in Konoha are well aware of. Some people also laughed at the Uchiha chieftain for overestimating his own abilities and going to the battlefield to show off his abilities at such an old age. He can stay in the village comfortably and without danger, so why should he do that? Only Uchiha himself knows Uchiha's situation and it is not something he can tell to outsiders. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. This time the Uchiha chieftain died in battle, and Uchiha Fugaku is in a coma. What do you all think? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office chair, smoking a cigarette, his face expressionless. This incident did not affect his mood, he was always on guard against Uchiha. His name can be engraved on the memorial tablet. But Uchiha Fugaku is still young, and if he does anything inappropriate in the future he will need our guidance. The first sentence of Mitokado Homura is an affirmation of the Uchiha chieftain, but the second sentence has a different meaning. Politicians are always weighing the pros and cons, and he has even been thinking about how to continue to weaken Uchiha's strength. At this moment, his smile was like a 1,000-year-old fox that had cultivated into a spirit, which was annoying. Let's wait until Uchiha Fugaku wakes up. Utatane Kaharu's hostility towards Uchiha has been decreasing during his interactions with Tsunade. He said this without giving it much thought. Perhaps she herself did not realize that once she boarded Chuanfeng's pirate ship, it was very difficult for her to get off. Well, let's discuss it later. Sarutobi Hiruzen put his pipe down, exhaled thick smoke from his mouth, and looked deeply at Utatane Kaharu. This old friend seems a little different. Utatane Kaharu then realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Will Tsunade handle the negotiations with the Wind Kingdom on her own? She changed the subject, too guilty to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Advertisement. Well, it's just some money, no need to worry too much. If we hadn't suffered heavy casualties this time, how could they have surrendered? Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered that every time he saw the battle damage from the front lines, his heart would ache. I heard that the Land Kingdom is about to collapse. I guess the war is almost over. Mitokado Homura certainly wasn't just talking nonsense, he had received accurate information. Old Purple was seriously injured and brought back to Iwagakure. Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have been fighting bloody battles on the third line of defense for several days. Both sides suffered losses, and Onoki has already contacted the daimyo of the Land of Earth. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be a matter of peace talks. Why didn't Onoki die at the hands of the rampage? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, displeased with boss Onoki. If it weren't for his interference, Konoha wouldn't have been in this state. But he never thought about whether the situation would be different if he went to the battlefield. It's been long enough. It has been nearly 2 years since the Rain Country War, which is indeed not a short time. Udatane Kaharu is occasionally asked to go to the hospital to treat the wounded and has seen a lot of pain. Now she has a deep-seated aversion to war, and she thinks it would be a good thing for peace to come as soon as possible. That's all for today. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to say more. The general trend of the war was not something he could decide just by sitting in Konoha. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. Now they can only wait for the results of the negotiations on the front line and plan how to continue to weaken Uchiha's strength. A few days later, Tsunade and Chuanfong led the team to withdraw from the Wind Kingdom and return to the Rain Kingdom camp. The negotiation will take place in 2 days, and the time has been agreed. The location was also decided by Chuanfong, which was at the Konoha camp. Although Yi Kang was very dissatisfied, he had no choice but to agree. There's no way to defeat her by beating her. If Konoha wants to kill her, there's no need to use such a shameful method. Sister Yi Kang, I'll go with you. Luo Sha stood aside with a calm look in his eyes. No need, I can just take a few elders with me. Yi Kang was afraid that Luo Sha might cause trouble, so he flatly refused his request. Don't worry, I won't take you there. Seeing that Luo Sha still wanted to say something, Yi Kang didn't give him the chance to speak. That's how it was settled. Chapter 158 Negotiation Conditions. 2 days passed in a flash, and Yi Kang walked out of the Kingdom of Wind with 3 highly respected elders. The Jinchuriki's presence at the Konoha camp was never a good thing, as she had rejected Bunfuku's offer of companionship. I wonder what conditions Konoha will propose. The 4 of them walked through the wet forest of the Rain Kingdom. Yi Kang's face was full of worry. Sunagakure's economic situation was really not good. If Konoha Lion asks for too much, she doesn't know how to fill the hole. Money is the most basic thing. I'm just afraid that Konoha will put forward other additional conditions. An old man expressed his concerns and said that he was ready to pay a large amount of compensation since they had surrendered. But these additional conditions are the most troublesome. No one knows what kind of requirements Konoha will make. A tailed beast. Another elder, who looked gloomy, thought of this possibility. Absolutely not. Yi Kang refused without thinking. She would rather die on the spot than give up the tailed beast. Let's wait and see. We're like fish on the chopping board now. The last old lady elder could see clearly that they had no choice now. After these words were spoken, the 4 of them fell silent. Only the sound of the wind was still whistling in my ears. Soon the Konoha camp appeared before us. Several people slowed down and stopped in front of the camp. Come in. The Konoha shinobi did not make things difficult for them, but their eyes were filled with unstoppable hatred. How many of my comrades died at the hands of Sand Shinobi? Yi Kang didn't say anything, and several people followed the Konoha shinobi to the meeting hall. After entering the door, I found that there were only 4 people inside. Chuanfong didn't get up and even held Tsunade down. Sit down. Sakumo and Dai stood behind the 2 of them like grim door gods. Yi Kang looked at the 4 people and felt a little frightened. If you really want to kill yourself, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Good. Yi Kang sat down opposite Chuanfong, and the 3 elders sat cross-legged in a row behind her. There was a long table between the 2 sides, with some tea, fruits and melons on it. Chuanfong was not completely disrespectful as he still prepared some food to entertain the guests. After Yi Kang sat down, he didn't see Tsunade and Chuanfong talking for a long time, knowing that they were putting pressure on him. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, so Yi Kang could only speak first. Advertisement, I'll get straight to the point. What do you want from Konoha? I can promise you anything within my ability. Yi Kang didn't say too much, and looked at the other party's reaction after he finished speaking. Chuanfong quietly held Tsunade's soft hands and squeezed them to signal her not to speak. In that case, I won't be polite. Our Konoha's demands are not high, 2 billion silver. Also, you have to hand over Shukaku. That's our bottom line. Chuanfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold and his body leaned forward slightly, which scared Yi Kang. She knew how terrifying the man in front of her was. Tsunade had a slightly shocked expression on her face, and Sakumo and Dai behind her looked like they had seen a ghost. You asked Sunagakure for 2 billion, are you crazy or did we hear wrong? There is no need to even think about the tailed beast. Even if the village is destroyed, the people may not hand it over. It turned out to be just as expected by several people. You might as well just kill me, Sunagakure. The gloomy elder was the first to speak out in rebuttal. If I, Sunagakure, could come up with 2 billion, I would use the money to kill you. As for the tailed beasts, there is no way they will be handed over. Master Kage, what do you say? Chuanfong ignored the elder's words. Only someone with Yi Kang's identity was qualified to bargain with him. He looked at Yi Kang with a burning gaze, which made her feel quite depressed. We can't come up with that much money, and Shukaku won't be able to hand it over either. Under tremendous pressure, Yi Kang refuted Chuanfong's two conditions. Humph, it looks like you guys don't have much sincerity in negotiating. If that's the case, go back and prepare. I'll personally lead the team in and charge in again. Chuanfong's threatening words fully demonstrated the demeanor of a great power. See a visitor out. It was as if it were real. As soon as the word Chuanfong came out, two Konoha shinobi came in from outside the door and wanted to take Yi Kang and others out. After seeing this, several people thought, how can we continue playing? Do we really have to go back and fight? If we can beat them, what's the point of surrendering? We come here with sincerity, but you ask for too much. Yi Kang spoke in panic, fearing that he would have to fight another battle with Konoha after being kicked out. Then tell me what price you are willing to pay. Chuanfong waved his hand to let the two Konoha shinobi retreat, and the initiative was completely in his hands. In control. Tsunade's eyes lit up. This was a really great move. She would reward him well when she returned to the village. Advertisement Tsukumo rolled his eyes. He had seen this move too many times. I don't know what he was thinking about, but he suddenly pinched Chuanfong. Ahem, I actually felt a sense of sympathy for each other. Now he slowly came to his senses and realized that he had fallen into a trap. Chuanfong's words were ambiguous, and Yi Kang had no idea what he was up to. Then it shouldn't matter much whether you were there or not. Young people are still far behind. Otherwise, I promise you, there will be people who object when I go back. We can take out 1.2 billion silvers, but we really can't hand over the tailed beasts. Asking for a woman in front of you. Chuanfong's mouth corners slightly raised. He just wanted to further break down Yi Kang's psychological defenses. This is the only way to get greater benefits. Tsunade was already looking at him with a frown on her face, her hands ready to take the next step. Chuanfong was choked by the water. Is this woman stupid? I think you are enough as a case gauge. 1.2 billion is not unacceptable, but if the tailed beasts don't hand over, you have to change the bargaining chip. It's really old-fashioned. I didn't expect that I would fall for it, and San Shinobi and the others would also fall for it. I promise. He quietly took Tsunade's hand away from his waist. He really didn't mean that. Although he is an agent, the agent is also Fengying. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luo Sha can dig out gold sand. Although he is still young, he should be able to secure the position of Fengying with the support of the elders. She continued with Chuanfong's words while feeling annoyed. What chips? Dai is a little confused about how to pretend to be capable, and can only say that he feels impressive without knowing it. After saying this, Tsunade moved back and forth between the two of them. The two sides fought, and Konoha suffered heavy losses. You, Sunagakure, must give an explanation. Yi Kang lowered her head and did not notice this scene. She was also in a dilemma. It's not that she's reluctant to sacrifice her life, she's just weighing the pros and cons. There is no room for turning back at this point, and we can only wait for Konoha's next move. If I go to Konoha to pay for my life, what impact will it have on Sunagakure? Tsukumo and Dai were simply stunned. They wanted the case gauge to come over right away? Chuanfong's face changed drastically, but he endured the pain without making a sound. Yi Kang revealed all his cards at once, and the three old foxes behind him had no time to stop him. After figuring it all out, Yi Kang raised his head. Chapter 159 The End of World War E. No, the three elders behind Yi Kang all spoke out to stop him. I've made up my mind. When you go back, you should support Luo Sha. He will be a good cage. Yi Kang turned around and said to the three elders as if he was saying his final goodbye. If you really don't want to go to Konoha, it's not impossible to discuss it. Chuanfong cleared his throat and said, this woman can't answer. It felt like Tsunade's eyes could kill him. No need to discuss. 1.2 billion silver, I'll go with you. Let's sign a peace treaty. Yi Kang was prepared for death at this moment, and his tone became tough. Chuanfong opened his mouth, not knowing how to talk back. He really shot himself in the foot by doing this. How could I meet such a stubborn woman? I don't think that's necessary. You guys in Sunagakure still need you. Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer and finally spoke up to stop him. If you look closely, this woman is quite pretty, not to mention prettier than herself. The difference wasn't that big, so Tsunade couldn't help but feel different emotions. I have made my decision. Do you want to go back on your word? Yi Kang's almost roaring attitude startled Chuanfong and the others. This woman must be crazy. Why does she have to go to Konoha? Can she eat or drink? Chuanfong suddenly felt overwhelmed. Lord Fengying, this is indeed not necessary. Seeing that there was still room for recovery, the three elders behind Yi Kang also tried to persuade her. I hope she won't be so stubborn. They can't think of any other outcome for Yi Kang if he goes to Konoha except death. Yes, you should persuade her well. Chuanfong quickly added that the scene at this moment didn't look like a negotiation at all. It's just like persuading people to be good people. The initiative that Chuanfong had previously held was no longer of any meaning, as Yi Kang directly disrupted his rhythm. No need to say anything, I am willing to bear this price. Yi Kang picked up the peace treaty on the table and filled it out. It was clearly written in black and white on the paper, and she had written 1.2 billion taels of silver and that Sunagakure would act as the case gauge Yekura as the prerequisites for the peace treaty. After finishing writing, she signed her name neatly. Turn the agreement around and push it in front of Tsunade. Sign it. Tsunade was struck by something in this woman's eyes. As if under a magic spell, he signed his name in front of Chuanfeng's stunned eyes. Advertisement peace treaty completed. Yi Kang picked up one of them and handed it to the elder behind him. You guys go back and tell Luo Sha to do a good job. I will watch over him along with the third-generation adults. Yi Kang even smiled, and the three elders took the peace treaty tremblingly. Tears were already flowing from my eyes. Sunagakure will remember your kindness. After the three elders finished speaking, they stood up and without the guidance of the Konoha Shinobi, they left the meeting hall and headed straight for the Kingdom of Wind. For a moment, the 5 people in the room fell into deathly silence. Tsunade looked at the peace treaty on the table and suddenly woke up. How could she sign such a ridiculous peace treaty? The most important thing is that Chuanfong didn't even stop himself. That means this is the result he wants to see. After shifting the blame, Tsunade became angrier and angrier. Chuanfong was passive and felt increasingly wronged. Seeing the anger in Tsunade's eyes growing higher and higher, Chuanfong didn't understand why, but his sixth sense as a man told him that it was time to leave. Brother, I leave it to you. I'm going to the bathroom. Chuanfong left in a hurry under the pretext of going to the bathroom. He doesn't want to take the blame for this, as he didn't sign it. Anyway, nothing bad will happen if you stay away from Yi Kang. Leave everything to me. I have a family, too. Tsukumo was too embarrassed to say anything, so he glanced at Tsunade and said nothing. After standing up, he slowly walked to Yi Kang. Since you have decided to go to Konoha, I will seal your power first. Tsukumo pulled out a small scroll from his ninja tool bag and opened it. Okay. Yi Kang had no intention of resisting. He was ready to die and no longer cared about anything. Seal up. Tsukumo placed one hand on the scroll, and black chakra emerged from the scroll and entered Yi Kang's body. She immediately felt that her chakra was completely sealed, and now she was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Even a taller man can't match her. Yi Kang was not surprised, as Sunagakure also had similar methods. She had used this technique with the help of a scroll before. Come with me. Tsukumo put away the scroll and left the hall, and Yi Kang obediently stood up and followed him out. I'm leaving too. Dai quickly stood up and left, leaving him alone to face Tsunade, who now felt like he was being stared at by a tiger. I'll settle the score with you later. Advertisement. Watching Dai leave, Tsunade grumbled under her breath and stood up as well. At this time, Chuanfong suddenly appeared, and when there was no one around, he turned back. A sheep is walking into a tiger's mouth. There is no need to save his face at this moment. Why didn't you stop me? As Tsunade spoke, she was already in action. It hurts, it hurts. Why did you sign it? Chuanfong had originally intended to ask what Tsunade was in mind when he signed this outrageous peace treaty. I didn't expect to be blamed as soon as I arrived. It turns out that women are the most unreasonable creatures. How are you going to place her? Tsunade let out a lot of anger before sitting down again. Chuanfong rubbed his waist and touched his head. It's such an unexpected disaster, and it really hurts. What do you want to resettle? Just go back and let the village make the arrangements. Chuanfong didn't want to take responsibility for this kind of thing, as it would only make things worse. Are you willing to do that? Tsunade looked at Chuanfong in a sarcastic way, and the anger in her heart began to boil again. Stop, stop. I never thought of it that way from the beginning. I just wanted more compensation, but I didn't know she was so stubborn. Chuanfong cried out that he was wronged, and his sincerity was evident to all. Real? Tsunade looked at Chuanfeng's expression and realized that she was just jealous. More real than real gold. Chuanfong nodded vigorously. This tigress finally believed in herself. HMPH, I'll trust you for now. Tsunade snorted, the Tsunade look on her face obvious. Just watch me perform. Now that we have finished discussing this, it is time for us to go back. The result of this negotiation can't be described as good or bad, but it's good enough to report back. After chatting about trivial matters, Chuanfong brought up the main topic. Well, let's set off tomorrow. Tsunade nodded and arranged the time, and the two of them left the hall together. On the second day, the Konoha team set out for the village, and the war in the Land of Earth came to an end. After Lao Zi was injured and brought back, Onoki had already begun to think about a truce. After communicating with the daimyo of the Land of Earth, formal peace talks were held with the Land of Lightning. As the invaded party, the Land of Earth paid a heavy price for actively seeking peace. The third Raikage signed a peace treaty with Onoki, and then he led his troops to retreat with satisfaction. World War II came to an end. Chapter 160 Call Uncle. It's finally here. Chuanfong was walking at the front of the team and could already vaguely see the gate of Konoha village. Tsunade folded her wings above him and landed beside him. The teachers are here. Chuanfong responded softly. It would be strange if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't come. I just want to go home. X2 Shuamao and Daishin are in sync and their ideas are surprisingly consistent. Just find any excuse. Chuanfong said nonchalantly that what Sarutobi Hiruzen did was just a face-saving project, most likely done for the villagers to see. Keep your voice down. Tsunade glared at him, not because she thought he was disrespectful to the teacher. After all, people talk a lot. No more talking, we'll be there soon. Chuanfong raised an eyebrow, and Tsunade immediately understood what he meant. This guy is not decent at all. Soon everyone arrived at the gate of Konoha village. The gate was wide open and a banner was hung on it. Welcome home, heroes fighting on the front lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite good at changing his tactics. This was not the trick he used last time. Tsunade entered the door first, followed closely by Chuanfong. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing not far away with a warm smile, and on both sides of the door were villagers who came spontaneously. Welcome home. Everyone was surrounded by waves of sound, and flowers were falling from the sky. This is the treatment they deserve, and some ninjas have already seen their relatives standing in the welcoming team. Having returned alive from the sea of blood and corpses, they are now in tears, and relatives hugging each other can be seen everywhere. Teacher, madam, we are leaving first. Minato followed them stealthily, said hello to Chuanfong, and prepared to leave with Nawaki. Do I need to ask where to go? So urgent? Chuanfong looked at the two little ones with a playful smile. It's not urgent, it's mainly because Nawaki misses grandma. Minato lied without blushing at all, and Nawaki nodded frantically beside him. That's all you can do. Go ahead. Tsunade let them go, but the two's little tricks did not escape her eyes. Goodbye. X2 The two little ones ran away and disappeared around the corner in a moment. Chuanfong and his companions continued to move forward, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also took action. He walked forward slowly and stopped in front of Tsunade. Advertisement, teacher. Tsunade greeted the third generation with a blank expression, inevitably feeling a little resentful. Other people's shadows can go into battle, so why is he more valuable? You did a good job this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a smile on his face, thinking that Tsunade was just in a bad mood. It was just a Pyrrhic victory. Tsunade gave a bitter smile. She knew how many people died better than Sarutobi and Hiruzen, and she saw it more realistically on the front line. What she saw was the disappearance of a living life, but in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, it might just be a cold number. It's all for the village. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his words, a black mastiff rushed over and interrupted him. It just so happened that no one wanted to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's long speech, so this was a solution. The ghost mastiff pounced towards Chuanfong, with no shadow in its eyes. It's you stupid dog. Chuanfong smiled and walked forward to catch the two front hooves of the ghost mastiff, and was licked by it. You're so G disgusting. Chuanfong quickly threw the ghost mastiff out, and Nishui was already walking over slowly with Kakashi in her arms. Ouch, the ghost mastiff cried a few times in grievance. This unfaithful man had forgotten to hold him in his arms when he slept. Tsukumo had a very bright smile on his face, and he walked over without even having time to greet Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm back. Tsukumo walked up to Nayuki, opened his arms, and embraced his wife and children. Then I saw Dai's wife and Shiri Zhenhong's wife, both of whom came over with their children. In an instant, the only people left in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen were Chuanfong, Tsunade, and the ghost mastiff that was clinging to him like a scoundrel. It was still rubbing Chuanfeng's trouser legs frantically to express its longing for him. Well, Mr. Third Generation, we will go back first. Chuanfong bent down and rubbed the ghost mastiff's head hard a few times, and said goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Apart from wanting him to abdicate, Chuanfong couldn't think of anything else to talk to him about. Haha, go ahead. Sarutobi Hiruzen tactfully let them go, and his face darkened as he watched Tsunade and Chuanfong walk away. You can hug me however you want when we get back. Chuanfong stood behind Shuamao tactlessly and patted him on the shoulder. Go back. The three children are waiting for you at home. Nishui kept Chuanfeng's instructions in mind, and the three Nagato kids basically never left the Hatake family's house. Shuamao then reluctantly let go of his wife and children, turned around and glared at Chuanfong unhappily. You little b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** couple? Let's go. Tsunade only laughed now, feeling the warmth of home. Advertisement. The 5 people and the dog walked slowly towards home. Tsunade had forgotten about her home because of her husband, and she didn't even mention going back to see Mito first. Sister-in-law, give me a hug. Chuanfong took the initiative to reach out and take Kakashi. I haven't hugged you yet. Tsukumo's anger level rose sharply. He wanted a child but couldn't give birth to one himself? Don't you even consider whether he wants you or not? Chuanfong rolled his eyes and hugged Kakashi in his arms. Kakashi has grown a lot now, and his facial features have fully developed. He seems more like Chuanfong and is much more handsome than Shuo Mao. Can Kakashi speak now? Chuanfong asked as he walked with Kakashi in his arms, and Tsukumo's eyes were full of envy. Now I can only call mom. Nishue's face was full of maternal radiance. Call me uncle, call me uncle. Chuanfong reached out and pinched Kakashi's little face. Call daddy, call daddy. Shuo Mao couldn't stand it anymore. Whose child called mom or uncle first? Uncle, uncle. Kakashi stuttered out these 2 words, and Chuanfeng's face was full of pride. Haha, did you hear that? He can call me uncle now. I'll hold it. Tsukumo angrily snatched Kakashi from Chuanfeng's arms. Maybe the movement was too big. Kakashi was frightened, and when she saw Tsukumo's stiff smile, she burst into tears. Wow, be gentle. When Nayuki heard Kakashi crying, she walked over, patted Tsukumo twice, and took Kakashi back. It had only been less than 10 seconds since he got it. Tsukumo looked at Kakashi, who didn't cry and felt like crying but had no tears. You'll call me daddy sooner or later, don't take it too seriously. Tsunade underestimated the childish desire to win between the two brothers. Within 3 days, I will definitely make him call me daddy. Shuamao looked at Chuanfong and said this in a decisive tone. So what? He already knows how to call me uncle. Chuanfong simply ignored Shuamao, he had already won. Just wait for me. Shuamao squeezed out a few words from between his teeth and said, when Chuanfong has a child. How childish. I don't know how Chuanfong got the nerve to say this. Tsunade and Nawaki looked back and forth between the two before laughing at the same time. Chapter 161. Drunk shower. Soon they arrived at the door of the house, and the housekeeper was already waiting there. Just in time for you to be here. Go to the weapon shop and tell Lao Tai to forge 2 weapons. My brother and I's weapons were destroyed in the war. Chuanfong gave instructions directly to the butler. He and Shuamao were a little uncomfortable without weapons. Yes. The butler did not give any other instructions, but went there in person after receiving the order. Teacher, master's wife. X3. The 3 Nagato kids had been waiting for a long time, and now they swarmed over and surrounded Chuanfong. They've all grown taller. I'm not at home, have you practiced well? Chuanfong touched the heads of the 3 little ones, not leaving anyone behind. Have you been practicing medical ninjutsu diligently? Tsunade looked at Nagato with a smile. Before she left behind a lot of scrolls on medical ninjutsu. Yes, madam. Nagato said as the light of healing jutsu lit up on his hand. Not bad, not bad. Tsunade's eyes were full of admiration, and Chuanfong was also shocked by Nagato's high talent. This is not a function that comes with the Rinnegan. I can fly, teacher. Conan was not to be outdone. 2 paper wings appeared behind him and he floated into the air. Only Yahiko cannot use his large-scale water style, otherwise he will just get beaten. He looked at his 2 friends eagerly. Are they both so fond of showing off? Alright, you're all awesome, come in. Chuanfong entered the house with several children. Everything in front of him was still so familiar. Only in this home did he feel truly relaxed. Where's Minato-san? Nagato looked left and right and realized that someone was missing, so he asked. Do you still need to ask? Yahiko was worried about Nagato's IQ. Haha, he went to find Kushina. Chuanfong said it. At this time Nawaki and Minato had already arrived at the Senju family's mansion. I greeted Mito first, and then the 4 boys and girls gathered together. Masaki, are you getting used to being at home lately? Nawaki asked Masaki about her life in a very open manner. It's good. Grandma Mito is already teaching me the sealing technique. Masaki showed a beautiful smile, and she looked more energetic than before. Putting on nice clothes, the girl's youthfulness is more evident. That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to it. How's your sealing technique going? Nawaki scratched his head and gave a silly smile. He doesn't have much talent in the art of sealing, it's a waste of such a great master of the art of sealing. Fortunately, Grandma Mito often praises me for my talent. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Masaki was able to learn the sealing technique like a duck to water and made rapid progress. That's amazing. Grandma doesn't praise people easily. Nawaki immediately flattered him, but flattery never wears thin. No way, Kushina is much better than me. Masaki has only been learning for a short time, so naturally she cannot be compared with Kushina. Nawaki brother, why don't you treat me like this? Kushina looked between the 2 men suspiciously. Although she and Nawaki had a good relationship, they had fought quite a few times. Usually at this time Mito would give both of them a lash of the cane without showing any partiality. You, forget it. Anyone could hear Nawaki's disdainful tone. Nawaki, how do you talk? When Minato heard this, he stood up for Kushina and stopped even calling him brother. What do you mean? What's wrong with Kushina? He doesn't use his brain to think about it. If Nawaki thinks Kushina is good, what does it have to do with him? Exactly. What's wrong with me? Someone chimed in and Kushina became more arrogant. Nawaki didn't say anything, just hit Masaki lightly. Nawaki, why did you hit me? Masaki didn't understand what was going on. She was just a spectator. Her tone was gentle but with a hint of doubt, and she looked at Nawaki with her big watery eyes. Nawaki did not answer, then stood up and hit Kushina. Who told you to hit me? Kushina threw a backhand punch, and Nawaki covered his stomach and cried out in pain. See? That's the difference between you two. Minato also covered his forehead at this time. The gap was really obvious. Kushina stared at me for a long time without knowing what to say. Ignore him, I like you like this. Minato quickly stepped forward to comfort her, and he could only pamper his little chili pepper by himself. Tisk tisk, if you get beaten to death one day, don't look for me. Nawaki was also fanning the flames. Ha ha. Masaki finally understood the situation and burst into laughter. They're just so funny. Advertisement, Masaki-san, let's ignore him. Kushina glared at Nawaki and started forming cliques. Okay, we'll ignore him. Masaki glanced at Nawaki with a smile on her face. Did you hear that? Masaki-san is not going to pay attention to you anymore. Kushina hugged Masaki's arm as a protest. Yes, I heard it. Nawaki was not at all disturbed by such childish means. The four of them chatted happily, and Misaki was just a listener most of the time. It was gradually getting dark and it was almost time for dinner. Gurgle, as the sound of stomach rumbling was heard, as if it was contagious, several people's stomachs began to rumble one after another. Okay, I'm almost going back, you guys want to come together? Minato touched his belly and only then remembered that he still had a family. Go ahead. Grandma just asked why my sister didn't come back. I said he went to Hitaki's house, and Grandma looked a little unhappy. Muttered this damn girl. Nawaki was still thinking about the big meal at Hitaki's house, so he readily agreed. I'll go too. I'll talk to Grandma Mito. Kushina also became interested and pulled Misaki towards Mito's bedroom. Not long after, the four of them left the Senju mansion and headed towards the Hitaki house. Usually when Kushina goes to school, Misaki stays at home alone and rarely goes out. She was also afraid of bothering others, so she only went out to play a few times when Kushina was on vacation. Minato rarely went to the Hitaki house when Kushina was not there, and Misaki had never been there once. Is it not a good idea for me to go like this? Misaki found it a bit abrupt. What kind of nice person would choose to go to someone else's house at dinner time? It's okay, my brother-in-law is very generous. Nawaki waved his hand indifferently, saying that these few people could not bring down the Hitaki family. As long as my sister wasn't such a gambler, it would be fine. The teacher won't mind. Minato and Kushina walked behind the two. I forgot to tell you, their food is delicious. Kushina's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since she had eaten at Hitaki's house. Misaki nodded, not taking Kushina's words to heart. For her, being half full was enough. This is the difference between poor kids and rich kids. Kushina has never had a hard life since leaving his hometown. It's just ahead. Nawaki pointed at the huge mansion and introduced it to Misaki. It's so big. Misaki couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Lord Chuanfeng's family was indeed as they said. Very rich. I thought you weren't coming back for dinner. At Hitaki's restaurant, Chuanfong is already gnawing on pig's trotters. Haha, I miss my aunt and Kakashi. Minato walked over to Nayuki with a wry smile and looked at Kakashi, then put on a full show. You just talk. Why don't I see you go home first? Nishui glanced at Minato, who was very cunning and had learned bad habits from Chuanfong. When he first came home, he was such a good child. Minato was instantly stunned and had no words to say. Go ahead and sit down. Nayuki reached out and patted Minato on the head. Misaki is here too. Tsunade saw her calling for her to come sit down and saw her nervousness. After Nawaki and Kushina greeted the elders, they sat down next to the three little ones and they immediately started whispering to each other. Misaki sat next to Tsunade and greeted everyone one by one, then lowered her head and stopped talking. The servants of the Hitaki family had brought new dishes and chopsticks. Nawaki and Minato started eating without being asked, otherwise they would be asked to pour drinks if they were not full. Nagato and Yahiko were probably half full, only Konan was still peeling shrimps leisurely. Try this. Tsunade picked up a piece of braised pork for Misaki, which was fatty but not greasy. Thank you, Tsunade's sister. Misaki didn't dislike the fat. She took a bite and the juice oozes out, and her eyes lit up. It tastes good, eat more. Tsunade laughed at her expression. Come on, let's do one first. I am happy today, so of course I can't miss the sauce-flavored liquor. Tsukumo picked up his glass and stood up, hiss. After drinking, several people made the same sound. Comfortable. Chuanfong wiped his mouth, picked up some food and put it in his mouth. This is life. What kind of days are spent in war? As the people clinked glasses and exchanged cups, the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively. Tsunade's face flushed, and her eyes were fixed on Misaki beside her. Advertisement. It was as if I saw the shadow of my childhood. I can only say that my understanding of myself is not clear at all. If Nawaki knew, he would definitely refute it harshly. How are they similar? I'm just asking you, how are they similar? Gambling or violence? Misaki, what do you think of Konoha? Misaki was caught off guard by Tsunade's sudden question. The meat in my mouth hasn't been swallowed yet. It's good, I like it. Misaki quickly swallowed the meat, not sure what Tsunade meant. How about you start a family in Konoha in the future? Tsunade's question actually made Misaki blush, since according to her age she would indeed be able to start a family in 2 years. I haven't thought about that yet. Misaki glanced at Nawaki secretly, wondering why Sister Tsunade asked such an embarrassing question. So what do you think of Nawaki? As soon as Tsunade said this, Nawaki's ears perked up, waiting for Misaki's answer. A group of children all listened to 8 trigrams and put down their chopsticks. Nawaki is fine. Misaki blushed as she answered Tsunade's question. The scene where Nawaki saved her had appeared in her dreams many times. That's good, haha. Tsunade patted Misaki's shoulder happily. She had decided that this was her brother's wife. Nawaki laughed foolishly in his seat. Look at you, you're so silly. Chuanfong threw a pair of chopsticks over, waking Nawaki up. He surprisingly kept his mouth shut and had no intention of refutation. He didn't get angry. He picked up the chopsticks and put them aside, without letting the smile fade away. He accidentally made eye contact with Misaki, and the smile on his face grew even wider. This battle was worth fighting. No matter what happened to others, he won his future wife. After this little episode, the kids were all full, leaving only Chuanfong and a few others still drinking. The meal ended when everyone started to feel unsteady on their feet. Having more disciples is a good thing. Chuanfong and Tsunade were carried back to the room by several people. I want to drink more. Tsunade was still shouting, her eyes unfocused, her hand still outstretched, as if she still had a cup in her hand. This completely put an end to Nawaki's idea of asking her to go home. There is no difference between going back in this dead state and not going back. Instead, it made Grandma upset, since she had to go back tomorrow anyway. I am so tired. Nawaki threw Tsunade heavily onto the bed. A drunk sister is really hard to deal with. Teacher is still the best. Minato slowly laid the already sleeping Chuanfong down on the bed, and he began to snore. Never mind. Never mind, retreat. Nawaki said as he led the way out, and Konan was the last to leave, closing the door. We're going back. Nawaki takes Kushina and Misaki and prepares to go back. The alcohol was still rising and he almost fell to the ground with Tsunade. It's impossible to deliver it. Nawaki knows the way. When I opened my heavy eyelids, I saw Tsunade half sitting on the bed. Chuanfong got up with strong willpower, based on his understanding of Tsunade. If Kushina wasn't there, the most Minato could say would be, go ahead. After leaving Hitaki's house, Minato reluctantly let go of their hands and waved goodbye to them. Do you need to deliver it? You guys go back and rest first? Let's go. I'm waiting for you. Minato sent Nagato and the other two away. He didn't turn and enter the gate until Kushina disappeared from his sight. Kushina gave Minato a cute smile. She was still pretty good looking without hitting him. Chuanfong thought that taking a shower would make him feel more awake, so that he could have a good sleep when he came back. In a daze, he felt someone making noises in his ears and patting his chest. I'll take you there. It's fun to entertain yourself alone. Minato readily agreed, feeling an itch in his heart, as if it was tickling him. Kushina didn't resist when Minato held her hand, and she gently scratched Minato's palm with her fingers. Carrying Tsunade, the two drunks staggered towards the bathroom. Minato didn't bother to care what Nawaki thought. He quietly took Kushina's hand and walked towards the door. Okay, I'll come find you after I finish my training. Chuanfong staggered to his feet, speaking with a lisp, and lifted Tsunade off the bed. What a sin. Of course Nawaki knew what Minato was thinking. He snorted and walked ahead with Misaki. Remember to come see me tomorrow. Minato was stunned for a moment. If you don't sober up, you won't be able to have a good night's sleep. Tsunade in the room was still acting crazy while Chuanfong was sleeping soundly beside him. Come on, I'll take you out for a drink. The two men staggered and finally stood up. When the butler saw this, he withdrew from the sentry post nearby and disappeared near the bathroom. He was going to wash up and rest. As for the two drunkards, Chuanfong and Tsunade, he didn't intend to care about them anymore. His eyes were blurry and he kept shouting for drinks while beating him. Chapter 162 Goodbye Mito Bang. Chuanfong slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it from the inside. The Hatake family is wealthy and has a spacious bathroom. There is a large living pool inside and a separate shower next to it. Where's the wine? Tsunade, half drunk and half awake, reached out to Chuanfong for wine. Wine. You be asterisk 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 D. Chuanfong carried Tsunade to the shower area and turned on the shower switch with one hand. He didn't care whether his clothes were wet or not and started to strip Tsunade's clothes. I'm still not quite awake, and my movements, which are usually very skillful, seem particularly clumsy today. What are you doing? Tsunade was still unhappy, and grumbled as she stretched out her hand to block Chuanfeng's movements. Seeing that she couldn't stop it, she started to fight back. If you take off mine, I'll take off yours. As the two struggled, the clothes slowly fell to the ground. The cold water from the shower chilled them to the bone and they gradually sobered up. Looking at the fair-skinned Tsunade in front of him, Chuanfong swallowed hard. Whenever he saw her like this, he felt a primitive desire rising in his heart. I knew you had bad intentions. Give me a back rub. The blush on Tsunade's face had not yet faded, but she was much more sober now. He dragged the small stool beside him over and sat down with his back facing Chuanfong. She raised her hand to the back of her head to untie her big ponytail, shook her head, and then put it in front of her chest. Okay. Chuanfong certainly wouldn't refuse and turn off the shower. I squeezed some shower gel on Tsunade's back and started rubbing it frantically. As his hands moved, a large number of bubbles crawled all over Tsunade's back. Okay, let's change seats. After rubbing the back, Chuanfong naturally gave orders to Tsunade. No, I can do it myself. Tsunade knew what Chuanfong was thinking. It was almost written on his face. It's not a big deal, it's just a simple matter. Chuanfong went straight to the attack without saying anything and passed it under Tsunade's armpit. Can you rub it properly? Tsunade twisted her body, feeling the strangeness in her body, and the blush on her cheeks became more obvious. I'm just rubbing it properly. Chuanfong said this while putting a little more force on his hands, and heard Tsunade exclaim. A hole. Taking Chuanfeng's hand away, Tsunade turned and looked at him. What are you looking at? Don't you know it won't be clean if you don't rub it hard? Chuanfong shamelessly began to quibble, but his confidence seemed a little lacking. Advertisement, yeah. Tsunade took advantage of Chuanfeng's unpreparedness, stretched out his hand and attacked, flicking his finger. Hiss, not clean. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. How could she have the nerve to say that? You forced me to do that. Chuanfong looked fierce, he held Tsunade's head and pressed it down. Tsunade was subdued in an instant and could only whimper. He slapped Chuanfeng's back with his hands weakly, and then hugged him tightly. Hoo-hoo, after a long time, the two separated, both breathing heavily. Carry you and go soak for a while. Chuanfong picked up Tsunade by the waist and walked into the living water pool. Tsunade put her arm around Chuanfeng's neck, her eyes seductive. Just soaking for a while? Her voice rang in Chuanfeng's ears, and the hot air from her mouth sprayed into Chuanfeng's ears. Am I still a man then? Ha ha. The water pool had waves constantly spreading out with the two people as the center, accompanied by splashing water. The next day, it was already noon. Chuanfong just woke up from his sleep, and Tsunade was still sleeping soundly in his arms. I can't remember what time I took a break, it was a complete indulgence. Chuanfong now feels a little weak, of course this is just his illusion. He is still the man who can defeat the tailed beast. Pulling his arm out from under Tsunade's neck, Chuanfong stood up, stretched, picked up new clothes and put them on. What a beautiful day. Chuanfong went out to wash up and then came to the restaurant and asked the kitchen to prepare some light food. Then he went back to the room and pinched Tsunade's face to wake her up. It's all your fault. You stayed up so late. Tsunade blamed Chuanfong while putting on her clothes, forgetting that she was more excited than Chuanfong last night. Injury. Get up and eat and go back with you. Chuanfong agreed honestly. He would feel sorry for Uzumaki Mito if he didn't go to see her. You must give an explanation for kidnapping someone's precious granddaughter without any warning. Good. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she remembered the promise they made so long ago. After Tsunade finished washing up, they finished their breakfast together. The butler brought some gifts, all of which were very valuable. This was Chuanfeng's instruction. Advertisement this time you go, you can't be like the first time, you still have to observe etiquette. Let's go. Chuanfong picked up his things and told Tsunade to set off. My grandma wouldn't even look at your little thing. Although Tsunade said this, her brisk steps reflected her true feelings. As long as you like me, Chuanfong muttered to himself and ran after him. The two passed by the training hall and saw that the younger ones were training, and Minato fulfilled his duties as the eldest brother. When the teacher was not around, he devoted all his energy to teaching the other three. Minato is a good kid. Tsunade looked at the scene and nodded. Minato was more reliable than Chuanfong as a teacher. That's right, don't you see whose disciple he is? Chuanfong is still flattering himself, not realizing that he has already lost all his image. You're thick-skinned, you win. After Tsunade finished speaking, she didn't want to pay any attention to him. She didn't know when she was so blind as to fall for such a guy. Ha ha. Chuanfong thought that Tsunade was praising himself. Walking slowly along the way, the two felt very pleased when they saw the thriving Konoha village. It is also their credit that the war did not spread here. Arriving at the Senju residence, Chuanfong became unusually nervous. It's not as casual as the first time I came. You have come to this day too? Tsunade smiled slightly. It was the first time she saw Chuanfong like this. Okay, go in. Chuanfong took a deep breath and went over what he was going to say in his mind. Tsunade pushed the door open and walked in. Chuanfong quickly followed beside her. Sister, you're back. Grandma has been nagging about it all morning. Nawaki and Misaki were training and saw Tsunade and ran over quickly. Sister Tsunade, Master Chuanfong, you can call me brother from now on. Chuanfong smiled kindly at Misaki. Good. Misaki agreed without hesitation, no longer as reserved as she was the night before. You guys practice, I'm going to go find Grandma. Tsunade drove the two away and took Chuanfong to find Uzumaki Mito. Grandma is in the living room. Nawaki's voice came from a distance. I know. Tsunade walked forward without looking back and turned a corner to the living room. Originally she thought that Grandma was in the bedroom. After all, the princess Grandma didn't like to go out very much, and she had a big problem inside her body. Chapter 163 Finally someone wants it. Hey, what a rare visitor. Isn't this my eldest granddaughter? As Tsunade and Chuanfong entered the living room, they saw Mito put down the teacup in his hand and turned into a hermaphrodite. Grandma, I'm back. Tsunade scratched her hair awkwardly, trotted over to Mito, squatted down and held her hand. Judging from their appearance, the two were about the same age, and Mito even looks a little younger. Chuanfong looked at the coquettish Tsunade and found the scene a bit weird. It's all his fault. He insisted on getting me to drink. Otherwise, I would have come back a long time ago. Tsunade pointed at Chuanfong with one hand and shook Mito's hand with the other. Blame me. It's all my fault. Chuanfong put the gift in his hand aside, walked forward and took the blame. Oh, they are not good things. Mito glanced at the two of them, shook off Tsunade's hand, and picked up the teacup again. Chuanfong and Tsunade were left standing there, not knowing what to do. Tsunade was still wondering if Grandma was really angry. Show me the seal. Mito looked at the two of them with a barely perceptible smile on his face, and spoke to Tsunade in a deep voice. Ah, what seal? Tsunade's brain didn't react for a moment. What do you think? Mito glared at her and Tsunade came back to her senses. Show your arm, with a clearly visible 8-sign seal on it. Mito put his hand on it and felt it carefully. Chomei in Tsunade's body began to lose his composure. Just feeling Nine Tails' aura was enough to scare him. There will even be a trace of Nine Tails' chakra coming towards him. Don't mess with me, sis, I don't want to see him. As Chomei finished speaking, she saw a giant fox sitting in front of her cell door. Bug, you've been sealed too. Although there is only a trace of chakra, it does not affect Nine Tails' arrogant look at all. Looking at Chomei is like looking at an ant. It's up to you to care, aren't you sealed too? We are similar. Chomei is the typical person who is not afraid of words. Nine Tails' eyes became visibly angry. This damn bug was just bringing up all sorts of issues. At the beginning, Nine Tails, your power is too strong, so I have to seal you. The man captured and sealed himself with one hand. This is the eternal pain in his heart. I can still feel the suffocation of being strangled by the neck. Advertisement, I'm going to kill you, you damned bug. Nine Tails rushed towards the cell door. Chomei's face was filled with fear, forgetting that Nine Tails had no power to hurt him. It scared Lousy to death. Chomei felt relieved when she saw Nine Tails suddenly disappear when she was halfway through her pounce. At this time, Mito also took his hand off Tsunade's arm. The seal is well controlled. Hey, that's not the case. You taught me yourself. Tsunade smiled and stood up, sitting down in the chair below Mito. Grandma still felt sorry for herself, fearing that her seal was not strong enough and would endanger herself. Stop talking nonsense. Be careful when you give birth next time. The seal will be greatly weakened. Mito's sudden words choked Tsunade, who was drinking water. Ahem, I know, Grandma. Tsunade patted his chest and nodded his head, wondering what else he was thinking. Chuanfong already knew this news, if anyone came to disturb Tsunade from giving birth. Then there are 3 words, die for me. What brings you here today, Mr. Chuanfong? Mito drank his tea slowly, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Comparing goods to goods will lead to throwing them away, comparing people to people will lead to death. Tsunade is far inferior to her grandmother in terms of manners. Master Mito, I came here specially to visit you today. Chuanfong wanted to call her grandma, but he didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Firstly, he felt guilty, and secondly, Mito looked too young. I'm old now, I never leave the main gate, why do you want to visit me? Mito pretended not to know, and Tsunade remained silent, waiting to see the show. Chuanfong stammered, not knowing how to start, and forgot all the words he had previously gone over in his mind. Me what? Mito found Chuanfeng's embarrassment even more interesting and kept asking him questions. You tell me. Tsunade was getting anxious watching from the side. The grown man was hesitating. Did she have to do it herself? Grandma, Tsunade and I are in love and we are already together. Chuanfong mustered up the courage to call her grandma, not caring whether it was inappropriate or not. As he said this, he felt as if he had experienced a great disaster. This is the first time I've met my parents in both my past and present lives. All the times I told myself there was no need to be nervous were in vain. Oh, and then? Mito's indifferent response made Chuanfong unable to react for a moment. Is he so calm? Even a little more surprise would be good, I want to marry her. Chuanfong roared with his neck stretched out, knowing that if he stuck his head out, he would be killed as well as if he hid his head. Advertisement he thought Mito didn't really agree with them being together, and at worst he could bring his great-grandchildren back when the time comes. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. Mito slammed the table and stood up, causing the water in the cup to spill out. Hashirama, you damned B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Don't worry about it falling in my hands, ha ha ha. I have no problem with that. Just be nice to Tsunade from now on. Ah. The scene doesn't match the context, and Chuanfong is a little uncomfortable with it. Grandma, you haven't asked me if I'm willing yet? Tsunade started to act like a spoiled brat again, and Grandma agreed all too readily. I heard that things that come too easily are less likely to be cherished. You can't wait to live in his house, why do you still need to ask? Besides, what kind of person are you, don't you know? It's good enough that someone wants it, why do you want to be picky? Mito looked at Tsunade and used a 3-hit combo, causing serious trauma to Tsunade's weak mind. It turns out that this is how I am in my grandma's mind, and her concern just now must have been fake. Ha ha ha, Chuanfong has received professional training and he would not laugh unless he really couldn't help it. Now he really couldn't help it. The laughter was so piercing to Tsunade's ears. What's so funny? Bang! Chuanfeng's laughter stopped abruptly, and a big bump appeared on his head that was visible to the naked eye. I'm not talking about returns. Mito looked at the look in Chuanfeng's eyes and spoke out his true feelings immediately. He's rebelling against me and wants to return the goods. Do you dare? Tsunade clenched his right fist and made a rattling sound. How could that be? It's impossible. Chuanfong showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and looked extremely pitiful. That's more like it. Tsunade sat back down in satisfaction, and Mito shook his head as he watched. Fortunately, this silly boy wanted it, otherwise it might have been a real disaster for him. Chuanfong, I accept your gifts. We'll be a family from now on, come over often. Mito put on a nice smile and spoke to Chuanfong in an indescribably gentle tone. Okay, Grandma. After calling him the first time, I no longer had any psychological barriers to calling him Chuanfong and it became very easy to say. Chapter 164 Visiting Fugaku at noon, Chuanfong stayed at Senju's house for lunch. Mito sat in the first seat, with Chuanfong, Tsunade, Nawaki and Misaki on his left and right. If Kushina wasn't at school, Minato would have been here by now. That kid is very thick-skinned now, and eating for free is nothing to him. She calls her, Grandma Mito, all the time and makes people very happy. Brother-in-law, can I go get something from your store? Nawaki no longer tried to hide it and called Mito his brother-in-law in front of him. What do you want? Chuanfong took a bite of the shrimp peeled by Tsunade and it tasted really good. Misaki has just started training, so I plan to get her some kunai or something. The whole of Konoha knows that the products of Hatake Weapon Workshop are of the best quality. Look. Nawaki was not polite at all when he started to fleece Chuanfong. Just go get it. Just tell them I told you to go. Chuanfong agreed nonchalantly, thinking that a few tools were nothing. I know my brother-in-law is the best to me. Nawaki put on a fawning smile and turned to speak to Misaki. After eating, I'll take you to choose ninja tools. If you don't know, you might think he paid for it out of his own pocket. It's really amazing that he uses Chuanfeng's things to pick up girls. Thank you, brother Chuanfong. Misaki ignored Nawaki and politely thanked Chuanfong. Mito was very satisfied. This was what a lady from a noble family should look like. There has to be a decent person in the family, otherwise they will be led astray by that damn ghost Hashirama. You're welcome. Just take whatever you like. Chuanfong is even more generous to Misaki than Nawaki. Practice with Nawaki first, and I'll teach you later. Tsunade also wanted to teach Misaki, and if she really had the talent to be a medical ninja, he would definitely train her vigorously. Yes, I know. Misaki nodded obediently and ate her meal leisurely. What do you have planned for the afternoon? Mito just asked casually, without any other meaning. I plan to go to Uchiha to take a look. Chuanfong did not hide his whereabouts, and there was nothing shameful about it. As for what Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, he didn't really care. I heard that they also made great efforts on the battlefield. It's good to go and take a look. Advertisement Mito probably thought of the love-hate relationship between Hashirama and Madara, and it took him a while to say this. Chuanfong didn't say much. Mito wasn't the type of person who wanted to get involved in all this mess. After dinner, Nawaki took Misaki out happily. Chuanfong and Tsunade continued to chat with Mito for a while before leaving. The two of them went out and headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Chuanfong naturally took Tsunade's hand, and the two walked on the street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. What a handsome man and beautiful girl. From time to time, they can run into ninjas they know and say hello. No one was surprised, as the news of their relationship had almost spread among Konoha shinobi. After crossing several streets and arriving at a remote alley, Chuanfong felt someone was following him. There are flies coming. Anbu? Tsunade reacted quickly. That's right. I'm worried about you. Chuanfong was not surprised. No matter how much he thought highly of Tsunade, it didn't mean he wanted her to take the throne right now. That's not Sarutobi Hiruzen's style. What to do? Tsunade had never thought of going so far as to kill his master. Let them follow if they want to. Chuanfeng's mouth corners slightly raised. Even if I do these things in front of you, what can you do to me? The two of them continued walking, step by step, towards the Uchiha tribe's territory. Great for the sun, great for the Tsunade. Two Uchiha ninjas stepped forward to block their way. They both knew them and were quite humble in their attitude. Is Fugaku here? Let's go check him out. Chuanfong spoke to the two without any displeasure, as this was their duty. Please wait a moment, I'll pass the message on. Go ahead. The Uchiha ninja quickly disappeared, only to return a short while later and lead the two to Fugaku's residence. Chuanfong and the Anbu behind Tsunade also turned back to report the situation. Hokage's office. Third-generation master, Hatake Chuanfong and Master Tsunade have entered the Uchiha clan territory. The Anbu knelt on one knee in front of the desk. Okay, I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and Anbu turned to go out. Hiruzen, Hatake Chuanfong is very popular right now, we have to be on guard. Mitokado Homura spoke first, but Utatane Kaharu was not there. Advertisement, slaying a demigod, destroying the Kage, defeating the Tsuchikage, how can this be more than just a success? He no longer takes me seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, startling Mitokado Homura. Tsunade could have taken your place 100 years after you. Now I'm afraid they're not willing to wait until then. What Mitokado Homura is saying is what Sarutobi Hiruzen is thinking. I want to see what they have to offer. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples with a headache. The Hatake family was really not easy to deal with. The country is powerful but has a sparse population, which makes it difficult to grasp the situation. What's more, their brothers are all heroes who have returned from the battlefield, so it is impossible for them to attack them openly. Even if he took action, what price would it cost? This was something Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to imagine. If that happens, other major powers will laugh their heads off. At this moment, he thought back to the days when Danzo was around, and he didn't need to worry about such things. Hey, go down, I want to be alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Mitokado Homura away, and I wonder what he was thinking. The smoke in the office was getting thicker. Chuanfong and Tsunade were taken directly to Fugaku's residence, which was his uncle's house. It has now been inherited by Fugaku, who originally lived here. Fugaku specially changed to a quiet room, which was not the one Chuanfong came to last time. It is also to avoid recalling some unpleasant scenes. The three of them sat down, and Fugaku's face was still a little pale. He poured tea for Chuanfong and Tsunade himself, and opened his mouth but said nothing. I didn't know how to start for a moment. After waking up, he took the position of clan leader, and he really had a hard time controlling others. There is still a lot to learn, but the person who protected him from the wind and rain is no longer there. Seeing Fugaku's eyes gradually becoming empty, Chuanfong started the conversation first. Sharingan evolved? Just one sentence brought Fugaku back. Fugaku nodded without hiding anything. How much he wished he could give up these eyes in exchange for his uncle's resurrection. I no longer have the desire to fight Chuanfong. People's thoughts will change with each passing moment. Do you need me to take a look? On the way here, Chuanfong had already told Tsunade about some of Mangekyo's shortcomings. No need, I know my own body well, it's all right now. Fugaku smiled at Tsunade and politely declined. He knew that his weakness was not physical and that only time could slowly heal his pain. Chapter 165 Public Opinion. The dead cannot be resurrected, and you have to live with his share. Chuanfong comforted him, saying that Fugaku now had a heavy burden on his shoulders. According to his performance in the original book, he is not a qualified patriarch. Compared with his uncle, he is far inferior in both sophistication and courage. I know. Fugaku took a sip of tea, his tone indescribably lonely. You didn't just come to see me today. Fortunately, his IQ is still online, and Chuanfong and Tsunade should have other things to say to him. You Uchiha are too close to us, and you just took the position of clan leader. I'm afraid the situation will become even more difficult. You must first stabilize the clan. Chuanfong had no reservations and spoke more directly, without the ambiguity he had when talking to the old patriarch. I'll try my best. Once uncle left, some people started to come out. Fugaku is still too young, and some elders in the tribe are beginning to try to influence his thinking. You already have enough power, you have to be tough when you need to be tough. The clan is unstable and external factors intervene. What will you do? Chuanfong analyzed the pros and cons and believed that Fugaku would make the correct judgment. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's just ridiculous that it's being held back by a bunch of elderly elders. I'm afraid of arousing dissatisfaction among my tribe members. Fugaku sighed. He didn't want to offend anyone, and he would be the only one to suffer. Then who will take care of your dissatisfaction? Who will fulfill your uncle's last wish? Chuanfong looked into Fugaku's eyes. This kid is really stupid. You are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, and you can't make up your mind to be a puppet patriarch? Okay, I'll deal with them as soon as possible. Fugaku thought of his uncle's last push before he died, and he couldn't let him down no matter what. As for those elders, if they really can't see the situation clearly, don't blame him for being rude. Seeing the murderous intent in Fugaku's eyes, Chuanfong finally felt relieved. If he fails to be tough, once the Uchiha clan splits into several factions, no one will be able to save the Uchiha clan from internal and external troubles. Not to mention being a helper to Tsunade. When we came here today, there was already an Anbu watching us. You should be more careful recently and don't make any mistakes that people can use against you. Chuanfong continued. This is also to put some pressure on Fugaku, telling him not to have any fluke mentality. Sarutobi Hiruzen never forgot the Uchiha clan. Tsunade listened without saying a word. She felt relieved to leave these matters to Chuanfong. Have you taken such precautions? Fugaku frowned, still a little bit in disbelief. After all, Tsunade is his disciple. You underestimate his desire for power. Chuanfong sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not truly doing what was best for the village. While building the village, he abused his power for personal gain. The Sarutobi clan entered a period of rapid development under his leadership, while other major clans were gradually declining. In the original work, there were no strong Hyuga people, and the Uchiha were even exterminated. No one would believe that there was no trick played by Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the contrary, during the Fourth World War, the Sarutobi clan's separate fire-style unit surprised many Hokage fans. How many years of bloodsucking would it take to achieve this? The teacher is really not suitable to stay in that position anymore. Tsunade gradually saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's true face. Everyone has selfish desires, which she could understand, but she did not agree with. Fortunately, the Senju clan was disbanded by Tobarama's order, so it has little to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise she wouldn't have maintained the proper respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement, Uchiha, will continue to support you. Is there anything else I can do? Fugaku firmly followed his uncle's instructions and took the initiative to ask Chuanfong if there was anything he could do to help. There is one thing I need your help with. Chuanfong does not treat Fugaku as a subordinate, and the two sides still have a relatively equal cooperative relationship. Fugaku with the Mangekyo Sharingan is already considered a top combat force. You say. Fugaku looked at Chuanfong, waiting for what to say next. In this war, the three shadows Feng, Tu and Yun all participated. Our Hokage-sama is the only one who has not moved in the village. He has not even gone to the front lines. With so many people dead and injured, he doesn't think he has no responsibility at all. Chuanfong stated this fact with a hint of meaning, and he also wanted to see if Fugaku could understand what he meant. Then it's only natural that some people in the village are dissatisfied with this. Fugaku followed Chuanfeng's train of thought and immediately understood what he meant. I will secretly send someone to guide this matter out. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Chuanfong smiled. He believed that public opinion had a terrifying power in any era. This is just the appetizer. This time he comes back to let Tsunade take over Sarutobi Hiruzen's position and become the fourth Hokage. Don't worry, it's just a matter of words. Fugaku said it was easy, but he actually took it to heart. He would certainly not slack off on anything that could help Tsunade get promoted. Injuring Four Tails Jinchuriki is Mangekyo's ability, right? After finishing his business, Chuanfong couldn't help but feel curious about Fugaku's Mangekyo. His Mangekyo abilities have not been revealed in the original story. Yes, the move that releases black flames is called Amaterasu. Fugaku did not hide anything and told the two people in front of him openly. It's a powerful move. As expected, it did not surprise Chuanfong. As for the other pupil technique, he had no intention of asking. It's no exaggeration to say that's Fugaku's trump card, and it would be too rude to ask it out loud. It may also hurt the harmony. I can't use it too much. I already feel the vision in my left eye has slightly decreased. Fugaku keenly discovered the drawbacks of Mangekyo after using it only once. If he continued to abuse it, blindness would be the ultimate outcome. Use it with caution. We'll see if Tsunade has a solution in the future. Chuanfong didn't dare to say too much, after all, he hasn't even used Hashirama's cells yet. Then I will wait for good news from Master Tsunade. Fugaku thought Chuanfong was just joking. The aftereffects brought about by the Uchiha clan's strongest power could not be easily solved. Tsunade didn't know how this got to her, but she couldn't lose face for Chuanfong. I could only smile politely at Fugaku. The three chatted for a while before Chuanfong and Tsunade stood up to leave. Fugaku sent the two out of the clan's territory. Since they were already being monitored, they didn't care about it. Regardless of whether he does it or not, Sarutobi Hiruzen will continue to target the Uchiha clan. We're leaving. We'll get together again when we have time. Chuanfong and Fugaku waved goodbye and took Tsunade on their way home. Fugaku turned back after watching the two people walking further and further away from him. He gave orders to the tribesmen around him. Tell Ching to come see me. Yes, Patriarch. Fugaku walked home on his own, already showing some of the demeanor of a patriarch. Advertisement. Let's go to the hospital, it's still early. Due to the war, the research on Hashirama cells has been shelved for a long time, and Tsunade wants to take a look now. Good. Chuanfong agreed, and the two of them disappeared from the spot as soon as they finished speaking. The Flying Thunder God mark will not disappear, which is really useful. Tsunade has become accustomed to the feeling of teleporting and does not feel any discomfort when appearing in the research room. After letting go of Chuanfeng's hand, the laboratory was still clean. Nagato should come to clean regularly. Putting on her white coat, Tsunade stopped Chuanfong, who was about to go into the laboratory with her. You just stay here. Oh well. Chuanfong originally wanted to retort, asking why they shouldn't let him in, as he wouldn't be making things worse. It was not until he saw the hostility in Tsunade's eyes that he put aside his unrealistic thoughts and simply agreed. That's better. Wait for sister to come out and give you candy. Tsunade smiled and stretched out her finger to lightly touch Chuanfeng's chin, then turned around and went into the laboratory. It's not completely successful yet. I still need to continue observing the stability of this finger. If everything goes well, we can conduct live experiments. The remaining ones did not survive long after the fusion and had strange shapes, like upgraded cells. At this moment, he couldn't care whether Chuanfong would cause trouble. Anyone could hear the surprise in his tone. It was not until the fourth one that we discovered that the two types of cells inside were in a clearly distinct symbiotic state. Opening the fourth one, Tsunade's eyes suddenly lit up. Tsunade pushed Chuanfong away and wiped her mouth in pretend disgust. Since taking Chuanfeng's blood, Tsunade has been conducting cell fusion experiments. Did it succeed? Chuanfong, come and see. There was an intact finger inside, and she felt it and found that the finger was still quite active. Tsunade opened the remaining petri dishes one by one. With expectant eyes, I opened them one by one. It was a small achievement, but it was still far from her expectations. There are a total of 10 culture dishes, and now it is time to look at the experimental results. The first 3 all failed as she expected, leaving only unformed dead cell assemblies. Tsunade carefully took out 10 petri dishes from the special chamber. You are awesome. Tsunade guessed that if this kind of cell was integrated into Chuanfeng's body, he would most likely become a monster even if he survived. She didn't want to turn her fiancé into a monster. Chuanfong smiled foolishly, with hearts appearing in his eyes. Hey, okay, watch yours. Chuanfong got the upper hand and behaved like a child, standing quietly aside without saying a word. Chuanfong happily held Tsunade's face and kissed her. I found a comfortable position on the sofa and lay down, watching Tsunade busying herself inside. Tsunade forced herself to calm down and maintain a professional attitude. Don't mess around, I haven't finished reading it yet. I don't know if there will be any surprises. Chuanfong heard this and quickly got up and came to Tsunade. After many improvements, she continued her experiments using various methods before going into battle. There is still only that one successful case, so it seems the chance of fusion is not very high. The cells of both people have strong phagocytic ability, and most of them are destroyed in the process of mutual invasion. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She wanted to share this major experimental breakthrough with Chuanfong. Chapter 166 Casino. It's pretty good. Chuanfong saw that Tsunade looked disappointed and tried to comfort her. Well, I was greedy. Tsunade recorded the results of the experiment one by one. Chuanfong also looked at it curiously, and the results were all professional terms. What he saw was that 6 of the 7 orifices were connected. Finally, Tsunade dripped some unknown liquid into the petri dish on the finger, and then put it away solemnly. Is that all? Chuanfong thought Tsunade was impatient to take some tests. Don't worry if you don't understand. Tsunade wiped the test bench and gave Chuanfong a blank look. She would be very tired if she had to explain to him, a layman. I'm just curious. Chuanfong scratched his head in embarrassment, being looked down upon by Tsunade. Come on, take me home. Tsunade took off her white coat and put it away, then took Chuanfeng's hand. She knew that her home also had the mark of the flying thunder god left by Chuanfeng, but she hadn't discovered where it was yet. Good. Chuanfeng did not perform flying thunder god as she wished. He pulled her and walked out. Do you have to be so annoying? Tsunade saw through Chuanfeng's little thoughts and stretched out her fingers to scratch his palm. No, it's just that I don't have enough chakra. Chuanfeng made a lame excuse and didn't put any effort into it. Do you think I believe it? Tsunade glared at him unhappily. She was not satisfied with this answer. Chuanfeng smiled playfully and held it even tighter. After the two left the laboratory, they appeared inside the hospital. Do you want to check the accounts, Mr. Dean? Chuanfeng and Tsunade started joking around while watching the patients and staff coming and going. Good. Tsunade agreed immediately, her eyes sparkling even brighter than when she saw the finger. I'm just saying it casually. Chuanfeng covered his forehead. This woman is hopeless. I'll just go and take a look. Under Tsunade's strong drag, Chuanfeng went to the finance office with her. When I pushed the door open, I saw a middle-aged lady wearing glasses sorting out the accounts. Master Dean, Master Chuanfeng. The lady was shocked, but luckily she didn't do anything to embezzle. It came so suddenly, I guess it scared you. I just want to see the latest revenue situation. Tsunade said it rather tactfully, shaking off Chuanfeng's hand and walking over with gold coins flashing in her eyes. Just tell her how much money we made during the time we were away. Chuanfeng didn't bother to waste time and directly told Tsunade's real purpose. Okay. The lady took out the ledger, opened it, and glanced at it. He reported a number that satisfied Tsunade. Can I withdraw 3 million first? Tsunade put her hands on the table and put her face close to the finance department. Yes, sure. The finance officer was so scared that he took a step back. To put it bluntly, this hospital belongs to Tsunade alone. You don't need anyone's consent to withdraw some money. Okay, hurry up. Tsunade's urgent roar had already made Chuanfeng anticipate the next move. I probably can't go back to this home. The treasurer stood up, opened a safe, counted out 3 million in bills, put them in a bag and handed it to Tsunade. This is 3 million taels, take it. Haha, Chuanfeng, sister will take you out to play. Advertisement. Tsunade's laughter was slightly perverted. To the stunned eyes of the finance department, Chuanfeng was pulled up and walked out of the door sideways. I don't want to save face. Chuanfeng finally managed to steady himself, and they both left the hospital. Tsunade knew the way to the casino very well. Soon he brought Chuanfeng to the most luxurious casino in Konoha. Even though it's almost dinner time, there's still a constant stream of people here. How about we play after dinner? Chuanfeng was a little resistant. He didn't really like gambling and he had only said that he liked it just to get close to Tsunade. No, I want to play now. Tsunade did not give Chuanfeng another chance to refuse, and the two entered the casino. The big fat sheep is coming. Someone murmured, and Chuanfeng felt all eyes were on him. Tsunade was obviously used to it and went straight to her favorite project. The gamblers were tactful enough to give her their seats. Look at me killing everyone. Tsunade took out the money and placed it on the table in front of her. She didn't even consider the fact that someone would covet the money. Who is tired of living? No, I still want to live a few more years. Chuanfeng's voice was so low that no one heard it. What did you say? Tsunade turned her eyes from the dice, which proved that Chuanfeng still held an important position in her mind. Nothing, I mean you win more. Chuanfeng said something against his will and took a few bills from Tsunade. He usually didn't carry much money with him when he went out. Just wait and see. Tsunade didn't know where she got her confidence from, as if she could really win the money. This time I bet big. I have a feeling I will win. Tsunade even shamelessly asked Chuanfeng to bet with him. Forget it, let me take a look first. Chuanfeng waved his hands quickly. He was still hoping to make a profit from the money he had. 3 million is also money. As expected, Tsunade lost. Chuanfeng didn't quite believe it at first, until he saw Tsunade's regretful look after each hand, and then he realized that there are really people who are so unlucky. Even if the casino was cheating, they wouldn't win like this. Tsunade only lost money and never won a single bet. He gradually noticed that there were more and more people around the gambling table, and some people wanted to squeeze in but couldn't. He even spotted a few ninjas who were smirking at him and suppressing Tsunade. It seems like they are all here to make money. No wonder there are more and more people coming. Why are you just looking at it? Press it. Tsunade was gradually getting into the mood. Her hair started to get a little messy, and she looked a little anxious. Press, press. Chuanfong got to see Tsunade's gambling side, which was indeed a hobby that Hashirama had cultivated since childhood. Follow me on this one, it's a sure win. Tsunade's expression was very serious, as if she was weighed down with dignity. Good. Chuanfong responded in a deep voice, and under Tsunade's expectant eyes he pressed on the other side. Tsunade only has her own chips, and no one is willing to bet on her side. You don't believe me? No, I'm just testing the waters. Chuanfong would never admit that he just didn't trust Tsunade's gambling luck. You'll regret this. When the dice cup was opened, Tsunade saw that he had lost again. At this time, more than half of the 3 million in front of him had been lost. In such a big casino, the speed of losing money was much faster. If I had known I would have taken more, Tsunade muttered with emotion. Chuanfong regretted what he heard. If he had known earlier, he would have taken Tsunade home with Flying Thunder God. What a ridiculous romance. Now that's over. I'm going to the casino. We'll go back after we lose. Chuanfong asked Tsunade tentatively and put away the money he had just won. Advertisement, how is that possible? I'm going to win. Tsunade gave Chuanfong a murderous look, wondering why he always said such unlucky words. Okay, you win slowly. Chuanfong couldn't beat her, so he had to give in and see how long it would take her to lose. As the money in front of Chuanfong increased, Tsunade finally lost it all. She looked at Chuanfong eagerly and almost asked him to give her some more money. That's all for today, we'll play again another day. Chuanfong couldn't bear to look into her eyes and quickly took the money away. But I haven't had enough fun yet. Tsunade's eyes were a little red, obviously because he lost. Grandma is waiting for you at home. Chuanfong brought out Mito, and perhaps only her name could overshadow Tsunade. Well, all right then. Tsunade agreed reluctantly. In order to prevent any accidents, Chuanfong simply took Tsunade's hand and disappeared in front of the gambling table. The next second, they were at the Senju residence, and the place they appeared in was Tsunade's room. He still has lustful intentions. That's a good spot. Why don't you just book it on the bed? Tsunade let go of Chuanfeng's hand, his eyes full of teasing. After leaving the casino, she no longer felt conflicted. Haha, that's so presumptuous. Chuanfeng even laughed at himself. Hey, I had to give up the idea of stealing the fragrance, and the Flying Thunder God mark was placed in vain. The Uzumaki clan's Kagura Mind's Eye is one of the most powerful perception ninjutsu in the ninja world, and Chuanfeng doesn't want to broadcast it live. When I was walking through the living room, I was caught by Mito. Chuanfeng put his money on the table and followed Tsunade's footsteps, winning back almost all the money he lost. Tsunade immediately became angry and recalled the time when she was a child and was spanked while lying on her grandmother's lap. Grandma, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. After dinner, Chuanfeng left without staying for too long. The smell on his body was really unbearable for him. After a while, servants brought food. Your grandfather is good at learning, but I have learned this point 100%. Tsunade's words left Chuanfeng speechless. Tsunade was like a kid who was caught making a mistake, trying to laugh it off in the hope of getting away with it. Don't eat anymore. Just starve. I'll come see you in the evening. Chuanfeng knew he was right when he saw her movements. Chuanfeng shamelessly approached Tsunade and asked quietly. If it weren't for her, the Senju clan probably wouldn't have been disbanded until Tobarama's turn and would have disappeared long ago. Tsunade didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked towards the door. Mito's resentment was so deep that Hashirama, who was far away in the Pure Land, probably trembled a few times. Do you think my grandma is just a decoration? I'm so mad. When I find you, I'm going to give you a good beating to vent my anger. Have you ever been beaten for gambling? Tsunade glared at him and took the lead in going to the restaurant and sitting down. Mito wrinkled his nose at the distinct odor coming from the two. Haha, I know. I won't ask anymore. I want it back. How much did you lose? Mito's eyebrows twitched when he mentioned Hashirama. Tsunade said as she quickly pulled Chuanfeng to retreat. Usually when Grandpa was mentioned, Grandma would have no time to be angry with herself. Chuanfeng could only speak out to help, otherwise his fate would not be good. The two walked towards the restaurant. It was already past dinner time. Ah, I didn't lose much, I was just playing around. It's none of your business. Chuanfeng asked Tsunade curiously. Judging from Mito's performance just now, he must have been beaten a lot. Chuanfeng also started eating. Tsunade didn't really stop him from eating, but she just ignored him. With one hand he was holding Chuanfeng's sleeve, hoping that he could help him out. Chapter 167 called Dad. Land of Lightning, Cloud Shinobi Village, Bang. In a remote place near the edge of the village, a young Cloud Shinobi was frantically destroying everything around him. The only house behind him was in ruins, with some debris still burning. As he swung his sword wildly, the ground was covered in a mess. There were holes at least half a person's height everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot and he seemed to have lost consciousness. A blue cat demon pattern chakra appears on the surface of the body, with a blue tail behind it, and its hair is curled up, moving automatically without wind. A ball of blue flame came out of his mouth and suddenly attacked towards a place not far away. Bang! Blue flames bloomed on the red barrier, and the barrier rippled before returning to calm. Seeing that his fire style had no effect, the boy launched his next attack. A low, beast-like sound came from the boy's throat, and he exerted a little force with his feet. The whole person rushed towards the barrier like a cannonball. There were several masked cloud shinobi around, maintaining a red barrier to trap him inside, and they didn't look worried at all. The boy's right fist was wrapped in blue chakra and hit the barrier hard. There was absolutely no sign of breaking the barrier. Why are the ceiling class so slow? Several cloud shinobi were still in the mood to chat, obviously they were used to it. I didn't take Jinchuriki's rampage seriously at all. This was definitely not the first time it happened. It comes every month. This is the third time this month. It would be strange if they could be positive. The other cloud shinobi spat and started to complain. I'm afraid the two-tailed Jinchuriki won't be able to hold out for much longer. It's none of our business. Anyway, it has been reported to Raikage-sama. Soon the sealing team from Cloud Shinobi Village slowly arrived, and a group of people subdued the two-tailed Jinchuriki and sealed it again. The boy fainted after the seal was reapplied, and was carried to the Raikage building by Cloud Shinobi. After a while, they arrived at the Raikage building and entered the Raikage office without any obstruction. How's Jonal? The Raikage was sitting at his desk, with Bruby standing next to him. Raikage-sama, I can't hold out much longer. Johnner can't control the two-tail at all, and now it's going berserk more and more frequently. At this rate, the Cloud Shinobi explained the situation truthfully. It's really difficult, it's hard for him. There was a hint of heartache in the Raikage's eyes, and he couldn't hold on for much longer, which meant that Jonal's life was about to come to an end. As for what would happen after the two tails came out, he was not worried. He did not take the two tails seriously. At worst, it can be sealed in an amber bottle, but the selection of this Jinchuriki is indeed a difficult problem. You don't have to blame yourself. It was his own choice in the first place. We don't want to see this situation now. Buru can empathize even more than he can as a Jinchuriki, as he himself often lives in fear. Fortunately, he was a little more determined than Jonal, so he didn't end up like him. Take it away and take good care of it. The Raikage waved his hand, and Cloud Shinobi picked up Jonal again and headed out the door. That plan will be put on the agenda. It's quite difficult. Bruby knew what the Raikage meant. The risk was huge. No way, we need a perfect Jinchuriki. Has the person been chosen? Raikage had already asked Bruby to do this. The three Grand Masters have been chosen to assassinate the Jonin in secret. Bruby pulled out 3 ninja profiles from the pile of documents on his desk. He had already reported it was the Raikage who was careless and forgot about it. Okay, send them to Konoha. Advertisement, alive. Raikage read the profiles of the 3 people and found that they had completed the missions they handled very well and were experts in kidnapping. Bulu has a good eye for choosing people. Yes. Bruhi followed the order and went out, while the Raikage rubbed his temple. If there was really no better solution, he would not be willing to take action against Konoha at this time. The war had just ended, and the villages were still very sensitive to each other. We could only hope that these people would succeed and return safely. For this purpose, he mobilized all the spies in Konoha just to get this done, which was a huge investment. After this incident, it will be difficult to obtain information about Konoha. After returning home, Chuanfong went straight to the bathroom to take a shower, thinking about the madness of last night and still feeling a little unsatisfied. It's a pity that Tsunade isn't around today. He quickly washed, changed into clean clothes and went to the martial arts hall. Before the person arrived, Sakumo's voice was heard pinching his throat. Call daddy, call daddy. Chuanfong looked up and saw his eldest brother holding Kakashi sitting in front of the stone table, while his eldest sister-in-law was watching with a smile on her face. The ghost mastiff was playing with the much larger white mastiff. Chuanfong walked over and grabbed the white mastiff with one hand. It seemed that the ghost mastiff had given a heads up in advance. The white mastiff was very well behaved in Chuanfeng's hands, not daring to roar or bite. The 2 eyes stared at the ghost mastiff, which meant, Dad, save me. The ghost mastiff turned his head away. Since it wouldn't kill him anyway, there was no need for him to get involved. This puppy is much better looking than the ghost mastiff. Is it the ghost mastiff's child? Chuanfong turned the puppy over and rubbed its belly, which felt good. Woo. Hearing this, the ghost mastiff was dissatisfied, turned around and growled at Chuanfong. The dignity of a male dog cannot be trampled upon. Chuanfong scratched his ears. It was too complicated and he couldn't understand it. Sister-in-law, what does it mean? Nishui almost burst out laughing when she heard the ghost mastiff's cry. Her brother-in-law was really contagious. Blood is thicker than water. This is his own son. Ghost mastiff is willing to use his own life as a guarantee. My goodness, this is a gamble on your dignity. I trust you. Chuanfong looked at the ghost mastiff and thought it was quite tough. It even dared to yell at him to prove that he was not cuckolded. The ghost mastiff then stopped roaring in satisfaction and turned its head away. Out of sight, out of mind. My son, just bear with it for a while. Has the puppy been named? Chuanfong continued to rue the dog, and it felt quite fun to pet the puppy? Not yet. I plan to wait until Kakashi grows up and let him get it himself. Naishui doesn't know why Chuanfong, who likes dogs so much, doesn't get one of his own. If you really like it, I can make one for you. Naishui didn't plan to help him get a ninja dog. What level of ninja dog would be needed to fight with Chuanfong? Just get a pet dog as a token of your appreciation. Oh woo. The ghost mastiff's eyes lit up and he said he could pick one up right away. No thanks, I only like to pet other people's pets. Chuanfong decisively rejected his sister-in-law's suggestion, he only liked to pet them and didn't like to raise them. Alright. Naishui spread her hands, and the light in the ghost mastiff's eyes dimmed. I'll give it back to you, you stingy one. Chuanfong returned the white mastiff to the ghost mastiff, who had already had enough of petting him. Tsukumo is still working hard, but still hasn't received any feedback from Kakashi. Kakashi hasn't called you yet? Chuanfong poked at Tsukumo's lungs. It has been 2 days since he came back, but Kakashi still hasn't learned to call him dad. But I can let Tsukumo hug me, you're the only one who talks too much. Tsukumo glared at him, unwilling to be disturbed by external things. Advertisement. He turned around, with his back to Chuanfong, and continued to teach Kakashi to call him dad. Has he been like this for the past 2 days? Chuanfong knows his eldest brother too well, he is a resilient person. Well, if Kakashi doesn't call him, he's going to go crazy. I have been absent-minded in my practice these past 2 days. Naishui covered her mouth and laughed secretly, her husband's damn desire to win was sometimes quite cute. It did help her relieve some of the burden of holding the baby, but it was quite scary when he would occasionally say, "Call daddy," while sleeping at night. Brother, I'll teach you a good idea. Chuanfeng's eyes turned and he came up with an idea. Put. Tsukumo didn't even turn his head and a word floated over. He was somewhat wary of Chuanfeng's good ideas. You keep saying call me daddy, that's not okay. Children don't have the ability to comprehend. Just tell him dad, and he'll imitate you. Chuanfong spoke seriously, and Shuamao thought about it and felt that there was some truth to it. Then let me try. Just give it a try, it's free. Chuanfong now turned to the front and looked at Shuamao's kind face, with the fatherly love in his eyes overflowing. Kakashi looked at Chuanfong with his eyes rolling. The word, uncle, came out of his mouth, which made Shuamao very angry. Can you please move aside? The kindness in Tsukumo's eyes was for Kakashi, while he looked at Chuanfong with only disgust. Okay, I'll step back. Chuanfong stepped back without leaving Shuamao's sight. Naishui took the cup in front of Shuamao calmly, it was quite expensive. Dad. Tsukumo teased Kakashi with a smile, trying to melt his young and outgoing heart. Hey, Tsukumo, be good. Chuanfong agreed and ran away, as staying here would only lead to death. Haha, Naishui couldn't stop laughing. No matter how well her husband defended himself, he still fell into the trap of his brother-in-law. I'll beat you to death. Tsukumo was unable to move as he was holding Kakashi, so he subconsciously reached for the cup on the table. He reached back and found nothing, which scared Kakashi. Woo. Oh, my son, don't cry. I'll beat up your uncle when I have time. Tsukumo suppressed his anger and coaxed Kakashi again. This unlucky brother is really infuriating. Shuamao felt that it was fortunate that he had a good heart, otherwise the grass on his grave would have been several meters tall. Why didn't you remind me? When Shuamao saw Nayuki put the cup back, he knew that his wife had guessed it. You blame me for not paying attention? Nayuki tilted her head slightly and blinked her big innocent eyes, instantly defeating Tsukumo. Injury. Tsukumo put on a smile and hugged Kakashi tighter in his arms. As if sensing the deep love between his parents, Kakashi opened his mouth. Dad, this sound made Shuamao very happy, the surprise happened unexpectedly. Did you hear that? Kakashi can call me daddy now? Tsukumo lifted Kakashi high up, and Nayuki beside him smiled even more brightly. Yes. Hey, dear son, call me again. Dad. Shuamao was so happy that he wanted to take off on the spot, forgetting all about Chuanfeng's bad behavior. Chapter 168 Rasengan. I didn't stay up late, and got up quite early the next day. We arrived at the restaurant just in time for breakfast, and everyone was already seated when we got there. Even if he didn't come, no one would call him HMPH. Tsukumo snorted and said nothing. What happened yesterday would not be so easy to let go. There are too many young people now, and it would be embarrassing to speak out. It seemed like he wasn't smart enough, and that was something Tsukumo couldn't tolerate. Good morning. Chuanfong sat down with a grin on his face, not taking Shuamao's sneer to heart. Good morning, teacher. The 4 little ones sat obediently to eat, and Conan became cuter and cuter. Yahiko always brings food to Conan, as if Conan didn't have hands. Nagato, on the other hand, had a slight smile on his face when he saw his 2 friends like this. Seeing him like this, Chuanfong also understood that there was a reason why Nagato was single in the original book. This guy is totally stupid, or he just doesn't have any feelings for Conan in that aspect. I'll check on the progress of your 3 trainings later. Eat more so you can have more strength. Chuanfong finally has some time today to instruct a few disciples and fulfill his duties as a teacher. There is no need to examine Minato's strength, as it is the best interpretation in war. Okay, got it. The 3 Nagato kids agreed and ate their food faster. Minato whispered warmly to cheer them on. Hey, do you still remember to manage your disciples? Shuo Mao was unwilling to give up any opportunity to attack Chuanfong, and his sarcastic tone made people uncomfortable. Then I'm busy, right? Chuanfong was too embarrassed to say that he had taught seriously, this was an obvious thing. The others were basically left alone, and he was at ease being his own Chuanfong master without any pressure at all. Busy, Shuo Mao didn't say much, but Chuanfong could naturally understand the meaning. Can you two be quiet while eating? We can fight after we finish eating. Nishui had no choice but to beat everyone with a stick. This family would fall apart without her. As you say. Okay, sister-in-law. Chuanfong and Shuo Mao looked at each other, sparks flying in their eyes. After everyone finished eating quietly, Chuanfong brought the three little ones to the martial arts hall. Tsukumo also came over holding Kakashi to watch. Now is the time to see how much progress they have made. The three kids stood in a row according to their height, and straightened their backs as they looked at Chuanfong in front of them. Conan, you're the youngest, you go first. Chuanfong signaled Conan to come out first, as the little girl had grown a lot taller now. The light blue-purple hair was tied into a bun on top of her head, which was cute and playful. Teacher, the new ninjutsu I developed is called Shiki Paper Dance. As Conan spoke, without making any hand seals, her body turned into countless paper-like pieces, which floated forward and then merged into a human form again. Very interesting technique, it's not fully developed yet. Chuanfong knew that this was Conan's specialty, which could be used in combat, reconnaissance and many other aspects. It is basically immune to physical damage, but is afraid of oil and cannot be used if soaked in oil. Yes, sir. I'm still working on perfecting it. Conan showed a beautiful smile, she was very happy to get the teacher's affirmation. Tsukumo was a little stunned. How could a disciple he just picked up randomly create such a powerful ninjutsu? With his experience, he naturally saw the peculiarity and power of Conan's ninjutsu. My brother is really lucky. Kakashi watched Conan move from this side to that side, clapping his hands happily. Conan used this trick many times to make him happy. Nagato, come here. Chuanfong called out Nagato to see how exaggerated his progress was. Teacher, it's not easy for me to perform here. Advertisement. What Minato said was true, ninjutsu was not suitable to be practiced at home. He usually goes to a practice range far away. Teacher, me too. Yahiko immediately interjected, saying that if he flooded the martial arts hall, he would definitely suffer the consequences. This is not easy to solve. Chuanfong put his hands on the two little one's shoulders and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the most remote training ground. It is no exaggeration to say that Konoha is his home ground. That's it, how about it? Chuanfong let the two go. This was a place he often came to when he was a child. I have fought with Tsukumo here many times, yes. Nagato and Yahiko nodded. Why don't you two fight each other instead of showing off one by one? Chuanfong directly let the two of them compete with each other, and their level can be better seen through actual combat. Good. Yahiko agreed first, while Nagato was still a little hesitant. His Rinnegan had gained some power, but he couldn't control it freely yet, and he was afraid of hurting Yahiko. Don't worry, I also want to see how well you have mastered it. Chuanfong ruffled Nagato's long red hair. Nagato then agreed, as with the teacher around he didn't have to worry about hurting Yahiko. The two men came to distance themselves, and Yahiko took the lead in attacking. Nagato, be careful, water style, water waves. Yahiko formed a seal and spit out a small pool of water from her mouth and attacked Nagato. Judging from the size of the pool, Chuanfong could tell that Yahiko's chakra control was good. There is no waste at all, it is enough as a tentative attack. Nagato dodged Yahiko's water style. This body of his is much stronger than in the original novel. He doesn't practice swordsmanship deliberately, but he practices it occasionally. Earth style, Earth lung gun. Earth overcomes water, and Nagato immediately counters with Earth style. Many sharp rocks suddenly appeared on the ground under Yahiko's feet, if he hadn't dodged quickly. This move made him unable to move. Don't underestimate me. A smile escaped Yahiko's lips, she had long wanted to spar with Nagato. But Nagato refused him every time just for his safety, so today he can finally have a good fight. I won't hold back. Nagato's voice came over, and his full strength attack was also a respect for Yahiko. Chuanfong watched the two people's ninjutsu going back and forth. Yahiko's water style had a good timing, but it was too simple. Nagato used 5 kinds of escape techniques in succession and quickly suppressed Yahiko. Yahiko could only rely on his speed to avoid defeat. Chuanfong was quite satisfied with the progress of the two and could have called a halt. But Chuanfong wanted to see if Nagato's Rinnegan could be used. Yahiko found a flaw in Nagato during the attack and used her strongest water style. In Chuanfeng's eyes, it was just that, they were all still young. Nagato sensed the crisis and his eyes became hot involuntarily. I raised my hand subconsciously. Yahiko's water style was directly bounced back, and he was frightened as he was rushing towards Nagato with a sword in hand. Shinra Tensai. Chuanfong muttered, he saw it clearly. This is one of the Rinnegan's abilities and has a 5-second cooldown. Shinra Tensai is centered on the caster and can bounce back all surrounding objects and ninjutsu and cause damage to them. Yahiko. Nagato exclaimed, not expecting his jutsu to be performed involuntarily. When the water style dissipated, he saw Yahiko breathing heavily beside Chuanfong, which really scared him. Good job. Yahiko gave a thumbs up to Nagato, who was running over. He felt happy rather than jealous that his friend was better than him. Advertisement. It's a good thing you're okay. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the intact Yahiko. Isn't that technique still completely controllable? Chuanfong looked at Nagato. With Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull, he would be able to join the ranks of the powerful. The more he develops his Rinnegan, the stronger he becomes. Not yet. Nagato shook his head. Don't be discouraged, we still have time. Chuanfong knew that this was Madara's eye, and Nagato could only master it over time. Okay, got it. Take you back. Chuanfong used the same trick again, put his hands on the shoulders of the two kids, and the next moment the three of them returned to the martial arts hall. Bang! As soon as I arrived, I heard a loud bang, and a big tree in the martial arts hall fell down with a roar. Sakumo was originally watching the fun, but now he hugged Kakashi and moved away from Minato. It's too dangerous. What kind of weird ninjutsu is this? Then I heard Minato's excited cry, I succeeded. I succeeded. Chuanfong looked up and saw a circular hole at the broken tree. This is the effect of the Rasengan, teacher, I have developed a new ninjutsu. Minato immediately reported the good news to Chuanfong, and it took him 2 years to finally complete the ninjutsu his teacher had mentioned. Only he himself knows how much effort he put into this. Well done, I knew you could do it. Chuanfong did nothing other than express his praise. After all, he wasn't much help. Teacher, I decided to name this technique, the Light Wheel Popsicle-inspired Xuanmao Chuanfong double-style pill. Minato said with a look of pride on his face, obviously very happy with the name he came up with. Wait, what's it called? Chuanfeng's eyes widened. He heard it once but couldn't remember it. This name was too long. Minato's talent for naming is indeed well deserved. Call. Minato repeated it again, without making any mistakes. Minato-san, do you think this name is a little bit stupid? Konan stretched out his little finger and pinched a little tail. Haha, X2 Yahiko and Nagato burst out laughing, but Konan dared to say that they had a hard time holding it in. Really, I think it sounds nice, how about changing to another? Minato scratched his head and was about to come up with another name. This was no problem for him at all. He felt that his talent for naming was even better than his talent for cultivation. Stop, I think we should just call it Rasengan, how about it? Chuanfong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. My goodness, Minato's name is really scary. I think it's good. At least it's better than what Minato-san just did. Konan immediately stood on the teacher's side. I agree. Nagato and Yahiko then raised their hands to show their agreement. Well, then listen to the teacher. Minato was obviously a little depressed. Wasn't the name he came up with nice enough? Is the name I gave you really bad? Minato asked again without giving up, looking at them expectantly. Ahem, it's just a little too hard to pronounce. You have a good name. Chuanfong deceived Minato against his conscience. After all, he was still a child. That's good. Minato smiled again instantly. The little son was really cute at this moment. Chapter 169 Bang, bang, Minato. Use the Rasengan again and I'll see if there's anything I can improve on. Chuanfong looked at Minato with a serious face, not wanting to reveal his intention of stealing his skills. He felt a little embarrassed to ask his disciple for advice. Good. Minato didn't doubt it. After all, the idea of Rasengan was proposed by the teacher. The first step is to gather the chakra in the palm of your hand and spin it. Minato held out his right hand, and an irregular chakra ball appeared in his palm. It grows from small to large, spinning faster and faster. The second step is power, and the third step is the ultimate kill. Minato said as he pressed the Rasengan in his right hand hard into the ground. Boom! A huge deep pit appeared in front of them. How's it going, teacher? What else is lacking? Minato looked at Chuanfong with anticipation. The three little ones nearby were full of envy. What a powerful unmarried ninjutsu. He really deserves to be called senior brother Minato. Is that all? Sakumo came over with Kakashi in his arms without knowing when, and he was completely confused. Ahem, Minato, please tell me more details. Chuanfong said that he didn't understand it either and wanted Minato to explain it in depth. It's like putting a water ball in the palm of your hand, and then it explodes. Minato thought about it carefully and found a metaphor that he thought was very vivid. He even danced and gestured. Wait, Chuanfong suddenly felt that this sentence was familiar. Damn, isn't this what Naruto, that idiot, said when he was teaching Konohamaru? They are indeed father and son, the description is so abstract. Do you understand? Chuanfong turned around and asked the three kids, only to see all three heads shaking their heads. Isn't this simple? Even a fool can understand it. Minato felt that he had described it clearly, and all that was left was to teach step by step. Fool? Chuanfong Shuamao looked at each other and thought, we brothers are not stupid. No need to say more, I understand. X2 The two stubborn men of the Hatake family spoke at the same time, fearing that they would be defined as fools if they were a second late, and claimed that they understood. This jutsu is great. Next we can try making the Rasengan a little bigger or incorporating chakra nature transformation. Chuanfong pretended to be very serious and gave Minato advice on the direction of next development. Yes, teacher. Minato took Chuanfeng's words to heart, and the three little ones were already in self-doubt. Am I really worse than an idiot? But the teacher praised me for being very smart, and said that senior brother Minato's technique was too difficult. Teacher, I'm going out for a while. Minato scratched his head, wanting to share this joy with Kushina and Nawaki. Of course, Nawaki's style is more showy. Go ahead, go ahead. Chuanfong guessed what he was thinking and waved Minato away. Nagato skillfully used earth style to fill the hole created by Minato, and his servants were also dealing with the broken tree. You guys practice on your own, I'll go out for a walk too. Chuanfong looked at his brother's unfriendly eyes and knew that yesterday's prank had not yet passed, so he found an excuse to leave. Okay, teacher. X3 The three little ones nodded and left together. Now they still needed to keep working hard. Want to run? Shuamao was chasing after him relentlessly. Is it so easy for him to take advantage of me? No, I just went out to relax. Chuanfong laughed it off, refusing to admit that he wanted to avoid him. Advertisement, we haven't settled our accounts yet. Sakumo stared at Chuanfong, and Kakashi watched the confrontation between the two with a look of curiosity on his face. I don't know what these two funny guys are going to do next. Morning, sister-in-law. Minato just practiced a little on a new ninjutsu, nothing serious. Chuanfong spoke seriously behind Shuamao. You're here. Sakumo immediately put on a smiling face, turned around and spoke, only to find that there was no one behind him. I was not on guard even at home. When I turned around, there was no trace of Chuanfong. Just wait for me. Little b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** could be so easily fooled by his dabi. The three little ones were no longer surprised, and their cultivation was not disturbed at all. Is it Chuanfong who made you angry again? At this moment, a voice came from the gate. Shuamao looked over and saw that his in-laws had arrived. No, why would I be on the same level as him? Tsukumo didn't even think about it and put on a generous look, which made Yuhi Shinku smile even more. He had seen the two prominent guys bickering with each other many times. Red. Kakashi. The two children actually called each other's names, and Tsukumo put Kakashi on the ground. Hong was put down by her mother, and the two of them walked towards each other, staggering. After they came together, they held hands and laughed happily. These two kids are quite a good match. Tsukumo bared his teeth, very satisfied with Hong. Of course, we've known each other since birth. Zhenhong said this with some resentment, and finally understood why Chuanfong carried Kakashi over every day. Haha, come and sit for a while. Shuamao led a few people to the living room. The two children were looked after by Hong's mother and followed slowly behind. Ah. No one could understand what the two babies were saying in baby language. Nishui had already received the notification from the housekeeper, so she packed up and went to the living room. She and Zhenhong's wife have known each other for a long time. During the war, the two often got together with their children. Nishui warmly invited them to sit down, and they started chatting. Zhenhong and I are discussing arranging marriages for our two children, and he wants to ask for your opinion. For Kakashi's lifelong happiness, Tsukumo shamelessly spoke first. Zhenhong drank his tea without saying anything, looking at his wife. He mentioned this to me, and I have no objection. The two kids get along pretty well. The red wife smiled kindly and stroked Kakashi's silver hair. I don't know if Kakashi understood, but he happily held up Hong's head and kissed her on her still chubby face. This caused several people to burst into laughter. I must have learned this from Chuanfengjun. Although Chuanfeng is no longer with us, his legend still exists. Zhenhong didn't mean to be disgusted. Instead, this kind of intimate behavior between children seemed cute. Kakashi and Hong now became a close friend, and their marriage was naturally arranged. As for some mundane things, neither family cares much about them. The most important thing is that the children have good relationships. Chuanfeng sneezed while walking on the road, thinking that maybe Tsunade was talking about him again. I bought some snacks that Tsunade liked and appeared in the laboratory the next moment. Tsunade is busy inside. She will stay here unless there is an important operation. Here I am. Tsunade knew without even looking over that Chuanfeng was coming. I brought you something delicious. Advertisement. Chuanfeng, who had no sense of boundaries, pushed open the door and entered the laboratory. Put it aside, you can go out now. Okay. Chuanfeng put the things down in a servile manner, blew Tsunade a kiss and walked away. Death. Tsunade muttered, an undetectable smile forming on her lips. Did you find anything today? Chuanfeng is concerned about the experimental progress of Hashirama cells? It's not that fast. Tsunade retorted to him angrily, do you really think doing research is easy? I'm just asking. What are you working on? Chuanfeng smiled and changed the subject. I'm going to cultivate the tailed beast cells. Tsunade is indeed a high-end player. He is also an experimental maniac. In the original work, his talent is overshadowed by grief. Shomei's? Chuanfeng asked uncertainly. Well, I'll try to extract it first. My idea is to cultivate a part of it and then seal it into the human body, so that I can also borrow some of the power of the tailed beast. Tsunade told Chuanfeng about her conjecture, which is a research that she is currently interested in. I think it's feasible. Chuanfeng remembered that in the original work, Orochimaru cultivated the horns of 8 tails, which were finally used by Kabuto on Brutus, who came out of the Impure World reincarnation. However, this is just a clone of the tailed beast without consciousness. Even if a complete tailed beast is cultivated, it is still far from the original. But it is enough as a supplement to strength, and can be said to be a magic weapon for the Blue Ninja. This is a long experiment, and the cell growth process is too slow. Tsunade knew the difficulty, but she was still young and in no rush. This crazy experiment sounded like ordinary small talk to the two of them. If other villages knew about this, they would probably go crazy and might even gang up on us. Why didn't you get some 9 tails cells? Chuanfong was just asking casually. Mito's control over 9 tails was impeccable. This is crazy. I'm afraid Grandma won't agree. It's not like Tsunade didn't know how important this matter was and she hadn't told anyone about it. Let's grab Chome first. He's easy to bully. The experiment would fail, and a constant supply of raw materials would be needed, and Chome obviously couldn't refuse Tsunade. You are the one who is easy to bully. Your whole family is easy to bully. Chome clamored inside Tsunade, who had a horn missing from one of his wings. But he is so huge that you can't see him unless you look carefully. That's enough. I won't cut your wings again. Tsunade communicated with Chome to calm him down, as this guy's constant barking was affecting her operation. When Orochimaru comes back, you two can study together. Progress should be faster. Chuanfong is now impatient for Orochimaru to return, and is thinking of asking Nawaki about the situation again. Currently, only Nawaki in Konoha occasionally receives news about Orochimaru. That's fine too. Tsunade did not refuse, as Orochimaru was still a fellow disciple she could trust. Nawaki was currently watching Minato demonstrate a new jutsu in front of him. Looking at the huge hole made by the Rasengan in the ground, Nawaki didn't feel embarrassed at all and directly asked Minato for advice. Then when he heard the bang and pong coming out of Minato's mouth, he wanted to beat Minato up. If you don't want to teach, just tell me what the hell bang and pong are. Haha, Kushina laughed out loud. Her Minato was really cute. I'll help Minato sort out the key points of this technique and then tell you. Kushina stepped forward and put his arm around Minato, taking on the job. That's more like it. The black line on Nawaki's head disappeared. Although Kushina is violent, her ability is still very high. Masaki, let's continue practicing shuriken. Nawaki didn't want to communicate with Minato for the time being, so he pulled Masaki away. Chapter 170. Trouble. The days after the war were peaceful on the surface. Everyone was living a happy life, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious and angry. He still wants to continue to hold the position of Hokage, and the clan still needs him to develop. Chuanfong is waiting for public opinion to ferment. He has enough patience. He accompanies Tsunade every day, instructs his disciples, and lives a very comfortable life. The wedding date with Tsunade is also being discussed, and Mito said she wants to choose a good day. As a grandmother, Chuanfong naturally let her do what she wants, as there was no living person older than her in either family. Mito takes their marriage very seriously. She, who rarely goes out, has gone out several times. Just to find a reliable sorcerer to match the horoscopes of Chuanfong and Tsunade. This action also frightened Sarutobi Hiruzen. He really couldn't afford to offend this god tier. It feels like there's a lot of panic and everything looks like an enemy. Kill them. Superior. A busy street in Konoha, for some unknown reason. There was a fight between the two gangs, but fortunately they were all civilians and no major losses were caused. They scared the surrounding villagers so much that they scattered in all directions. Soon the streets were stained with blood, and broken limbs and arms were falling everywhere. The Konoha guard heard the news and acted efficiently, and with the intervention of Uchiha, the dispute was quickly over. Those who deserve compensation should be compensated, and those who deserve arrest should be arrested. This wasn't the first time Uchiha had encountered something like this, and he handled it quickly. I thought this little accident was over and Fugaku wasn't even alarmed. However, because of this small matter, something happened that made Fugaku very angry. On this day, a shadow guard came to the Uchiha tribe. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who asked him to come to Fugaku to discuss important matters. When Fugaku heard the news, he was confused. What important matter would they come to him to discuss? His intuition told him that this was definitely not a good thing. Fugaku gritted his teeth and went to the Hokage building alone. Bang bang, Fugaku knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside. Fugaku pushed the door open and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mitokado Homura sitting on the couch. Mr. Third Generation, what is the matter that has called me here today? Fugaku frowned and sat down on the sofa at the side, without any intention of being polite. With strength comes confidence, so it's hard for him to have any good feelings towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's nothing big. Sarutobi Hiruzen said it lightly as he smirked and took a puff of his pipe. I was already very dissatisfied with Fugaku's behavior. Just a few days ago, your security force handled a fight case, right? Right. Fugaku had some impression when he read the file, but he didn't take it seriously at all. I don't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen is up to. Recently, some villagers have complained that you were too slow in dispatching. It caused a lot of innocent casualties. Do you know about this? As he spoke, the smile on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face began to disappear, and his tone gradually became cold. Mitokado Homura looked at Fugaku as if he were a piece of fat meat. We have increased the severity of the punishment for the innocent criminals who were injured in the fight. The compensation has already been awarded. The security force has been around for so many years, so naturally it has its own procedures for handling cases. Fugaku was more cautious and didn't give a direct answer, but just told the result directly. Dealing with it is just a way to fix the problem after it has happened. You should have done it faster. This will prevent more villagers from being harmed. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a slightly critical tone, which made Fugaku uncomfortable. Advertisement. Even if we want to keep an eye on the entire Konoha every day, we don't have enough manpower. Fugaku is still young after all, and he often says the wrong thing when he is anxious. Originally, what he said was not wrong, but now it has become a fatal weakness. You just became the captain of the security force. We can understand that you didn't handle some things well. After all, your uncle also sacrificed himself for the village. The problem of insufficient manpower is easy to solve. I can send someone to join your security force. Mitokado Homura seized the loophole in Fugaku's mouth and directly exposed his ugly face. Early or late, they're all excuses. Their real purpose is to further weaken the power of Uchiha. Even the security forces want to get a piece of the pie. No, I don't agree. Fugaku refused sternly. This was the last power center of Uchiha. I'm doing this for your own good. Please think about this matter again. We will select some outstanding talents for you here. Then it will be easier to work. I believe that this situation will never happen again in the future. It's all for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this with great righteousness, and it was obvious that he did not intend to give Fugaku a chance to refuse. He didn't believe that a young man like Fugaku would dare to do anything extreme after the clan leader had just passed away. Since Tsunade and Uchiha are so close, let's weaken Uchiha first. This is a win-win situation. The security forces are fully staffed. Thank you, third generation sir, for your kindness. Fugaku suppressed his anger and refused again. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out an undetectable smile, but the young man was still a little bit off. The security forces are not your Uchiha's personal army. Don't you want the village to be better? Fugaku was directly accused of something, and unless he wanted to sentence the village, any rebuttal would be wrong. I need to go back and discuss this with my tribesmen. Otherwise, even if we send someone here, it will be difficult to do the work afterwards. Fugaku had no choice but to make a small threat, and he believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would understand. That's what you should do. Go back. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take Fugaku's threat seriously, as long as his men were in the security force. There is still a long time to come, and he can slowly eat into it. Fugaku stood up and left without even saying hello. He is still a little too young to fight me. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke out in hatred only after Fugaku disappeared. This move has been made. It depends on how he responds. Mitokado Homura looked at his old partner with a smile on his face, but Uchiha was still under their control. What is Kaharu doing lately? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled thick smoke. He had gradually excluded Utatane Kaharu from the center of power. She stayed at home. At most, she took a stroll around the hospital. Mitokado Homura knows Utatane Kaharu's whereabouts very well. She'll regret it. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his desk after he finished speaking, and Mitokado Homura also stopped talking. After all, they are from the same school, and they also have some resentment in their hearts. Fugaku left the Hokage building and felt worse the more he thought about it. This was really bullying. If he hadn't tried hard to restrain himself, he would have really wanted to burn the two old guys to death with one Amaterasu. On the way back, he suddenly turned and walked towards Hitaki's house. This matter needs to be discussed with Chuanfong, as he cannot make up his mind alone. The elders of the tribe had long been subdued by him, and Mangekyo was the most powerful weapon. No one dared to contradict him anymore, and the power of Uchiha was also integrated by him. This is much better than in the original book. Sometimes hiding one's strength is not a good thing. Soon they arrived at Hitaki's door. Advertisement. Fugaku knocked on the door, and when it opened, the butler appeared before him. Fugaku adults. The butler knows all these important people, which is his basic quality. Otherwise, if some important person came to visit and he didn't know him, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Hitaki family? Is Lord Chuanfong here? Fugaku is still a respectful title for Chuanfong, and the butler does not act arrogantly. Yes, please wait a moment, I will go and report it. The butler bowed slightly. It was Fugaku's first visit, so he couldn't just let him in. Please. Fugaku was very satisfied with the butler's attitude and was very polite when speaking. After a minute or two, the butler came back and took Fugaku to the quiet room. Chuanfong was already waiting. He had just returned from the hospital. If Fugaku had come earlier, he might not have met him. Sit. Chuanfong poured tea for Fugaku. Thank you for your help. I came to see you for something. Fugaku sat down and took a sip before he couldn't wait to vomit it out. Chuanfong smiled slightly but said nothing. Fugaku came to him for something. Fugaku is not a person who likes to visit other people. I just came out of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen is trying to get in on my Uchiha's security forces. In front of Chuanfong, Fugaku was unwilling to even address him as third-generation master. He recounted the whole story, venting his dissatisfaction. I didn't finish until my mouth was dry, and I felt much better. You really are unscrupulous. Chuanfong shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen's move was no different from robbery. That's a lame excuse, but I suggest you agree to it. After hearing this, Fugaku was confused. What do you mean? If they were not on the same boat, he would have thought that Chuanfong and Sarutobi Hiruzen were in the same group. What good will it be for you to occupy the garrison? Chuanfeng's rhetorical question made Fugaku fall into deep thought. This is the last ride for a Uchiha. Fugaku thought about it for a long time but couldn't think of any benefits. Apart from dealing with some trivial disputes, Uchiha didn't get any benefits. Not only do I have to subsidize the troops myself, but I also offend a lot of villagers. It's not worth it. What kind of rights are the garrison troops? Will it allow you to enter Konoha's upper echelons or participate in confidential missions? Chuanfong once again confused Fugaku. I opened my mouth but didn't know what to say. Listen to me. Chuanfong refilled Fugaku's tea with a smile. In his opinion, this was not a bad thing. It's no problem to get someone in. Just agree to it. But you can put forward some conditions, such as allowances or something like that. As for the people coming in, as long as you, the core members, remain unchanged, these newcomers can only be your younger brothers. Let them do anything that offends others, isn't that enough? When all is settled, are you still worried that the Uchiha won't have a place in Konoha? Chuanfong analyzed the matter clearly. If Fugaku still dwells on it, then he must have something wrong with his brain. I see. Fugaku drank the tea in front of him, having already made up his mind. The haze in my heart was swept away, and I had a very pleasant conversation with Chuanfong. It was a long time before Chuanfong saw him off and he left Hitaki's house. Chapter 171 Kidnapping Fugaku returned to the tribe and immediately convened a tribe meeting. In the Uchiha meeting hall, Fugaku sat cross-legged in the center, with clan officials in front of him. When he was young, he imitated his uncle's stern face, but he was still a little immature. The third-generation masters called me today to interfere with my Uchiha guard force. What do you think about this matter? Not only Fugaku himself, most Uchiha have already regarded the security forces as their exclusive territory. It is impossible to allow outsiders to interfere, otherwise Fugaku would not have reacted so strongly at that time. Now that he has been persuaded by Chuanfong, he wants to see the reaction of his people. It is better to make everything clear. Simply forcing things down can sometimes have the opposite effect. This is what his uncle once taught him. I object. An elder spoke indignantly, his face unable to conceal the excitement. I don't agree with that either. Disagree. Led by the two elders, most of the tribesmen expressed their opposition, with only a few remaining silent. Quiet. Fugaku yelled, his gloomy eyes swept over everyone, and the hall immediately became quiet. This also made Fugaku quite useful, as his prestige was built up day by day. I don't agree either, but why do you all object? Fugaku was the first to state that he and his tribesmen were of one mind. Since Nidame, I, Uchiha, have been in charge of the security forces alone. Now he wants to insert people in with just one word. I don't accept it. This is a brainless move, just a subconscious displeasure. The guard force is the last of my Uchiha's rights. If we are cannibalized again, what status will we Uchiha have in the village? This guy has some brains, but not much. Fugaku listened patiently, but didn't hear any visionary words. He sighed. No wonder his uncle had worked so hard for so long but still couldn't lead them. We have been in charge of the security forces for so many years. Do we have any status to speak of? As soon as Fugaku said this, someone immediately wanted to refute it. I opened my mouth but nothing came out, as if I didn't know what was going on. The core of the village never had the name of the Uchiha clan. Nothing to say. We have been supporting the security forces with our own money. How much profit have we gotten over all these years? When Fugaku asked the second question, the tribesmen were all confused again. You look at me and I look at you. Over the years, the security forces have only had to spend money. Still nothing to say? If I let him place someone in here, I can ask for a subsidy. Is it a good thing to let his people do the dirty work again? Fugaku finally revealed his ultimate goal, and then watched the reactions of his tribesmen. This caused an uproar below. All of this was within Fugaku's expectations. It would be strange if there wasn't such a scene in such a big event. The quarrel became more and more intense, and the field was clearly divided into two camps. One side is absolutely unwilling to let the third generation intervene in the security forces, while the other side has agreed with Fugaku's point of view and thinks that this is a good thing for Uchiha. Stop. Fugaku saw that the quarrel had almost reached a certain point and stopped them in time. If they continued, he was really afraid that they would start fighting. The hall instantly became quiet again. Fugaku's use of Mangekyo to intimidate everyone last time was very effective. I won't say any more nonsense. The minority shall obey the majority. Those who agree stand on the right, and those who disagree stand on the left. Fugaku's mouth corners slightly raised. He had already roughly counted the number of people just now. He is just pretending now. If there are really many people who oppose it, he can only use his authority as the patriarch. The Uchiha tribe members stood up and quickly divided into two lines on the left and right. You don't even need to count, you can tell at a glance that there are more people on the right. Advertisement. No need to say more. Fugaku interrupted a tribe member on the left who was about to speak. It's settled. Replace all the backbone personnel with smart and capable ones. If anything goes wrong, you are the only one who will be held responsible. After all, it is a family team, so it is inevitable that there will be some people who use back doors. Fugaku just took this opportunity to let capable people take over. Yes, Patriarch. Okay, let's go. Fugaku stood up and walked away slowly. He didn't plan to go find Sarutobi Hiruzen right away. We have to wait until they come to urge us to get more benefits. After returning to his residence, Fugaku asked someone to call Ching. He has been paying attention to what Chuanfong told him. How's the progress? Fugaku looked at Ching as he came up to him and asked directly. I have already sent people out in disguise to spread the word as you instructed. But in order to avoid being too obvious, we don't have enough manpower, so it will take time to be effective. Ching bowed in front of Fugaku, one of the few elites left behind by the former clan leader. Be more discreet. Thank you for your hard work. Fugaku stood up and patted Ching on the shoulder. If this matter was discovered, it would be meaningless. Once it was publicized on a large scale, Sarutobi Hiruzen would no longer be able to cover it up. It's my job. Ching responded in a deep voice and turned away. Fugaku walked to the yard and looked at the sky. His uncle seemed to be smiling at him. He will definitely not let his uncle down. Konoha village, an inconspicuous fruit shop. The boss was a thin man who had just sent away a few regular customers. Turning around and entering the store, you will reach the back hall. 3 dark-skinned men were sitting and eating. My lords, this is the route she takes home from school. The boss said as he handed over a map of Konoha village, which clearly marked a route from the ninja school to the Senju mansion. If Kushina saw it, she would recognize it as the route she took home from school. In the original book, the ambush was set up at Kushina's house. I have made some changes here. Well done, find a way to withdraw as soon as possible. We are ready to take action too. One of the big men took the map, took a look at it, and then put it in his arms. These 3 were the 3 ninjas sent by Cloud Shinobi village to come to Konoha to kidnap Kushina. For the sake of the village, my safety is not worth worrying about. The boss smiled indifferently. No wonder he had been able to lurk in Konoha for so many years. Dedication is awesome. Take care of yourself. The 3 Cloud Shinobi stood up and left. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be for them. The boss watched them leave, then came back to the stall with a smile to attract customers. As if nothing had happened, at the ninja school, Kushina sat quietly in the classroom. Lying on the table, bored, occasionally playing with her long red hair. At the podium, the teacher was explaining some key points of ninjutsu. This year, all the students will face graduation exams. Kushina, you're not paying attention again? A piece of chalk hit Kushina's head accurately. Ouch, teacher, I know everything you said. Kushina covered her head and raised her head, looking at the teacher angrily. If you're so talented, why don't you graduate early like Minato? They have already walked around the battlefield. The teacher knew that it was useless to compare her with others, and only Minato could leave her speechless. I'll listen, okay. Kushina had a slight smile on his face, feeling a little proud. There is no sense of shame at all about being scolded by the teacher. Advertisement, that's more like it. The teacher continued teaching with satisfaction. I can't deal with you, little girl. As the bell rings, today's class ends. Kushina walked out of the classroom with cheerful little steps. Because she was nicknamed Blood Red Pepper at school, naturally no one would go out with her after school. Kushina was walking home alone, unaware that danger had quietly enveloped her. 3 Cloud Shinobi had been lying in wait for her on her path. She was still thinking about which barbecue restaurant she and Minato would go to, and whether Minato would be more handsome today than yesterday. She has walked this road for many years and she would not go wrong even with her eyes closed. There was a deep alley in the middle, and Minato used to follow her secretly because he was afraid she would get into danger. This was a little secret that Minato revealed after he confessed to her. Now whenever Kushina walks down this alley, she always smiles from the bottom of her heart. Get ready, people are coming. The 3 Cloud Shinobi waited patiently, ready to take down Kushina instantly when he passed by. Try not to make any big noise. This is in Konoha after all. Once discovered, there will be only one way to go, and that is death. Okay. Kushina had no idea what was going to happen next and walked down the alley without any precautions. It jumps around like a cute red rabbit, superior. When Kushina heard the word, it was too late to react. Her little strength was nothing compared to the 3 Jonin. Immediately afterwards, I felt a pain in the back of my neck and lost consciousness. After I told Kushina about this, I was beaten up by her. Why don't we pick her up and go straight to the barbecue restaurant? I'm hungry. Nawaki obviously didn't have such a good temper and Misaki felt sweet in her heart. When I was in school, I was afraid that Kushina would be bullied by her classmates, so I would follow her. Only then did I feel that something was wrong. Minato was still very happy as he walked through the alley. Minato also felt that he was stubborn before and scratched his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Minato and the other 2 were still chatting and laughing in the Senju residence, completely unaware of what was going on. When they were almost at the school, they still didn't run into Kushina. There were no signs of a fight left. I've seen her fight with her classmates many times, and she never loses. Nawaki couldn't believe that someone would dare to kidnap someone so brazenly in Konoha village. Okay. Minato wasn't too sure, after all, he didn't live in the Senju mansion. If anyone dares to hit Misaki, I will beat him to death. A Cloud Shinobi caught Kushina, and then 3 figures emerged from the alley. Nawaki didn't dare to leave Misaki alone, and asked Minato to find Chuanfong first. It should be soon. Misaki thought for a moment and offered her opinion. I should have left a flying thunder god mark on her. I didn't know how to help her then. If it were me now, I would definitely help her. Minato looked unhappy and smacked his thigh in frustration. Go find the teacher quickly. Is something wrong with Kushina? Why hasn't Kushina come back yet? I only saw 3 dark shadows coming towards me. Walk. Minato didn't want to do anything to his classmates, so he just watched and didn't help. Nawaki and Minato agreed, and the 3 of them left the Senju residence and headed towards the school. Nawaki looked at the sky. Kushina usually got home by this time. According to the escape route that had been planned long ago, the 3 of them immediately entered the forest and rushed to the outside of Konoha village. Nawaki is still unclear about the timing. He took Misaki to the hospital to find Tsunade. Chapter 172 3 Unlucky Guys. Teacher, Kushina is missing. Minato arrived at Hitaki's house in an instant, and Chuanfong was shocked to hear the news. How could I have forgotten this matter after returning from the battlefield? I still remember clearly when I asked Minato to confess his feelings. The marriage plan of the two was brought forward by several years, but the kidnapping was unavoidable. It was too late to regret now. Fortunately, Chuanfong knew who caught him. Even if you can't get it back, there are still places to look for it. Maybe he was captured by the ninjas sent from Cloud Shinobi village. Chuanfong put down the magazine in his hand and didn't explain in detail. Minato didn't doubt him. He wasn't so opinionated when there were elders around. Where are we chasing? At this moment, he had no intention of asking the teacher how he knew that. Let's leave the village and head for the border. We'll have to try our luck to see if we can run into them. Chuanfong was also unsure. After all, he didn't know when Kushina was captured. Now, no one knows where Cloud Shinobi is. We'll go too. Nagato and the other 2 were horrified as they listened, and they also wanted to do their part. No, you guys stay at home. Notify your uncle. I'm leaving first. Chuanfong rejected the 3 little ones because they were not strong enough at the moment. Even if they went there, it wouldn't have much effect. If it was Tendo Pain, Chuanfong wouldn't dare to take them directly to Cloud Shinobi village to ask for people. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll flatten his Cloud Shinobi village. Unfortunately, it's far from growing to that point yet. With that, he put his arm around Minato's shoulders and the 2 of them disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already outside of Konoha village. We will split up. Chuanfong gave Minato a warning, and the 2 of them separated and went in different directions. Kushina, wait for me. Minato shouted in his heart, his steps quickening. As soon as Tsunade got the news, he went to find Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kushina was brought to Konoha to be trained as the next generation of Jinchuriki, and Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this very well. So he would never ignore Kushina's life or death. As Tsunade expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sent out a large number of people to search after learning the news. The entire Konoha was turned upside down. Soon, all the spies who had come into contact with the 3 Cloud Shinobi were uncovered. The fruit shop owner also could not escape the disaster. Before the arrival of the Konoha Shinobi, he committed suicide without leaving any message. Konoha Shinobi can only search around like a headless fly. The unconscious Kushina could not leave her red hair as a guide as in the original novel. Minato couldn't play the hero saving the beauty role again. At this time, she was held by a Cloud Shinobi by the waist and had just left the Konoha village area. Don't let your guard down, now is not the time to be safe. Cloud Shinobi, who was leading the group, gave some instructions, and the 3 of them continued on their way, maintaining their high speed. Instead of taking the shortest route, they took a long detour. This is to prevent Konoha Shinobi from finding it easily. Chuanfong and Minato walked along without seeing even a shadow of Cloud Shinobi. Minato was becoming more and more anxious, with horrific images flashing through his mind from time to time, nearly bringing him to the brink of collapse. If Kushina died, he didn't know how to face the rest of his life. The Konoha Shinobi searched the village to no avail and expanded their search further. With Konoha village as the center, chase all the paths from the land of fire to the land of lightning. The identity of the spy has been confirmed, so Cloud Shinobi must eventually return to the land of lightning. The 3 Cloud Shinobi were safe along the way and did not encounter any Konoha Shinobi. Advertisement. Now I can't help feeling a little proud. We chose a really good route. It looks like this mission can be successfully concluded. The Cloud Shinobi with Kushina laughed out loud. They probably never imagined that we wouldn't return to the land of thunder. The leading Cloud Shinobi had also let down his guard at this point, and was now getting farther and farther away from Konoha village. Haha, let's go back when things calm down. I'm sure Raikage-sama won't blame us. Another Cloud Shinobi struck up a conversation, and the disdain for Konoha was obvious in the 3 people's conversation. In Konoha village, a living person was kidnapped by them. This is something worth bragging about for any ninja. Their plan was very careful. They planned to take refuge in the Tea Kingdom, which was in the opposite direction of the Thunder Kingdom. Wait until the storm is over, then return to the Kingdom of Thunder. As expected, he is a talent carefully selected by Bruby. The 3 of them were on their way while praising each other's business. However, they did not notice a pair of snake eyes in the darkness, staring at them at some point. The man was still mumbling to himself, Kushina? As soon as he finished speaking, The man with snake eyes disappeared behind the tree, and no one knew where he went. After a long period of bumpy ride, the impact of the blow began to wear off. Kushina slowly came to consciousness. She did not start struggling the moment she woke up. I secretly opened my eyes and found that someone was holding me by the waist and walking quickly through the forest. There were big trees everywhere, and Kushina couldn't tell where she was. A golden-haired figure flashed through her mind, and she wished Minato could be by her side right now. After a moment, I abandoned this unrealistic idea and thought about how to save myself. Kushina was just about to take a look at the appearance of these people when he was discovered. This girl seems to be awake. The cloud shinobi holding Kushina discovered from the sound of her breathing that Kushina had woken up. Just knock him out again to save yourself the trouble. The leading cloud shinobi said nonchalantly. Kushina finally rebelled violently after hearing this. He twisted his body madly, trying to break free from the restraints. Haha, save your energy. Cloud shinobi's hands were like steel, holding Kushina tightly. Just as he raised his hand to hit Kushina again, ah! Kushina cried out in surprise as she felt a strong sense of weightlessness. Then he was caught by a strong arm. How did you get caught here? A gloomy voice sounded above Kushina. She looked up and was delighted. Orochimaru the adult. After saying that, he hugged Orochimaru tightly. Be good, it's okay. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. He patted Kushina's head and whispered comforting words. Orochimaru, aren't you not in Konoha village? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Orochimaru looked up and saw the 3 cloud shinobi above him were tightly wrapped by 3 large snakes, falling against the tree and unable to move. The 3 snakes were all the same, spitting out apricots and ready to bite them down at any time. The 3 Jonin were unable to block even one of Orochimaru's moves as they were attacked by surprise. It's our bad luck to meet you. The leading cloud shinobi couldn't overcome his physical fear and kept turning his head away from the bloody mouth. I don't want to waste my words with you guys. Advertisement. Orochimaru signaled with his eyes, and the 3 snakes swallowed cloud shinobi directly into their stomachs, turning into smoke and dissipating. Let's go back. Orochimaru pulled Kushina away. They were safe with him around. Kushina nodded and followed Orochimaru meekly. You haven't told me how you got here yet. Do you know where this is? Orochimaru broke the dull atmosphere. I don't know either. I was knocked unconscious by these 3 people on my way home from school. You rescued me not long after I woke up. Kushina told the truth. This was all the information she knew. All right. Orochimaru felt rather helpless. It looked like this action had been planned for a long time. Something's wrong with the tailed beasts in Cloud Shinobi Village. This was Orochimaru's first reaction, otherwise he wouldn't know what the point of capturing Kushina was. Although Kushina's existence and role in Konoha are only known to the top leaders, there is still a possibility that the news will leak out. Can you be faster? The whole village must be going crazy looking for you. After Orochimaru figured it out, he stopped asking questions. This was just a confused little girl. I try to keep up, then you have to work hard. Good. Great, you saved Kushina. Orochimaru the adult. Let's go. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they're sad. Don't blame you, they planned it all along. Minato nodded heavily. He wanted to see Kushina as soon as possible. The moment they looked at each other, they both chuckled. Orochimaru summoned the 3 giant snakes, and they opened their mouths and spit out the 3 unconscious cloud shinobi. If something like this happened to Masaki, he would probably be no better than Minato. The big one and the small one sped up towards Konoha village. I hope you are okay. Whether Kushina wanted it or not, his flying thunder god spell had already been planted. Chuanfong patted Minato on the shoulder. When Chuanfong reunited with Minato, he found that his disciple's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had cried more than once. Yes. Kushina wiped Minato's eyes. Minato and Chuanfong were still searching aimlessly. Take these 3 people back. The Konoha shinobi quickly escorted the 3 cloud shinobi away, and the news that Kushina was rescued spread. I'm sorry, I didn't think highly of you. The 2 hugged each other tightly, and even Nawaki quietly held Masaki's hand. Kushina has returned to the village safely. The teacher will help you avenge this grudge. Finally, when we were near Konoha village, we ran into the Konoha shinobi who were out searching. Orochimaru showed a beautiful smile, and his snake eyes seemed much gentler in Kushina's eyes. Kushina knew that the gap between him and Orochimaru was like that between an ant and an elephant, so he had no choice but to agree. The 2 separated and Minato took the initiative to apologize. Fortunately, Tsunade passed the message through Katsuyu Sage. The moment Minato and Kushina met, Kushina finally couldn't help crying. Otherwise, it's unknown when these 2 people will find it. Chuanfong put his arm around Minato's shoulders and cast Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha village, then to the Senju mansion. A Konoha Jonin came forward to talk to Orochimaru. Chapter 173 Old Friends Reunion, that's about it. Chuanfong joked with the 2 of them to lighten the atmosphere. Gurgle, Kushina's stomach growled first. Haha, you must be starving. Have a meal. Tsunade winked at Nawaki, and he obediently took Masaki to the restaurant. I didn't want to eat barbecue at this moment. After the tension passed, I found myself hungry. Orochimaru-kun, you are finally back. Chuanfong stepped forward and gave Orochimaru a big hug, patting him hard on the back. Orochimaru was not used to it at first and was a little stunned. This is the second time I've been hugged today. Then he reacted and patted Chuanfong on the back without saying anything. Are the two men mushy? Tsunade teased them with a smile in her eyes. Haha, isn't this happy? Chuanfong let go of Orochimaru, he was really happy. It's been a while since we last met, so I don't have any feelings for Jiraiya. I guess after he finishes his training, he will go out to look for the child of destiny. He will have a worrying life. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't born yet and his parents weren't yet adults. It is destined that I will be traveling in vain for many years, and I can only pass the time by collecting folk songs. Have you mastered the magic? Chuanfong looked at Orochimaru and asked casually. Well, a small achievement. Orochimaru modestly said that he had mastered the celestial arts of the Ryuchi cave. Otherwise I wouldn't be willing to leave. I haven't congratulated you yet on leading Konoha to victory in the war. Orochimaru also learned about Konoha's victory. It's not much of a victory, just some money and a proxy cage in return. Speaking of this, Tsunade was not very interested. In her opinion, it was not something worthy of praise. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go get some drinks. Chuanfong pulled Orochimaru towards the restaurant, almost treating it as his own home. Minato and Kushina followed the three to the restaurant. This incident did not alarm Mito, as she had already finished her meal and went back to rest. Now Tsunade came and sat down at the main seat, the undisputed host. Chuanfong and Orochimaru sat down on Tsunade's left and right. Nawaki sat next to Orochimaru, and Minato sat next to Chuanfong. They all followed the teacher's pace. Why don't you introduce this to the teacher? Orochimaru had been looking at Nawaki and Misaki curiously for a while. I asked out loud now. Looking at the teacher's smiling eyes looking at him, Nawaki scratched his head and then spoke slowly. Her name is Uzumaki Misaki. It's me. Nawaki recounted his heroic deeds again, and even gestured when he mentioned kicking the Kusa ninja. The raid seemed insignificant to him. You're good, kid. Orochimaru praised Nawaki and looked at Misaki again. This is what I told you, my sensei, Orochimaru. Nawaki took the initiative to introduce Misaki. Misaki was a little scared when she saw Orochimaru's snake eyes. This man looked very sinister. I didn't know what to call you for a moment, just follow Nawaki and call me teacher. Orochimaru saw her embarrassment and gave what he thought was his kindest smile. Hello, teacher. Misaki called out in a cute voice, and the smile on Orochimaru's face widened. He was really good to Nawaki, and Chuanfong saw that very clearly. I don't have any suitable gifts today, so come to my house some other day. Orochimaru wasn't just saying this for politeness, he didn't bring anything with him when he went to practice. Okay, I'll take Misaki there tomorrow. Advertisement. Nawaki was not polite at all and agreed with a smile. The American girl embarrassedly hit Nawaki lightly. It's okay. The teacher is very nice to me, Nawaki explained, and Misaki rolled his eyes at him. Haha, everyone saw their little movements clearly, which made Misaki embarrassed again. Have a meal. At this time, the servants brought the food to the table, and Tsunade began to invite everyone to eat. The hungry children started eating frantically after their elders started eating. Kushina ate happily, as he urgently needed energy after being frightened. Eat slowly. Minato even considerately wiped the stains from the corners of Kushina's mouth. Tisk tisk, Nawaki clicked his tongue and pouted at Misaki. Misaki was also a gentle person. She suppressed her shyness and wiped Nawaki's mouth in front of everyone. Nawaki then jutted his chin towards Minato like a victorious general. I am here. This move received a warning from Tsunade. Showing affection in front of elders? Are you good at it? I wonder if your teacher is still single. Only then did Nawaki stop showing off as Minato and Kushina looked on. Does the acting cage you were talking about have a bloodline limit? Orochimaru ignored the children's excitement, drank a glass of wine with Chuanfong, and changed the topic. Yes, scorch style. Melee attacks can instantly evaporate the moisture in the enemy's body. Chuanfong explained it, but he really couldn't remember what attributes were used to synthesize it. She's pretty. Tsunade suddenly said something sinister, causing Chuanfong to shut up quickly. Orochimaru is really bringing up things that are not relevant to the topic. That sounds interesting. Is he held in Anbu prison? Orochimaru actually showed some interest and continued to ask. Chuanfong didn't answer. It would be better to let Tsunade answer. He also avoids getting himself into trouble. Yes, he is still in custody. The teacher probably hasn't figured out what to do with her yet. Tsunade knew Yi Kang's whereabouts very well. After all, they were the ones who brought him back. If the teacher is not prepared to deal with it, I will ask her to come over and study it. Orochimaru licked his lower lip as he spoke. He was beginning to become interested in bloodline limits. It just so happened that Yi Kang met his requirements and was a research subject with some strength. This was even more attractive to Orochimaru. No, what kind of bloodline limit are you studying? Come and help Tsunade with the experiment, it's very important. Chuanfong was getting a little anxious now, as he had finally waited for Orochimaru to come back. Before I asked him to help, he had already organized a project on his own. Then his wishful thinking would be white hits. The fusion of Hashirama cells will have to be delayed again. Haha, no problem. I'll study my bloodline limit in my spare time. Orochimaru felt the feeling of being needed, and agreed without even asking what the experiment was. This is Chuanfeng's face. That's more like it. I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Just to scare you, hee. Chuanfeng was very happy to think that he could show off in front of Orochimaru, the scientific research fanatic. Then I'll have to wait and see. Orochimaru picked up the wine glass and drank with Chuanfeng and Tsunade. My guess in this matter, Kushina, is that there is something wrong with the tailed beasts of Cloud Shinobi Village. I'm not going to just let it go. Chuanfeng revealed that he remembered that during the Third World War in the original work, Orochimaru went to Cloud Shinobi Village alone. Advertisement successfully released 8 tails. The consequence was that Blueby died, and he also acquired 8 tails cells. This is why Kabuto later implanted the 8 tails giant horn into the Impure World buddies Blueby. Oh, I'm also a little interested. How could the troublemaker listen to this? Orochimaru immediately became interested. Even Tsunade is waiting for Chuanfeng's follow-up. Then will you accompany me for a walk? Chuanfeng doesn't plan to take Tsunade with him because the aura of the tailed beast is too easy to be exposed. Can. Orochimaru picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Chuanfeng's. The two smiled at each other, showing a tacit understanding. I'll call you when you're ready. Both of them were very skilled and daring, and going to Cloud Shinobi Village was no laughing matter. But it seems like a trivial matter in their mouths. Then be careful. Tsunade also knew that she was not suitable to go. It's just Cloud Shinobi Village. Orochimaru was obviously more arrogant than the 3 Cloud Shinobi, and it seemed that the increase in strength brought by the fairy technique must be significant. Teacher Haki. Nawaki flattered him at the right time, and Orochimaru's words were indeed very exciting. You little b****************. Orochimaru cursed with a smile, and was left in tears and amused by what Nawaki said. Haha, everyone laughed again. The little one was full very quickly, and at first he was listening to Chuanfeng and the other two talking about some serious matters. The people behind him started bragging. The situation is getting worse and worse. Tsunade's cheeks turned red from drinking, and she was ready to drink with Orochimaru with the wine jug in hand. How could Orochimaru be bullied by her? If you didn't know, you would think he couldn't drink more than Tsunade. The two men picked up the wine jugs and started blowing them, while Chuanfeng clapped and cheered. Tsunade obviously couldn't tell friend from foe, and Chuanfeng had managed to get her attention. A pot of wine was placed directly in front of Chuanfeng. The 3 of them started drinking together, and the chaos and noise made the 4 younger ones scared. I was afraid that they would start fighting if they had a disagreement. Destroying the house is a small matter, but what if they get hurt? In the end, the drinking contest among the 3 ended with Chuanfeng Xiaopakai falling to the ground first. Orochimaru is a low-key person, but his alcohol tolerance is much better than Chuanfeng. Tsunade is the best among the 3, and is also the best at getting drunk. Looking at the staggering figures of the 3 people, the 4 younger ones could only carry them out of the restaurant. Nawaki also used the light and heavy rock technique on Orochimaru in order to save effort. Orochimaru, who was already dizzy, felt like he was about to ascend. My whole body feels light and it feels like I am walking on cotton when I step on the ground. Nawaki, why does the teacher feel so light? Orochimaru was completely unprepared for Nawaki, and was so drunk that he didn't even notice the strange chakra in his body. Just be gentle, go to sleep. Nawaki knew that it was useless to explain now, so he carried Orochimaru into the guest room, threw him on the bed and released the jutsu. I am here. Orochimaru yelled again. What's wrong, teacher? Nawaki was also helpless because the last time the teacher did this was at his brother-in-law's house. A few idiots insisted on arguing about whether the wall moved or not, which made him laugh so hard. Let me tell you, the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave is quite powerful. When you are older, the teacher will take you to learn. Even in this state, Orochimaru still remembers Nawaki when there are benefits. This is true love. Yes, teacher. Nawaki was touched and covered Orochimaru with a blanket. What kind of person is this? It's simply evil. They had to drink so much, after all. These 3 of them are well-known people. The other 2 prominent figures were now huddled together on the bed. Chuanfeng was already snoring and Tsunade was at his limit. I adjusted myself to a comfortable position, closed my eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 174. Yi Kang. The next day, Chuanfeng and Tsunade woke up from their sleep. Smelling the unpleasant smell of alcohol on each other, they simultaneously let go of their tightly embraced hands. Go wash up quickly. X2. The 2 of them had the same expression of disgust. Haha, I'll go back first. There are no clothes here, so Chuanfeng naturally wants to go home. Go ahead. I'll bring Orochimaru with me later. We'll see you at the hospital. Tsunade hasn't forgotten what she said last night. Okay. Before leaving, Chuanfeng kissed Tsunade on the cheek and then disappeared from her sight. The next second Chuanfeng appeared in his bedroom. I took the clothes into the bathroom, washed them, and then went to the restaurant. Sakumo, Nayuki and the little one have already started eating. Orochimaru is back. Shuamao asked without even swallowing the fried dough stick in his mouth. Last night, when he learned that Kushina had returned, he came back to spend time with his wife and children, otherwise he would have gone out to drink with a few people. Chuanfeng responded and sat down as well. So his cultivation of immortal arts was successful? Tsukumo is quite 8 trigrams, knowing that Chuanfong and Orochimaru will definitely talk about these topics. The two brothers are curious in some ways. He said he had achieved something small. Chuanfong quoted Orochimaru's original words, "That means you have mastered it well." Tsukumo naturally wouldn't think that Orochimaru was really only this capable. "You don't plan to just let yesterday's incident go." Tsukumo knew his brother's character very well. "I'll go there. We're not easy to bully." Chuanfong was eating breakfast and answering non-casual questions in a casual manner. "I'll go with you if you need. When brothers work together, they can cut through metal." Nishui would naturally not stop such things, but a look of worry could not help but appear in her eyes. "No, just stay at home with your sister-in-law and Kakashi." Chuanfong refused decisively. After he left, Tsunade still needed someone by her side. Nyaline. Shuamao probably guessed that Chuanfong had already found help, so he didn't force it. After everyone finished breakfast, Chuanfong got up and left. He used Flying Thunder God more quickly, and when he arrived at the hospital, Tsunade and Orochimaru had not arrived yet. Chuanfong went to the dean's office and sat for a while. "It took about half an hour before I sensed Tsunade's arrival." He stood up and appeared next to Tsunade, who was talking and laughing with Orochimaru as they walked to the laboratory. "What are you talking about? You look so happy." Both of them were accustomed to Chuanfeng's sudden appearance. "Just chatting." Tsunade spoke first, talking about interesting things from their childhood, which Chuanfong couldn't know. "Haha, you're late." Orochimaru could only express his pity that he didn't hear about Tsunade's embarrassment. "Forget it. Don't be surprised later." Chuanfong raised an eyebrow at Orochimaru. He felt that these two studies of Tsunade were the kind that could shock the ninja world. "I'm not easily surprised." Orochimaru didn't take it seriously, as he was considered well-informed. "I really don't believe that the two of them can come up with anything particularly amazing." The three of them arrived at the laboratory in a short while, and Tsunade did not chase Chuanfong out. "Hurry up." Chuanfong hurriedly urged Tsunade to show the things. "What's the hurry?" Tsunade glared at him unhappily. This was a complete conspicuous bag. When Tsunade took out the cultivated Hashirama finger and the tailed beast cell. Advertisement Chuanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to show it to Orochimaru. Kamui restrained his impulse under Tsunade's gaze. "This is..." Orochimaru's expression didn't change at all the moment he saw the finger. Not to mention his fingers, he has lost count of how many people he has killed over the years. "This is a finger that was created by fusing Shodai's cells with my cells." Chuanfong proudly named this finger and watched Orochimaru's expression change from calm to shocked. "What?" Orochimaru's successful performance gave Chuanfong a great sense of satisfaction. "You heard me right. This is what I merged. If this finger stabilizes and there are no problems, we can proceed to human experiments." Tsunade's words clearly made Orochimaru believe it more. Orochimaru was extremely clear about the difference between conducting human experiments and forcibly risking one's life for trial and error. "Amazing research. You actually managed to complete the experiment that the teacher stopped." Orochimaru sighed slightly. He had heard how many people died in that experiment. "What's the other one?" He was also looking forward to the other petri dish at this time. "These are Seven Tails Chomei's cells. I plan to cultivate a part of the tailed beast's body. In the future, we can seal it into a human body and use some of the tailed beast's abilities." Tsunade told him the truth, his tone even. Of course, she would not be surprised by what she studied herself. A big deal. Orochimaru had no way to describe the shock in his heart at this moment. How could these two great experiments be without his participation? "I will definitely help you complete the experiment." Orochimaru spoke to Tsunade with great sincerity. "I knew you would be interested." Chuanfong patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Chuanfong knows me well enough." Orochimaru smiled and licked his lips. What an interesting place. "Can I see the experimental records first?" Orochimaru quickly got into the game, and Chuanfong seemed a bit of an eyesore. "You can go out now." Tsunade took out his experimental records and gave them to Orochimaru, and ordered Chuanfong to leave. "Can't I just take a look?" Chuanfong still wanted to struggle again. "What do you think?" Tsunade asked back, while Orochimaru was watching the fun with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. "Okay, I'll go." Chuanfong reluctantly left the laboratory and sat down outside. "It's just some knowledge, nothing special about it, he doesn't care." Watching Orochimaru and Tsunade getting together, Chuanfong began to regret why he had no talent in this area. It should be a pleasure to do research with Tsunade. Chuanfong slowly fell asleep while thinking about all sorts of things in his mind. "When Tsunade woke me up, I found it was already noon." "You slept pretty soundly." Tsunade was about to take action, but luckily Chuanfong woke up in time. "I felt like something was pressing on me last night, so I didn't sleep well." Chuanfong made up an excuse and Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade. "So you were this kind of Tsunade, taking advantage of others." "I don't..." Tsunade couldn't stand Orochimaru's weird look anymore and started to defend herself. "Haha, I didn't say anything." Orochimaru smirked, and then Chuanfong successfully obtained the iron fist of Tsunade's love. "I'm leaving now. I'm going to look for the teacher." Orochimaru is still obsessed with his bloodline limit. "Okay, go ahead." Advertisement Chuanfong was still touching the place where he was hid just now, and Tsunade responded to Orochimaru. See you this afternoon, Orochimaru said and turned to leave. Chuanfong also brought Tsunade to Hitaki's house for lunch. Arriving at the Hokage building again, Orochimaru felt like it had been years. Ryuchi Cave is quite different from the environment outside. After looking at the building, Orochimaru walked in. Orochimaru the adult. Every ninja he saw passing by greeted him. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Orochimaru knocked on the door. Come in. Teacher, I'm back. Orochimaru went in and greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen. The expression on his face was far less joyful than the one he showed when he saw Chuanfong, and it was probably just a little more restrained. It's good to be back. I guess your practice has been successful. Among the three disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the most satisfied with Orochimaru. But now he is a little too close to Chuanfong and Tsunade. Well, I came to see the teacher today for something. You say. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, wondering what Orochimaru wanted of him. He seldom asks me to do things for him. I want to be the acting Keisuke Gyekura. I want to study her bloodline limit if it's possible. We in Konoha can also train our own ninjas with bloodline limits. Orochimaru stated both the needs and the benefits at once. As for whether or not to agree is up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and fell into deep thought for a while. He then spoke slowly. How sure are you? I won't take her life. I can't say how sure I am. Orochimaru was very open about the details and did not brag about the project to the angel investors. People can give it to you, but there's a time limit. Is 1 year enough? Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of making things difficult for Orochimaru. It was impossible for Orochimaru to keep such an important prisoner with him all the time. Can. Orochimaru agreed immediately. If there wasn't enough time, he could just come back for more. Then go and pick him up. Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote a warrant, stamped it and gave it to Orochimaru. Thank you, teacher. I'm leaving now. Orochimaru put the warrant in his arms, walked out of the Hokage's office and headed straight for the Ando headquarters. After passing through many checkpoints, Orochimaru finally arrived at Ando prison. People here don't recognize Orochimaru, they only recognize Hokage. With their faces covered in masks, Orochimaru couldn't tell who was who. He was not interested in this, and taking Yi Kang away would achieve his goal. Arriving at the cell door where Yagura was imprisoned, Orochimaru handed the warrant to the Ando personnel. Someone opened the cell door immediately. Yi Kang looked at Orochimaru with a wry smile. Was he going to kill himself? Ever since she came to Konoha village, Konoha has basically ignored her. She had 3 meals a day, but she was going crazy in this dark cage. Do you know me? Orochimaru had never seen Yi Kang, but he had heard from Chuanfong that he was a brave and responsible ninja. At this time, Yi Kang looked haggard and had a strange smell on his body. How can you tell she is a beauty? The third Hokage's apprentice, Orochimaru. Yi Kang obviously knew Orochimaru, and his information was available in almost every country. It's good to know me. Now follow me. Orochimaru covered his nose and walked in front. Yi Kang didn't want to guess what would happen to her. She just wanted to walk out of the prison and look at the blue sky and white clouds. Following Orochimaru out of the Ando prison and walking on the streets of Konoha, Yi Kang began to feel confused. Where is this taking me? 6 Mount Chapter 175 Take it home. Hey, where are you taking me? Yi Kang felt embarrassed when he saw the strange looks from the villagers around him. After all, she also has the identity of Keisuke, although she is no longer so now. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you taking me on patrol through the streets? Follow. Orochimaru didn't even turn his head, his voice was cold and emotionless. Yi Kang felt bored and could only continue to follow. After crossing a few streets, we arrived at a residential area. Orochimaru walked straight to a large house, unlocked it and entered. Yi Kang hesitated for a moment outside the door. Wasn't he going to kill himself? Go wash up first. Orochimaru turned to look at Yi Kang, a hint of disdain in his eyes. If the test subjects are too dirty, it will also affect your mood. What do you want to do? Yi Kang subconsciously clasped her arms. She knew whether she was pretty or not. You think too much. I dislike your slovenliness. Orochimaru sneered. This woman thought too highly of him. She just came out of prison, with disheveled hair and dirty face. How could I be interested in her? You are. Yi Kang swallowed the word. Sloppy. Orochimaru was indeed clean. I drank too much last night, so how could the shower I took this morning not be clean? If Yi Kang saw Orochimaru crawling out of the snake's belly, covered in slime, it wouldn't be wrong to say this. Over there, go by yourself. Orochimaru was too lazy to talk to her anymore and pointed in the direction of the bathroom, with no intention of taking her there himself. Yi Kang then walked in slowly, with a head full of doubts and a little anger, and walked towards the direction of Orochimaru's finger. He still has some conscience. Orochimaru walked into the room, which was cleaned thoroughly. He knew without thinking that this was Nawaki's masterpiece, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Arriving at the kitchen, Orochimaru prepared to make something to eat, but he was so busy that he hadn't eaten yet. At this time, Yi Kang also found the bathroom, walked in, closed the door and locked it. The smaller the space, the stronger the odor on her body became. Yi Kang frowned and quickly stripped himself clean. The originally fair body has turned a little dark. Turning on the shower, Yi Kang began to wash himself carefully. The clear water poured down from the top of her head, flowing along the curve of her neck, across her breasts, and turned black when it landed on the ground. It took a long time for Yi Kang to clean himself thoroughly. Only then did he remember that he had no clothes to change into. After searching for a long time, he finally picked up a large bathrobe and wrapped himself tightly. As for dirty clothes, she was unwilling to wear them anymore. After a careful check to make sure that there was no exposure, Yi Kang tiptoed to open the door and go out. Walking around the mansion, he couldn't see a single servant, let alone where Orochimaru was. Her powers were sealed as a condition for the Wind Country's surrender, and she had no intention of escaping. Orochimaru. Walking into the living room, Yi Kang called out tentatively. There was no response, and at this moment a fragrance came from not far away. Yi Kang followed the smell to the restaurant and finally saw Orochimaru cooking. This man who looked a bit gloomy could actually cook. Yi Kang thought that as a woman, she could only eat. Just sit down, it will be ready soon. Orochimaru did not put down the kitchen utensils in his hand, the test subject also needed to be fed. Oh. A person has to bow his head under the eaves. If Orochimaru wanted to kill her, it would be easy. Yi Kang agreed and later sat cross-legged at the dining table, carefully tucking in his bathrobe. Eat it. Orochimaru brought the food over and sat down across from Yi Kang. Only then did I realize that Yi Kang was wearing a bathrobe and exuding a faint fragrance. After cleaning, Yi Kang's appearance began to show its true charm. Her slightly thin face does not affect her beauty. Advertisement. Orochimaru suddenly remembered Tsunade's compliments to Yakura. She is indeed a woman of great beauty. What are you looking at me for? Yi Kang wrapped his bathrobe a little tighter and ate his meal slowly. Go buy some clothes for yourself later, you will spend the next year here. Orochimaru looked away, not at all embarrassed. Ah? Yi Kang was particularly surprised to hear this. What is your purpose in bringing me here? After a year of being alone together as a single man and a single woman, she couldn't help but think about it. I want to study your bloodline limit. Orochimaru raised his head and glanced at Yi Kang, and said it out loud without hiding anything. Yi Kang had no capital to refuse him. He has 10,000 ways to make her cooperate, as long as she doesn't die. I have no problem cooperating with you, but you have to take good care of me this year. There is no bloodline limit that is so easy to master. Yi Kang did not refuse, and even discussed the conditions with Orochimaru. You have no right to bargain with me, scorched style, huh? Orochimaru didn't even raise his head this time. As long as Yi Kang cooperated, he wouldn't make things difficult for her. Yes, a new nature transformation created by the combination of wind and fire attributes. Yi Kang curled his lips. What an unkind guy. You're good. As a genius who can use 7 types of chakra, how could Orochimaru not have tried to develop bloodline limit in the past? It's just that he failed, so there was praise for Yi Kang. Thank you. The corners of Yi Kang's mouth inexplicably rose slightly. Okay, take your time eating. Don't forget to clean up the dishes. Orochimaru finished eating and stood up to leave, and Yi Kang nodded a little confused. It seems fair that others cook and I wash the dishes. After washing the dishes, Yi Kang ran into Orochimaru. You can use this money to buy things. Come back and write down your thoughts on your practice on this scroll. Orochimaru handed Yi Kang a wad of money and a scroll. As for whether it was inconvenient for Yi Kang to go out in a bathrobe, that was not his concern. Yi Kang took the thing, but there was no place to put it, so he could only hold it in his hand. I'm going out now, please do as you please. Orochimaru was not afraid of Yi Kang running away. In her current condition, even if she wanted to run away, her strength would not allow it. Konoha's alert level has been heightened once again, all as a result of Cloud Shinobi. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. You haven't arranged a room for me yet. Yi Kang looked at Orochimaru's back and spoke quickly. You can choose any room except mine. With Yi Kang's cooperation, Orochimaru's attitude improved a lot. With a casual wave of his hand, Orochimaru walked out and disappeared from Yi Kang's sight. I heard that you took Yi Kang home? Chuanfong bumped Orochimaru with his shoulder with a teasing smile. That woman was very cooperative. Orochimaru didn't mind Chuanfeng's joke, and Yi Kang did start writing down his experience in training at home. If you don't have enough qualifications, you can't learn this thing, and it's useless even if you have the information. So Yi Kang did not hold back, and it was Orochimaru's ability if he could really learn it. Oh, how cooperative are you? Advertisement. Chuanfeng became more interested when he heard this, and the smile on his face became even bigger. He was the kind of guy around Orochimaru, whose topic would change color once he opened his mouth. What are you thinking about? She promised to help me study scorched style. Orochimaru rolled his eyes. This guy was no better than Jiraiya. Okay, you're busy now. Tsunade listened to the two talking about some inappropriate topics and interrupted them in time. Chuanfeng was then kicked out of the laboratory. Is it okay if I don't say anything? Chuanfeng looked at Tsunade pitifully again. It's late, go to sleep. Tsunade closed and locked the door of the laboratory, leaving no room for Chuanfeng. It's okay if you like. After Tsunade came back, she said something that made Orochimaru look confused. Birds of a feather flock together. These two people are of the same kind. You don't need to worry about it. Orochimaru took a few steps away from Tsunade with the experiment records, and thought about Yi Kang in a bathrobe. He quickly shook his head and drove the figure away, then he calmed down and continued to look at the experimental records in his hand. Tsunade's work was very detailed, and Orochimaru was also an expert, so he quickly immersed himself in it. The three of them had clear division of labor. Tsunade was doing the experiment, Chuanfong was sleeping, and Orochimaru was still in the early stages of understanding the experiment. Only after he is familiar with it can he help Tsunade with operational research. At night, Orochimaru went home. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Yi Kang standing not far away. If you don't come back, I'll starve to death. Don't even think about studying Scorch style anymore. Maybe Orochimaru was too gentle with her. Yi Kang now spoke to Orochimaru in dissatisfaction. Didn't I give you money? If Orochimaru remembered correctly, he gave Yi Kang a lot of money when he left at noon. He is not a stingy person. I've spent all my money. Yi Kang said this confidently, without any guilt. What's the point of spending that little money on such an advanced thing as a bloodline limit? You've run out of money? What did you buy? It is no exaggeration to say that that money is enough for Orochimaru to eat for a month. Buying clothes, women's products, all kinds of stuff. Do I need to explain it to you again in detail? Yi Kang lives alone and is used to spending lavishly. This amount of money was nothing to her before. Forget it, I'll go cook. For the first time, Orochimaru understood women's spending, except for Tsunade's gambling. That's more like it. I put the scroll in your room after I finished it. Yi Kang said as she followed Orochimaru's pace. She was really hungry. New. Orochimaru was a little helpless. Was he finding a test subject or worshipping an ancestor? Orochimaru's life began to become regular after returning to the village. The hospital and home are just a straight line. Study cells in the hospital, and then study bloodline limits when you go home. Although Yekura did not make any reservations, the research progress of bloodline limit was very slow. Orochimaru didn't know whether he could succeed. I can only practice slowly according to Yi Kang's experience. Slowly try to integrate the chakra nature transformation of wind and fire attributes. After a week, the two got along better and better. Apart from being a spendthrift and not being able to cook, Yi Kang's personality is quite similar to Orochimaru's. She didn't make any excessive requests, even though she knew Orochimaru could remove the seal on her. Nawaki brought Misaki here several times, and Orochimaru gave Misaki a precious gift. He was very satisfied with this girl from the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 176 Request for Instructions Hokage's Office. Third Generation Lord, Hatake Chuanfong requests to see you. A shadow guard appeared in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is discussing the pension with Midokado Homura. Although World War II is over, the families of the sacrificed ninjas still need to be settled. The pension is the top priority, and this is also a big piece of fat that Sarutobi Hiruzen provides to the family. Of course, he would not tell Midokado Homura about this in person. After all, it is something that cannot be seen in the light. It's enough for him to know that the two of them are completely tied to the same rope, and their interests are tied together. There was also originally a Utatane Kaharu, but she has now been ruled out. Hatake Chuanfong. Midokado Homura was a little confused because Chuanfong rarely came. Even the money used to buy the land was provided by Tsunade. See what he has to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and had no idea what Chuanfong wanted to see him for. Yes. The shadow guard retreated, and soon there was a knock on the door. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen answered and Chuanfong pushed the door open. Third generation sir, Advisor Yan. Chuanfong greeted the two with a smile on his face. Our great hero of Konoha village, finally you've come to my place. Is there something wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face smiled very naturally, and there was no sign of his fear of Chuanfong in his heart. I don't deserve to be a hero, this is all for the village. I do have something to discuss with you today. Chuanfong is also very good at acting and he is very humble. Looking at the two old foxes in front of me, I had already started cursing them in my heart. Just tell me, I'll do it for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, showing great generosity and undisguised favoritism. Then I'll tell you straight away, please don't refuse. Chuanfong climbed up as he was told. A while ago, Cloud Shinobi Village tried to kidnap Kushina. Is this matter just going to end like this? The kidnapping incident had already passed, but Chuanfong brought it up again. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Midokado Homura's expressions changed slightly. The battle had just ended and Kushina was rescued safely. They don't want to have conflicts with other major powers again. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say whether it counted or not, after all, it would damage his dignity. Even though he was bullied by Cloud Shinobi Village, he didn't even bother to fight back. If I say it out loud and the people in the village know about it, it won't be a small matter. My personal power may not be strong enough, but I am willing to make a trip to Cloud Shinobi Village. Let them know that we in Konoha are not the kind of people who will just accept whatever comes our way. Otherwise, this kind of thing will happen again next time. Chuanfong cursed inwardly, old fox, again, without any loopholes in his words. Isn't this too dangerous? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag on his cigarette, his mind racing. For the sake of the village's reputation, this little danger is nothing. Chuanfeng's words were so righteous that even Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to give him a thumbs up. The will of fire needs someone like this to inherit it, but unfortunately the threat to his own position is too great. What are you going to do? Mitokado Homura saw Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought and took up the conversation himself. What else could Kushina be arrested for? I will target them wherever they have problems. Chuanfong didn't mention the tailed beast directly, but the two old foxes could understand it. It's a good idea, but it's difficult to implement. Mitokado Homura was both stalling for time and telling the truth. Regardless of the village, the supervision of Jinchuriki is very strict. Don't worry about this. Please believe in my strength. Chuanfong looked at Mitokado Homura, confidence in his eyes overflowing. Advertisement thinking about Chuanfeng's record, Mitokado Homura admitted that it was indeed possible for him to do it. What a terrifying opponent. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Okay, I promise you. The mission is classified as Super S-Class secret at this time. Except for me and Advisor Yan, no one else will know. Go with peace of mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it for a long time and finally agreed. He solemnly took out the letter representing the Super S-level mission and handed it to Chuanfong. Thank you, third generation master. I will go and prepare now. I won't come to say goodbye to you when I leave. Chuanfong took the letter with both hands, looking excited. Safety first, mission failure is okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chuanfong and said this with great sincerity. Who wouldn't praise a good leader when hearing this? I'll be careful. I'll be leaving now. Chuanfong said this and turned and left. After closing the office door, Chuanfong looked at the letter in his hand with a strange expression. Then he chuckled, shook his head, and stuffed it into his pocket. The two people in the office continued their conversation, but the topic changed from pension to Chuanfeng's mission. This little fox is really good at pretending. Mitokado Homura mocked Chuanfong without any hesitation. Cloud Shinobi Village is not easy to enter. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a chair, looking out the window, his eyes deep. The two of them are not on the same channel. Chuanfong came to Orochimaru's house after leaving the Hokage building and took a rest today. Chuanfong Jun. Orochimaru took Chuanfong to the living room and sat down. Yi Kang, who was standing by, actually made a pot of tea and then left on his own accord. My vision is good enough in this regard. The training is good. Chuanfong never talks about serious topics. Let's get down to business. Orochimaru really didn't want to bother with him. Where did the training come from? Yi Kang almost broke his wallet. Haha, let's get down to business. Seeing Orochimaru's uncomfortable expression, Chuanfong laughed out loud. I just came out of the Hokage building. Going to Cloud Shinobi Village has been filed as Super S rank. Oh, so you're getting ready to set off? Orochimaru thought Chuanfong had forgotten about this, but he didn't expect that he would take action now. Well, we'll leave tomorrow. Is it convenient? Chuanfong also signaled in Yi Kang's direction with his eyes. FKU, convenient. Orochimaru finally couldn't help but retort to him. I have been careless in choosing friends. What the hell is this? That's fine. Really don't need to give you a few days to spend time with her? Chuanfong even deliberately leaned forward a little closer to Orochimaru. I'll keep you company. Suddenly, a snake appeared from Orochimaru's sleeve and bit Chuanfeng's nose. Haha, don't be angry. It hurts your body. Chuanfong held the snake in his hand in a mean way, ever since he became friends with Orochimaru. Now the fear of snakes has plummeted. Oh, this one is still non-toxic. Didn't you say you don't raise lion majesty? Chuanfong recalled asking Orochimaru for a snake to eat in the Rain Country. Is it not okay to raise it recently? Orochimaru was afraid that Chuanfong would take it away and eat it, so he quickly snatched it back. This is a new variety he is studying. Okay, you have the final say. Advertisement. Chuanfong wiped his hands on his clothes. Just go if you're okay. I'm upset watching you. The more Orochimaru looked at Chuanfong, the more annoyed he became, and he wished he would leave immediately. After all, I made a mistake. I'll just leave if I want to. Chuanfong put on a sad look and stood up, except for not moving his feet. This performance was perfect. It's my bad luck to know you. I'll treat you to some snake soup. Orochimaru looked at Chuanfong with helplessness in his eyes, as he had such a foodie friend. That's so embarrassing. Chuanfong licked his lips as he spoke and sat down again. Yi Kang was confused watching from a distance and thought that the two were going to fight. Are you still embarrassed? Orochimaru said it best. He had never seen anyone more shameless than Chuanfong. After having a delicious snake soup at Orochimaru, Chuanfong went home satisfied. We will leave for Cloud Shinobi Village tomorrow, and Tsunade will come to Hitaki's house in the evening. The two sat down in the quiet room, sipping tea and chatting quietly. I think it's too risky for you to do that. Tsunade still didn't quite understand Chuanfeng's actions, even if she didn't tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about it. It wouldn't be a problem if he and Orochimaru went secretly. There was no way Sarutobi Hiruzen would announce that both of them had defected from Konoha. Regardless of whether the villagers believe it or not, the defection of these two people is definitely something that all countries in the ninja world would welcome. It's not really an adventure, don't you think he wouldn't do that? Maybe I just think too badly of people's hearts. Chuanfong took a sip of tea and spoke in a calm tone. Even if he encountered a bad situation, he believed in his own and Orochimaru's strength. There's no reason why what Orochimaru could do alone in the original story can't be done by the two of them now. Then she was picked up by the waist and Chuanfong carried her towards the bedroom. Orochimaru had just finished his research on the scorch style and was now talking to Yi Kang. A hint of warmth quietly arose in my heart. His hands naturally rested on Tsunade's waist. Orochimaru stared at Yakura's serious expression and laughed. I put the money in the cabinet in the room. You can take it when you need it. Except for the ones she hid herself, it wasn't hurt, it was all love. If you have anything at home, you can contact me through Nawaki. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Chuanfong looked around and saw that all the Hatake warriors around him had become astrology experts. Putting on a playful look, Chuanfong stood up and sat next to Tsunade. Bang! Tsunade pounded Chuanfeng's chest with both hands. No matter what he does, I will worry about you. I'm going on a mission tomorrow. Following the sound of the door closing, a faint moan was soon heard from inside the room. Yi Kang raised his head and looked at the pair of snake eyes. Come back soon, or I'll spend it all. In the original book, if he hadn't collaborated with Danzo, he might not have been able to afford to do research, but now he is much richer. Stay here tonight. Chuanfong didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, and he naturally had his reasons for doing so. Orochimaru himself usually doesn't need much money, and the laboratory is ready-made. It's okay, they can't see it. Yi Kang lowered his head and agreed. When he heard the news, he felt a little empty in his heart. Haha, I'll try my best. I'm still worried about you, you just. When I go on a mission, I always leave whenever I want, and I have never had such strange emotions. She didn't want to see the man in front of her get hurt. Put me down and I'll go. Okay, I understand. Tsunade looked into Chuanfeng's eyes, her eyes full of tenderness. Before Tsunade could finish her words, Chuanfeng blocked her mouth. Chapter 177 Departure. The next morning, Chuanfeng woke up from his sleep. Tsunade was still sleeping soundly in his arms, she was really tired from last night. Chuanfeng smiled slightly and kissed Tsunade on the forehead. Without waking her up, he quietly got up, washed up, and went to the restaurant. It was still early, and only Tsukumo was waiting for him. Brother. Chuanfeng knew that Shuamao usually wouldn't get up so early, and he did this just to see him off. Well, I'll have dinner with you. Shuamao asked Chuanfeng to sit next to him. He did not sit in the main seat. The two of them sat opposite each other, one on his left and one on his right. I won't say more, just be safe. Tsukumo knew the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village, and the title of Third Raikage was well known throughout the ninja world. The title is no less impressive than that of the strongest Hokage. Don't worry, if you can't beat them, can you still run away? Chuanfeng gave Shuamao a brilliant smile, he never thought of running away. I say this for Shuamao's sake. Tsukumo nodded and continued to eat the cake in his hand. It was rare that there was no quarrel between the brothers and the atmosphere began to calm down. Brother, I'm leaving. After Chuanfeng finished eating, he stood up and greeted Shuamao. Go ahead, I won't see you off. Shuamao still sat there, waiting for Chuanfeng to wave and go away. He stood up and slowly walked towards the ancestral hall. When they arrived at the agreed place with Orochimaru, Chuanfeng arrived first. Not long after, Orochimaru also appeared in front of Chuanfeng. Why so slow? What are you doing at home, he? It was originally a normal question, but the atmosphere was ruined by Chuanfeng's weird laugh. You talk a lot. Orochimaru still didn't give a direct answer and walked ahead. I remembered that Yi Kang actually made breakfast for me this morning for the first time. It's a bit unpalatable, but it's also a token of their good intentions. Before leaving, she handed me her personal amulet, which made ripples in my heart again. Finally, he left a sentence, wait for me to come back, and ran to meet that B**************** D Chuanfeng. Why are you running so fast? Chuanfeng trotted after him and walked side by side with Orochimaru. How's the bloodline limit research going? This time it's a serious question. No progress. Maybe I really don't have the talent for it. Orochimaru shook his head, he had not shown any signs of successful fusion. Isn't it just a bloodline limit? I have an idea, do you want to hear it? Chuanfeng gave a barely perceptible smile, which was fleeting. Tell me about it. Seeing that Chuanfeng was serious, Orochimaru turned his head to listen to his advice. It's okay if you can't master it. If you have a child with Yi Kang, there's a certain chance that the child will inherit the scorch style. After Chuanfeng finished speaking, he ran away. Who knows if Orochimaru will get angry and bite him with a snake. You run fast. Several snakes poked their heads out of Orochimaru's sleeves. If Chuanfeng hadn't run away in time, he might have been bitten. Haha, I'm telling the truth. You can try it. Chuanfeng is still on the line between life and death. You should have a baby with Tsunade first. It's been so long since I got pregnant, who knows if there's something wrong with someone. Orochimaru was not a pushover either, he turned around and started mocking Chuanfeng. Don't talk nonsense. Do you believe me if I sue you for defamation? We are not planning to have children at the moment. Chuanfeng argued loudly, but Orochimaru pretended not to hear. The two of them ended up in a draw. After finishing playing, the two left Konoha village and headed towards Unokuni. Advertisement: Chuanfeng did not leave a flying thunder god mark on this road, otherwise the journey would have been much faster. Are you setting off? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, working on documents, not even looking up. Well, we left the village. Orochimaru went with him though. Mitokado Homura reported the news he had just received, appearing to be quite cautious. Do you all have to go against me? Without warning, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, his face full of anger. Orochimaru was his most proud disciple, so he was a little reluctant to do it. I understand how you feel, but this is a rare opportunity, you see. Mitokado Homura did not finish the rest of his words, fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen might feel sympathy. Hey, let's spread the news. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, sighed, and finally made up his mind. It's no wonder Orochimaru is so cruel and ruthless when he acts like this. The relationship between master and apprentice is so fragile in the face of power. Okay, I'll do it right away. After receiving the reply, Mitokado Homura quickly turned around and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned weakly on the back of the chair, as if he had aged a few years. He didn't want to involve Orochimaru, but if he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next one would come. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gathered himself and continued with his official duties. How did you plan it? Orochimaru ran beside Chuanfong and began to ask about the plan for this mission. He is a man who thinks 3 steps ahead before taking 1 step. For such a dangerous mission, he naturally has to make thorough plans. Go in and do it. Chuanfong joked, observing Orochimaru's expression. Goodbye, go on your own. Orochimaru's face darkened as he spoke, and he pretended to run away. Haha, no way, I already have a good plan. Chuanfong was very happy to tease Orochimaru. I finally understand why Sakumo-kun always wants to beat you up. Hurry up and tell me. Orochimaru tried hard to control his impulse, otherwise he would have fought with Chuanfong before reaching the Land of Lightning. Let's go to the Land of Hot Springs first. Chuanfong kept the topic in suspense and did not continue. Then what? Orochimaru tried not to look at Chuanfong patiently, for he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. Then take a nice hot spring bath. If you come to the Land of Hot Springs and don't soak in a hot spring, it would be a waste of your trip. Chuanfong spoke with full confidence, not realizing at all that Orochimaru's patience had reached its limit. Soak, soak, soak. Chuanfong was hit hard by Orochimaru 3 times, one by one. I won't argue with you. Chuanfong muttered and patted the footprints on his body. I'll give you another chance, please speak nicely. Orochimaru stared at Chuanfong with his snake eyes, and the anger in them was about to burst out. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, this mission is very dangerous. We need to take a long-term view and put safety first. Chuanfong just kept talking about the same things, which was equivalent to saying nothing. If you don't have a plan, just say so. Why are you pretending? Orochimaru finally figured out the situation. Chuanfong, this bee, had no plan at all. Hey, isn't this you? Chuanfong didn't feel embarrassed at all. It would be a waste of such a good brain if he didn't use it. I shouldn't have agreed to go on this trip with you. Orochimaru could only feel regret in his heart after getting on the pirate ship, and glared at Chuanfong a few more times. Hey, calm down, I'll pay for the trip. You can play however you want. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chuanfong said this and gave Orochimaru an ambiguous look that every man could understand. Is it great to be rich? Don't corrupt me with your dirty thoughts. Advertisement. Orochimaru was unmoved, he was not a casual person. I know there's someone at home. I don't have the courage. Chuanfong continued to provoke Orochimaru's nerves with words to kill time along the way. Just shut up. I'm afraid I can't help kicking you again. Orochimaru gave Chuanfong one last glance and said nothing more. A few days later, the two arrived at the Kingdom of Hot Springs. Orochimaru is not in a hurry now. This kind of task really cannot be rushed. Pick one. The two walked on the streets of Hot Spring Country, with hot spring shops on both sides of the street. Chuanfong gave the choice to Orochimaru. Let's go with this one. Orochimaru chose the one with the most luxurious storefront. Saving money for Chuanfong was not a consideration for him. Walking. When Chuanfong entered the store first, a hot woman came up to greet him. My lords, please come in. We have all kinds of services here. As she said this, she wanted to lean towards Chuanfong, a trick that always worked for her. It brought her a lot of business. Chuanfong was very disgusted by the pungent smell of perfume on her body. A first-class hot spring pool, no other services are needed. Chuanfong pushed the woman away. This kind of person was not even as good as a hair of Tsunade. Not to mention that Orochimaru was there. Even if he wasn't there, he wouldn't be interested in such a woman. Hurry up. Orochimaru's gloomy voice sounded, and Snake Eyes only glanced at her for a moment. The woman was so scared that she quickly took the two of them to a hot spring, and then ran away without looking back. Orochimaru recalled the battle in Rain Country, how the supplies were delayed, and how he was very unhappy with Sarutobi Hiruzen's weakness. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. The reason why he was so troubled about this matter was that he hadn't figured out how to talk to Orochimaru about it, but he didn't expect him to ask first. He's been in that position for too long, and he's changed too much. Chuanfong entered the hot spring and sat down not far from Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Chuanfong, who seemed a little conflicted and hesitant to speak, and realized something. You're dragging me down with you. Chuanfong glanced at the little snake with evil eyes full of shock. We have to be careful. Sat down by the pool. Chuanfong looked into Orochimaru's eyes and spoke from the heart. Orochimaru quickly responded and wiped his face. Is it disgusting? You don't? If what you said is true, then the teacher is really going too far. Fortunately, his capital was strong enough, otherwise he would have been outshined by Orochimaru. Are you hiding something from me? Just treat it as a trip for 2 days. I can go alone. The two men had nothing to worry about, and soon they were frank with each other. Cloud Shinobi Village, he's definitely going there. How can I still have the idea of doing business? This is not a python. You mean the teacher? Come in, are you embarrassed? Our actions may have been leaked. We must be more careful in the future. I didn't continue joking with him and got down to business. Chuanfong dragged Orochimaru and they both entered the bathing room. Now he wants to take action against Chuanfong for the sake of power. Is he really suitable to continue sitting in the position of Hokage? Chuanfong nodded. It was normal for Orochimaru to guess. Well, once you pass the island you'll enter the land of thunder. Sorry, if you don't want to take the risk. Chuanfong didn't say it too bluntly. After all, it was his plan and he couldn't blame others entirely. Beyond this is Mikazuki Island. Orochimaru glanced at Chuanfong and walked into the hot spring first. You underestimate me. I'm already here. Will I go back? Advertisement Chapter 178 The Land of Thunder. Master Raikage, I have important news. The Cloud Shinobi Village intelligence chief rushed into the Raikage's office in a panic. What's up? The third Raikage looked slightly unhappy. The kidnapping of Kushina failed, and all the spies of Cloud Shinobi Village in Konoha were caught. How could I feel so good? The condition of the second-tailed Jinchuriki journal is also getting worse. I have received reliable information from the bounty ninjas that Hatake Chuanfong and the Hokage's apprentice Orochimaru are coming to our Cloud Shinobi Village. The intelligence chief handed over the intelligence he bought at a high price to the Raikage. There's a problem inside Konoha. The third Raikage took a look at the information and knew the key after a little thought. This kind of mission would not be leaked easily, especially when the information came from someone like the bounty ninja. What qualifications do they have to know about this level of mission? He didn't believe that it wasn't Konoha's own work. And he is a relatively core character, but he didn't think of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because as the shadow of a village, he would never do such a thing. Hatake Chuanfong is so popular that it is normal for some people to dislike him. The intelligence chief is right. If a tree stands out in the forest, it will be destroyed by the wind. This is for revenge, then I must entertain them well. The third Raikage clenched his fists until they made a crackling sound. Pass the order down, the whole village is under martial law. If you spot any suspicious person, report it immediately. I will personally reward you if you find Hatake Chuanfong or Orochimaru. Then a series of instructions came out of his mouth. Yes, Raikage-sama. The head of intelligence turned and left, which was no small matter. It is quite an honor for two people to be able to put the entire Cloud Shinobi village under martial law. Hatake Chuanfong, I hope your strength is worthy of your reputation. The Raikage muttered to himself, not taking Orochimaru seriously at all. Little did he know that Orochimaru, who had learned the fairy technique, was no longer the weakling who was easily defeated by Hanzo. With the enhancement of fairy arts, Orochimaru's strength is incomparable to the past. All I can say is that after this incident, the ninja world needs to update its information about Orochimaru. Chuanfong and Orochimaru enjoyed a few days in the land of hot springs. Then they continued their journey, passing through Crescent Moon Island and entering the land of thunder. The Kingdom of Thunder is built on top of towering mountains. It is shrouded in clouds and fog all year round, and deafening thunder echoes in the sky. Apart from bordering Mikazuki Island, it can only be reached by water. Therefore, the water trade of the Land of Lightning is quite well developed, and the skills in shipbuilding are unrivaled in the ninja world. No wonder Cloud Shinobi Village basically has lightning attribute chakra. This was split open. It was not the first time that Chuanfong saw lightning striking rocks while walking on the road. Due to the influence of the environment, the ninjas from different countries are good at different escape techniques. There is no doubt that the Land of Lightning excels in lightning style. There are many wind-style ninjas in the Wind Congress. Not to mention the Land of Earth, there is no one who doesn't know the Earth style. The Water Country is also based on water style. But in my country of fire, all 5 types of escape techniques are used. We are called Konoha Village, and now even the wood style is gone. But it is possible that it will happen to you again. Orochimaru spoke a lot of words as if he was explaining science to Chuanfong. With you and Tsunade, it's only a matter of time. Advertisement Chuanfong is confident in the cooperation between the two, both of whom can study Hashirama cells independently. Now the power of 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2, and even more than that. Don't be too happy too soon. We haven't started live experiments yet. Orochimaru has also discussed this matter with Tsunade, and they have not yet decided where to find the living experimental subjects. The death row inmates in prison are one of their tentative targets. It is also easier for Tsunade to operate through Fugaku. After all, the prison is under their control. It's okay. I have confidence in you. Just let me go, no questions asked. Chuanfong patted his chest, showing a fearless look as if he was willing to devote himself to science. How brave you can be. In fact, This was just flattery. He knew that neither of them would joke about his life. I think it's okay, but I'm afraid Tsunade won't want to part with it. Orochimaru looked at Chuanfong's pretentious appearance, and not only did he not appreciate it at all, he also expressed his willingness to personally send him to the operating table. Thank you so much. Chuanfong rolled his eyes at him. Does he really think of himself as a guinea pig? You said it yourself, I didn't force you. Orochimaru laughed. This time he had the upper hand. The two concealed their figures and quickly passed through the high Yamanaka, heading straight for Cloud Shinobi Village. When we got to a place not far from Cloud Shinobi Village, we found that there were Cloud Shinobi checkpoints everywhere. Anyone exhibiting suspicious behavior will be strictly checked. There is no doubt that their whereabouts were leaked. Is the position of Hokage really that important? Orochimaru was far from being enthusiastic about power, and he could not understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's dirty deeds at all. Is this the real face of my teacher? The third Hokage who always claims to be doing it for the village? In order to secure his position as Hokage, he ruthlessly abandoned even the village's heroes and his own disciples. People who are blinded by power have no heart. Chuanfong pointed out the problem of Sarutobi Hiruzen very clearly. He is now a parasite on Konoha village, including his family. As time goes by, Konoha's strength will only get weaker. In the original novel, his village was almost destroyed during the Third War, so it must be said that he was truly competent as a Hokage. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Orochimaru suddenly became serious, which made Chuanfong feel a little guilty. Yes, this is part of my plan. I'm going to help Tsunade up. Chuanfong smiled and revealed his plan. There was no point in hiding anything from a smart man like Orochimaru. I was originally planning to contact a spy, but now we can only rely on ourselves. Orochimaru did not continue Chuanfeng's topic, but turned to talk about the next step. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, he knew a lot of secret information. Chuanfong didn't know who the Konoha spies in Cloud Shinobi Village were, and didn't even have their contact information. Orochimaru was now too afraid to contact Konoha's spies planted in Cloud Shinobi Village, and he didn't dare to rule out the possibility that the disc had also been sold. If that were the case, he would be exposed as soon as he made contact, and the risk would be too high. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Let's find a way to get in first. Chuanfong looked at Cloud Shinobi's inspection process and found that the transformation technique could not be used. Chakra fluctuations can be easily detected under close inspection. Our intelligence has already spread throughout the ninja world, so let's just disguise ourselves first. Under Chuanfeng's surprised gaze, Orochimaru took out a lot of random things from the storage scroll. There are even women's clothing. It turns out that none of the nicknames are called for nothing. Aunt Snake lives up to her reputation. I don't wear women's clothes. Advertisement. Chuanfong saw Orochimaru smiling at him while wearing women's clothing. What are you thinking about? This is what I bought for Yi Kang. Is it still good looking? An undetectable smile flashed across Orochimaru's lips, and it wasn't like he didn't have that thought. If Chuanfong were to wear women's clothes, he would be able to keep this scandal secret for the rest of his life. It looks good. Chuanfong responded perfunctorily, and only felt relieved when he saw Orochimaru stuffing his clothes back. Then I saw Orochimaru picking up another wig and starting to put it on. Why do you bring all this mess with you? Chuanfong was very confused and wondered which decent person would bring this thing out. These are all things from previous missions. I didn't expect it would come in handy this time. Orochimaru said this, and Chuanfong understood. After all, not everyone is as lazy as him, and rarely goes on missions after becoming rich. Pick a few. There's still some blackening oil left in this bottle. It's enough for us. As Orochimaru spoke, he put on his colored contact lenses again, and his pupils returned to normal. I won't change my appearance. Go inside and find a place where no one is. I'll just go over there, Flying Thunder God. You are a small target and it is easier to sneak in. Chuanfong was afraid that Orochimaru would not agree, so he found a more reasonable excuse. One person is more convenient than two. You'll save trouble. Orochimaru has painted his face black and now looks very close to the people of Cloud Shinobi Village. But his body still looks a little thin. Hey, if you are capable, you should do more work. Bang. Chuanfong smiled awkwardly and transformed into a burly man, full of muscles. At first glance, he looked like a muscular but simple-minded fool. It's more than a circle larger than he is. Okay, come back in half an hour. Orochimaru completed the final process, and now he not only wore a wig, but also painted his face black. He also has a conspicuous scar on his face, and with his cold eyes, he looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. Aren't you afraid of something happening? Chuanfong seemed a little worried that the makeup Orochimaru put on him was a little too overbearing. It doesn't seem like they're trying to sneak in, but more like they're trying to fight their way in. What do you know? Cloud Shinobi Village is like this. The more reckless I am, the more I prove that I am one of them. Orochimaru was full of confidence, and he had dealt with many people in Cloud Shinobi Village. Each village has a different style. Cloud Shinobi Village is the village with the least number of rebel ninjas and the least amount of scandals. The main theme is recklessness. The future fourth Raikage also likes to treat people to duck necks for no reason. That's just being polite. I admit that you have a point. Have a nice trip. Chuanfong was convinced and watched Orochimaru leave. As expected, the arrogant Orochimaru didn't even attract Cloud Shinobi's attention. He was let in with a wave of his hand. It was obvious that he was one of the family. It is not something that people from other countries can learn. He silently gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Chuanfong calculated the time and appeared beside Orochimaru on time half an hour later. This corner was chosen very well, and Orochimaru and Chuanfong didn't meet anyone when they walked out. After leaving this remote street, the two naturally merged into the crowd of Cloud Shinobi Village. The lurking is complete, and the next step is to find a way to cause trouble. But Chuanfong had other plans. He wanted something. You need to take some risks. Chapter 179 New Identity. Boss, 4 pounds of top quality beef. Bring 2 more bottles of wine. Chuanfong first went into a barbecue restaurant. Although work was work, he couldn't neglect his stomach. The beef at Cloud Shinobi Village is the most tender and the drinks are also famous, so you must definitely enjoy them first. Okay, sit inside and I'll bring it to you when it's ready. The boss stood shirtless in front of the grill, beads of sweat on his dark skin. Forget about the wine. Orochimaru frowned. This is in Cloud Shinobi Village. Where do you think Konoha is? A little bit. Chuanfong smiled and moved closer to his ear. If you don't drink, you'll be exposed. Orochimaru looked up at the big men from Cloud Shinobi Village sitting in the barbecue restaurant, and he didn't see any who didn't drink. I'm not feeling well today, but if you want to drink, I'll risk my life to accompany you. After filling in the gaps in his words, Orochimaru glanced at his boss who was still busy. I didn't expect to see something wrong at a glance. I have something very tonic here, would you like to try it? The boss smiled ambiguously, raised his eyebrows at Orochimaru, and his biceps twitched twice. What? Chuanfong started the conversation subconsciously. The boss glanced at his burly figure and shook his head. You don't need to make up. What? Orochimaru felt insulted. What on earth was so mysterious? Beef loin and bullwhip, very fresh. It's a great tonic. If you eat like this, it will be too strong. As soon as the boss said this, Orochimaru's expression changed immediately. You need to make up for it. Your whole family needs to make up for it. No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable in that area. Orochimaru suppressed his displeasure, walked in and found a seat to sit down. I took 2 deep breaths before I calmed down, haha. Chuanfong couldn't help laughing out loud. It's okay, come on. Seeing the boss's depressed expression as his kindness was being treated as a donkey liver and lungs, Chuanfong directly ordered the tonic. Okay. The boss put on a smile, agreed, and continued to be busy with his barbecue business. The boss has good intentions too. Chuanfong sat opposite Orochimaru, and he definitely had no good intention in saying this. Why? You want me to thank him? Orochimaru gave Chuanfong a sidelong look and really wanted to sew his mouth shut. Just thank me, I'll arrange it for you. I told you I don't need it, are you? The latter part is relatively dirty, and Chuanfong will automatically block it. Chuanfong is probably the first person who can make Orochimaru so upset without having the intention to kill him. If it were someone else, it would have been almost digested in the snake's stomach. You're done? Chuanfong scratched his ear with his little finger, took it out and blew it. That careless look deserves a beating. I have nothing to say to you. Orochimaru finally learned what it means to let something go in one ear and out the other. Wow, he is really not afraid of being scolded. It's okay if you don't talk, let's have some big kidneys first. Chuanfong gave one of the kidneys that had just been served to Orochimaru and poured the wine. The little service was quite attentive. Try it, it tastes good. Orochimaru saw that Chuanfong was enjoying the meal, so he picked up the skewer and took a bite with some suspicion. Then my eyes lit up. The grilled kidneys at Cloud Shinobi Village were really good. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Another bullwhip? Chuanfong generously handed the larger bullwhip to Orochimaru. Can I not eat? Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Advertisement at the same time, it can also penetrate the defense a bit, but he really can't use this thing right now. The python has never eaten meat yet, it's a rainy day. Eat something, it's worth it. Chuanfeng's consumption in Konoha was indeed quite a lot, so he was enjoying the meal now. It was such a big one that he finished it in no time. I wanted to ask the boss to grill some more, but luckily I was stopped by Orochimaru. One was enough for him, and he even felt a slight warmth in his lower abdomen. The effect of this thing is just as the boss said, it's super powerful. Enough to eat, drink some wine. Orochimaru raised his glass and clinked it with Chuanfong. Boss, 10 bullwhips. There was a loud roar, followed by laughter from the crowd. Chuanfong looked over and his eyes focused. There were actually 7 or 8 Cloud Shinobi there. The leader looked as strong as a bull, and he didn't look like he needed 10 bullwhips. You're here again. I've been consuming a lot of energy lately. The boss politely invited Cloud Shinobi in, and from the way they were chatting, it was obvious that they were acquaintances. What is not consumable? I just love this. The leading Cloud Shinobi retorted with a smile, leading everyone into the store and taking their seats. Just happened to be sitting not far from Chuanfong and Orochimaru. Their conversation was heard clearly by the two of them. A bunch of old men started talking about women when they got together. Orochimaru was not interested, but Chuanfong listened with great interest. From women to tasks, and from tasks to complaints. The few of them provided Chuanfong and Orochimaru with a lot of useful information. Right now, the two of them are in a state of panic. This group of Cloud Shinobi can be said to be a timely help. Joner's rampages are becoming more and more frequent. I'm afraid he won't live much longer. He is only 15 years old. He is also a poor child. One Cloud Shinobi was on the sealing class, and participated in the sealing of the two-tailed Jinchuriki a few times. He knew Jonal before he became a Jinchuriki, and now all he can do is sigh. I heard he couldn't get up anymore. It's also a sin. Not just anyone can be a Jinchuriki. Isn't Barubi-sama fine? Several people talked loudly and not worried at all. Everyone in the village knew about the existence of Jinchuriki and there was nothing to be shy about. Good news. Chuanfeng's mouth curled up slightly. The two-tailed Jinchuriki probably didn't have much fighting power anymore. As long as you find it, you can take it away at will. This meat is worth it. Orochimaru smiled and swallowed the last bite of the bullwhip. The two smiled at each other and came up with a plan. After eating their fill and finishing a pot of wine, the two paid the bill and left. There happened to be a grocery store across the street, so the two of them walked in and started browsing casually. After Cloud Shinobi from the barbecue restaurant finished their meal and came out, the two of them bought something and paid the bill. Quietly following the Cloud Shinobi from the sealing class, he revealed the most information about the two-tailed Jinchuriki. It was hard not to attract their attention. This doesn't look like the way home. Although Chuanfong didn't know the way to Cloud Shinobi village, he still recognized the huge, thunder, character on the tall building in front of him. This is obviously the Raikage building. No nonsense, you live in the Raikage building? Orochimaru retorted to Chuanfong, and the two left together. Waiting quietly not far away. In order not to attract attention, the two pretended to be chatting in a friendly manner. As night began to fall, people began to leave the Raikage building one after another. Among them was the ninja from the sealing class. Chuanfong and Orochimaru watched him greet his colleagues and leave with another Cloud Shinobi. The two of them followed from a distance, and this time they were heading back home. After walking 2 streets together, they found out that they were actually neighbors. One on the left and one on the right, they were still shouting that they wanted to drink together later when they parted. How? Advertisement. Chuanfong tentatively asked Orochimaru for his opinion. Kill him. Orochimaru's voice was gloomy and devoid of emotion. All. The two ruthless men hit it off immediately and took advantage of the night to slip into the yard. The Cloud Shinobi from the sealing class would never have imagined that his casual conversation during the meal would attract the attention of 2 Kage-level warriors. Trouble comes from the mouth, I am not deceived. After entering the yard, the two of them sensed Cloud Shinobi's location. I walked over quietly and saw the man changing into casual clothes in the bedroom. Who? He just noticed someone approaching, and before he could react, he found that he had lost his 5 senses. Orochimaru's illusion technique is also quite good. It's easy to deal with this kind of stuff. Chuanfong stepped forward and struck him with a knife, knocking him unconscious. Bang bang, just as he subdued the Cloud Shinobi, he heard a knock on the door. Here comes the damned one. Chuanfong smiled at Orochimaru. I'll go. Orochimaru disappeared from the spot, and Chuanfong heard a muffled groan coming from outside. Then I saw Orochimaru walking in carrying someone. So soon? What else? Orochimaru asked back coldly. Who are you looking down on? You come and I come. Chuanfong did not continue with the topic that would make Orochimaru angry. It's not that I look down on you, but will you interrogate me? The two of them sat down cross-legged. Chuanfong threw the Cloud Shinobi in his hand to Orochimaru in annoyance. We won't stand this kind of bullshit. After a long time, Orochimaru came back alone, and the 2 Cloud Shinobi were nowhere to be found. Therefore, it is necessary to understand enough personal information. The more you come into contact with someone, the greater the chance that you'll be exposed. Orochimaru carried the 2 men like chicks, turned around and left, disappearing from Chuanfeng's sight in a moment. I also went over the plan again in my mind. Chuanfong stood up and showed it to Orochimaru. He was disgusted by the fact that this person had no awareness of going out on a dangerous mission. Chuanfong listened very carefully, and he knew what was important. I'll settle accounts with him when he comes back. Remember, there was no work for him to do for the time being, so Chuanfong simply lay down and recuperate. Orochimaru said as he transformed into the appearance of another Cloud Shinobi. Orochimaru still gave some more instructions, and only continued when Chuanfong nodded. Hey, do you still remember the appearance of that person just now? How is it? Still similar, right? Good. Orochimaru stared at Chuanfong and said quietly. Tell me what information you have. Yes, I remember that. Chuanfong got angrier the more he thought about it. This bee actually laughed at him. For the next period of time, the two will need to use this identity. Chuanfong used the transformation technique and became the Cloud Shinobi from before. Orochimaru kicked Chuanfong, who was lying down. Orochimaru told Chuanfong all the information about the two of them and waited for Chuanfong to digest it slowly. Your name is Katsumura Yoda, and my name is Kitahara Sosuke. You are from the sealing class, and I am an ordinary ninja. Bang, mad, I know you can do it, so come on. You like, I like. Such an identity is not easily found. We will try to have as little contact with people as possible. Chapter 180 Bulubi. Nibi Jinchuriki is at the southernmost part of the village, on a cliff near the coast. There are people guarding it, which will be more troublesome. The sealing squad is only needed when the two-tail goes berserk. If we catch the second tail and leave, we can choose to force the attack. If you have other plans, you need to make them. Orochimaru didn't know how big Chuanfeng's appetite was, and whether one Jinchuriki could satisfy him. With Chuanfeng's flying thunder god, he didn't have to worry about being trapped and unable to escape. You still understand me, let's take our time. Chuanfeng smiled. How could a two-tailed Jinchuriki satisfy his appetite? I knew you were nothing. Orochimaru insulted Chuanfeng again. Haha, Chuanfeng was not ashamed, but laughed out loud. After talking about business, the two of them felt a little hungry again. Can you cook? Orochimaru came to the kitchen and saw a lot of ingredients, more than enough for the two of them. I can eat it. Chuanfeng gave the answer without hesitation. I owe you. Orochimaru complained and started to process the ingredients. It was as he expected. It was impossible for the young master of such a wealthy family to cook. The meal in the rain country was probably the best he had ever had. Love you, love you. In front of Orochimaru, Chuanfeng let himself go. With a very dark face, he made a heart shape with his hands to Orochimaru, which made him feel disgusted. Get lost. Orochimaru got goosebumps all over his body because of Chuanfeng, and he almost vomited. He suddenly recalled Yi Kang's beautiful face in his mind and finally drove this disgusting scene out of his mind. Okay. Chuanfeng disappeared obediently from Orochimaru's sight and found a blind spot to stay by himself. It is wrong for him to continue to disgust others when there is food available. Not long after, Orochimaru was heard shouting in the kitchen. Then someone, serve the food. The usually polite Orochimaru no longer calls him Chuanfeng-kun, and he has simply become a nameless person. Here I come. Chuanfeng was neither anxious nor annoyed, it was no big deal. It will be fine once Aunt Snake gets over her anger. He came to the kitchen and took 2 plates from Orochimaru. I have to say, this bachelor's cooking skills are pretty good. No wonder Yi Kang was almost dying while eating. Fragrant. Chuanfeng's sincere praise. Get out now. Orochimaru raised his foot and kicked Chuanfeng on the butt. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists, do you know that? This is the second time that Chuanfeng has been kicked by Orochimaru. He is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied. Orochimaru squeezed past Chuanfeng with 2 bowls of rice. He had no idea why he kicked him. We are all from the same village, can you please give me some respect? Chuanfeng was disappointed and knew he was in the wrong, so he followed Orochimaru to the table and sat down. I'm sorry, I never give face to anyone. Orochimaru's Tsunade expression is clearly visible, and he is very elegant. Advertisement. It's this face of Cloud Shinobi that really detracts from the show. 2 extremely bored people started bickering as soon as the dishes were served and continued until the meal was finished. Childishness is indeed contagious. Orochimaru feels that his IQ has been seriously lowered by Chuanfeng. Shut up and get some rest. We still have to collect information about Bluebird tomorrow. Orochimaru retained some of his intelligence in time, got up and walked out of the house and went to the house next door. Fortunately, both of them are single, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to their families. Had a peaceful night. The next day, Chuanfeng and Orochimaru began their daily routine according to the life trajectory of the 2 Cloud Shinobi. After a simple breakfast, we walked towards the Raikage building together. Katsumura Yoda's sealing class has been studying sealing techniques in the Raikage building recently, hoping to make the iron armor seal a little more perfect. Kushina was not caught. They could only rely on their own wits. Kitahara Sosuke works as a clerk in the Raikage building as an ordinary ninja. That's why their combat capability is so weak. Pay attention to your words and actions, and listen more than you talk. Orochimaru has said this no less than 10 times, and Chuanfeng is already fed up with it. I complained in my heart more than once. When did Orochimaru become so nagging? I know. Based on the information provided by Orochimaru, Chuanfeng slowly came to the office where the sealing class was located. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw someone was already there. However, not all people have arrived yet, only groups of 3 or 4 are looking at the scrolls. Several of them greeted Chuanfeng. He just brushed them off casually because he really didn't know what these people were called. In order not to attract attention, he found an empty corner and sat down with a scroll. He glanced at the densely packed knowledge about sealing techniques. It seemed superficial compared to what Tsunade said to him. He pretended to continue watching while paying attention to the movements in the room. Not long after, everyone arrived. Under the leadership of the class monitor, everyone began to continue the discussion based on yesterday's content. How can we allow the Jinchuriki to use the tailed beast chakra to its fullest extent while strengthening the tailed beast seal? This research direction is very good, but Cloud Shinobi's foundation is really not up to par. It would be extremely difficult to upgrade their original iron armor seal to that level. Chuanfeng sounds a bit like the effect of 8-sign seal. Yoda, what do you think? The squad leader saw that Chuanfeng had not spoken, so he frowned and asked. Things like this require collective wisdom. What's the point of you not saying anything? Chuanfeng was called out and could no longer pretend to be deaf and dumb. He thought for a moment and spoke again. This research direction is very good, but should we base it on reality? What's the meaning? The class monitor frowned even deeper. He didn't quite understand what Katsumura Yoda said today. Under the questioning, Chuanfong could only continue to answer, hoping that he would not be exposed so soon. Orochimaru will remember that for the rest of his life. I mean, we're all paper here. Why don't we ask Barubi-sama to come and stay with us sometime? We can only make more practical changes if we personally sense the iron seal on his body. What Chuanfong said made sense and was not excessive. Improving the iron seal was an order from the Raikage himself, so there was nothing suspicious about asking Blueby to cooperate. I'm just worried that Bulu doesn't have time, sir. The squad leader thought for a while and made a decision immediately. Sato, go find Lord Buluby and see if he has time. Yes. A short, stocky cloud shinobi took the order and left. Advertisement Chuanfong didn't know if Blueby would come. If the two-tailed Jinchuriki was a problem now, then he was an important fighting force in Cloud Shinobi Village at present. Getting rid of him would be much more effective than kidnapping a two-tailed Jinchuriki. Okay, let's continue the discussion. We can talk about other things after Buluby-sama comes. The monitor and everyone else started to have an in-depth discussion, and Chuanfong once again became an invisible figure. Orochimaru also came to Kitahara Sosuke's workplace based on the information obtained from the interrogation. Due to my poor ability, I usually come into contact with only some unimportant documents in my work. I think the most common job is running errands. Not long after Orochimaru sat down, someone called Kitahara Sosuke's name. Yes. Orochimaru responded. Sosuke, you take this document to the Raikage's office. Orochimaru wanted to refuse, but seeing that person was ordering him to do things as if it was a matter of course, he guessed that Kitahara Sosuke usually did this kind of work. Yes, sir. The man even gave Orochimaru a confused look, not adding his name today. But it wasn't a big deal, so he nodded and told Orochimaru to send it off quickly. Holding a document, Orochimaru actually began to feel a little nervous. If he was discovered, wouldn't Chuanfong laugh at him for the rest of his life? Oh, two bastards from Konoha. Orochimaru pushed the door open and saw the Raikage bold and grandiose sitting there, much more haughty than his own teacher. Why, have you seen it? Damn N************. You dared to curse me, I'll destroy your entire Cloud Shinobi village. Fortunately, as a disciple of the Hokage, he doesn't need to learn these simple things, he knows them all. At this time, Chuanfong was watching Bluebird enter the room under the guidance of Sato. Only after I went out did I realize that my forehead was covered in cold sweat. The Raikage was obviously also familiar with Sosuke Kitahara. I'll go down first. Yes, Raikage-sama. No, I just looked twice more out of curiosity. Can the iron seal on my body be strengthened? The Raikage had no doubts and could not believe that Chuanfong and Orochimaru had already sneaked into the Raikage building. Chuanfeng's eyes lit up after hearing what he said. He didn't expect there would be such a good thing. The more Eight Tails interfered with him, the higher his chances of success. Back at his post, he began to deal with some documents nonchalantly. I've been thinking about the horror of death lately, and Eight Tails has been a little restless in my body. Sosuke is here to deliver documents again. Orochimaru's heartbeat began to speed up. Exposed at such a close distance, he might not be able to withstand the attack of this black man. Put it on the table. He naturally had no objection to Chuanfeng's plan to take advantage of Buluby, but unfortunately he didn't know when the right opportunity would come. Adhering to the principle that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make, Orochimaru just said, softly. Suddenly, he saw two photos on the table with two big red crosses on them. They were him and Chuanfong. He then walked closer to the Raikage and placed the document on the table. Orochimaru was still hoping that Chuanfong wouldn't let him down, as he had already walked around in front of the Raikage. Watching Jonal grow weaker and weaker has affected me, too. There were no mistakes in the work that would cause people to question his identity. Bang bang, come in. The people he arranged were still gathering information everywhere and even thought that the two people had not come. Following the signs to the door of the Raikage's office, Orochimaru gathered himself before knocking. Orochimaru saw the Raikage wave his hand and he turned and left. Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead and went to his workstation. The Raikage noticed that Orochimaru was a little distracted and took the initiative to ask. If you see it, stay away and report it immediately. His face looked a little gloomy, and everyone was surprised when he spoke. Chapter 181. Strong, well, let's take a look at this first. The squad leader of the Sealing Squad didn't dare to make a promise easily, as this was no trivial matter. If something really goes wrong, he can't bear the responsibility. Good. Buluby agreed readily. He walked slowly forward and came in front of the leader of the Sealing Squad. He took off his shirt without hesitation, revealing a huge seal on his chest. The end of the seal has shrunk, which means that Eight Tails has cracked it a lot. If this continues, Eight Tails will be able to break free sooner or later. Chuanfong moved closer to observe curiously, and found that the pattern was quite different from the 8-sign seal. With his limited knowledge of seals, he was not able to find a way to unlock them. But he wasn't worried. Just because he wouldn't do it didn't mean Orochimaru wouldn't. The situation is not very optimistic. We can only stabilize your seal for now. As for strengthening the iron armor seal, we still need time to study it. The squad leader placed his hand on Buluby's chest and felt it for a while before speaking. After the destruction of the Whirlpool country, Cloud Shinobi Village did not obtain many resources related to sealing techniques, otherwise this would not have happened. Okay, let's stabilize it first. I will take time to cooperate with you in your research recently. Bulubi is afraid of death, and is also worried that his rampage will bring misfortune to the village. I have taken this matter to heart, then I am offended. The monitor of the sealing class is still quite capable. Chuanfong saw him make a few seals and then put his hand into a claw and pressed it on Bulubi's chest. A strange chakra began to flow into the seal on Bulubi's body, and the end of the seal pattern began to extend. The seal was stabilized again, and Gyuki could clearly sense that the seal's restraint on him had returned to its original state. He roared inside Bulubi. This was the result of his long efforts, but he didn't expect to be beaten back to his original form so easily. I'll help you out. Chuanfong seemed to have heard it, and he silently repeated it in his heart, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Alright, Bruhi-sama. The leader of the sealing squad put down his hand, and the armor seal on Bruhi's chest had returned to normal. I feel much better. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but Bru feels a lot more relieved from the mental pressure. The big stone in my heart fell to the ground. That's good, this is my duty. The monitor smiled, the pride on his face obvious. In the entire Cloud Shinobi village, no one can match his sealing skills. Is there anything else you need my cooperation with? Bulubi put on her shirt but didn't turn around and leave immediately. Then please listen to our ideas first, and then point them out if there is anything wrong. The monitor spoke to Bulubi politely. It's a bit too much to use Brubi as an experiment right from the start. Besides, he was a little scared, he really couldn't handle what happened to Eight Tails. It would be more reliable to let Bulubi give some suggestions based on his own situation. Okay. Brubi agreed, standing aside with his arms folded as they continued their discussion. What if we add another layer of iron seal? A Cloud Shinobi voiced his opinion. If one can't seal it, then get another one. If quality isn't enough, then make up for it with quantity. You think you're playing house? The squad leader rolled his eyes at him, thinking that this guy was new and his professional skills were a bit poor. Let's not talk about whether it can be superimposed. Even if it's added together, Lord Broody probably won't be able to borrow the power of the tailed beast. What's the point of such a double seal? The monitor rejected Cloud Shinobi's opinion without hesitation. Chuanfong listened to it and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Advertisement: the 8-sign seal, formed by the superposition of two 4-symbol seals, not only increases the strength of the seal, but can also convert the chakra leaked by the tailed beasts into the Jinchuriki's own chakra. This is a level that Cloud Shinobi Village can't even begin to catch up with. In the original work, if Bruin had used the 8-sign seal, Orochimaru's chances of succeeding would probably be much smaller. Okay, I'll just give you my thoughts. The Cloud Shinobi shrank his neck, feeling a little embarrassed by what he said. It's okay, you're doing this for my own good. Bruhi said something to comfort her, he was also a soft-hearted person at heart. Looking at Bluebee's gentle gaze, the Cloud Shinobi regained his spirits. He nodded to Bluebee, but did not continue speaking, instead listening attentively. Chuanfong was just slacking off, occasionally agreeing with the comments but not offering any opinions. He wasn't stupid enough to provide Cloud Shinobi with ideas, and not leading them astray was already his greatest concession. There was no conclusion until noon, and Bulubi also had his own things to deal with. He said hello to the squad leader and turned and left. Chuanfong looked at his receding figure and had a rough plan in mind. There is still plenty of time, there is no need to rush. Exit the Raikage building and wait for Orochimaru to come out. The two walked home together, and in order to avoid contact with many people, they decided to eat at home. For this reason, Chuanfong also rejected several Cloud Shinobi who invited him to dinner. Katsumura Yoda is usually quite popular. Find a reasonable excuse so as not to arouse suspicion. Any news today? Chuanfong only asked about Orochimaru after returning home. No news, I went to see the Raikage. Orochimaru curved his lips and looked at Chuanfeng's expression nonchalantly. What? You want to die? Chuanfeng was so shocked that he rushed to meet the person who had no time to hide. Are you sick? It's just a Raikage, I didn't notice anything. Orochimaru didn't even mention that he was frightened and sweating, and acted as if nothing had happened. If you're discovered, I may not be able to save you. Chuanfeng is not underestimating Orochimaru's combat capability, but the third Raikage's combat record in the original work is truly impressive. No need. Guess what I saw on his desk? Orochimaru pretended to be mysterious and played a riddle with Chuanfeng. The training scroll for the lightning strike armor? Chuanfeng blurted out subconsciously, unable to think of what could interest Orochimaru. I guessed you had other thoughts. Orochimaru glared at Chuanfeng. This guy was really ambitious. He could understand why he looked down on the Two Tails Jinchuriki and attacked the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. You're even eyeing the secret techniques of Cloud Shinobi Village, and you're a person? Haha, they are all trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Chuanfeng smiled and waved his hand. He had not told Orochimaru about this. Don't blame that N********* R for crossing out your picture. If I were him, I would search the entire Cloud Shinobi Village to find it for you. Orochimaru told about the photos he saw, which further confirmed the fact that the whereabouts of the two were leaked. Let's not talk about this anymore. Do you have anything good to bring? Hallucinogenic drugs or something. Chuanfeng changed the subject. It was normal and understandable that the Raikage wanted to kill him. What? Orochimaru looked at Chuanfong, not knowing what he was up to. Just tell me, my plan will work. Chuanfong also kept it a secret, neither of them were any good people. There are many kinds. What kind do you want? Orochimaru pulled out a storage scroll, opened the seal and took out several bottles of potions. It all looked like clear water, and Chuanfong was a little skeptical about the medicinal properties inside. It needs to be strong. The kind that makes you feel numb immediately after drinking it. Advertisement. The excitement in Chuanfeng's eyes was obvious. As expected, Orochimaru had these things on him. In the original work, he used a strong hallucinogenic drug to defeat Brutus. This. Orochimaru picked out a bottle and held it in his hand, with no intention of giving it to Chuanfong. This bee hasn't said his plan yet, how is the effect? Chuanfong did not extend his hand out of self-conceit, knowing what Orochimaru meant. It is colorless and tasteless. If you drink it, you will pass out within 10 breaths. Orochimaru was full of confidence. This was the result of his careful research. Good stuff. Bulubi is now cooperating with the sealing class in research. I'll find an opportunity to get everyone out for dinner together. When the time comes, find a chance to put it in his wine. The rest. Chuanfong gave Orochimaru a look that you know. Is it that simple? Orochimaru felt that this plan was too rough and not sophisticated at all. You think it's too simple? Then think of a difficult one. Chuanfong was not happy, because in the original book, Orochimaru did it even more roughly. Ahem, let's do this for now. Orochimaru was choked by this. He had never even met Brutus, so how could he come up with a plan? Will the iron seal be broken? Chuanfong asked about the most important thing, whether Orochimaru would be able to solve the problem now. He was not sure yet. No big deal. Orochimaru didn't take the iron seal seriously at all. That's fine, wait for my news, we'll act accordingly. Chuanfeng's expression became serious as he spoke. If this matter succeeded, it would inevitably be exposed. Orochimaru nodded. You can go cook now, I'm hungry. After talking about business, Chuanfong naturally asked Orochimaru to cook. That ugly face made Orochimaru very dissatisfied. Do I really owe you? If you want to eat, make it yourself. The Tsunade Orochimaru can choose to do it himself, but being ordered around is another matter. Do you really need me to give you a heart? Chuanfong pretended to make a heart shape with his hands, and his words were full of threats. Don't disgust me, is it not okay for me to do it? Orochimaru quickly got up. Making a meal was a piece of cake, but being disgusted by Chuanfong was really uncomfortable. Haha, that's more like it. Little guy, can't I cure you? Chuanfong laughed triumphantly, ignoring Orochimaru's resentful look. Orochimaru reluctantly went to the kitchen and started cooking, muttering as he did so. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the words, Chuanfong. Not long after, the two of them had their meal, and Orochimaru didn't say a word to that shameless guy. Silence is golden, right? Chuanfong was a person who couldn't sit still, and he glanced at Orochimaru. HMPH, Orochimaru took a bite of his rice and snorted coldly, showing no intention of talking. Oh, it's just a few meals. When we get back to Konoha, come to my house. Delicious food and drink are provided for you. Chuanfong made a promise casually, since Orochimaru couldn't make him poor anyway. Even if Yi Kang is brought along, he doesn't mind, we can still ship them together, very happy. Chapter 182 Gyuki Rampage. After dinner, they went to work as usual. After a morning of adjustment, the two of them adapted to their new identities. There are fewer and fewer flaws, and I can gradually integrate into the group. A few days passed quietly. Chuanfong did a lot of preparation and waited quietly for the day when the time was right. After a few days of getting along, Bruby became familiar with everyone in the sealing class. Chuanfong also moved up intentionally or unintentionally, keeping a safe distance. By showing my presence in front of Bruhi a few times, I managed to leave my name in his mind. Orochimaru still had to go to the Raikage's office to deliver documents. Having had this experience, he now feels more relaxed. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid, the chances of being discovered are not high. Occasionally he would speak to Raikage with some bad humor. But people didn't take him seriously and focused all their attention on capturing Chuanfong and Orochimaru. Orochimaru had seen the information about Konoha spies on his desk more than once. He was also glad for his caution, because among them was a spy he knew. If we had contacted them when we entered Cloud Shinobi Village, this mission would have been declared a failure. On this morning, Chuanfong was still in the office discussing with everyone in the sealing class. There was actually some small progress yesterday, so the discussion atmosphere today was even more lively. Everyone seemed to see the dawn of hope, and even Bulubi was infected by everyone's enthusiasm. There was a smile on his face from beginning to end. He had been sleeping much better recently since he had secured the seal. It was almost time for lunch. Chuanfong saw that Bulubi was about to leave and immediately called him to stop. Furuya is an adult. What's wrong, Yoda? Bulubi looked at Chuanfong with a questioning look. I have finally made some progress in my research on sealing techniques, and your help is indispensable. I want to invite you to have dinner with us. Class leader, what do you think? Bruhi-sama has been having a hard time lately. Chuanfong was afraid that Bulubi would refuse, so he dragged the squad leader out to express his opinion. Ah, yes. I was planning to treat you to a meal, but I didn't expect Yangtai to say it first. The squad leader was stunned for a moment before he continued the conversation. I couldn't help but complain in my heart that I would have to treat everyone this time. This Yangtai is really nosy. Is it easy for him to save some pocket money? Then I won't be polite. Ruby agreed without much hesitation. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, he was lonely. He is very happy to spend more time with others and get recognition from others. Why are you being so polite? Everyone together. Things have come to this point, and the squad leader can only mourn for his own private money. Good. Everyone happily agreed, as it was a rare opportunity for the squad leader, a stingy man, to make money. The monitor is generous. Chuanfong flattered someone and betrayed him, so he had to make up for it. It's nothing, just walk. The squad leader felt better at this point. He waved his hand, and a group of people in Bulubi walked out. After leaving the Raikage building, Chuanfong deliberately slowed down his pace, waiting for Orochimaru to come out. As Orochimaru exited the Raikage building, he saw a group of people heading toward the street not far away. Chuanfong was at the end, and he guessed the general situation immediately. This is when we need to take action. Yoda, why don't you wait for me for dinner? Orochimaru shouted and quickly chased after him, attracting everyone's attention. Haha, we have a class dinner, I didn't inform you. Chuanfong looked at the squad leader intentionally or unintentionally, and he was also looking at Chuanfong. Maybe he just couldn't save his face, he also knew Sosuke. Advertisement, Sosuke-kun, if you don't mind, let's go together. It will be more lively if there are more people. What the monitor said was quite good, but he was still praying in his heart that Sosuke wouldn't be too shameless. How can that be so embarrassing? Orochimaru said politely before the squad leader could speak again. He added another sentence, but since you invited me, I would be giving you no face if I don't go. I'll treat you guys when I have the chance. Orochimaru said that even if they joined the team, it would be more like asking them to meet the Shinigami in the future. There is a high probability that there will be no chance to eat. You're welcome. The squad leader swallowed back the words he was about to say and changed the subject. His face looked a little unnatural. One is nosy, the other is shameless, no wonder they can get along so well. After silently complaining, everyone continued to move forward. After a while, we arrived at the barbecue restaurant we went to last time. It seems that this is still a store that many people visit frequently. I can only say that Chuanfong and Orochimaru made a good choice last time. If I change the store, things might not be so smooth. Boss, 2 pounds of tenderloin. Boss, 10 skewers of beef tenderloin. Boss, 2 bullwhips. Listening to everyone ordering food, the squad leader's heart was bleeding. After everyone had ordered and taken their seats, the boss served some side dishes and wine to these big customers. This was a treatment that Chuanfong and Orochimaru did not enjoy last time. You have to treat people differently based on their social status. This situation is unavoidable anywhere. To celebrate our breakthrough in research, I suggest that we first give a toast to Lord Bulubi. The matter was done, and now the squad leader also showed the proper leadership attitude. Lead everyone to toast Bulubi. Bulubi seldom attends such gatherings, but he accepted everyone who came. This is a long-lost happiness. Normally, I would just drink with the third Raikage at most. After so many years, I'm tired of it. As the beef was served, the atmosphere became more and more lively. Cloud Shinobi's generosity at the drinking table is unmatched in Konoha. Chuanfong and Orochimaru also drank a lot. They were still relatively restrained, keeping in mind what was to come. One glass after another, the wine on the table was soon finished. Orochimaru saw this as an opportunity and stood up to leave. Sosuke, don't run. The squad leader was planning to give him a few more glasses of wine. Why am I running? Isn't there no more wine? The boss is busy, I'll go get it. Orochimaru saw that the boss was still grilling the meat and made an excuse. That's quite considerate. Why don't you come to our sealing class? Someone started to joke. Haha, I'm very comfortable as a clerk. Orochimaru laughed and went to where the wine was. Chuanfong watched Orochimaru slowly leave, his eyes fixed, ready to take action. Boss, can I get a few bottles of wine? Orochimaru greeted the boss with drinks on a tray. Okay, you take it. Since they were all regular customers, the boss just turned around and glanced at them, then continued with his own business. At this moment, a small snake secretly added some ingredients to one of the wine flasks, and then quickly disappeared on Orochimaru. The wine is coming. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked to the table with wine. He handed out wine to everyone one by one, and the one with added ingredients was naturally handed to Bulubi. Thank you, Sosuke-kun. Ruby even said thank you politely. Advertisement. Orochimaru smiled at him and passed out the remaining drinks. Keep going. The monitor raised his cup and clinked it with Bulubi's. I watched with my own eyes as Bulubi poured a glass of wine from the jug and drank it all in one gulp. Chuanfong and Orochimaru counted silently in their hearts. 10, 9, 8, 1. Bang! Bulubi suddenly fell heavily on the table without putting down the wineglass in his hand. It fell down already? The squad leader was still a little bit unbelieving, as no one had drunk much. According to rumors, Lord Bulubi can drink quite well. He didn't think that someone had drugged him, and for a moment he was a little confused about the situation. Let me see what's going on. I'm really drunk. Raikage-sama is going to cause trouble for us. Orochimaru, through Sosuke's identity, was able to see the Raikage often, so it wouldn't be out of place to say this. He stood up naturally, walked past the crowd and came to Bulubi. His right hand was behind his back, already in claw shape, with chakra light flickering on his fingertips. Furuya is an adult. Orochimaru lifted Bruhi up from behind and even called out in a fake manner. Why can't you wake him up? The people around were also a little surprised. How could someone get so drunk with such a small amount of alcohol? Before anyone could think about it, Orochimaru's right hand pressed hard on Bruhi's chest with lightning speed. Untie. As the chakra at his fingertips was input, Blueby began to emanate a terrifying aura. Who are you? By now Cloud Shinobi had reacted, and the squad leader shouted before charging at Orochimaru. Walk. Chuanfong no longer hid and kicked the squad leader away. Orochimaru also knocked the Cloud Shinobi next to him to the ground. The moment the two met, Chuanfong and Orochimaru disappeared in front of everyone. Without wasting any time, their goal was achieved and the two men retreated immediately. It wouldn't be long before the Raikage arrived, and they had no interest in fighting a battle with the Raikage right now. There are other things that need to be done. At this time, red chakra had begun to appear on Blueby's body, and his body was shaking unconsciously. Obviously he was in great pain. Send a flare for help. The squad leader looked at Bruhi like this and had already prepared for the worst. Unfortunately, he was struggling on the ground and couldn't get up, let alone put the seal on Blueby. It took all my strength to even say these few words. This was also what Chuanfong intended to do. The squad leader is quite capable. In order to prevent him from reapplying the seal to Blueby, Chuanfong attacked more heavily. The squad leader was lucky enough not to be kicked to death. A Cloud Shinobi quickly took out a flare from his ninja tool bag and ran out. The rest of the Cloud Shinobi began to evacuate the surrounding residents, and it was only a matter of time before Cloud Shinobi went berserk. The squad leader left with the help of a Cloud Shinobi, and finally looked deeply at Blueby. His heart was filled with regret, wondering why he didn't realize the identities of those two people. He actually undid the seal of Eight Tails Jinchuriki right under the nose of his own sealing class leader. This would be more painful than killing him, and think about the wrath of the Raikage-sama. I had an idea that it would be better to die under that man's feet. As Eight Tails was freed from the seal, Blueby closed his eyes and slowly stood up. He just opened his mouth and roared. The red chakra on his body formed a huge tentacle, which shattered the barbecue restaurant into pieces with one blow. Then even more chakra began to gush out of his body. Gradually, he was wrapped in substantial red chakra and his human form could no longer be seen. Roaring once more, his body began to swell. A giant bull with twin horns on its head and a tail like an octopus tentacle appeared in its place. Eight Tails completely broke the seal, and Blueby's consciousness had sunk under Orochimaru's potion. D183 Jong Raikage vs. Eight Tails Boom. Gyuki's huge body was completely revealed, directly squeezing and collapsing the surrounding houses. With a turn, the tail behind him swept past casually, and most of the street was flattened. Dust was flying and cries of grief were heard everywhere. Terror slowly spread across the entire Cloud Shinobi village, and villagers in the distance who had not yet been affected began to head for the shelter in an orderly manner. Because the incident happened so suddenly and the time was too short. The villagers in this street have not been able to evacuate yet, and now the street is crowded with people. The cries were so chaotic that the nearby Cloud Shinobi risked his life to come over and maintain order. In the face of a terrifying existence like Yuki, ordinary villagers are left with only fear. The shadow of death has been lingering in my heart for a long time. Cloud Shinobi's first priority now is to relocate these villagers, and combat troops will arrive soon. Yuki waved his hands, the buildings in his hands like toys. It broke into pieces with a casual pinch, and he picked up the debris in his hand and threw it at the crowd on the street. After being trapped for many years, all he wants now is destruction and killing. Several Cloud Shinobi used lightning style to destroy the remains of the house, and a Cloud Shinobi who looked like a leader shouted loudly. Protect women and children first. Let's go. In order to protect the villagers, he suppressed his fear and put his life at risk. He rushed towards Gyuki with his men, trying to use his own strength to stop Gyuki from wanton destruction. Gyuki, who was several times taller than a house, ignored their attack and didn't even want to defend himself. He allowed these kunai and lightning-style ninjutsu to hit him without even a scratch. With a light sweep of its tail, the Cloud Shinobi were swept dozens of meters away. Without exception, all were killed. The strong wind made people unable to stand steadily. In front of the tailed beasts, ordinary ninjas have no room to resist. But after them, Cloud Shinobi rushed forward without hesitation. All for the village and for the faith in our hearts. Monster, run away. Save my child. My legs are stuck, someone come and help me. People kept running out of the houses, and more people were buried under the rubble. Not only did these Cloud Shinobi's attacks fail to hurt Yuki, they made him increasingly angrier. Yuki roared, and as he waved his hands, substantial tailed beast chakra gushed out. All the attacking Cloud Shinobi were knocked away, and they couldn't even get close to Yuki, let alone stop him. Gradually, he seemed to be tired of this kind of killing that was like slapping mosquitoes. He raised his huge head, a large amount of chakra gathered in front of his mouth, and a tailed beast bomb quickly took shape. Oops, it's tailed beast bomb. We can't stop it. The village is going to be destroyed. Cloud Shinobi had fear in his eyes and his mouth opened wide, not even having the courage to run away. I watched helplessly as the tailed beast bomb came out of Gyuki's mouth and headed towards the center of the village. That was the direction of the Raikage building. He was quite good at picking locations. Presumptuous. With a loud shout, a blue lightning instantly collided with the tailed beast bomb. It's Raikage-sama. We are saved. Kill this monster. Advertisement. Cloud Shinobi and the villagers all shouted out. The prestige of the Raikage in the village was evident. Madara. At this moment he is the god in people's hearts, saving them from water and fire. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and violent airwaves spread out in all directions. Smoke and dust instantly rose up from the center of the explosion, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. Before the smoke cleared, blue lightning rushed out from the smoke. Quickly transfer the villagers to the shelter and prepare the barrier. The figure stopped not far from Gyuki. It was the third Raikage. His eyes were solemn as he looked at the complete 8 tails, his uncontrollable murderous intent revealed. He is indeed a ruthless man who can take the wind-style spiral shuriken head-on. With his upper body naked, he didn't lose even a hair under the tailed beast bomb. If Chuanfong was still watching the battle, he would probably be drooling with envy at this kind of defense. Yes, Raikage-sama. Several Cloud Shinobi looked solemn and stood apart, ready to trap 8 tails if they found a chance. Cloud Shinobi breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Raikage explode the tailed beast bomb, and turned back to help the villagers evacuate. Gyuki also saw the tiny black man in front of him. This guy beat me up many times. This time I'm out for good and it's time to take revenge. Without the slightest hesitation, the tentacles behind him swept towards the Raikage. It was so fast that it was in front of the Raikage in the blink of an eye. The violent gust of wind made his cheeks hurt, which showed that Gyuki had attacked with hatred. Damn Konoha. The Raikage cursed under his breath, already guessing that this was the work of Chuanfong and Orochimaru. I thought they hadn't entered Cloud Shinobi village, which was ridiculous. Now he no longer has time to care about Bluebird's life or death. If 8 tails continues to make trouble like this, Cloud Shinobi village will be gone. Raikage dodged and blocked all the tentacles. This was not the first time he had fought against 8 tails, so he had some idea of what he was doing. Landing again, he watched as Gyuki howled to the heavens and gave instructions to a Cloud Shinobi beside him. When I get him tangled up, teleport us away together. If Chuanfong were here, he could see that this Cloud Shinobi's appearance was somewhat similar to that of the 4th Raikage's secretary, Ma Bui. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? The Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but feel a little worried, as his jutsu was usually used to teleport objects. The teleporter had not yet made the attempt, for fear of causing any harm to the Raikage's body. Then he would be the center of Cloud Shinobi village. Don't worry, it'll be okay. The Raikage was extremely confident in his defense. Good. The Cloud Shinobi didn't waste any more time, but nodded and slowly moved towards 8 tails. How dare you? The Raikage watched in shock and fear as Gyuki gathered his energy to unleash the tailed beast bomb again. Cloud Shinobi village can't handle a few tailed beast bombs. He exerted a little force on his feet, transformed into blue lightning, and rushed towards Gyuki. He nimbly dodged Gyuki's tentacles and kicked him in the head with a powerful force that made a sizzle sound like lightning. The tailed beast bomb, which had not yet taken shape, also dissipated into the air. Buzz. A transparent barrier rose up, trapping 8 tails and the Raikage inside the barrier. I have to say that Cloud Shinobi from the barrier class is really good at seizing opportunities. Raikage continued to fight 8 tails in close combat within the barrier. Hell Thrust, 4 book penetration, advertisement. The lightning on the Raikage's 4 fingers seemed even brighter, and he stomped the ground hard, blasting into Gyuki's neck like a cannonball. Ah, Gyuki, who was hit in the neck, roared in pain and his head uncontrollably slammed into the barrier. In this small range, his strength was limited. After 8 tails reacted, he slammed the barrier with both fists. The barrier that could trap the 2-tailed Jinchuriki was not good enough in front of him. The enormous force caused the barrier to tremble. With a few more punches, the barrier would be broken. The ninjas in the barrier class have tried their best to input chakra, but the power of 8 tails is much stronger than that of the 2 tails. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead and his face turned pale. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Hurry up. The Raikage saw this and was anxious. If there was no barrier to trap 8 tails, teleportation would be impossible. And if 8 tails escapes the barrier, Cloud Shinobi village will be doomed. This is the only chance. Gyuki is not some stupid beast. The Cloud Shinobi heard the Raikage's call and quickened his pace, flashing in front of the barrier. After making seals with both hands, a large amount of chakra entered the barrier and enveloped 8 tails and Raikage. Technique sent by God. 8 tails and the Raikage disappeared instantly, and the Cloud Shinobi collapsed to the ground. Teleporting the tailed beast was already a bit of a stretch, not to mention there was a Raikage with him, so he simply collapsed. Cloud Shinobi from the barrier class was only slightly better than him. He removed the barrier and helped his fellow sufferer up. Several people took out military pills from their pockets and ate them. Now was not the time to relax. Not long after, everyone heard a loud explosion coming from the distant seashore. The Raikage and 8 tails were successfully teleported to the seaside, and the crisis in Cloud Shinobi village was temporarily resolved. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that their efforts were not in vain. Next, Cloud Shinobi began to rescue the wounded. Fortunately, they were transported in time and the incident did not affect other places. However, this street was in a mess, and there was not a single intact building in sight. There were more building wreckage and countless corpses. The crisis is over, and with it comes great sorrow. Losing loved ones and comrades, sadness is spreading, but the fight has not stopped. It's just that someone is carrying the burden and moving forward. If the Eight Tails continued to wreak havoc in the village, the damage they caused would not be much different from the Nine Tails rebellion in Konoha in the original story. There is indeed some difference in the strength of the two-tailed beasts. After all, one Nine Tails is equal to half of 10 tails. However, for civilians and ordinary ninjas, this is meaningless, because they are existences they cannot resist anyway. Fortunately, both villages have people who can rival the tailed beasts. This is the village's luck and misfortune. If they didn't have the means to restrain the tailed beasts, they wouldn't even think of controlling their power. The battle on the beach was still going on, with all the elite Cloud Shinobi in the village heading that way. One of them, a Cloud Shinobi, was holding a huge jar with a wooden lid and a white rope tied to the top. It was one of the 5 treasures left by the Sage of 6 Paths, the Amber Purifier bottle. The Raikage had already made plans to seal Yuki away, and the moment he got the news, he knew that Blueby could not be saved. After being partners for so many years, it would be a lie to say he wasn't sad, but he was also helpless. He was the one who attacked Konoha first, so no one can be blamed for the current situation. Filled with rage, he and Yuki fought fiercely. Raikage has the strongest body in the ninja world, and he can travel the world with his muscles. 8 Tails has a huge amount of chakra, and no one can defeat him except 9 Tails. These two guys were evenly matched. In the original book, they fought for several days and nights but no one was decided. The man and the beast seemed tireless, using the most primitive fighting method, punching each other hard. Lightning and the scarlet-tailed beast chakra complemented each other, and explosions sounded one after another. Cloud Shinobi watched in fear from a distance, and for a moment he did not dare to approach the center of the battle. If someone is affected, no one can guarantee that they will survive. Chapter 184. Abducting the second tail. From the noise, there's a lively fight going on over there. Chuanfong said teasingly to Orochimaru beside him. He had already discovered that the location of the battle had changed, but that did not affect his plan. As long as 8 Tails is not dealt with, Cloud Shinobi will always be pinned down there. And how could 8 Tails be so easily defeated? He knew that very well. Why, are you planning to get involved? Orochimaru is now a little paranoid, and can't help but want to confront Chuanfong when he hears him talking. The narrow and long snake pupils made Chuanfong feel uneasy. Did he provoke him again? Both of them have now returned to their original forms, and the plan at Cloud Shinobi Village has reached the final stage. There is no need to hide anything. I am sick, why should I interfere now? Chuanfong couldn't help but complain out loud. He wasn't a fool with a screw loose in his brain. You are a little sick. Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't stop the smile in his eyes. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, we're almost there. Chuanfong knew that he was being teased, and he was also aware of what he had been doing these days. Looking at the lonely house on the cliff ahead, he knew he had reached his destination. The two did not conceal their presence while chatting and laughing, and were soon discovered by the Cloud Shinobi who was guarding the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and ninja tools attacked from the nearby forest. A flash of lightning appeared on the ground and rushed towards the two people's feet. Both above and below are within the attack range, and it would be easy for an ordinary ninja to fall into this trap. But are they ordinary people? Ninjutsu, Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru casually stretched out his hand, and several snakes emerged from his sleeves to block the incoming kunai and shuriken. The lightning was extinguished by Chuanfeng's foot. There were not many people in Cloud Shinobi Village who were interested in playing lightning style in front of him. Hurry and solve it. Chuanfeng's eyes narrowed and he dodged in the direction where the ninja tool was flying. Trouble. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes, and then he disappeared on the spot. A moment later, several screams were heard in the forest, and Chuanfeng came out clapping his hands, his face full of disdain. These little Karami couldn't even warm him up. Before he could even use any strength, the opponent fell down. Let's go. Orochimaru walked past him without getting a drop of blood on him. The two of them walked towards the cabin leisurely, without any sign of urgency. They came here in a swagger just to let Cloud Shinobi find them, so that they wouldn't have to look for them. The two came to the cabin and pushed open the door and went in. I found that the furnishings inside were very simple. There wasn't even a decent table, only the couch was acceptable. Lying on it was none other than the two-tailed Jinchuriki, still in a coma. From time to time, he would unconsciously murmur, "No, no." He probably couldn't rest well even in his sleep, as the two-tailed beast had become his nightmare. The power of the tailed beasts is indeed strong, but it is very difficult to control them. The house was shabby not because Cloud Shinobi Village was abusing him, but because he had gone berserk too many times, so it would be a waste to give him any good things. Instead of making elaborate arrangements every time, it's better to just make do with it. He's a poor kid, too. Chuanfeng sighed and saw that Jonal on the bed was pale and breathing weakly. Only God knows how long he can live. Do you think it's easy to be a Jinchuriki? Orochimaru rolled his eyes at him. The fact that he survived so many rampages was a testament to his strong willpower. The two Jinchuriki that Chuanfong has the most contact with are more stable than the other. Mito has 9 tails all under his control, and Shomei is often beaten because of his excessive chatter. Not to mention going berserk, I was afraid of startling the Jinchuriki by saying more than a word. Forget it, take it away. Chuanfong had no intention of taking action. Orochimaru was better at storing living people. Advertisement, summoning. Orochimaru didn't argue with him, but directly summoned a big snake. Without any command, the snake naturally swallowed Jonal whole. Then it disappeared with a bang. You don't want to take it back to the village? Orochimaru seemed to react suddenly, and looked at Chuanfong with a bit of surprise. What are you thinking? I want to exchange him for something. Chuanfong knew Orochimaru's concerns and released 8 tails as revenge. Judging from the current situation, the losses of Cloud Shinobi Village are still within controllable range. If you take her way away, it will be hard to say. That warmongering and ******* might start another war. And Konoha, with its 3-tailed beasts, will undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. No one wants to see a village that is far superior to their own prosper. By then, it will be Konoha that suffers the loss, and it will not be worth it. The outcome is too bad and they can't afford to take the risk. Konoha now has 2-tailed beasts, which is enough. That's more like it. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Chuanfong was so generous. It is more practical to exchange the 2 tails for something. I came to leave a message for the rampage, otherwise I'm afraid he won't be able to find me. Chuanfong said to Orochimaru with a smile, then he took out a pen from somewhere and wrote a sentence directly on the bed. I want the lightning armor. See you on Mikazuki Island, stay at Hatake Chuanfong. After writing, he looked at the words he left with appreciation. How about it? Chuanfong patted Orochimaru's shoulder with a smug look on his face. I don't know where his confidence comes from. The handwriting is only slightly better than that of a chicken claw, and it's still limited. I understand. Orochimaru thought for a moment and politely said 3 meaningful words. What do you mean by being able to understand? Look at the writing style, look at the text. Chuanfong is licking a B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''*. face and flattering himself crazily. Not caring at all about Orochimaru's already dark face. I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the pen stroke? Orochimaru said this with a dark face, then turned and walked out of the house. I don't want to get entangled with Chuanfong anymore, for fear that my aesthetic taste will be affected if I stay with him for too long. What kind of person is this? It seems like he really has a serious illness. I can't even write words like that with my feet, how dare you ask yourself that? Hey, wait for me. Chuanfong quickly chased out the door, put his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, and the two disappeared together. When he reappeared, he had already left Cloud Shinobi Village. Where are we going? Orochimaru knew that Chuanfong wanted to exchange the 2-tail for the secret technique of Cloud Shinobi Village, but given his personality, he would not wait on Mikazuki Island. Let's play in the land of hot springs for a few days before we talk about it. The hostages are in our hands, there's no rush. By the way, don't let him get killed. Chuanfong really doesn't know how long he can survive in the snake's belly, but there is still a big gap between the world of Hokage ninja and reality. Don't worry, it's a storage snake, and it also has a sealing function. Orochimaru glanced at Chuanfong as if he was looking at an old-fashioned man who had never seen the world. Katsuyu the Immortal doesn't have this ability, you can't blame me for not knowing. Chuanfong found an excuse and the two of them set off. There were flying thunder god marks along the way, and the two soon arrived at the Kingdom of Hot Springs. Meanwhile, the beach at Cloud Shinobi Village was bustling with activity. The battle between Raikage and 8 Tails lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally the man and the beast fell down exhausted. Neither side had the strength to move again. Cloud Shinobi then sealed 8 Tails in the amber purifier bottle, leaving Bluebee's body in place. Raikage-sama, how do we deal with this? Advertisement. A Cloud Shinobi bravely stepped forward to ask. The villagers in the village now have a lot of dissatisfaction with Cloud Shinobi. But he had been Raikage's partner for many years, so what to do with the body became a problem. Let's find a secret place to bury him. Tell the public that there is no body left. The Raikage knew his concerns, and he laid on the beach with his eyes closed, turbid tears falling from the corners of his eyes. Master Raikage, I will heal you first. A medical ninja stepped forward and pressed on the Raikage's right chest, where there was a hideous wound that was still bleeding. If he wasn't physically strong, anyone else would have bled to death after taking so long. Take good care of the amber bottle. The Raikage gave orders to his men while treating their wounds. Yes, Raikage-sama, we have arranged for personnel to monitor the area 24 hours a day. This is the Cloud Shinobi who came over with the amber purifier bottle. Well, is there any news about Hatake Chuanfong and Orochimaru? The Raikage's tone at this point was relatively calm, without any hint of anger. Not yet. It's been a bit chaotic these past few days. He might have escaped during the chaos. Cloud Shinobi had been so absorbed by 8 Tails these past few days that no one had paid attention to the situation of the 2-tailed Jinchuriki. In Cloud Shinobi's opinion, letting 8 Tails go berserk was already a serious matter. He didn't believe that with only 2 people coming to Konoha, they could accomplish anything bigger. Keep checking and don't let your guard down. Raikage still felt uneasy and always had a bad feeling in his heart. Before he could think about it, someone rushed over and knelt on one knee in front of him. Raikage-sama, the two-tailed Jinchuriki has been abducted by Hatake Chuanfong. What? The Raikage was so angry that he somehow found the strength to sit up. When I went there, no one was in the house. There are only words left by Hatake Chuanfong. The Cloud Shinobi kept his head down, not daring to look the Raikage in the eyes. He recounted the entire scene he had seen in one breath. What do you guys do for food? I'm fighting 8 tails, and you can't even keep an eye on Jonal. It's all garbage. Raikage is suffocating when he is furious. He usually smiles so kindly, but now he scolds so harshly. It's our fault. Please punish us, Raikage-sama. The person in charge of guarding the two-tailed Jinchuriki came to ask for forgiveness, as he could not shirk this responsibility. Can punishing you solve the problem? Help me to go and have a look. The Raikage stood up with the help of others. He was exhausted to the ultimate level. I didn't expect to receive such unfortunate news after the war. My resentment towards Chuanfong and Orochimaru reached a new level. Yes, Raikage-sama. Several people supported Raikage and quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff. Not long after, he came into the house and saw the words left on the ground. Raikage burst into laughter out of anger. Haha, what a great Hatake Chuanfong, it's extremely shameless. He couldn't describe how he felt now. It was 100 times more disgusting than eating a fly. Raikage-sama, I cannot give you the lightning armor. That's a ninjutsu that only successive Raikages can practice. At worst we can fight Konoha again. The Cloud Shinobi started talking at once, all asking the Raikage not to agree to Chuanfong. Stop arguing, I need to rest. You don't have to give it to me, but you better think of a foolproof plan before I wake up. The Raikage said before falling onto Jonal's bed, snoring a few moments later. I don't know whether to say that he is careless or that he is really too tired. The Cloud Shinobi looked at each other. When they went outside, no one could come up with a decent idea. Chapter 185 Chuanfong vs. Raikage. Chuanfong and Orochimaru left Cloud Shinobi Village and went to the Kingdom of Hot Springs, leaving Katsuyu's clone to stay on Mikazuki Island to observe the situation. A week passed and there was no news. Raikage is still recovering from his injuries, so of course he can't come so soon. The third Raikage was not so arrogant as to face 2 cage levels despite being injured. Who knows if a fight will break out? Chuanfong and Orochimaru were not in a hurry and enjoyed themselves in the land of hot springs. Eating, drinking and chatting every day, I live a very comfortable life. With the 2 tails in hand, they remain calm and the initiative is still in their hands. Another noon. In a luxurious restaurant, 2 people were enjoying a sumptuous meal and sipping fine wine. Orochimaru ordered a table full of dishes, and Chuanfong didn't think it was a waste. Having money means you can do whatever you want. There has been no news for so long, I'm afraid your plan will fail. Do you think the Raikage will be killed by 8 tails? Orochimaru drank leisurely, causing trouble for Chuanfong as usual. He couldn't hide the smile in his eyes and secretly paid attention to Chuanfeng's expression. The two did not deliberately inquire about it, and the news of Cloud Shinobi Village could not spread to ordinary towns in the land of hot springs. Even whether the Yugen village can get information from the Cloud Shinobi village is questionable. In the original work, the most famous person in Yugen village is Hidan, who was not born yet at this time. What are you thinking? 8 tails can't kill the Raikage. Chuanfong glared at him unhappily. Orochimaru had been giving him a lot of trouble with his words these days. No matter how good the food or drink is, it can't stop him from eating. All I can say is that Chuanfong deserves what he gets. Being a jerk is contagious. As long as he was unhappy, Orochimaru would be happy instead. That's hard to say. Orochimaru simply ignored Chuanfeng's gaze and filled his own glass. Continue with your own unfounded speculation. At best, it's a lose-lose situation. Okay, thank you. Please stop talking. Chuanfong felt upset by what Orochimaru said. He picked up some meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, but he couldn't taste anything. He also didn't know whether his butterfly wings would affect the outcome of the battle between the third Raikage and 8 tails. Then all your wishful thinking will be in vain. The third Raikage could die, but not at the hands of 8 tails. Haha, looking at Chuanfeng's depressed expression, Orochimaru laughed out loud. He drank the wine in the glass and couldn't help but give a compliment. Tisk, good wine. Chuanfong glanced at him and could only sigh in his heart, I made the wrong friends. As they ate and drank, they could not imagine the torment Sarutobi Hiruzen was going through in Konoha. Yan, is there any news? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, which was already filled with smoke. It proved how anxious he was inside. 8 tails went berserk. Jinchuriki is probably dead. There is no other sign of a major battle. Mitokado Homura reports the news from Cloud Shinobi Village. He also couldn't figure out why Chuanfong and Orochimaru could do such a thing when their actions were exposed. Is Cloud Shinobi Village such a waste? Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed when he didn't get the news he wanted to hear. They were attacked even when they were fully prepared. Are the people of Cloud Shinobi Village just sitting there doing nothing? He hadn't considered that his Konoha still couldn't defend against the 3 Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village. If it weren't for Orochimaru, Kushina might have actually been captured and taken to Cloud Shinobi Village. Now Cloud Shinobi Village is facing 2 Kage-level infiltrators, and finding them is easier said than done. Could it be that they know? A bad idea suddenly popped into Midokado Homura's mind. The look of panic was visibly evident on his face. He was the one who took charge of this matter, and to ensure safety, he personally passed on the news. Thinking of Danzo's tragic death, he shuddered unconsciously. He asked himself if he was worse than Danzo. It would be easy for Chuanfong to come back and kill him, not to mention there is Orochimaru. After returning from Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru's strength has undoubtedly reached Kage level. How is that possible? Wasn't what you did very covertly? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled violently, and he even forgot to stop the pipe in his hand in midair. It's very hidden, but Midokado Homura was interrupted impatiently by Sarutobi Hiruzen before he could finish his words. Stop talking and keep an eye on the news from Cloud Shinobi Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is replaced by Midokado Homura. He didn't dare to think about it any further and could only hope that there would be good news in the future. If Chuanfong and Orochimaru return safely this time, he will probably be in big trouble. And recently some rumors reached his ears. The villagers in the village complained about him not going to the battlefield, but he didn't take it too seriously. As long as the pension is in place, those rumors will naturally not be a concern. After all, he had not been the Hokage for nothing for all these years, and he was very good at pacifying the villagers. The matter is done. Do you still want to force him out of office? After all, it's just a small number of people who are dissatisfied. How big a wave can it cause? He also sent people to comfort them, and so far, the effect seems to be quite good. The rumors have gradually died down and will not have a negative impact on his reputation. But he didn't know that this was just a pit dug by Fugaku, and what was revealed was only the tip of the iceberg. Once the trend is established, it will be difficult for him to reverse the situation. Under Chuanfeng's guidance, Fugaku's heart became as black as ink, and he gradually acquired some of his uncle's style. The little fox is getting further and further on the path to becoming an old fox. I wonder how Master Chuanfong is progressing in Cloud Shinobi Village. Fugaku and Tsunade were sitting quietly in a tea room, having just finished a business talk. I don't know either. Let me ask. Summoning. Tsunade didn't say much after hearing this and directly summoned Katsuyu Sage under Fugaku's curious gaze. After a delay, a teacup-sized Katsuyu appeared on the table. What do you two take me for? Communication tool. As soon as Katsuyu came out, he vented his dissatisfaction. In that damn place called Mikazuki Island, I was sunburned to death. I wonder if Katsuyu doesn't like that kind of environment? Tsunade covered her head, guessing that Chuanfong had assigned some unpleasant task to Katsuyu the Sage. If Fugaku hadn't asked, she really had no intention of calling out Katsuyu the Sage. I just want to ask about Chuanfeng's situation. Tsunade asked Katsuyu's clone in a gentle voice, afraid that she might say something wrong and add fuel to the fire. Don't worry about him. Eat well and sleep well. Katsuyu Sage gave a brief summary, his tone very impatient. Just saw Chuanfong drinking a glass of wine again. She was basking in the sun on Mikazuki Island, and the damn Chuanfong was drinking. Where can I go to seek justice? I mean, how is their mission going? Tsunade wasn't worried about Chuanfeng's safety, she just wanted to know the progress of their mission. Wait in the land of hot springs for the Raikage to exchange his secret technique for the two-tailed Jinchuriki. And ask me to watch at the agreed location. Does he have a conscience? That damn place, Advertisement. Katsuyu the Sage couldn't help but start to complain. Tsunade had a frown on his face and didn't dare to interrupt. Is this still the Katsuyu the Sage I know? What a huge sin Chuanfong has committed. Fugaku looked at Katsuyu's tiny body and the endless stream of words she was talking about, and he wanted to give her a glass of water. They were all afraid that she would get too emotional and pass out from anger. Ahem, I almost got it. How about you go back first? Tsunade found a chance and quickly interrupted to say something. The resentment was really strong. She no longer wanted to get any more information from Katsuyu Sage. I won't say any more. I'm so mad at you. Let's go. With a puff of smoke, Katsuyu Sage disappeared on the spot. Tsunade gave Fugaku a dry laugh, feeling a little embarrassed. That unreliable man spent his time in debauchery, leaving Katsuyu alone to suffer. No one would be happy about this. Haha, Lord Chuanfong has his own considerations. Fugaku tried to smooth things over, expressing his deep sympathy for the behavior that Katsuyu had accused him of, but that was all. He couldn't help but stand up for Katsuyu the Sage. I guess Chuanfong will be back soon. When he comes back, you can discuss it in detail. Tsunade did not interfere too much in this matter. Her main focus now is still on experimental research. Yeah, okay. Fugaku nodded and agreed. The plan was going smoothly so far. Everything is developing as expected, and we are just waiting for Chuanfong to come back and take charge of the situation. The two drank tea in silence for a while, then went their separate ways. In the restaurant, Chuanfong and Orochimaru had not finished eating yet. Here I come. Katsuyu the Sage on Chuanfeng's shoulder suddenly exclaimed. She finally saw the Raikage bringing a group of people to Mikazuki Island. The days of exposure to the sun have finally come to an end. Although it is just a clone, it is still not easy. While vision is shared, physical sensation is also shared. Oh, he's not dead. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. He knew who Katsuyu was talking about and took another bite of food. Stop eating, let's go. Chuanfong took out the money from his pocket and put it on the table, then stood up and pulled Orochimaru along. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from the spot, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at Mikazuki Island. The Katsuyu clone, which had been a little shriveled by the sun, didn't say a word. The moment Chuanfong was seen, he turned into smoke and disappeared. Hey, sorry. Chuanfong licked his face and apologized to the Katsuyu clone on his shoulder. HMPH, with a cold snort, a cloud of smoke rose from his shoulder. And still angry, Chuanfong complained to Orochimaru helplessly, saying that Katsuyu not only didn't know how to chat, but also had a small temper. It would be strange if I wasn't angry. Orochimaru could feel the despair of Katsuyu's clone under the scorching sun. Forget it. At worst I can go back and apologize. Chuanfong said this and looked down the mountain. This was a high point he had chosen. From here you can clearly see a group of cloud shinobi led by the Raikage walking aimlessly on the island in the distance. Lord Raikage, the island is so big, where are we going to find him? You're not kidding us. A cloud shinobi with an eye patch on his left eye asked from behind the Raikage. His name is Tudai, the reviewer of Double Lariat throughout the ages. He also possesses the bloodline limit lava style and is deeply trusted by the third Raikage. Since he asked us to come, then there's no need to look for it, it will appear naturally when it's time. The Raikage guessed that Chuanfong must have left some kind of backup plan on the island, and he might be in the other party's sight now. Are you really going to hand over the secret technique to him just like that? Toshiro knew that this was a helpless move as the tailed beasts were the top priority of the village. But he felt a little bit difficult to accept handing over the lightning armor developed by the second Raikage. That also depends on whether Hatake Chuanfong has the ability to do so. There was a hint of amusement in the Raikage's eyes, his things were not that easy to take. If he didn't have some real skills, he wouldn't have handed over the secret skills so easily. Maybe this Mikazuki Island is the burial place of Hatake Chuanfong and Orochimaru. Once they die, they can take the tailed beasts and secret techniques back with them. I understand. Toshiro was finally relieved when he knew what the Raikage was planning. Cloud Shinobi Village had never been bullied like this before. They have always been the ones who rob others. When will it be others' turn to rob them? Be alert. The Raikage continued walking forward, ordering his men to be on guard. After all, he had such thoughts in mind, and there was no guarantee that the other party might have the same idea. Watching the group still moving slowly forward, Orochimaru licked his lips. There was a murderous gleam in his eyes. How about we kill them? Orochimaru's voice sounded beside Chuanfong. Chuanfong was stunned at first, then he chuckled. That sounds like a good idea. In the original work, Kabuto used Sage Mode to fight against the two brothers. Although it occupies a convenient geographical location, it must be admitted that the Ryuchi cave magic is also very powerful. Orochimaru has now mastered Sage Mode, and the two of them are no less powerful than the people of Cloud Shinobi Village. Even if we can't take it, we still have hostages. No matter how the war develops, we will not lose. I leave it to you, Raikage. Orochimaru assigned the third Raikage to Chuanfong, while he dealt with the Cloud Shinobi. No problem. The two hit it off and jumped down from the mountain. The moment Chuanfong landed, he was ejected like a cannonball, leaving a huge deep hole on the ground. Lightning lingered all over his body, with a sword in his right hand, and only the Raikage was in his eyes. Orochimaru followed closely behind, his figure graceful and his movements indescribable agility. Good to come. The Raikage spotted Chuanfong and Orochimaru immediately. He roared, and his whole body was wrapped in azure light. He had long yellow hair, half-exposed muscular bronze muscles, and a hideous scar on his right chest. Lightning crackled on his body, and a terrifying aura emanated from his entire body, as if he were a humanoid beast. At this time, Chuanfong had already arrived and stabbed Raikage in the chest with an extremely sharp sword. The chakra on the blade shone brightly, making a sizzling sound in the air. Through the chakra light, you can see the taut muscles of Raikage. He wanted to see how strong this strongest shield was. Raikage adult. Todai cried out in surprise. Chuanfong was too fast, even if he wanted to go up to block him it was too late. As soon as I heard the Raikage's voice, Chuanfong came closer. You still have the mind to care about others. Orochimaru raised his hand and a group of giant snakes appeared, rushing madly towards Cloud Shinobi. The densely packed snakes, with their mouths wide open, spitting out scarlet apricots and making a constant hissing sound, made people's scalps tingle. Lava-style Humo Wall. After Toshiro formed a seal, he spit out an elastic protective film from his mouth, blocking the big snake. His lava style is completely different from Lao Zi's and is more defensive in nature. Advertisement, however, Orochimaru's goal has been achieved and the battlefield has been divided into two. Raikage was a little frightened by Chuanfeng's sword, and his expression became serious. This kid is really fast. Mumbling this to himself, the Raikage threw a punch without any hesitation. Even at such a short distance, he could make a sound of breaking through the air, and the air seemed to be stagnant. It can be seen what kind of terrifying power this punch contains. He is confident that his body cannot be injured to this extent. But can this kid catch my fist, actually engaging in physical combat with me? He could already imagine in his mind the scene of him punching Chuanfong in the face and Chuanfong spitting out several teeth from his mouth. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Clang. When the fist and sword collided, there was actually a sound of iron colliding. Two chakras of the same attribute suddenly exploded, and the huge recoil caused the two men to retreat several meters away. The scene that Raikage expected did not happen, and Chuanfong was unable to break Raikage's defense. This is what I wanted. After Chuanfong stood still, he was not discouraged. Instead, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He must get such a defense. Give Jonal back, or you'll die here. Raikage shook his hands. After all, they were still flesh and blood, and no injuries did not mean no pain. Stop talking big. Chuanfong glanced at Raikage. Is it that easy to kill him? He took out a handful of senbon from his ninja tool bag, attached lightning attribute chakra to them and threw them out. The senbon attacked the Raikage with a sound of breaking through the air, and he smiled disdainfully. This thing is not even enough to tickle him. Ding ding dong dong. A series of senbon hit the Raikage, making pleasant sounds. At this time, the Raikage no longer saw Chuanfong. In an instant, all the hairs on his body stood up and he clearly felt the attack coming from behind. Raikage exerted force with his feet and leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the sword. Chuanfeng's sword missed and he slashed upwards. Raikage, unable to exert any force in midair, could only take the attack head-on. Another sound of iron clashing was heard, and with this attack, Raikage jumped out of Chuanfeng's attack range and landed on the ground again. The huge force caused Chuanfeng's half-foot to sink into the ground. Flying Thunder God. The Raikage is also a connoisseur. Isn't this mysterious technique the Flying Thunder God of Konoha? It's a bit too late for him to know this information now, as he has never fought Konoha head-on. If it were someone else, that blow would have been fatal. That's how he could get away with it. That's right. Chuanfong openly admitted that knowing and preventing are two different things. HMPH, I want to see how fast the Flying Thunder God is. Hell Thrust. Four-handed shot. Raikage was seen gathering a large amount of chakra between his four fingers, and the lightning was particularly dazzling. His feet moved slightly, and the whole person disappeared on the spot like blue lightning. The air was torn like paper, and a terrifying roar broke out. The next moment, Raikage appeared in front of Chuanfong. Four fingers stabbed fiercely into Chuanfeng's neck. If this hits the target, Chuanfong won't be able to die even if he has 9 lives. Swish. 1 second you could see the smile on Chuanfeng's face, and the next second the Raikage's attack missed. It was Flying Thunder God again. Chuanfong dodged the attack and heard a huge explosion behind him. Looking back, he saw that the third Raikage had smashed the boulder behind him into pieces, and the rubble was still falling all over the sky. Fast enough, Chuanfong also scratched his ears and challenged Raikage. A coward who can only hide. Raikage used a low-level provocation and looked very unhappy. Oh, that's too low level, but I will satisfy you. Chuanfong twisted his neck, and red spells appeared around his eyes. His aura was even more impressive, and even the lightning on his body became much more condensed. Swordsmanship, Fire and Thunder God. With an indomitable momentum, Chuanfong transformed into a flaming thunder dragon, opening his bloody mouth to devour the Raikage. Everything along the way was turned into scorched earth. The further it went, the more solid the thunder dragon became, and the sound of thunder and lightning sounded like a roar that shook the earth. Hell Thrust. One-handed punch. Raikage did not act rashly and directly used his strongest spear. The lightning chakra that permeated his body exploded at this moment. The earth could not withstand his trampling and was torn into spider webs. Boom. In a flash, 2 brilliant lightning bolts collided with each other. After a stalemate, Chuanfeng's sword could no longer withstand such a great force. A crack appeared on the sword and then began to spread and shatter. After Onoki, this is the second sword destroyed by Chuanfong. The power of the strongest spear is indeed extraordinary, and he is not just exaggerating. Chuanfong then gave up the hilt of the sword and charged forward with his fist, facing the remaining power of Raikage's Ippon Quan Shou. Accompanied by an even more terrifying explosion, the two were surrounded by lightning. Chuanfong. Orochimaru noticed the scene here and couldn't help but exclaim. If anything happened to Chuanfong, how would he explain to Tsunade? Raikage adult. The Cloud Shinobi, led by Uchiha, knocked away the snakes around them, also feeling terrified. But no one could see clearly what was happening in the lightning. I'm fine. Chuanfong stepped out of the lightning, and a bloody hole in his palm was healing quickly. No problem. The figure of Raikage also appeared after Chuanfong left, and a blood mark appeared on his finger. The strongest shield was finally broken. He looked at his fingers with complicated eyes. Being able to hurt his fingers proved that Chuanfong had the possibility to kill him. At this time, the view of Chuanfong was completely different. Hatake Chuanfong, you are very good. The Raikage shifted his gaze to Chuanfong, his eyes cold and stern. You're not bad either. Chuanfong raised his hand, and the last bloody hole on it healed in front of the Raikage's eyes. It's not over yet. How could the Raikage bear such a provocation? He naturally thought that Chuanfeng's attack power would be greatly reduced without a weapon. Chuanfong was also having a headache at this time, as he had also tried the consequences of taking direct action. My defense is totally not on the same level as others. Even if I use the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, it probably won't have any effect. Ninjutsu of the same attributes has resistance, and it certainly won't be as effective against Onoki and the third case gauge. Who is afraid of who? As soon as the words came out, two figures rushed towards each other at the same time. Fist to fist, foot to foot, it was the most primitive hand-to-hand combat. In the eyes of everyone, the two of them were like two ferocious beasts, without any skills at all. With energy exploding all over the sky, even if you want to go forward to support, you have to hesitate. After a while, Chuanfong had a lot of wounds on his body, but with his powerful healing ability, they were not serious. In other words, it looks a little embarrassed. The Raikage became more and more frightened as the fight went on. What kind of monster was this? Even though his defense was stronger than his. But Chuanfeng's self-healing ability frightened him. Was he a cockroach that was immune to death? He can still compete with me without a sword. No wonder he is so famous in the ninja world. It really is not a false reputation. Chapter 186 Orochimaru Sage Mode. Chuanfong and Raikage fought fiercely, and Orochimaru and Cloud Shinobi on the side did not stop either. It was a lively scene with people fighting back and forth. The Raikage didn't bring many people with him. Orochimaru counted them and found that there were 15 of them in total. However, those who came were all Jonin level, there were no small fry like Genin. And there is also Dashiro, a guy who possesses a bloodline limit and is extremely difficult to deal with. Orochimaru had the advantage of surprise attack at first, but now they have reacted. Facing 14 Jonin who were under command, Orochimaru gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The large number of snakes did not cause them much trouble. Cloud Shinobi, under the command of Dashiro, advances and retreats in moderation, sometimes close and sometimes far. Destroy the snakes released by Orochimaru and quickly launch a counterattack. Lightning style came from a distance, and as soon as Orochimaru dodged it, he faced close combat with 3 Cloud Shinobi. Orochimaru held the blade, blocking the attacks of 3 Cloud Shinobi, and still had the strength to fight back. Physical skills weren't his strong point, but they weren't his weak point either. Seeing lightning style coming at him again, Orochimaru forced back 3 Cloud Shinobi with his sword and dodged again. The moment he landed, Todai seized the opportunity. Lava style Humoyu. Tashiro converted the chakra in his body into rubber and sprayed it out from his mouth, wrapping around Orochimaru. As the rubber approached Orochimaru, it quickly formed a sphere, trapping him tightly. Orochimaru swung his sword twice, but found that he couldn't cut it at all. It is very elastic and can relieve a lot of force. Take advantage of this opportunity and go ahead. At Tashiro's command, the remaining 14 Cloud Shinobi displayed their abilities. Lightning style, Thunderball. Lightning style, Pseudo Dark. Lightning style, Thunder Arrow. All of a sudden, various lightning styles were fired from Cloud Shinobi's hands, rushing towards Orochimaru inside the sphere. There was a loud bang and the lightning was deafening. If Orochimaru was hit by this, he would be seriously injured if not killed. Tashiro showed a triumphant smile, as if he saw the scene of Orochimaru being electrocuted into charcoal. The third Hokage's disciple is nothing more than this. He controlled chakra and made a hole in the sphere in front of Orochimaru. A large number of lightning-style ninjutsu were used, and they passed through the hole and arrived in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's mouth corners were slightly raised, without any fear on his face. In an instant, he was engulfed by a large amount of lightning, before Todai could be happy. Then I saw Orochimaru in the sphere turned into a bunch of snakes. It's just a clone. Advertisement, Sage Art. Orochimaru's low growl was heard from not far away, and Tashiro turned around to look. I found that Orochimaru's appearance had changed from before, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Following a low roar, Orochimaru's eyes were covered by large green spells and a single horn grew on his forehead. The whole person doesn't look weird, and even has a bit of weird beauty. Ryuchi Cave Sage Mode, it's your honor. Orochimaru's gloomy voice sounded. Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Cloud Shinobi quickly formed seals with his hands, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly changed. I saw the soil on the ground quickly gathered into huge spikes, which continued to grow upwards. The molding is extremely fast and the speed is fast. Several Cloud Shinobi who were unable to dodge were instantly pierced through the body and died on the spot. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Todai did not feel the chakra fluctuations underground, which was beyond his cognition. Could it be that the soil has come to life? This is too outrageous. If he hadn't been more careful and subconsciously dodged when he saw Orochimaru forming a hand seal, he would not have been able to avoid this hidden attack. The response has been good. Orochimaru licked his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the situation. Bang! As a hole exploded in the ground beneath his feet, amazing chakra burst out from Orochimaru. The huge force pushed his body, and he shot out from the spot like an arrow. He rushed towards Cloud Shinobi at an extremely fast speed. It's much faster. Tashiro's eyes narrowed slightly, and he found that Orochimaru's speed was much faster than before. Defense. At the command, Cloud Shinobi decisively used the earth-flowing wall. A thick earth wall rose up in front of Orochimaru. Todai then fired another Humobi to further strengthen the defense of Tulubi. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Orochimaru pierced through the earth flow wall directly, and his momentum continued unabated. The pierced earth wall collapsed with a loud bang, raising a large amount of smoke and dust. How is that possible? Toshiro couldn't believe his eyes, as Orochimaru couldn't even break his Humitama just now. With the help of Sage Mode, it is not just the speed that is enhanced, but an overall improvement for Orochimaru. The power is totally incomparable to what it was before. Cloud Shinobi gasped, and suddenly his eyes blurred, and Orochimaru disappeared. Advertisement, a Cloud Shinobi was beheaded, and the huge head fell to the ground with blood. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud, and Orochimaru's figure appeared again in Cloud Shinobi's eyes. You want rescue now? The intense light produced by the explosion enveloped the entire area, accompanied by a piercing sound. Orochimaru chuckled and licked the still warm bloodline on the knife with his tongue. Orochimaru heard the sound and lifted up a Cloud Shinobi's hair under the Raikage's gaze. The lightning-style barrier was broken, and Orochimaru walked over leisurely with a sharp blade in hand. Form a formation. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he slowly slit Cloud Shinobi's throat. Like a Shinigami from hell, he began to ruthlessly harvest the lives of Cloud Shinobi. Boom. After the red light dragon's entire body drilled into the black round bead, a huge explosion occurred. After the red dragon appeared, it began to rotate around the black round bead. In Sage Mode, Orochimaru's perception is greatly enhanced, and Cloud Shinobi's lightning style is meaningless to him. However, Orochimaru was not affected at all and moved freely in the white light like a fish in water. Superior. After Orochimaru formed a seal, he released a red glowing dragon from his mouth, holding a black round ball. After a moment, the red light dragon drilled into the black round bead. The three Cloud Shinobi stuck their weapons into the ground, formed hand seals, and supported themselves with one hand. Cloud Shinobi lost all his sight, and there was only whiteness before his eyes. You underestimate me too much. Chuanfong blocked the Raikage's path, his combat uniform already riddled with holes. Sage Art by G Technique, Lightning Style, Thunder Binding. There are also wounds that are bleeding and healing. When the Raikage saw this, he roared in anger, his eyes wide open. The air vibrations caused by the explosion paralyzed their other senses, and their bones became soft and they had lost the ability to move. In fact, Toshiro didn't even need to say anything. Cloud Shinobi had already started attacking Orochimaru. Kill people and destroy their hearts. A large amount of lightning attribute chakra spread and intersected through the weapons, and instantly a lightning-style barrier trapped Orochimaru inside. It's too late, it's the same tricks over and over again. He turned around and was about to abandon Chuanfong and attack Orochimaru. At the same time, the body feels great pain. Faced with the incoming lightning-style ninjutsu, Orochimaru dodged them all with quick movements. You dare. Toshiro quickly found a way to deal with it, with Cloud Shinobi forming groups of 3 into a triangle formation to guard against Orochimaru's attack. Chapter 187 The secret technique is obtained. The Raikage roared, irritated by Orochimaru's provocation. The blue electric light on his body began to become more and more condensed, and turned completely black in Chuanfeng's eyes. Lightning style, Black Panther. The black lightning on the Raikage's body transformed into a leopard with bared fangs and claws, and pounced directly at Chuanfong. The speed was extremely fast and it arrived in front of Chuanfong in the blink of an eye. Feeling the powerful pressure coming towards him, Chuanfeng's heart trembled. He recognized this as an ninjutsu developed by the third Raikage, and once struck by black lightning, one would feel tremendous pain and be unable to move. Then you will really become a living target, with your life and death completely in the hands of the other party. He didn't hesitate, and the flying thunder god dodged it directly. Only a person with a stupid mind would try to take on this kind of attack head-on. The black leopard pounced on nothing and exploded in the same place as Chuanfong. Black lightning spread around the pit, making crackling sounds. This was also within the Raikage's expectations. He didn't think that this one move could defeat Chuanfong. He had to rescue the men he brought with him and prevent them from being slaughtered by Orochimaru again. He turned around and left. The black lightning instantly tore through the air and headed straight for Orochimaru. Careful. I know this move is powerful and cannot be countered by force. Chuanfong Flying Thunder God activated and came to Orochimaru. The two of them disappeared from the Raikage's sight in an instant. Tsuchidio. The Raikage had no interest in chasing after him, and quickly stepped forward to help Toshiro up. Thunder, Shadow Adult. The aftereffects of the White Geki technique are quite severe, and Todai hasn't recovered yet. Chuanfong and Orochimaru were not prepared to provoke the Raikage again. This guy has thick skin and tough flesh, and is really hard to kill. Chuanfong also tried to attack the Raikage's weakness. I don't know if Naruto in the original work has the aura of the protagonist or what. With a well-aimed attack, there was no chance for the Raikage's hand to penetrate his own chest. This little shape is quite unique. Chuanfong stretched out his hand, like a curious baby, wanting to touch the horn on Orochimaru's forehead. Go, 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 go away. Orochimaru knew what Chuanfong wanted to do when he saw him stretch out his hand. Directly blocked Chuanfeng's hand, released Sage Mode and returned to normal. This guy just likes to make moves, and I'm not his pet. You're so stingy. Will you die if I touch you? Chuanfong took his hand awkwardly and muttered something. The battle is almost over here. The next transaction should go smoothly. Advertisement. Orochimaru pretended he didn't hear it. He was too lazy to argue with Chuanfong. So annoying. Well, let him digest his emotions first. Chuanfong was quite considerate of the Raikage and put his arm on Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru sighed helplessly, wondering what sins he had committed in his previous life. The Raikage now hates the two of them to the core, and if he is strong enough, he will never let them leave alive. Not to mention any trade, the situation is stronger than the person, and now he has no choice but to trade. Chuanfeng's strength is obviously not weaker than his. He excels in defense, while Chuanfong excels in self-healing. If they continue to fight, it will all be up to them to see who has stronger stamina and chakra. It would take several days and nights to achieve any results, and Toshiro and his men would not be able to hold out for several days and nights under Orochimaru. If he had come a step later, they would have all died. How long has it been? He brought 15 people out and returned alone. He has no dignity. The Raikage and the 3 Cloud Shinobi, including Sachio, all regained their mobility before slowly standing up. The black lightning on his body had long dissipated, and both sides had a tacit understanding. Raikage, do you want to continue fighting? Chuanfong spoke loudly, his tone was very arrogant. HMPH, where's Jonal? The Raikage snorted coldly and did not directly answer Chuanfeng's question. His eyes were fixed on Orochimaru, anger blazing inside of them. Don't look at me like that, keep fighting if you can. Orochimaru took advantage of the situation and kept on trying to find the Raikage's weak spot. There was a faint smile on his pale and handsome face. Good one, Orochimaru. I'll remember you. Here's the secret technique, hand Jonal over immediately. The Raikage pulled out the scroll of secret techniques from his bosom, suppressed his anger, and turned his gaze away. He had no way of hiding his emotions now, spit it out. Chuanfong tactfully took his arm off Orochimaru's shoulders. Summoning. Orochimaru supported himself on the ground with one hand, and after a puff of smoke, a giant snake appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out Jonal. Jonal was covered in mucus and looked disgusting. He is still in a coma. The person is here, throw the secret technique over here. Chuanfong extended his right hand to signal the Raikage. I don't believe you. The Raikage didn't give it much thought. In case the secret technique and Jinchuriki were lost, he had no confidence that he could get them back. Advertisement, you don't have a choice. Chuanfeng's eyes instantly turned cold. It seemed that the Raikage had not yet fully understood the current situation. Besides, there was no way he could take the hot potato Verway back with him. The Raikage became even angrier at this and clenched his left hand into a fist, veins bulging. Even Onoki was forced to beg for peace after being beaten by him. When had he ever suffered such an injustice? For you. After saying that, he took Orochimaru and disappeared. Raikage reluctantly threw the secret technique towards Chuanfong, and the grievance in his words was heartbreaking. Raikage adult. He turned around and looked at Tudai and the others, and finally made up his mind. Well, let's go back. Although the intelligence did not say that Chuanfong could use Flying Thunder God, it clearly stated that Chuanfong was good at using lightning style. Raikage hesitated to speak. He really wanted to smash Chuanfeng's head. Raikage waited patiently for a long time, and saw Chuanfong and Orochimaru chatting. Okay, come get it yourself. What's the hurry? Chuanfong verified them one by one based on his own experience in spiritual practice. The news of the battle on Crescent Moon Island also slowly spread. We're leaving. How's it going? Have you finished reading it? Chuanfong said to the Raikage after receiving the secret technique. Yeah, no problem. I also practice this, don't try to trick me. It turns out that I am still not as good as several generations of them in research. It should be true, Chuanfong replied impatiently. He had been too rough in the details, and after just a short look, he figured out several key points. You'll know when you see it. Suspected to be the Cloud Shinobi village lightning armor, he dismissed the idea. Toshiro and his men cleaned up the body of the sacrificed Cloud Shinobi and came over to call him. This trip to Cloud Shinobi village was so worth it. The Raikage then breathed a sigh of relief and strode over to Jonal. Cloud Shinobi village suffered a huge loss this time. Chuanfong looked at Jonal with disdain. He didn't want to touch that body covered in slime. He picked him up by the waist and stared at the place where Chuanfong and Orochimaru disappeared, in a trance. Orochimaru read it once and expressed his opinion first. It's not like Raikage hadn't thought about using fake things to deceive. Chuanfong opened the secret technique and examined it carefully, and Orochimaru also leaned over. Raikage carried Jonal away first, followed by Toshiro and others. Chapter 188 let the news spread for a while. Chuanfong brought Orochimaru back to the Kingdom of Hot Springs, and the two of them wandered around the streets. He is in a good mood now, having fought a battle with the third Raikage and obtained a secret technique. How comfortable it is. Shall we play for 2 more days? Orochimaru saw that Chuanfong had no intention of returning to the village at the moment, and looked at him with a slightly teasing expression. Okay. Let the news float for a while. Chuanfong agreed immediately, looked at Orochimaru and smiled meaningfully. Playing tricks. Show me the secret technique. Orochimaru glanced at Chuanfong, too lazy to think about what he was up to. By choosing to be a spectator, he is doing someone a great favor. For you. Chuanfong knew that Orochimaru had always been interested in ninjutsu, so he generously gave him the scroll. He has no plans to practice now, as he will have plenty of time after returning to the village. I'm tired, let's find a place to rest. Orochimaru twisted his neck, the smell of blood on his body was a bit strong. Let's go soak. Chuanfong put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulders and they both entered a hot spring restaurant. They asked for a nice hot spring room and soaked comfortably in the pool. Orochimaru covered his face with a towel and laid on his back by the pool with his elbows propped up. I want Tsunade to be the Hokage. Chuanfong said this quite abruptly. He sat across from Orochimaru, also covering his face with a towel. After a long while, Orochimaru finally lifted the towel from his face. You don't have to tell me. Orochimaru looked at Chuanfong with deep eyes. He had already noticed that this mission was indeed a bit weird. I don't want to hide it from you. I gave him this opportunity. Chuanfong lifted the towel and sat up. There was a hidden meaning in his words, and he believed that Orochimaru could understand it. Perhaps Orochimaru already knew the whole thing after the conversation before coming here. I guessed it. I don't want to interfere in your affairs, he is my teacher after all. Orochimaru was both surprised and a little heartwarming, as he thought Chuanfong would not tell him. Regardless of whether he wanted to interfere or not, guessing it himself and Chuanfong telling him in person were two different things. Orochimaru, who has not turned evil, still remembers the kindness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was an orphan since childhood. Advertisement. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who took him in as his apprentice and taught him the skills. In the original work, if Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't spared him, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Konoha. So during the Chunin exam, he held Sarutobi Hiruzen hostage and shed tears. I don't mean to ask you to interfere, I just don't want this matter to affect our relationship. All you have to do is watch. After Chuanfong made his point clear, he felt much better. He could tell that Orochimaru wasn't too interested in the position of Hokage right now. You sound very confident. Orochimaru adjusted his attitude and teased Chuanfong. It was a good thing that Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, and after this, their friendship was over. If it were someone else, no matter who it was, he would choose to go back and kill him. Unfortunately, that person happened to be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not that big, probably 9 out of 10. Chuanfong chuckled, and anyone could see that he was full of confidence. After more than 2 years of planning, it is finally about to bear fruit. Remember to have Tsunade set Yakura free then. Orochimaru half-seriously made a small request. Haha, you are moved. Chuanfong pointed at Orochimaru and they both laughed. A few days passed quickly and the Raikage returned to Cloud Shinobi village filled with rage. During that period of time, no one dared to approach him. They always felt that they were not facing a human being, but a ferocious beast that would choose anyone to eat. It can be seen that the third Raikage was really angry. News of the Battle of Crescent Moon Island also spread back to Konoha village. Mitokado Homura was panicked as soon as he got the news. The intelligence did not contain details of the great battle, but the Raikage took 15 people out and only brought back 3. He was furious all day long, and he didn't have to use his brain to know that the Raikage had suffered a great loss. That means Chuanfong and Orochimaru were definitely fine. When they came back, he really didn't know what to do. After hesitating for a while, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Amid the shocked gazes of others, Mitokado Homura ran towards the Hokage's office in a panic. He even bumped into the door frame on the way, looking extremely embarrassed. He didn't look like a senior consultant at all. Hiruzen, this is bad, this is bad. Mitokado Homura called out before he even entered the door. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and walked in. Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to keep his composure and scolded him. Look at what you look like, you guys go down first. After sending the 2 Anbu away from the office, only he and Mitokado Homura were left in the office. Advertisement, tell me, what's going on? Although Mitokado Homura was anxious, he was not stupid enough to say such things in front of Anbu. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen ask, he adjusted his state and spoke slowly. Just got some information from Cloud Shinobi village. The Raikage led the battle with Hatake Chuanfong and Orochimaru on Mikazuki Island. Sarutobi Hiruzen perked up upon hearing this, and asked hurriedly without waiting for Mitokado Homura to continue. Then what? Under his expectant gaze, Mitokado Homura's expression dimmed. The Raikage took out 15 Jonin, and only 3 came back. I came back fuming all day. I guess. He didn't continue the rest of the sentence, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression cautiously. What a waste. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened visibly and he slammed the desk hard. What should we do? Mitokado Homura was worried about his life, so he felt a little safer when he brought Sarutobi Hiruzen with him. What to do? Of course, we should welcome our hero back to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to deny it. Even if Chuanfong knew about this, there's nothing we can do to him if he can't produce evidence. Will this work? Mitokado Homura doesn't have the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he doesn't think Chuanfong and Orochimaru are easy to talk to. What are you afraid of? I'll take care of it if anything happens. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a firm voice, but he was actually nervous inside. He had no confidence in someone the third Raikage couldn't take down. But, no buts, just pretend this never happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen roughly cuts off Mitokado Homura's story. Okay, I understand. Mitokado Homura didn't dare to say anything else. Things had come to this point and he could only take things one step at a time. Is there anyone who knows about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, a fierce gleam in his eyes. There are two other people who know. Mitokado Homura did not dare to hide it, even though they were all his loyal subordinates. Get rid of it, we can't leave any evidence behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen said it easily, and Mitokado Homura had no choice but to agree. Nothing is more important than your own life. At this point, the two subordinates were killed. Go down. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled smoke, took out Chuanfong's mission card and stared blankly. Chapter 189 Return to Konoha. I'm finally back. Looking at the gate of Konoha village in front of him, Chuanfong did not use Flying Thunder God to go in. What's so exciting? Orochimaru looked at Chuanfong as if he were a fool, walked slowly forward and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened and two Konoha shinobi bowed respectfully to the two. Major Chuanfong, Major Orochimaru. The two agreed and walked into the village together. Go in hand in the task. I have something to do. Chuanfong stuffed the mission card into Orochimaru's hand, and a Flying Thunder God disappeared on the spot. You yourself. Orochimaru didn't even finish his words when Chuanfong disappeared from his sight. Mad, I don't want to go either. Looking at the mission card in his hand, Orochimaru threw it to the ground. It's my bad luck to know you. After a while, he reluctantly picked it up and walked towards the Hokage building. Teacher, mission accomplished. Eight Tails Jinchuriki went berserk, and Cloud Shinobi Village suffered heavy losses. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen expressionlessly and placed the mission card on his desk. I have received the message. Well done. Why didn't Chuanfong come? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face and spoke to Orochimaru with a tone of praise like an elder. He's busy. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Now Orochimaru felt a little disgusted looking at his hypocritical smile. I know the Hatake family is not short of money, but the money for this mission still needs to be paid. You can go get it. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the mission card and gave Orochimaru a document to collect the money. Good. Orochimaru took the file, turned around and left the office. His respectful attitude made Sarutobi Hiruzen uncomfortable. Also convinced that Chuanfong and Orochimaru knew something. They are all wolf cubs that can never be tamed. Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed under his breath as he watched Orochimaru leave. Although Tsunade was in the village every day, she hadn't visited him in a long time. Since Jiraiya went to Mount Myoboku, there has been no news at all. In another sense, he is a failure as a teacher. Orochimaru went to the finance department to get the money and put it directly into his own pocket. Chuanfong didn't need it. Walking down the street and buying some delicious food, Orochimaru walked home leisurely. At this time, Chuanfong had been chatting with Tsunade for a while in the hospital laboratory. If you don't want to go, then let Orochimaru go. How can you be a brother like this? Tsunade complained about Chuanfeng's bad behavior. Doesn't he understand that you should not do to others what you don't want others to do to you? Advertisement, it's okay. At worst, I can give him more gift money later. Chuanfong changed the subject and brought up the nature of 8 trigrams. That's not impossible. Do you think they are a good match? Tsunade's eyes lit up and she put down the experimental equipment in her hand. The woman was naturally interested in 8 trigrams. It's quite a good match. Chuanfong never expected that his unintentional planning would lead to a great success. He brought Yi Kang back by himself, and by chance, Orochimaru's marriage was achieved. I can only say that this world is so wonderful. What do you think they are doing now? Tsunade moved closer to Chuanfong, a teasing look on her face. That shouldn't be the case. They're not there yet. Chuanfong thought about it and realized that Orochimaru was not as shameless as him. If he had gone up, he might have gone on base. What are you thinking about? As soon as Tsunade heard it, she knew that Chuanfong had dirty thoughts, so she stretched out her right index finger and tapped his forehead lightly. Haha, I didn't say anything. Don't taint me with your thoughts. Chuanfong turned the tables and made it Tsunade's fault. Let you be tough, let you be tough. Tsunade hit him twice without mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Chuanfong was defeated and could only cover his head and beg for mercy. The two of them were playing around, and Tsunade no longer had the heart to continue the experiment. Orochimaru also arrived home at this time, and the door was not locked. He looked for a while before going up and knocking on the door. In the past, when he went out on missions, the door of his house was always locked. This is the first time I have felt the feeling of having someone at home. Inadvertently, a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Who is it? Yi Kang's voice came from inside, and then the door was opened. These are the meatballs I just bought. Orochimaru held up the meatball in his hand expressionlessly. Yi Kang often buys this thing to eat, he has seen it before. After many days, Yi Kang is now much rounder. I feel good, have good food, and have regained my former glory. Bought it specially for me? Then I'll be welcome. Yi Kang took the bag from Orochimaru with a smile, feeling very happy. No, it's just on the way. Orochimaru walked past Yugura and entered the house. A dead duck is still stubborn. Yi Kang picked up the meatball and ate one, then muttered something as he looked at Orochimaru's back. Did you complete the mission smoothly? Advertisement? Yi Kang closed the door, caught up with Orochimaru, and asked. Smoothly. This is the mission bonus. Having said that, Orochimaru handed the money he had just received to Yi Kang. So many, Yi Kang counted them and was shocked. The bigger the bonus, the more dangerous the mission is, and she has never done such a mission before. It's okay, you can use it. Orochimaru remained calm and behaved very magnanimously. He came and sat down in the living room, and Yi Kang poured him a cup of tea. Why are you so nice to me? Yakura suddenly moved closer and looked into Orochimaru's eyes, shocking him. Ahem, Orochimaru choked, coughed twice, and turned his eyes away guiltily. If you stay here for one day, I have an obligation to not let you starve to death. Is that all? Yi Kang was not satisfied with his answer and moved closer. Orochimaru could feel Yi Kang's warm breath in his nose. Don't get so close. He pushed Yi Kang away and stood up quickly, his heart pounding. Haha, I'll spare you. I'll take the money. Seeing Orochimaru's panic, Yi Kang laughed out loud and took the money. What have you been doing at home lately? Orochimaru changed the subject to cover up his embarrassment. Learn how to be an ordinary person. Yi Kang's strength has been sealed, and now she is just an ordinary woman. At most, she is a pretty woman, nothing special about her. Recently I have been learning to cook and take care of the house at home. Of course, I did not forget to write down my experience of practicing scorch style in more detail. Don't worry, I will help you remove the seal after some time. Orochimaru had his own considerations for not immediately helping Yi Kang to remove the seal. Life in Konoha village must be legitimate after all. Once Tsunade takes over, all these problems will be solved. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Yi Kang was not as happy as Orochimaru thought. If you just live as an ordinary person and have a warm home, it seems like a good life. Eating the meatball in his hand, with a smile in his eyes and looking forward to the future, Yi Kang is so adorable at this moment. For a moment, Orochimaru looked dazed. Do you want to eat? Yi Kang pushed his meatball to Orochimaru's mouth. Orochimaru bit off one blankly, he couldn't tell what it tasted like. Haha, looking at his dazed look, Yi Kang's silver bell-like laughter floated in the room. Chapter 190 Konan and Yahiko, as the saying goes, a short absence makes the heart grow fonder. The next day, Chuanfong and Tsunade woke up at noon. Last night was another sleepless night, good morning. Chuanfong clenched his palms, supported his head with the other hand, and looked at Tsunade beside him with affectionate eyes. Good morning, I said. No, but you insisted. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and slapped his hand away. He sat up, letting the covers fall off his body, and stretched out his body. The perfect upper body appeared in Chuanfeng's eyes, firmly attracting his attention. Chuanfeng licked his lips and said, let's do some more morning exercises. Practice your head, get up. Tsunade dodged Chuanfeng's clutches with a flash, picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. All right. Watching the spring scenery slowly being covered up, Chuanfeng also shifted his gaze. With a slightly lost look on his face, he slowly began to put on his clothes. Tsunade looked at his dead look, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Slowly leaning over, she gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Be good, I'll play with you again tonight. Chuanfeng seemed to be given a shot of chicken blood and instantly became energetic. It's settled then, even the speed of getting dressed has increased. In the blink of an eye, he was fully dressed and standing next to Tsunade. That's all you'll ever achieve in your life. Tsunade stretched out her little finger with disdain and pinched out a little bit of the nail and gestured. The two smiled at each other and the years passed peacefully. After going out, the two washed up and went to the restaurant. Young man, exercise moderation. Shuo Mao sat at the head of the table and glanced at Chuanfeng. Ever since Nishui gave birth to a child, he felt a little overwhelmed. The three little ones were trying to hold back their laughter, and only Konan was still confused and had no idea what they were laughing at. Don't worry, I'm in great shape. Chuanfeng wasn't embarrassed at all and sat down in his seat without hesitation. Tsunade was embarrassed. Nishui glared at Shuomao. This guy didn't know how to control his words. When they first got married, he himself was not much better than Chuanfeng. I mean well, too. Tsukumo looked at Nayuki with a bad expression and explained awkwardly. Uncle, Kakashi stretched out his hands to Chuanfeng in Nishui's arms, asking for a hug. Be good, Uncle will hold you. Chuanfeng, with a face full of doting, stood up and walked over, hugging Kakashi. Don't give him anything hard. Advertisement Nishui greeted him worriedly, saying that Chuanfeng would feed Kakashi anything as long as he wanted. I understand, sister-in-law. Chuanfeng agreed and fed Kaka a mouthful of egg custard. Give birth to one yourself. What's the point of holding my son every day? Shuomao was jealous and unreasonable. I'm happy to do that. Is that your business? Chuanfeng just retorted. It seemed that the two brothers were about to quarrel again. Shut up. Have a meal. Nayuki and Tsunade both spoke at the same time. Okay. The two grown men glared at each other and stopped arguing. The four little ones couldn't help themselves and laughed out loud. Eat your meal well. You are so young and just want to watch the fun. Chuanfeng scolded a few people and looked a little embarrassed. Got it, teacher. The four little ones agreed obediently. They liked this kind of family atmosphere from the bottom of their hearts. For the rest of the meal, neither Shuomao nor Chuanfeng said a word. Only Nayuki and Tsunade were chatting about family matters. After the meal, everyone began to disperse. Tsukumo went to find his good friend, and Naoki carried Kakashi to Yuhi Makuharu's house. Minato said hello and went to Senju's house. Only the three little ones were still at home. Nagato, are you going to the hospital with Master's wife? Tsunade ruffled Nagato's red hair, he was still shy. There is none of the cold-blooded and ruthless look in the original book. Okay. Nagato nodded, her red bangs swaying in front of her forehead. I took Nagato away. You can teach your disciples at home. Tsunade assigned Chuanfong a task to prevent him from causing trouble in the laboratory again. Go ahead, go ahead. Chuanfong waved his hand, put his arm around Yahiko and Conan's shoulders, and the three of them headed toward the martial arts hall. Teacher, I heard you went to Cloud Shinobi Village this time. Yahiko is a bold person who dares to ask questions that others don't ask. Chuanfong replied with one word and looked at Yahiko to see if she had any questions. Have you ever fought the Raikage? Is he very powerful? Yahiko's eyes lit up, he had heard that the Raikage was powerful. I want to know if Raikage is better or the teacher is better. It must be the teacher who is amazing. Conan smiled and flattered her, she was much more cheerful than in the original book. Advertisement, haha, you little flatterer. Chuanfong patted Conan on the head. Ouch, Conan pretended to cover his head and yelled. Don't pretend, the teacher didn't even use any strength. Yahiko mercilessly exposes Conan's exaggerated performance. HMPH, Conan gave Yahiko a dissatisfied look, and her little mouth was full of anger. We had a fight, and it's a draw. Chuanfong ignored the little dispute between the two. What he said was quite honest, there was indeed no clear winner between him and Raikage. Then I will defeat him myself from now on. Yahiko patted her chest with high spirits, and Conan looked at her with stars in his eyes. Not a bad ambition. Chuanfong did not pour cold water on him, but encouraged him with a smile. Yahiko cannot become Tendo Pain, and it is very difficult for him to reach the level of third Raikage. Yahiko, I believe you. Conan also cheered him up, forgetting the little unhappiness he had just had. I will try my best. Yahiko instantly felt full of strength. Among the three, his talent seemed to lag behind a little. Now Conan's strength is no less than his, not to mention that cheating guy Nagato. Minato didn't even have the heart to challenge, there is still a long time, just work hard. Although Yahiko's strength may be a little lacking, he also has his own shining points. He has a strong personal charm and sense of responsibility, and can be a good leader. I understand, teacher. Yahiko agreed seriously, she couldn't embarrass the teacher. Otherwise, you will be embarrassed to mention the teacher's name when you go out. Okay, I'll give you a practical lesson today. Chuanfong was still worrying about what to teach the two people, but now he had an idea. A flying thunder god brought Yahiko and Conan to an unknown practice field. We too fight you? Yahiko pointed at herself and Conan, then at Chuanfong. There was disbelief in his eyes. How did you come up with such an outrageous idea? Chuanfong asked back. Yeah, is there a problem? No, no problem. Yahiko agreed hesitantly, already imagining being beaten up by Chuanfong. It's fine if I get beaten, but Conan is still young. Teacher, please show some mercy. Conan knew he couldn't resist and put on a pitiful look. Don't cry later. Chuanfong scratched Conan's nose, so cute. Chapter 191 Punishment, you fight against me, the Shadow Clone. If you win, I will agree to one of your conditions. Vice versa. Chuanfong gave out rewards and punishments, pointing to the Shadow Clone next to him who was only allocated a small amount of chakra. Teacher, what do I have to promise you if I lose? Yahiko didn't even dare to think that she could win, she was really traumatized. The three of them saw Chuanfong kill Hanzo with their own eyes. If you have no ambition at all, just think about losing. Conan was angry that he didn't fight back. Chuanfong nodded as he listened, he was indeed a ruthless man who dared to face Obito alone. Before he could even compliment her, he saw Conan put on a flattering smile. Teacher, I can't stand being beaten, please give me some water. Chuanfong was a little confused for a moment. Who did Conan learn this face-changing method from? Take my sword. While Chuanfong was distracted, a paper sword appeared in Conan's hand. The figure disappeared in a flash. Chuanfeng's clone did not dodge but raised his hand to block it. Bang! Conan's paper sword collided with Chuanfeng's hand, causing a violent explosion. She has combined the detonating tag with her own paper escape technique, which is a bit like explosive sword, Famo. This is also due to the swordsmanship taught by Chuanfeng, otherwise she would not have much close combat ability. The corners of Chuanfeng's mouth slightly raised. Conan's surprise attack was quite beautiful. He left the spot in an instant and watched the battle on the field. Yahiko also seized the opportunity and formed seals with his hands. A huge water dragon rushed towards Chuanfeng's clone. Judging from Suiryu's size, his chakra has also made great progress compared to last time. That's a good cooperation. The clone blocked Conan's explosive attack and a wound appeared on his arm. He raised his right foot and kicked at Conan, forcing her back. Then a lightning style directly defeated the water dragon. Yahiko and Conan were already attacking from the left and right. The clone was not at all panicked, and his whole body was filled with lightning attribute chakra. 1-on-2, no pressure. Yahiko and Conan's taijutsu skills are okay, but they are useless against the clones. He himself is a melee fighter, and this kid's level is too simple. I should have changed from chopping to cutting. Your foot should be higher. While fighting with the two, the clone also pointed out their shortcomings. When Chuanfong teaches seriously, he still looks like a teacher. You can't win at this level. Chuanfong found the weakness of the two and knocked them away with one punch and one kick. You two need to work together better. After Yahiko and Konan landed, they looked at each other and were also aroused by their competitive spirit. Advertisement wings rose behind Konan, and Yahiko also further distanced himself from Chuanfong. Interesting. The clone smiled and took the initiative to attack. In Konan's eyes, the clone disappeared from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yahiko. Careful, she exclaimed, and a paper spear appeared in her hand. He threw it hard at the clone. Water style, water barrier. Yahiko had no time to dodge and could only put up a defense in a hurry. The clone kicked the water barrier to pieces with one kick, and Konan's spear also arrived in front of him. Yahiko dodged and escaped. The spear exploded the moment it hit the ground, with a power much stronger than the explosion on the sword. Looking at the huge deep pit on the ground, with the strength of the clone, if he takes it head on, he will be in trouble. As soon as he landed and stood firm, a bolt of lightning struck Konan from the palm of his clone's hand. Her body turned into tiny pieces of paper, and the lightning did not cause any harm to her. When the paper condensed again, it had reached Yahiko. It seems that one person cannot deal with Chuanfeng's clone. I'll go up and pester him, and you look for an opportunity. Yahiko made his decision, took out his kunai and rushed forward. Konan flapped his wings and slowly rose into the air. Water style, water blade slash. The kunai in Yahiko's hand was wrapped in water attribute chakra. He jumped high and attacked the clone from top to bottom. The clone did not dodge or evade. His right hand glowed brightly and he punched Yahiko's kunai. Right now, Yahiko yelled, Konan quickly following. The pieces of paper on the wings formed countless sharp thorns and attacked Chuanfong. This is a flaw for you. The clone's mouth curled up slightly, and the next moment it disappeared in front of Yahiko. Konan, who was performing the spell in midair, became a target and was kicked directly from midair by the clone. Ah! Konan screamed and fell from the air to the ground. The woman. Yahiko roared and rushed towards Konan's figure. As soon as Konan was taken in his arms, the two of them had no time to be happy. Yahiko felt a huge force coming from the side of his waist, and the whole person flew out. You are so kind and gentle to women, can you go to the battlefield in the future? The clone stopped moving, and Konan was held in his hand. Teacher, is Yahiko okay? Konan fluttered for a while with his feet in the air. A pair of funny guys. The clone let go of Konan's collar, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She is so naive and cute, maybe it was my own mistake. Without the tragic experiences in the original book, they were ultimately missing something. Advertisement, but he liked it this way. Konan ran to Yahiko after landing and helped him up with concern. Yahiko, are you okay? It's okay, the teacher held back. Yahiko touched her waist, endured the pain, and gave Konan a forced smile. Bang! Shadow clone disappears, and Chuanfong walks towards the two from outside the arena. What can I say? The strength is okay, but the adaptability is not enough. If you were an enemy just now and you saved Konan, both of you would have died. Chuanfong shook his head. He couldn't say he was satisfied with the two's performance, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with Yahiko saving Konan. I'm just worried. Yahiko scratched his head and responded awkwardly. You can't kill her with one kick, but you can. Is it saving lives or losing lives? Chuanfong looked very disappointed, and it seemed that his plan needed to be adjusted. It is absolutely impossible to work behind closed doors in Konoha without practical combat capabilities. Teacher, I didn't react. I didn't save 3 points of strength when I shot. Konan also admitted her mistake. She had just used all her strength, otherwise she would have had a chance to avoid the clone's attack. This isn't a struggle session, it's okay as long as you know you made a mistake. Yahiko, what will you do next time you encounter a situation like this? Chuanfong looked at Yahiko and asked seriously, I will still save Konan. Yahiko's voice lowered as he spoke, he was not lying. This is his truest thought. Haha, okay, then punish Konan to carry you back. Chuanfong was so angry that he laughed. Yahiko was probably hopeless. There are a lot of love-minded people around me, and like teachers, like students. Not very good. Konan blushed and fiddled with the corner of his clothes shyly. Teacher. Yahiko was about to speak when Chuanfong interrupted her. Why, you're still not happy. Hurry up. Chuanfong shouted, and Konan was so scared that he gave Yahiko a princess hug. Haha, this is a nice look. A certain unscrupulous teacher disappeared before their eyes. Teacher, the two kids wanted to cry but had no tears, and they didn't dare to cheat. Konan held Yahiko in his arms and walked towards Hatake's house step by step. The air seemed to have quieted down. Chapter 192 Two-Tailed Cell. Nagato, bring that culture medium over here. In the hospital laboratory, Tsunade was doing experiments. The finger used in Hashirama's cell experiment has become relatively stable after long-term observation. I also discussed with Fugaku last time that we will send some extremely heinous criminals to serve as test subjects in the near future. As a medical ninja, she herself was not opposed to human experiments, not to mention that these death row prisoners were not innocent people. Orochimaru would not have any objection to this, he would just say, "Give me more." However, out of humanitarian considerations, it is better to keep this matter secret. Okay. Nagato obediently went to the side and got the culture medium. Master's wife, is this what Seven Tails cells look like? He opened the culture medium and handed it to Tsunade, who looked at the thin piece in the culture dish curiously. This is a cell taken from Chomei's wing, so it looks like this. Tsunade explained as she added culture solution. So how long will it take to cultivate this to a usable state? Nagato was curious about these things, just as he wanted to figure out what was going on with his own eyes. It will probably take a very long time. Tsunade thought for a moment, she couldn't explain it clearly now. Cultivating tailed beast cells is not a very difficult technology, but accelerating their growth is somewhat difficult. After all, in the original work, it took about 20 years from the time Orochimaru obtained the 8 tail cells to the time they were cultivated into giant horns. Master's wife. Nagato was about to ask something but was interrupted by the sound of the door being pushed open. Nagato is here today too. A gloomy voice sounded, and the person who came was Orochimaru. Orochimaru the adult. Nagato greeted quietly, he was quite scared of Orochimaru. Good. Orochimaru was in a good mood, smiling, and touched Nagato's head. A strand of bangs was pulled aside, revealing a circled eye. It's fascinating. Orochimaru licked his lips unconsciously, causing Nagato to take a step back. Orochimaru, why did you scare him? Tsunade yelled, glaring at Orochimaru unhappily. Haha, that's what I said. Orochimaru looked away, he didn't know much about these eyes, except that he had heard Chuanfong mention them occasionally. That is a power that makes people fascinated just by listening to it. Don't be afraid, he just has a bad mouth. Tsunade consoled Nagato considerately, seeing how scared the kid was. Advertisement, I've got something good for you. Orochimaru smiled at Nagato, he was really just curious. If it were him in the original book, he would definitely try every means to get these eyes. What? Tsunade watched as Orochimaru pulled out a small clear bag containing some blue powder. From the second tail. Orochimaru handed the small bag to Tsunade, which he had managed to collect from the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Even though we can't bring back a whole-tailed beast, we can still bring back some of its cells. Nice one. Tsunade held up the bag, which was so dazzling and charming under the light. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go get a petri dish. Orochimaru saw that Nagato was still a little dazed, so he greeted him. Oh, I'll go right away. Nagato came to his senses and started running again. This child is just too introverted. Tsunade looked at Nagato and shook his head. In front of outsiders, Nagato seemed more restrained. It may not be a bad thing, he has love in his heart. Orochimaru seemed to have a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. Nagato was really a kind person. Is it okay to just leave it here? While the two were talking, Nagato came back jogging, afraid of delaying things. Okay, let's put it here. Tsunade brought the petri dish over and poured the blue powder from the bag into it. Nagato simply lifted his bangs and watched the master's wife's operation carefully. What do you understand? Orochimaru found it funny, a child who couldn't even walk wanted to fly. This is for you, go take a look. He took a book about cell knowledge from the side and handed it to Nagato. Okay, thank you Master Orochimaru. Nagato scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing his own ignorance. He pushed the door open with the book in his hand and went out, then sat down at the place where Chuanfong often slept. What a good child. Orochimaru took a reluctant look. Okay, get to work. Tsunade handed Orochimaru a pair of lab gloves, and the two worked together to extract the two-tailed cells. When will the experimental subjects that Uchiha promised be delivered? I can't wait. Orochimaru assisted Tsunade while they talked about the main topic. It should be in the next 2 days. We'll go check the laboratory inside later. Tsunade was ready, just waiting for the delivery person to arrive. Advertisement. Fortunately, the basement was dug big enough, otherwise it would be a bit difficult to move around. I hope he can send a few more. Orochimaru doesn't expect to succeed in one try, so the more experimental subjects the better. Don't think crookedly, but I don't see Chuanfong. Who knows what new tricks he will come up with. Well, let's just treat it as a new topic, don't worry about him, just don't bother us. That's fine. We're not in a rush. The two scientific research masters cooperated well and soon extracted the two-tailed cells from a pile of blue powder. Done. After finishing their work, the two chatted and Nagato was reading a book very seriously outside. Tsunade almost laughed out loud as he imagined Konan hugging Yahiko. Let him teach the disciples at home, so he won't come and cause trouble. Tsunade placed the extracted Nue cells into a brand new culture dish. Yahiko almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Now that we have Tsunade and money, it is not impossible to speed up the experimental process. No, Orochimaru teased, but it wasn't something he said casually. Orochimaru knew his position in Tsunade's heart, so he didn't refute and smiled happily. I don't know how the two children offended Chuanfong. Tsunade knew Orochimaru's character too well. If there were not enough test subjects, the progress of the experiment would be hindered. Why didn't Chuanfong come today? Chuanfong did mention it quite a few times when chatting with him. Let him be anxious. I don't want him to turn into a monster. We still need to study it carefully. Oh, I saw Conan carrying Yahiko home on the way here. He might give himself a big surprise. Tsunade finally felt relieved. Her agreement to human experiments didn't mean she had no bottom line. I am really happy to have these friends who understand me. Tsunade nodded in agreement and added some unknown liquid to the petri dish. Tsunade remained unmoved, her hands moving steadily. Orochimaru was very serious when doing experiments. This thing is just too slow. As luck would have it, Orochimaru even greeted Conan at that time. Then he put it away solemnly. You are not anxious, but Chuanfong is. Tsunade did not save face for Chuanfong in front of Orochimaru. Chapter 193 Closing the Net. How's it going? Chuanfong did not go home from the practice field, but went straight to the Uchiha tribe. At this moment, I was chatting with Fugaku, and the two of them were sitting face to face. We are already very familiar with each other and are very casual, not as serious as before. It's almost time to close the net. Fugaku is very concerned about this matter and asks about it every day. Of course, I am very clear about the progress. Thank you for your help. Chuanfong smiled, picked up the tea and took a sip. It's all small stuff. Fugaku said it lightly, but in fact, Uchiha took a big risk in this matter. Once discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the relationship would be completely ruined. How's the security force doing? The verbal promise has been made. Chuanfong will remember Fugaku's contribution and will definitely not treat him unfairly when the time comes. He has planted a lot of people from the Sarutobi clan in here. But I put them in some unimportant positions. So far, they have been quite well behaved and haven't caused any trouble. Fugaku briefly explained the situation in a calm tone without any resentment. Very good, how much did it cost? Chuanfong nodded. Fugaku was now somewhat presentable. We used to pay for the allowance ourselves, but now the village covers it. We save a lot of money every month, and now we live a more comfortable life. Fugaku said this with a smile on his face, looking very satisfied. But there was mostly joking in the words. The Uchiha clan is not short of money, and this is a psychological satisfaction. Look at what you have accomplished. Chuanfong made a joke before continuing. Then let's close the net tomorrow. Okay, I'll arrange it tonight. Fugaku agreed with a serious look, and the horn of attack was officially sounded from that moment on. It's up to you, but there is one more thing I need you to do. Chuanfong called Fugaku over and whispered in his ear for a while. You send someone. After hearing what Chuanfong said, Fugaku was shocked. That's unlikely. He felt that Chuanfeng's conjecture was a bit shocking. Is this something a Hokage could do? I'm not sure either. Just check it out. Chuanfong smiled calmly. Based on the original work, he was 99% sure about this matter. Okay, I understand. Fugaku agreed and was silent for a moment before continuing. I hope this is true. Then his tenure as Hokage will be over. Chuanfong looked at Fugaku, who was a little excited, and spoke slowly. Don't worry. Advertisement, even if this trick doesn't work, his position as Hokage is over. The two chatted for a while before Chuanfong got up and left. Fugaku did not see him off, but directly called his trusted subordinates and told them what Chuanfong had just said. This is a matter of great importance, don't let anyone know. Report directly to me, understand? Fugaku had a serious look on his face, staring at his trusted subordinate in front of him. Yes, Patriarch. The Uchiha Jonin agreed without any questions. Be careful. The Sarutobi clan is the Hokage after all. Go down. Fugaku patted his shoulder and left alone. Good days are coming for the Uchiha clan, and Fugaku's mood becomes cheerful. Fugaku. Why are you so happy today? A beautiful and gentle-looking woman appeared in front of Fugaku. Makoto, how long have you been here? Fugaku looked happy and walked forward to hold the girl's hand. Ever since my uncle passed away, I've been grateful for Makoto's company. Makoto's contribution was also instrumental in his ability to recover so quickly. Now everyone in the tribe knows that Makoto is the future wife of the tribe leader, but she is not yet of marriageable age. I've been here for a while. You were talking to Master Chuanfong. I didn't dare to disturb you. Makoto is still a little shy and speaks softly. Perhaps it is this kind of personality that complements Kushina that makes the two of them become best friends. We're done talking, come for a walk with me. Fugaku had nothing important to deal with for the time being, so he wanted to take Makoto out for a walk. Makoto nodded in agreement and let Fugaku lead her hand as they walked out. The gears of fate have changed, and this time the two will no longer die at the hands of their own flesh and blood. Holding your hand, we can grow old together. That night, Fugaku informed Shing to start closing in. An invisible net is spreading, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is still wondering why Chuanfong has not made any movement for so many days since he came back. Would he not bother with me just because I'm Tsunade's teacher? The more confused he was, the more irritated he became. Sarutobi Hiruzen went to bed only after his wife's urging. But he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Chuanfong was urging Tsunade to take a shower with great sexual interest. He hadn't forgotten what Tsunade had promised him in the morning. Why, do you want me to carry you to wash? Chuanfong put his arm around Tsunade's shoulders, his hand acting as if it had a locator installed. Not a proper person. Did you go find Fugaku today? Advertisement. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Are you so impatient? Well, there will be something interesting to watch tomorrow. Chuanfong used a little force on his hands. You're going to die. Tsunade patted the back of his hand, with a hint of pouting. I can't help myself, I can't help myself. Chuanfong tried to defend himself. Why did his hands always disobey him? Are you sure? Chuanfong snorted coldly, straightened Tsunade, and looked into each other's eyes. Forget it. Tsunade held Chuanfeng's hand, preventing him from continuing to act strangely. Yes, I can hardly hold it anymore. I knew you were going to act like a hooligan. I'm going to take a shower, you just stay here. Tsunade glanced at Chuanfong unhappily. Is he treating her like a fool? Soon, the most primitive human sounds were heard in the bathroom. Haha, this is my respect for you. His hands were never idle. In the time it took him to say a word, all his clothes disappeared. After a while, I felt a pair of large hands moving restlessly on my body. Humph, since you don't want to drink my toast, then I'll ask you to drink my penalty drink. He snapped his fingers and disappeared from the spot. Chuanfong continued to make excuses shamelessly. Tsunade then got up and left with satisfaction, leaving Chuanfong alone in the room. Tsunade bit her lip lightly, the sound coming out of her throat. Tsunade was so angry at Chuanfong that she laughed. What kind of person is he? That's more like it, isn't it a back rub? Tsunade was not surprised at all. If Chuanfong didn't come, he would not be the Chuanfong she knew. Go to hell. Who do you look down on? I am an honest man. Chuanfong calculated the time and Tsunade should be taking a shower. Do you believe it? Tsunade stopped looking at Chuanfong and started washing herself. Chuanfong pretended to be harmless. The thunder from heaven ignites the fire from earth. I just wanted to give you a back rub. A peaceful solution, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Then kisses rained down on his neck. After all, he was her teacher, and she didn't want to see someone get killed. The method chosen by Chuanfong was indeed peaceful, and he fully considered Tsunade in this regard. Haha, don't worry. Chapter 194 Public Opinion Outburst. Dong dong dong. At dawn, there was a hurried knock on the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just fallen asleep in the middle of the night, was awakened, and Lake Biwa was still sleeping beside him. He put on a coat, stood up and opened the door. A masked ninja appeared before him. What's up? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked tired and slightly unhappy. He was in a bad mood to begin with, and was woken up after having slept for not long. He was considered well-mannered for not cursing at anyone. Hokage-sama, this is bad. A large number of villagers have gathered in front of the Hokage building, saying they want an explanation from you. Now more villagers are coming. You should go and have a look at it right away. The Anbu ninja hurriedly told Sarutobi Hiruzen the news. They didn't take it seriously at first, but now they can't control the situation anymore. What's the explanation? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly woke up. This was not good news. It's the same rumor from a while ago, saying that so many people died because you didn't go to the battlefield. There are so many people this time, and we are asking you for a reasonable explanation for not going to the battlefield. Luckily the Anbu ninja explained the whole story clearly, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably have lost his temper. No use of force. Notify Advisor Yan. I'll be there in a minute. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not yet so crazy as to suppress the attack with force, so he went to the bedroom to change his clothes. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja closed the door and disappeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen went out wearing the Hokage robe and headed towards the Hokage building. You can hear the thunderous shouts before you even arrive. Give us an explanation. Give us an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how things had developed to this point, since he had clearly sent people to appease them. Looking at those many banners, he felt confused. I feel like there is an invisible net entangled me tightly. Is this Hatake Chuanfang's conspiracy? Hokage-sama, would you like to disguise yourself? An Anbu appeared beside him and asked tentatively. Sarutobi Hiruzen used the transformation technique and became another person. I squeezed through the crowd and entered the Hokage building. Mitokado Homura was already waiting in the office. Advertisement, Hiruzen, how did things come to this? Didn't you send someone to deal with it? As soon as Mitokado Homura saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, he hurriedly asked. This incident has seriously affected Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation. If he steps down, his life will not be easy, not to mention becoming a consultant. Even a secure retirement may become a luxury. It must be Hatake Chuanfang's doing. It's not too late, I can handle it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already figured out a countermeasure on the way here. As long as you admit your mistake, the pension will be distributed immediately. I think this will quell most of the riots. The remaining small group of people posed no threat to him. Hatake Chuanfang. It really hurts when a dog bites someone without barking. Mitokado Homura cursed viciously. Go get ready, I'm going to speak on stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Mitokado Homura to make the arrangements, as he was not confident in others now. Good. As a loyal lackey, Mitokado Homura agreed immediately. After watching Mitokado Homura leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down at his seat. Close your eyes and go over what you are going to say next. The sun slowly rose, and the whole of Konoha came alive. More and more villagers gathered in front of the Hokage building, and countless people came to join in the fun. The Anbu ninja stood guard on the side, trying to see who was instigating. Catching these people is a great achievement. Shing, good job. In the shadows in the distance of the Hokage building, Fugaku was talking to Ao beside him. He had a smile on his face and was very satisfied with the current situation. The fun has just begun. A smile also appeared on Shing's originally serious face. The two of them rushed over early in the morning to watch the show, wanting to see how Sarutobi Hiruzen would deal with such a scene. Lord Chuanfong is not even interested in coming to see it. Fugaku shook his head, his level was still a little far off. Little did he know that Chuanfong hadn't gone up yet and was sleeping soundly with Tsunade. This matter was just an appetizer he prepared for Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was enough to know the result, there was no need to know the process. Shing did not respond to Fugaku's words. He said that it was okay for him to arrange Chuanfong, but he was not qualified enough. Here I come. Fugaku saw a platform set up in front of the Hokage building, and Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked up to it. The villagers in the audience became even more excited when they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement, especially those whose family members died in the war, there was crying everywhere. The shadow of war will not pass away so easily, everyone be quiet. When Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, his first action was to calm the villagers. Otherwise it would be a mess and no one would hear what he was saying. I don't know if it was because of his prestige or because the villagers just wanted to hear his excuses. After a while, the audience became basically quiet, with only a few people whispering to each other. However, it had no impact on Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. I know you are dissatisfied. I'm also deeply saddened by the sacrifices made on the front lines. It is my fault as Hokage. I would like to apologize to you here. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his hat and bowed solemnly to the villagers below the stage. His gesture was very conspicuous, and coupled with his expression of grief, quite a few people were actually frightened by him. You old fox, you really know how to pretend. We were fighting on the front line, while he was enjoying himself in the village. Fugaku spat with disgust on his face, shrugged off Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. He has worn the mask for so long that he has forgotten his true self. Shing said something that made a lot of sense. See what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Fugaku continued to watch Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance. Hokage-sama, why aren't you on the front lines? From what I know, the shadows from other villages have all gone to the front lines. If you had gone to the battlefield, maybe my son wouldn't have died. An old lady still had tears in her eyes. Her son had died in the war with Rock Shinobi Village. Yeah. Why? Give us an explanation. The villagers' emotions were aroused again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened up. Things were still within his expectations. As long as you get through the following paragraph, this matter will be almost over. The Anbu ninja targeted the old woman after she asked the question, showing signs of trying to stir up the villagers. After careful investigation, they found that he was just an ordinary villager and they felt helpless. One of the Anbu finally couldn't help but feel doubtful. Captain, why isn't the Hokage-sama on the front lines? One of his good friends also died at the hands of Rock Shinobi. I still remember crying my heart out while standing in front of the memorial. Lord Hokage has his own plans. Do you need to report them to us? Captain Anbu reprimanded him, but he couldn't find the answer in his heart. Chapter 195 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Methods. Everyone listen to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his hands down, drowning out the villagers' voices once again. It's not that I don't want to go to the battlefield. I have to protect the village and ensure your safety. The Rock Shinobi village Tsuchikage went out to fight, and was ambushed by the Cloud Shinobi village. How many people died? This is a situation I don't want to see. It is an honor for a ninja to die on the battlefield. And you are the roots of Konoha, you cannot afford to lose. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with great righteousness, attempting to establish his own glorious image. It's just a trick to deceive these villagers who know nothing. A large area of the land of Earth is adjacent to the sea, but Konoha has very little access to the sea, so there are many obstacles on the water route. How could I possibly encounter such a situation? Fugaku scoffed even more when he heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He is the first person to justify his unwillingness to go to the battlefield in such a high-sounding way. This is not important. What's important is that someone believes it. Aoya couldn't help but complain, and he had a clear understanding of how thick-skinned Sarutobi Hiruzen was. His gaze turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did not wait for the villagers to ponder over it before continuing his conversation. I can understand everyone's feelings. The war is over now, and everyone's life goes on. I have arranged the pension and it will be paid out soon. This is the last thing I can do as Hokage. Let's move forward together. I will continue to accompany you to build a better Konoha village. Only a strong Konoha can prevent these tragedies from happening again. I have finished what I want to say. If you are still dissatisfied with something, you can talk to me alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen said everything in his head in one breath. Then wait quietly for the reaction of the villagers below the stage. As he expected, the dead are dead, but the lives of the living must go on. The pension hit the most vulnerable part of the villagers' hearts. Most people fell silent and raised no more objections. Only a few people were still crying and were dragged away by the people around them. If the pension is affected because of these people, it would be a loss. Watching the villagers slowly leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction. Hatake Chuanfong, let's see what other tricks you have. The storm subsided and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left. The platform was also dismantled, and everything was as if nothing had happened. Were you fooled by him like this? Ching was still a little bit unbelievable. Are the villagers so easy to talk to? In the past, it was very difficult to deal with the unruly people who came to cause trouble to the security forces. Otherwise, do you think he served as Hokage for nothing for all these years? Fugaku's face wasn't looking good either. The feast he had carefully planned ended in such an anticlimactic way. Advertisement, then we have done nothing. Ching felt a little disappointed. He had done this matter personally and had put a lot of thought into it. Don't worry, it won't end that easily, let's go. Fugaku gave an undetectable smile. No wonder Chuanfong didn't come. He seemed to have figured it out. Yes, Master Fugaku. Ching followed Fugaku's footsteps and the two of them slowly left. You still hold a great importance in the hearts of the villagers. In the Hokage's office, Midokado Homura smiled like a chrysanthemum. Giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a thumbs up, Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal prestige was an important factor in successfully suppressing this matter. Hurry up and arrange the pension. In order to avoid any more trouble, let's just follow the share we agreed on before. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't deserve it and told Midokado Homura what to do next. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Midokado Homura put away his smile and agreed solemnly. Pay more attention recently. I always feel like this matter is not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit up his pipe and took a puff, feeling uneasy. Although this incident had an impact on him, it was not enough to defeat him. So he guessed that Chuanfong had a backup plan. No suspicious persons were found in Anbu today. They did this very cleanly, leaving no clues behind. Midokado Homura sighed, otherwise this would be an opportunity to turn the tables. At least the instigator can be charged with slandering the Hokage. He's very clever, don't worry too much about this. Sarutobi Hiruzen never looked down on Chuanfong from beginning to end. Okay, got it. Then I will go and arrange the pension first. The conversation between the two came to an end, and Midokado Homura turned and walked out. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone quietly, his mind full of thoughts, and he slowly began to feel sleepy. He had been busy all morning, but the culprit hadn't gotten up yet. Get up. Tsunade woke up earlier than Chuanfong today, and was fiddling with something in the quilt. Stop making trouble. I can't take it anymore. Chuanfong didn't even open his eyes, and he looked very tired. Advertisement, weren't you very arrogant last night? Tsunade took her hands out of the quilt in dissatisfaction and pulled open Chuanfeng's eyelids. There was still bloodshot on his eyeballs, and Chuanfong opened his eyes with difficulty. The long-lost feeling of weakness came over me. S*X is a knife that scrapes bones. Our ancestors were right. I was wrong. Chuanfong admitted his mistake cleanly. Why should he care about a cow and a field? It's already noon, didn't you say there was something interesting to watch? It's time to finish singing. Tsunade used her hair to touch Chuanfeng's cheek. There's still the next game, so there's no need to rush. Chuanfong really couldn't do anything about Tsunade, so he couldn't sleep. He blinked hard and sat up suddenly. I'm going out first. Tsunade saw Chuanfong get up, put on his clothes and go out. This goblin. Chuanfong yawned and put on his clothes slowly. When the two of them went out to eat, the butler came forward to report the news. Second Master, the chaos in the Hokage building has been settled. The Hokage apologized to the villagers and promised to pay the compensation soon. The housekeeper told the whole story of the morning in just 2 sentences. I see. Thank you for your hard work. Chuanfong smiled and didn't take the news to heart. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was driven out like this, that would be beyond his expectations. As I should. If nothing else, I'll go get busy now. The butler didn't want to disturb their meal any longer, so he bowed and left. The teacher really understands the villagers' psychology. Tsunade ate her fried dumplings, her words hinting at a hint of sarcasm. You should learn from this in the future. Chuanfong also followed suit with a joke. I don't want to learn these things, I just do my job well. Tsunade's words were as straightforward as her personality. You have the final say. My Hatake family has so many people that we don't need your support. Chuanfeng's casual words revealed more information. If I don't let you take it out, you can just laugh secretly. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, and it was unclear whether she understood or was just pretending not to understand. After they finished eating, Tsunade went straight to the hospital. She doesn't have to worry about these things at all. Chuanfong will take care of them naturally. Instead, Chuanfong went to the Uchiha tribe's territory and talked with Fugaku for a long time. Chapter 196 Fugaku's Fury. Midokado Homura moves quickly. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission, pensions were paid out the next day. The villagers' emotions were completely calmed down by the financial offensive. No more negative comments were heard about Sarutobi Hiruzen. For several days, Konoha village was peaceful. Hiruzen, I don't think this Hatake Chuanfong has any more tricks up his sleeve. Hokage's office. Midokado Homura crossed his legs, looking very proud. Trying to use public opinion to bring down Sarutobi Hiruzen is really disrespectful. I haven't seen anyone for so many days, is he scared? You're still young. The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth slightly raised, and he even wondered if he had overestimated Chuanfong. He has no backup plan at all, and he may still be feeling ridiculous about his own ignorance. I picked up the tea on the table, took a sip leisurely, and felt indescribably relaxed. They don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. They think they can do whatever they want just because they have the power of force. If I had known this, I shouldn't have let him off so easily when Danzo died. Mitokado Homura brought up the past again, which was also the reason why he felt insecure. Let's not talk about the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He was being too materialistic about Danzo's death. I thought I had avoided a problem, but unexpectedly I gained a more difficult opponent. You won't just let this go. Mitokado Homura couldn't swallow this insult. He had been worried for many days. Hey, after all, you are the hero of the village. It's forgivable to make some small mistakes. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not sure he could deal with Chuanfong head-on, but his words were very nice. Uchiha went a bit too far when it comes to the police force. My nephew has complained to me. I can't get into a core position, so I have to do dirty and tiring work every day. Take my money and send my people back. There's no such a cheap thing in the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject and turned his attention to Uchiha. There is nothing much to do with your Hatake clan, so I will deal with the Uchiha first. Uchiha Fugaku is so ungrateful. Mitokado Homura followed behind and criticized. His ugly face was disgusting. If Fugaku were here, he would probably just give him an amaterasu to vent his anger. During this period, our people have become familiar with the affairs of the police force. The police force is so busy, I think it is necessary to single out another team. It can also help relieve some pressure on Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and looked harmless. It seemed like he was talking about a trivial matter, but in fact he was trying to seize power by using his status as Hokage. Advertisement, is it too fast? Mitokado Homura thought for a while and felt a little doubtful. How long has it been since they placed the person in place? Setting up his own business right away shows that he is not taking Uchiha seriously. If any conflict occurs, it will be a big deal. I didn't deprive him of his Uchiha rights. I just helped relieve them of the pressure. Yan, you think too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at Mitokado Homura nonchalantly. If Uchiha was still the lone wolf, he wouldn't do this. But Uchiha, who now places his hopes on Tsunade, will not make a big fuss about this matter. Is there really no problem? Mitokado Homura hasn't figured out the key yet, but he is clear about Uchiha's strength. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a meaningful smile, and this time he just took it as collecting some interest. If you want to be Hokage, you need my consent. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it. Soon, the order from Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage reached the police force. Mito Manjiro was promoted as deputy captain of police and was given independent command of some troops. This news immediately caused Uchiha to explode. Fugaku was not usually on duty in the police force, so he did not see the arrogant faces of the Sarutobi clan and the Mito clan at the first time. Many Uchiha people did not conflict with them, but suppressed their anger and came to Fugaku's door. Chief, you must seek justice for us in this matter. A squad leader of the police force handed Fugaku the appointment letter of Hokage. Because of anger, his face turned red and his tone was very excited. That's too much. I'll go find him. After reading it, Fugaku threw the appointment letter to the ground. Turn around and go to the Hokage building. Oh, don't worry. Chuanfong stopped Fugaku, picked up the appointment letter, and blew the dust off it. The Uchiha tribe members all glared at him, and if they were not intimidated by Fugaku's majesty, they would probably have spoken rudely to Chuanfong. How? Fugaku was also patient and suppressed his anger. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't listen. Can you make him revoke his appointment if you go there? Or do you want to kill him? Chuanfeng's two questions stunned Fugaku. The possibility of Sarutobi Hiruzen revoking his appointment was very slim, and as for killing the Hokage, it was not an option for him at the moment. Since he wants this security force so much, I think I'll just give it to him in the future. Chuanfong stuffed the appointment letter into Fugaku's hand and smiled. Advertisement, what do you mean? Emotions aren't your family's police force, so you don't care. If you are unwilling to take the lead, why are you stopping our clan leader? After hearing Chuanfong ask Fugaku to give up the police force, the Uchiha tribe could no longer tolerate it. Not directly cursing was already considered very restrained. The two returned to the quiet room where they had just sat down, and Mikoto served them freshly brewed tea. I'll go in and talk to you for a while. I'm fine, don't worry. Good. Fugaku said nothing and walked into the house. Fugaku laughed out loud, but Mikoto was a little shy. Several tribesmen with good sense dragged the reckless guy away, and soon only Chuanfong and Fugaku were left in front of the door. Fugaku agreed solemnly and looked at Mikoto beside him. But the look he gave Fugaku was still a little worried. Go back. What are you arguing about? How's it going? Have you figured it out? I hope he can hold on. Since he has already made his move, there is no need to wait. Chuanfong was just bored and came here to join in the fun, but he didn't expect to run into such a thing. Giving a forced smile, he could see Mikoto's worry. Fugaku held the appointment letter with an unhappy look on his face and yelled at his tribesmen. I figured it out. Mikoto didn't understand and she wasn't interested in these things. Unlucky. I'll bring Tsunade with me some other time. He wasn't angry at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to cut off his arm. How could it be so easy? The Uchiha tribe still refused to accept and tried to argue their case. Go back. I will make my own decision. Chuanfong settled the matter with just one sentence. Fugaku calmed down and his tone became less harsh, but the fierce light in his eyes was still creepy. Haha, Chuanfong looked at Fugaku with a smile on his face. Makoto nodded. She has the potential to be a good wife and mother. Chief. When do we explode? Fugaku took a sip of tea and calmed down completely. Yes, Patriarch. Chuanfong made a joke and the atmosphere was no longer so dull. Chapter 197. Surrounding the Sarutobi clan land that night, several groups of Uchiha tribe headed towards the residential area of the village. A leaflet was stuffed into the crack of every household's door. The whole process is extremely fast. You deserve to have Uchiha to distribute flyers. When the team finished distributing the leaflets and reunited, their packages were empty. Have they all been sent? In the moonlight, the face of the speaking Uchiha was clearly visible in the moonlight. It was Uchiha Ao, and this was also ordered by Fugaku himself. Master Ching, it's all covered. Everyone confirmed that it was correct. Okay, back. Ching led everyone back to the clan's land, as if nothing had happened. Fugaku has fallen asleep. Tomorrow will be his main event. Even in his sleep, there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Uncle, I should be about to fulfill your expectations. The first rays of dawn illuminate Konoha. The villagers also opened their doors and started a new day. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a flyer drop through the crack. I picked it up and took a look at it, and the contents were shocking. This is a huge scandal. Is it really possible for the Hokage to do such a thing? How bad is it to embezzle pension funds to subsidize one's own family? After a while, many villagers were discussing this matter on the street. Villagers whose family members died on the front line cried out first. Their loved ones died in the front lines, but the Hokage enriched himself after the war. That's life-saving money. As the situation escalated, a young man with ordinary looks stood up and shouted. Let's go ask the Hokage-sama for clarification. Immediately, several people spoke up in agreement, and the villagers' emotions were also aroused. No one paid attention to these unfamiliar faces. They didn't know them. The same situation occurs in every street. When the villagers gathered on the main road, they had already formed a sea of people. With the guidance of someone attentive, the direction the villagers were heading was exactly the territory of the Sarutobi clan, not the Hokage building. Captain, do you want to stop us? And Anbu looked at the flow of people and asked the captain beside him. We just need to report truthfully. The captain couldn't do anything with the villagers. He couldn't just fight them. His family also received flyers, and he also wanted to find out the truth about the content. Yes. Advertisement. The Anbu ninja agreed, watching the sea of people passing by. It's time to report. The captain disappeared immediately after he finished speaking. When this news reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, the villagers had already surrounded the Sarutobi clan's territory. Why so slow? What are they going to do? Are you going to rebel? Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the floor at home with one foot. Reporting to the Hokage, I guess it's what's on this flyer. The captain handed Sarutobi Hiruzen a flyer he had picked up on the street. The eyes beneath the mask were fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. Taking the flyer, Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned it quickly. In an instant, his face changed. The pension had only been moved back a few days ago. Because most of the pensions are compensation from the Wind Country, and the currencies of different countries are not unified. They all use gold and silver as reserves, and the newly made coins can be easily distinguished. Now that the clan's territory is surrounded, if the villagers rush in, they will definitely be exposed. You are not prohibited from using force to prevent villagers from entering the clan land of my Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice seemed to tremble due to his excitement. Attacking the villagers? The captain had gotten the answer from his face and was somewhat resistant to his order. Why, you want to disobey orders? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared, and a surge of murderous intent enveloped the captain. No, I'll go right away. The captain agreed first, then immediately turned around and left. Only then he realized that his back was all wet. Hitaki Chuanfong, what a cruel method. Sarutobi Hiruzen crumpled the flyer in his hand into a ball, and then it turned into ash and slowly fell to the ground. It was not convenient for him to show up now, so he could only summon the shadow guards, hoping that these people in Anbu could protect the Sarutobi clan. As long as the money is not seized, there is still room for recovery. But Chuanfong also predicted this method, watching the villagers surround the Sarutobi clan and confront the Anbu and the shadow guards. Fugaku no longer hid his figure. He flashed over from a distance and appeared in front of the villagers. Uchiha Fugaku. A shadow guard frowned, wondering why Fugaku appeared here. Everyone, be quiet for a moment, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. We are all gathered here today just to get the truth. I believe that the Hokage would not do such a terrible thing. Let's wait for the Hokage-sama to come or go into the Sarutobi clan and see, then everything will be clear. You guys making noise here won't solve the problem. Advertisement. Fugaku pretended to be a good guy, and his title as the clan leader also played a big role. At least now the villagers seem to have a backbone. Fugaku-sama, What if Hokage-sama doesn't come? A villager asked. Yeah. If you don't come, does that mean it's true? Not all the villagers are fools. They can figure out the key to whether Sarutobi Hiruzen will come or not after a little thought. If Hokage-sama isn't coming, he might be busy with something else. I don't believe he would do such a thing. Then I will personally take you in and prove Hokage-sama's innocence. Fugaku seemed to really be on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, and what he said was so sincere. Okay, we'll trust you this time. Most of the villagers agreed and continued to fight with Anbu and the shadow guards. Excuse me, how long will it take for the Hokage to arrive? Fugaku smiled and asked, and happened to ask the Anbu captain who reported the news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could he dare to use force at this moment, not to mention whether he could defeat Fugaku? If the Uchiha chieftain was really beaten in front of so many villagers, how would he bear the consequences? Dismembered by Uchiha? The Hokage-sama is busy. The captain gave an ambiguous reply and said no more. Fugaku savored this sentence carefully and looked at the captain deeply several times. We'll wait another hour. If Hokage-sama doesn't come, I will take you inside. Fugaku turned around and made a promise to the villagers. He was not afraid at all that the money was hidden. Impossible. No one will be able to enter the Sarutobi clan today. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan took a few steps forward, looking as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. This idiot. The shadow guard cursed in his heart. If you say that, even if there is no ghost, it will become one. You can find other excuses to take action, but what's the difference between you doing this and self-destructing? Oh, you won't let me in. Did the Hokage really embezzle the pensions for the ninjas who died on the front lines? Fugaku walked forward slowly with a smile, and the three Tomo Sharingan slowly appeared. The scarlet eyes stared straight at the Sarutobi clan ninja who spoke. The Sarutobi clan ninja swallowed hard, not daring to look Fugaku in the eyes. He stammered for a long time, not knowing how to respond. It's not okay to let him in, and it's not okay not to let him in. Fugaku is roasting him directly over the fire. Chapter 198 Burn All. Why are you not allowed in? Are you hiding something? We're going in. Kill me if you can. The villagers began to make a noise and clamored, pushing forward a few steps. Fugaku raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with no intention of stopping these villagers. Their pressure is needed now. How about it, give it in. Fugaku looked at the Sarutobi clan ninja who was already panicking. Excuse me, Master Fugaku. This is the clan land of the Hokage-sama. Let's wait for him to come over. A shadow guard stepped forward to negotiate with Fugaku, trying to delay the conversation. If there was no other way, he wouldn't want to take the lead. Okay, I said, wait an hour. If the Hokage doesn't show up in an hour, don't blame me for being unreasonable. Fugaku was too lazy to pretend now and lowered his voice, the threat in his tone obvious. Aren't you afraid that the Hokage will blame you for doing this? The shadow guard knew the power of the Sharingan and didn't dare look at Fugaku, so his words lacked some momentum. I helped the Hokage-sama prove his innocence, he should thank me. Fugaku was so angry that he laughed. Blame? Uchiha is still afraid of him blaming? The police force just took away half of it, what else do you want? Then I have nothing to say. The shadow guard didn't want to say anything more and withdrew from talking to Fugaku anymore. He called over a ninja from the Sarutobi clan and whispered something in his ear. The ninja glanced at Fugaku and left quickly. From the beginning to the end, Fugaku had no intention of stopping him, he just wanted to let Sarutobi Hiruzen know. Today I, Uchiha Fugaku, am here to slap you in the face. What can you do to me? Everyone, stop arguing and wait for an hour. Fugaku turned around, smiling kindly. The villagers gradually quieted down, and time passed by minute. Chief, Uchiha Fugaku is here. He said if you don't show up in an hour, he's going to break in with the villagers. The ninja from the Sarutobi clan went straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house and started yelling before he even entered the door. What are you yelling about? Are you afraid that others won't know? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the restaurant, looking worried. What should we do? You make up your mind. The Sarutobi clan ninja lowered his voice and asked carefully. Advertisement. He could tell that Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry. Uchiha, this is too much. Burn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table hard before making up his mind. What are you burning? The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan haven't reacted yet. What do you mean by burning? Use your brain, okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear it any longer and kicked the younger generation of the clan to the ground. So many, are they all burned? The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan looked distressed, as that was not a small amount of money. I didn't react just now, and in fact, I didn't want to believe it. With that money, the Sarutobi clan could have developed more smoothly. Burn it all, hurry up. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to kick him again, so he quickly got up and ran away. He felt bad for burning the money, but as long as he could keep his position as Hokage, the Sarutobi clan would still have a chance. At worst, I can do it more secretly in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen could still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Less than 10 minutes later, someone reported back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Patriarch, they have all been destroyed. Okay, come out with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer had any worries. It would be difficult to nail him to death unless evidence was caught on the spot. This is the confidence he gained from being the Hokage for decades. Yes, Patriarch. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and took 2 deep breaths. Then he straightened his clothes and walked out slowly. The Hokage-sama is here. With a shout, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in front of the villagers with a warm smile. There is no trace of the ruthlessness that Anbu's captain had shown when he was asked to use force. Fugaku's eyes narrowed. This old fox is really cruel. You all surrounded my Sarutobi clan today, and I know the reason. There must be some villain behind this. I just finished some business and came here a little late. When he said the word, villain, he looked at Fugaku intentionally or unintentionally. The villagers want to go in and take a closer look. Why are you stopping them? It seems like we have something to hide. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and scolded Anbu and Shadow Guard again. We were wrong. Shadow Guard and Anbu could only grit their teeth and admit their mistakes. Isn't this what you asked us to do? Fugaku, I heard that you came here with good intentions to help me prove my innocence. Advertisement, thank you in advance. How about you take the villagers in to have a look? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Fugaku with a slightly provocative look. In that case, then Fugaku is offended. Why don't you lead the way, Hokage-sama? This is your territory after all. Fugaku did not retreat as Sarutobi Hiruzen expected. He really wanted to bring people in. Okay, sure. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't guess what he was up to. Since he dared to come out, what evidence can be found inside? Uchiha Fugaku must be stupid, right? After you. Fugaku politely let Sarutobi Hiruzen go first, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was still followed by that tribe member. HMPH, perhaps because he couldn't stand Fugaku's look, the ninja from the Sarutobi clan snorted coldly and followed Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. Come with me. Fugaku didn't bother to pay attention and waved his hand, and the villagers followed him. The huge team entered the Sarutobi clan's territory. As Hokage, his family is naturally majestic. However, no luxurious buildings were built, and all the money was spent on improving the strength of the tribe members. The villagers looked around but didn't find anything unusual. Fugaku also couldn't sense the whereabouts of the money. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, he was mentally prepared. He was not disappointed at this moment. No wonder Chuanfong said that he had to do this matter personally. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this old fox, is indeed not easy to deal with. This is the storehouse of our Sarutobi clan. They are all worthless things. It doesn't hurt for everyone to take a look. In order to prove his innocence, Sarutobi Hiruzen even opened the door of the warehouse himself. The villagers went in to join in the fun, but didn't find anything. They are not the protagonists, they are just a passing scene. Just for them, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have to burn all his money. Everyone has seen it. Do you have any questions? I will definitely check this rumor out. Don't let villains take advantage of you so easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already finished showing the villagers around, and it was time for the meeting to end. I said this kind of thing is impossible. How could Hokage-sama be that kind of person? Some villagers who were afraid of getting into trouble quickly stepped forward to flatter him. Just make sure the matter is clear. If nothing else, you can go back. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, not showing any impatience. Then he waved his hand, signaling the tribesmen to see the guests off. Chapter 199 Fugaku takes action. Alas, upon hearing this, Fugaku patted the shoulder of the Sarutobi clan ninja in front of him. When the man turned around, he was met with a pair of scarlet eyes, and the 3 Magatama had turned into a boomerang shape. He just felt his brain pause and he was no longer under his control. What did you just do? When Fugaku spoke again, his pupils had returned to normal. It's nothing, I just burned all the money. When the Sarutobi clan ninja said this, the villagers opened their mouths in surprise. What are you talking about? Are you confused? Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something was wrong and immediately stepped forward to bring his people back. What money? Fugaku raised his hand to block Sarutobi Hiruzen, just for a moment. The ninja of the Sarutobi clan spoke again. It's the pension for moving back home. His expression was dull, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already seen the clue. They burned the pension money. No wonder we couldn't find it. Hokage-sama really embezzled the pension money. The villagers had already started to talk, but none of them were brave enough to question Sarutobi Hiruzen. Untie. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's low shout, the ninja regained consciousness. What happened? I suddenly lost consciousness. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to pay attention to him at this point. Don't listen to him, he is being controlled by an illusion. What you said is not true. You all saw that our Sarutobi clan doesn't have any pension. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words seemed pale and powerless at this moment, and the villagers looked at him without any trust anymore. Hokage-sama, I admit that I used genjutsu to control him. But he's telling the truth. If you don't believe me, come up and smell it. Does this person smell like burning? Fugaku had already smelled the scent of this person, so he targeted him. This saved him a lot of trouble, otherwise he wouldn't know how many people he would need to control to restore the truth of the matter. Roll. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the villagers who had gathered around him and ordered them to leave. Fugaku watched with a smile, too lazy to even try to stop it. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions have already said it all. Hokage-sama, did you really receive the pension? How could you do that? That's the money to buy your life. Are you worthy of being a Hokage if you do this? Advertisement. The truth was revealed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had no way of defending himself. He opened his mouth, looking at the villagers in front of him who were accusing him, but he had nothing to say. Hokage-sama, please explain this to the villagers. I'll go first. Fugaku smiled politely at Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling indescribably happy. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, looking at Fugaku's back with a fierce look in his eyes. After a moment, I resisted the urge. Even if Fugaku is killed, what can be done to make up for it? He lost this game. As soon as Fugaku left, the villagers surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen. I will give you an explanation for this matter. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. You guys go back first, okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to calm down his anger and wanted to send the villagers away first. As for how to deal with it, he had no idea for a moment. What explanation? How can we be satisfied? Some agitated villagers started pushing Sarutobi Hiruzen forward, no longer caring about what kind of Hokage he was. Who kicked me? Don't blame me for being rude if you do that again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shouts were quickly drowned out by villagers' curses. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan did not dare to take action and could only squeeze through the crowd with difficulty and pull Sarutobi Hiruzen out. The Hokage robe he was wearing was covered with footprints. There were some bruises on his face, and he looked as miserable as could be. Get them all out. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, the villagers, who were ordinary people, were quickly driven out of the Sarutobi clan's territory. They cursed for a long time outside before slowly dispersing. This matter is not over yet, we are all waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. It is a bit unrealistic for him to continue to sit on the position of Hokage. The roots are broken. What a great Hatake Chuanfong, haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's laughter echoed far from the courtyard. None of the tribesmen dared to step forward to dissuade him, they just watched his back hunched as he walked away. Fugaku left the Sarutobi clan's territory, and was already followed by several clan members. They are all the villagers who are the leaders of each street, and without exception, they are all Uchiha in disguise. Patriarch, this is done now, right? Seeing that Fugaku was in a good mood, a tribesman boldly asked. In the past, when Fugaku had a stern face, he was a little scared. Yeah, about the same. We Uchiha are going to turn things around. Fugaku's current joy also needs to be shared with others. Advertisement. Thinking back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression just now, he felt secretly happy. Are you feeling relieved now that I let you, an old man, target me? Chief, shall we go back? The tribesman thought that this road did not look like a way road. You guys go back, I'm going to go to Hitaki's house. After giving the instructions, Fugaku quickened his pace and headed to Hitaki's house alone. When he arrived at Hitaki's house, he did not see Chuanfong immediately, but was warmly received by the housekeeper. Finally, I learned from Shuo Mao that Chuanfong had not yet gotten up. I drank a sip of tea in the quiet room and found that today's tea was particularly sweet. I don't know how much time passed before I saw Chuanfong and Tsunade coming over together. Fugaku, sorry to have kept you waiting, I overslept. Chuanfong pulled Tsunade to sit opposite Fugaku. It's okay, I haven't been here long, it's done. Fugaku didn't even notice the passage of time, he was still thinking about what had just happened. No matter how bullied I was in the past, I feel relieved now when I recall it. Alas, he can do such a thing. Tsunade sighed, already extremely disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. She did not deny that the teacher had made contributions to the village, but it was now difficult to distinguish the merits and demerits. Leave the rest to me. You wait to be the Hokage. You wait to change the territory. Chuanfong pointed at Tsunade first, then at Fugaku. Then I'll wait for your good news. Fugaku smiled, now not in a hurry. Tsunade wasn't very happy and was a little depressed. This is his problem, it has nothing to do with you. You will definitely be able to do better than him in the future. Chuanfong grabbed Tsunade's hand and placed it in his own. Tsunade-sama, he has himself to blame. Fugaku followed Chuanfong and added another sentence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was Tsunade's teacher after all, he could understand. I see. Tsunade shook Chuanfeng's hand and his mood gradually improved. The three chatted for a while longer, and Fugaku left after having lunch. The news that Sarutobi Hiruzen embezzled pension funds has spread throughout Konoha. He was already notorious by this time. The sky of Konoha is about to change. The clan leaders of all the tribes in Konoha sighed. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's embezzlement of pension funds, it has no impact or practical significance to them. They don't rely on this job, but it's indeed a bit dirty. What they are most concerned about now is who will be the new Hokage after Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down. Chapter 200. Fantastic. The moon was high in the sky and Konoha fell into silence. But many people can't fall asleep. What happened today was too unbelievable, and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell directly from the altar. The fall was so loud that there was no chance of recovery. Hyuga tribe land. Under cover of night, a shadow guard was ordered to visit the Hyuga chieftain. He hadn't taken a few steps when he was stopped by a Hyuga ninja. Who? A Hyuga ninja opened his Byakugan and looked at the shadow guard warily. He's sneaking around in the middle of the night and doesn't look like a good person. I am under the orders of the Hokage to ask the Hyuga chieftain to come and discuss something with you. The shadow guard was very calm, This situation was within his expectations. Hokage adult? Is there anything that can prove it? The Hyuga ninja frowned at the mess that had just happened today. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to find the clan leader right away, and it was probably not a good thing. This is a letter from the Hokage-sama. Take it to your clan leader and you'll know for sure if it's real or not. The shadow guard pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to the Hyuga ninja. Then you just wait here. The Hyuga ninja took the letter, glanced at the tribesmen on his left and right, and turned and left. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to deliver a message. The shadow guard spread his hands to indicate that he really meant no harm. Now that Hokage-sama's reputation has been ruined, his treatment has also become much worse. In the past, one had to be invited in respectfully. That would be best. The two Hyuga ninjas did not let down their guard and continued to stare at the shadow guard. These are troubled times. They had no choice but to take the patriarch's orders seriously. The Hyuga ninja who went to deliver the message soon arrived at the door of the clan leader's house. After getting the consent, he followed the butler and walked in slowly. The rules of the big family were more obvious in the Hyuga clan. When we arrived at the hall, we saw the Hyuga chieftain sitting in the main seat. Chief, the Hokage-sama asks you to come. He said he had something important to discuss. The Hyuga ninja stepped forward, holding the letter in both hands, and bowed to hand it over. Chief Hyuga opened the letter and found only a few words inviting him. As to what it was, no word was mentioned. Father, why are you here so late? He's all dirty now, I think it's better for him not to go. Before the clan leader could speak, a young man spoke first. Advertisement, Father, I think my brother is right. Another young man followed up with the conversation, and the two looked almost exactly the same. Hizashi, it's good that you have your own ideas. But I'm going to go anyway, he is still the Hokage after all. The patriarch stood up from his seat and touched the twin brothers' heads. All right, then we'll wait for you to come back. Hiyashi knew that he couldn't interfere with his father's decision, so he pulled Hizashi aside. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. The patriarch walked out of the door in front of the two brothers and disappeared into the moonlight with another member of the tribe. After joining the shadow guard, the Hyuga chief followed him to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. The two remained silent along the way and did not communicate at all. The Hyuga chief was also wondering what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted from him. Before they knew it, they were at the doorstep of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. The shadow guard walked up and knocked on the door. Hokage-sama, Lord Nobunaga has arrived. After a moment, the door opened. Nobunaga, you're here. Sit inside. Midokado Homura smiled and extended his hand to invite Hyuga Nobunaga to come in. Thank you, Consultant Yan. Nobunaga walked into the room full of doubt, with a bad feeling in his heart. Midokado Homura had never given him such a look, which was a bit like a weasel paying a New Year's greeting to a chicken. After entering the house, under the guidance of Midokado Homura, we came to a quiet room. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting cross-legged at a low table, tea already prepared. Hokage adults. Hyuga Nobunaga greeted politely. Nobunaga, please sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled widely and asked Hyuga Nobunaga to sit down opposite him. After Nobunaga sat down, Midokado Homura sat down next to him. I asked you to come here today. It's a great thing, but I need to hear your opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally poured Nobunaga a cup of tea. This made him feel a little flattered, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. In the past, because the Hyuga clan was relatively obedient, they posed no threat to the Sarutobi clan. So Sarutobi Hiruzen was pretty nice to him, but it was far from the point of personally pouring him tea. Advertisement, I wonder what great good thing it is. Nobunaga's expression remained unchanged. He took a sip of tea and then asked slowly. You should also know what happened today. I definitely can't continue to be the Hokage. But my words are still useful in recommending the next Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused at this point and looked up at Nobunaga's expression. If Nobunaga doesn't understand the implicit meaning of the words, he will no longer be qualified to sit on the position of the head of the Hyuga clan. You mean, you want to recommend me to be the fourth Hokage? Nobunaga pointed at himself and his expression finally changed. Exactly. What do you think? The smile in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes grew even brighter, like a devil who was trying to persuade people step by step. If the Hyuga clan was too strong, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't dare to do this. He felt that the Hyuga clan posed no threat to him, so he felt comfortable supporting Hyuga Nobunaga to the throne. When the time comes, the title of Hokage will be given to Hyuga Nobunaga, and he will hold the power himself. Then isn't the actual Hokage still Sarutobi Hiruzen? Don't you have 3 more disciples? Without Nobunaga's superior, it would be difficult to be the Hokage. My hunch was right. This was not a good thing, but a huge trap. Not to mention whether he was afraid of Chuanfong and Tsunade, he didn't even want to offend Uchiha too much. If he takes over the position of Hokage, it would be like making a mortal enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly turned grim when he heard Nobunaga mention his 3 disciples. If it weren't for my good disciples, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen looked unhappy, Midokado Homura quickly continued the conversation. I have discussed this with Hiruzen, and there is no one in all of Konoha more suitable than you. In terms of seniority, you have been the clan leader for more than 10 years. In terms of strength, How many people in the village can be your rivals? In terms of reputation, he is the head of the largest clan in Konoha. What can Hiruzen's 3 disciples have to compare with you? He wanted to praise Nobunaga to the sky, and he almost said, if you don't become Hokage, who else is qualified? If Nobunaga was a young boy, he might have been flattered to death. He now knew exactly what Sarutobi Hiruzen was planning. This is to promote himself to be a puppet Hokage, so that he can continue to control Konoha behind the scenes. What a good calculation. If he agreed, the title of Hokage would be meaningless. The disadvantages far outweigh the advantages. There is no way he would agree to such a thing. Nobunaga believes that he is not capable enough, so you should choose someone else. After figuring out the key point, he didn't want to stay for long, in case any misunderstanding occurred. After saying this, he stood up and left decisively. The Hyuga clan would not wade into this muddy water. Seeing Nobunaga leave without looking back, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Midokado Homura's faces instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 201 Nobunaga's Thoughts. You don't know what's good for you. Looking at the direction where Hyuga Nobunaga left, Midokado Homura held back from cursing out loud. Hyuga Nobunaga's departure also took away his last hope. He hated that he was not capable of sitting on the throne of Hokage, otherwise he wouldn't mind being a puppet. People leave and the tea gets cold, he sees through it all. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure. Although the result disappointed him, it was also expected. Being able to be the clan leader for more than 10 years, Hyuga Nobunaga is not an incompetent person. This move was just his last-ditch effort. I just can't understand how Uchiha Fugaku could use genjutsu right under your nose. Midokado Homura expressed his doubts. Logically speaking, it would be impossible to use normal illusions in front of an all-powerful Kage-level like Sarutobi Hiruzen without being discovered. I've thought about that. There is only one possibility. His Sharingan evolved. It's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen underestimated Fugaku, but he was confident enough in his own illusion level. Even if it was 3 Tomo Sharingan, it would be difficult not to alarm him at all. After all, Uchiha Kagami had practiced illusion with him for a long time. Mangekyo? Midokado Homura exclaimed, his mouth open in disbelief. He still remembers the scene of Uchiha Madara riding Susanoo around. That is what Mangekyo is capable of. It is no exaggeration to say that 3 Tomo Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan are worlds apart. The former cannot be compared with the latter at all. Well, it should be caused by the death of his uncle. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows Uchiha much better than Midokado Homura. No wonder. Midokado Homura fell silent. Since it was a genjutsu cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could understand it. Tsunade now has the help of Hitaki Chuanfong and is tied to Uchiha. I'm afraid we can't turn over. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his swollen forehead, unable to think of any ideas. Is there any other suitable candidate? How's Jiraiya? Suddenly, Midokado Homura seemed to be possessed, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was his last straw. He didn't have the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his family's strength was far behind. He couldn't imagine the predicament he would face after Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down. There's no news yet. Can we count on him? Of the 3, he is the least suitable to be Hokage. Besides, it's hard to say whether he is willing or not. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen knew his disciples very well, and the most suitable person to be Hokage was actually Orochimaru. But the relationship between them couldn't go back to the way it was, and Orochimaru couldn't possibly stand on his side. What should we do then? Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Midokado Homura was like an ant on the hot pan, anxious and helpless. He doesn't even have the image of a high-level advisor to Konoha at all. It's too late. We don't have time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as if resigned to his fate. He picked up the cold tea in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. The room became quiet, and only the breathing of 2 people could be heard. Hyuga Nobunaga returned home, and Hiyashi and Hizashi were still waiting in the living room. I'm back. Go and have some rest. He smiled at his 2 sons. Father, what did he ask you to do? Hiyashi is the braver one, but Hizashi wouldn't dare to speak. After hearing his brother's question, he looked at his father with curiosity. Nothing. Go to bed. I still have to practice tomorrow. Nobunaga didn't intend to tell anyone about this matter, as if it had never happened. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts made him realize the shortcomings of his family. This was something he had never thought about before. The Hyuga clan has no truly strong people and can only be bullied. Even if there is a master in the family that Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid of, I am afraid he would not dare to think of using him as a puppet. On the way back, this deep feeling of powerlessness and even shame made him feel uneasy for a long time. I know. Hiyashi could tell that his father didn't want to answer, so he led his brother towards the bedroom. Looking at the backs of the 2 brothers, Nobunaga showed a trace of guilt in his eyes. Hizashi, it is your father who is sorry for you, but the clan rules are hard to follow. Caged bird is beneficial to Konoha and ensures the safety of the clan members to a certain extent, but it cuts off the roots of the family. Alas, sighing, Hyuga Nobunaga sat alone in the living room, not feeling sleepy at all. Chuanfeng's butterfly wings began to cause a chain reaction in Konoha. Some things happened by accident, which he could not have expected. Another day passed, and it was early morning. Chuanfong dazedly reached out his hand to his side, but found it empty. He suddenly opened his eyes, then smiled and shook his head. Tsunade went home last night. After all, his kidneys were a bit exhausted from working so hard every day. Advertisement. Chuanfong sat up and stretched. He had slept very soundly today. After putting on clothes and washing up, Chuanfong came to the restaurant. It was breakfast time, and Shuo Mao and the others were already seated and ready to eat. Morning. Chuanfong greeted everyone. Good morning, teacher. The four little ones greeted him obediently, and Chuanfong nodded with satisfaction. You're early today. Tsukumo's sarcastic voice came over immediately, which really spoiled the fun. Eat your meal. Seeing that Tsukumo was about to say something else, Nawaki stuffed a bun into his mouth. These two brothers must have had a grudge against each other in their previous life, because she had never seen them fight so frequently. Don't talk either, come and eat. After saying this, Shuo immediately pointed the gun at Chuanfong. Okay, sister-in-law. Chuanfong trotted to his seat and sat down. Fortunately, thanks to Nishui's suppression, nothing went wrong during this breakfast. You should practice well at home. Chuanfong wiped his mouth and gave instructions to the four little ones. I know, teacher. Several people were already used to it and didn't even raise their heads. This is what Chuanfong said to them the most, even less than when he was coaching Shuo Mao. Kakashi, wait for uncle to come back and bring you something fun. Chuanfong ran to Nishui again and kissed Kakashi on her little face. Hey, okay, Kakashi agreed in a baby voice and kissed Chuanfong on the face. I'm going out. Finally, Chuanfong said hello to Shuo Mao and Nawaki. Well, come back early. Tsukumo expressed his concern in a lukewarm manner. I know, you're the only one who talks too much. Chuanfong ran away after saying this, and he was very happy just to be naughty. Tsukumo smiled helplessly at Nawaki, who wouldn't be angry if this happened to them. You too. Nawaki shook her head, stood up and left with Kakashi in her arms. Please don't lead the child astray again. She still hopes that Kakashi can get along well with Chuanfeng's children in the future. Otherwise, big and small ones would be the same, and she was afraid that she and Tsunade would be d off. Chuanfong left the house and headed straight for the Sarutobi clan's territory. Today he was going to have a showdown with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 202. The Hero's Decline. We ordinary people are so happy today. Humming a song that no one else could understand, Chuanfong leisurely walked to the territory of the Sarutobi clan. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen had neither the heart nor the face to go back to work. It seems like he is waiting for someone at home. Who are you? Before Chuanfong had walked for long, he was stopped by several ninjas from the Sarutobi clan. These people had unfriendly expressions and arrogant tones, and it was obvious that they were pretending not to recognize him. Hatake Chuanfong, I've come to visit the Hokage-sama. Please go and pass the message. Chuanfong didn't mind at all. They were just small fry and there was no need to bother with them. After saying this, he even gave a kind smile. These days, everyone comes to see the Hokage. How can he have the time? I'm sorry, but the Hokage is not feeling well today and won't be seeing any visitors. The Sarutobi clan ninja who looked like the leader and his companions around him mocked Chuanfong. This caused several people to laugh, and then they found an excuse to send Chuanfong away. They all knew who was the culprit for the current situation, and it was unlikely that they would be nice to Chuanfong. Oh, really? Just because Chuanfong doesn't argue with them doesn't mean he can be bullied. I asked you to report it to the Hokage because I wanted to give him face. Do you really think you are a piece of cake? His eyes narrowed, and a strong murderous intent enveloped the few people. The Sarutobi clan ninjas instantly felt a chill running down their spines. What do you want to do? This is my Sarutobi clan's territory. The leading ninja tried hard to suppress his fear, and his voice was trembling a little. I'll give you a chance, go quickly. Chuanfong took a step forward, scaring several people so much that they retreated one after another. You wait, the Sarutobi clan ninjas turned around and ran away, no longer showing the arrogance they had just shown. Thinking back to Chuanfeng's horrific record, I found that my back was soaked with cold sweat. What? Chuanfong looked at the backs of the people walking away, with a sneer on his face. If they didn't want to start a war, who from the Sarutobi clan could stop him? Not long after, the Sarutobi clan ninja returned to Chuanfong. The Hokage-sama wants to see you. When he said this, Chuanfong could see the unwillingness in his eyes. He exaggerated a lot when he went to report it, but it didn't get any reaction from Sarutobi Hiruzen. She just replied calmly, please come in, that's great. Chuanfong walked in front first. Although he had never been to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house, it didn't mean he didn't know the way. Advertisement. When they were almost there, the Sarutobi clan ninjas quickly passed Chuanfong and knocked on the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. The door is not locked, come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from inside the house. Then I'll come in. Chuanfong opened the door and walked straight in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was seen sitting alone in the living room, looking haggard, as if he had aged several years overnight. The Sarutobi clan ninja left tactfully, his mission had been accomplished. You are finally here, let's sit down and talk. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for Chuanfong to sit down opposite him, his face expressionless. Hokage-sama, I think Tsunade can take your place. I wonder what you think. After Chuanfong sat down, he didn't say any nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen was obviously waiting for him to come. There was no point in pretending to be nice. Haha, that's really straightforward. Tsunade is lucky to have you helping her. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't get angry but laughed instead, so he didn't lose face. There's nothing to hide, and you know it, isn't it? Chuanfong picked up the cup on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade is good. She has a soft heart under her tough exterior. As long as she doesn't gamble badly, she'll be a good Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in the mood to joke, and if you didn't know better you would think they were just two old friends chatting and laughing. She will. Chuanfeng's tone was extremely certain. In the original work, Tsunade took over the position of Hokage during a time of internal and external troubles, and led the village out of the crisis. For this reason alone, she can be considered an excellent Hokage. I'm curious, when did you start wanting to help Tsunade take the position of Hokage? Don't you have any idea about the position of Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe and took a deep drag. There was no tension between the two, but instead they started chatting. I'm not cut out for that. As for helping Tsunade, probably from the moment I met her. Chuanfong knew that he couldn't stand being constrained. Just thinking about the piles of documents he had to deal with gave him a headache. It seems that Tsunade needs a reliable secretary, otherwise there will be no time for him to have a baby. Then I didn't expect it to be so early. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed startled, blowing thick smoke from his mouth. Actually, Tsunade had no confidence in herself at first. You are such a disappointment. Chuanfong started criticizing Sarutobi Hiruzen without any scruples. Advertisement, yeah, I let everyone down. After so many years as Hokage, I can't even remember what I looked like back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head slightly. He was also devoted to the village at the beginning. Since when did I become the person I hated the most? Chuanfong looked at him and couldn't help but sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen has undoubtedly devoted a lot of effort to Konoha village. But as his selfishness grew, he was no longer the same person he used to be. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand and brushed his eyes, revealing an ugly smile. Have you ever thought about killing me? He looked at Chuanfong calmly and said this. Believe it or not, there really isn't one. You should have figured out the matter of Cloud Shinobi Village. Chuanfong said truthfully that he couldn't say he respected Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he also didn't hate him much. The main reason is that he is really not suitable to be Hokage anymore. Yeah, your trump card is useless now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, not trying to play dumb. In this situation, evidence is no longer needed. Chuanfong only had to spread the word and the scandal of Sarutobi Hiruzen trying to murder the village hero would spread across Konoha. If someone who is already dirty gets even dirtier, people will believe it. You should take the initiative to abdicate and make up the money you owe. I'll take care of the rest. Chuanfong stated the conditions he had in mind, and whether Tsunade nominated him or not was really not important. How are you going to arrange for us? Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed without any strong emotion. The police force is in your hands. It won't be a bad thing for you to stay away from the village. What Chuanfong once said to Fugaku has become a reality. Haha, it's a really good place. Thanks. Sarutobi Hiruzen filled his own cup of tea and held it up. Then I'll leave first. Chuanfong stood up and prepared to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance was beyond his expectations. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Is there still room for turning back? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked this question while looking at Chuanfeng's back. No, Chuanfong did not stop for a moment, and quickly disappeared from Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight after he went out. Yan, this is the only explanation I can give you.